3 years post-graduation, at a class reunion, I found myself clad in a delivery uniform, subjected to public ridicule by my peers. As the taunts reached a crescendo, a line of golden text suddenly materialized before my eyes. Detected that the host is bound to the bragging transformation system. Any boast made by your classmates will manifest in your reality. Brag away, brag away. The more you boast, the more I shall gain.
Life is but a play, entirely reliant on one's performance.
However, I am no longer the impoverished student who was once bullied. Chapter 1. The Bragging Transformation System. Outside the five-star hotel, Jun Yu Tianxia, a delivery electric bike appeared incongruous against the opulent marble steps. Chun Mo, removing his helmet and wiping the sweat from his brow, carefully retrieved an exquisite Japanese cuisine set from the insulated box. Emogu, is that really you? A familiar yet strange voice prompted me to turn. A group of elegantly dressed men and women emerged from the revolving door, with none other than our high school class leader, Li Feng, at the forefront. The speaker was Liu Yang, who had always trailed behind me in high school, now adorned in designer attire, his wristwatch gleaming blindingly in the sunlight. Chinamo, long time no see. I hear you are delivering takeout now. Li Feng smiled, his gaze sweeping over my yellow and blue work uniform, tinged with a barely perceptible air of superiority. Tonight there's a gathering for our classmates at the Dihua Hall, right here. Why not join us? Though, according to the rules, each person must contribute 888 yuan. A few suppressed chuckles arose from the crowd. I calmly zipped up my insulated box, stating, "No, I have several deliveries to complete." "Oh, come on." Liu Yang suddenly raised his voice, drawing the attention of guests entering and exiting the hotel. "Old classmates, let this meal be on me. Chinemo, I heard you were the top scorer in the city during the college entrance examination, with the choice of Tsinghua or Peking University at your fingertips. How did you end up like this?" Memories flooded back like a tide. 3 years ago, I entered Yinjing University as the provincial science champion, only to be forced to drop out in my second year due to family misfortunes. My father's severe illness depleted our finances, and I became the pillar of this family. "Life has its ups and downs. It's quite normal," I replied coolly, preparing to leave. "Wait," a melodious female voice called out. Lin Weiwei stepped out from the crowd. The school beauty of our high school, once the object of my secret affection, now radiated even more brilliance. Her gaze was complex, mingling sympathy with a certain indescribable disappointment. "Chinamo, since we've met, let's stick together. It would be nice to catch up at today's reunion." I gazed at her exquisite makeup and the sparkling necklace adorning her neck, suddenly overcome with fatigue. Just as I was about to decline, a dispassionate mechanical voice echoed in my mind. "Detected a suitable host. Binding bragging transformation system. Binding successful. This system is designed to transform the boasts of others about the host into reality. The host is encouraged to actively engage in social activities to acquire boasting energy." I was momentarily taken aback. Liu Yang seemed to misinterpret my expression, assuming I was merely embarrassed, and became increasingly animated. "Ah, you have no idea. Emoga was a legend in our school back in the day. He achieved perfect scores in all examinations throughout high school. He was the dual champion of the provincial physics and mathematics competitions. I've heard he even solved some complex physics problems, and university professors sought his counsel." With each utterance, the expressions of the surrounding classmates subtly shifted. Received boasting energy. Perfect exam scores 3. Dual champion of competitions 2. Solved complex problems 1. Energy conversion in progress. Moreover, Liu Yang continued with increasing fervor, "I've heard that Shonamo comes from an extraordinary lineage, a hidden wealthy family. He simply maintains a low profile. His father is the chairman of a multinational corporation, and his mother is a renowned scientist." Received boasting energy, hidden wealthy family, chairman father, scientist mother. The mechanical voice resounded continuously, and I could sense an indescribable transformation occurring within me. Knowledge, memories, and even physical capabilities were quietly augmenting. "Liu Yang, that's enough," Lin Weiwei interjected, frowning, then turned to me and spoke softly. "Chenemo, don't take it to heart. Everyone is just reminiscing." Li Feng chuckled. "Since Liu Yang is so enthusiastic, Chenemo, you might as well not decline. How about this? Once you've completed this delivery, come up to the Imperial Hall. We'll be waiting for you. I lifted my gaze to the familiar faces of the past, and something within me stirred to life. All right, I heard my own calm voice respond. I'll come after this delivery. As I turned to mount my electric bike, a bold plan began to take shape in my mind. I intended to attend this reunion, not merely for nostalgia. 20 minutes later, I donned the only decent outfit from my locker, a faded shirt and slightly snug trousers, and stepped into the resplendent Imperial Hall. Over 30 classmates were gathered around 3 round tables, and the air was thick with the scents of perfume, red wine, and a subtle sense of superiority. My arrival momentarily hushed the atmosphere. Chinemo is here. Lu Yang waved enthusiastically. Sit here. We've saved a spot just for you. It was the last seat at the main table, adjacent to where the servers brought in the dishes. I sat down composedly, my gaze sweeping over the table's occupants. Li Feng occupied the central position, clearly the focal point of this gathering. Lin Weiwei sat to his left, while to his right was Wang Lei, who had ascended to a high-ranking position in a company. Lu Yang sat beside me, his expression one of eager anticipation. Chinemo, why don't you share your current situation with us? Li Feng poured a glass of red wine, his tone gentle yet authoritative. Everyone is quite concerned about you. I lifted my cup and took a sip. I deliver takeout, earning around 8,000 a month, just barely making ends meet. A few suppressed sighs and murmurs arose from the table. 8,000? That's not easy in Beijing. Wang Lei adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. I work in an investment bank, and my annual salary is just over $1 million, and I still feel financially strained. How about I introduce you to a job? Our company is in need of a front desk receptionist with a monthly salary of 12,000. Wang Lei, you underestimate Chinemo. Lu Yang suddenly slammed the table, his face flushed from the alcohol. Let me tell you, Chinemo is experiencing life. His family's assets are worth at least several billion. Delivering takeout is just a pastime. Received boasting energy. Assets worth several billion. 5. Energy conversion in progress. Your bank account has received an anonymous transfer of 500 million yuan with a legitimate and untraceable source. My phone vibrated and a text notification appeared. Your account ending and has received a deposit of 500 million yuan. Balance 500,008,327.19 yuan. I set my phone down without changing my expression, but internally I was engulfed in a tempest of astonishment. The system was indeed real. Lu Yang, you've had too much to drink. Lin Weiwei frowned, then offered me an apologetic smile. Chinemo, don't pay attention to their nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Lu Yang, emboldened by the alcohol, stood up. Chinemo, you tell us, are you involved in some grand project? I've heard you're researching some groundbreaking technology in quantum physics that could enable instantaneous teleportation. Received boasting energy. Breakthrough in quantum physics for teleportation technology. 3. Related knowledge and theories are being imparted. In an instant, my mind was inundated with a torrent of information. Quantum entanglement, spatial folding, negative energy theory. These concepts, far surpassing modern physics, became as clear to me as if I had personally studied them for decades. Lu Yang, cease your antics. Li Feng finally spoke, exuding the authoritative demeanor of a class monitor. Chinemo is currently facing challenges. Let us refrain from such jesting. He turned towards me, his tone earnest. Chinemo, should you encounter any difficulties, your old classmates are here to assist. My company is presently seeking a warehouse manager. Although the work may be arduous, the monthly salary is a commendable 15,000, complete with 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. I gently swirled my cup, observing the rippling waves within, and suddenly spoke. Do you know why the existing quantum theories fail to elucidate the phenomenon of consciousness? The room fell silent. I rose to my feet, casually seizing a pencil from the waiter, and etched a complex equation upon the pristine tablecloth. Because all mainstream theories overlook a crucial dimension, the time-reversal symmetry of information entanglement. The pencil glided smoothly across the fabric, unveiling a dazzling array of symbols and equations. The conversations at the neighboring table gradually ceased, as every gaze turned towards us. What is this? Wang Lei stared at the tablecloth, his eyes widening behind his glasses. What sort of formula is this? I have never encountered such an expression. I continued to write, my voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. If we consider the role of the observer in the evolution of quantum systems, we can derive an entirely new group of transformations capable of unifying all physical phenomena from the Planck scale to the cosmic scale. Lin Weiwei halted her wine glass midair. "This must be nonsensical," a voice murmured skeptically. "No," a deep voice emanated from the doorway. A middle-aged gentleman clad in a dark suit, his temples streaked with silver, had appeared there unbeknownst to us, his eyes fixated on the equations upon the tablecloth, his face a canvas of astonishment. "Sir, may I inquire if this equation is your derivation?" His voice quivered slightly. Li Feng recognized the individual, hastily rising. "Director Zhao, what brings you here? This is our class reunion, and this gentleman is—" "Silence," the man addressed as Director Zhao interrupted, cautiously approaching as if a pilgrim nearing a sacred relic, his gaze locked onto the tablecloth. "My God, this transformation form, this dimensional expression, it holds the key to resolving the contradictions between the standard model and general relativity." He suddenly lifted his gaze to meet mine, his eyes alight with fervor. "Young man, I am Zhao Qiming, the founder of Qiming Technology. Does your theory possess a complete mathematical framework? Can it be published? No. Can we collaborate? I will invest. Whatever conditions you require, do not hesitate to state." The room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Liu Yang's mouth hung agape, as if capable of accommodating an egg. Li Feng's expression froze upon his face, and Wang Lei's fork clattered into his plate with a resounding clang. Lin Weiwei rose, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon me, as if seeing me for the first time. I gazed at the dramatic scene unfolding before me. My heart as tranquil as a still lake. The power of the system far exceeded imagination, and this was merely the beginning. "Mr. Zhao," I began slowly, "this is merely a preliminary concept. As for collaboration," I deliberately paused, my gaze sweeping across the diverse expressions of my former classmates at the table, lingering momentarily on the faces of Li Feng, Wang Lei, and Liu Yang. "I need to contemplate this." Zhao Qiming hastily produced a business card and extended it with both hands. "Please do not hesitate to contact me at any time. This discovery, it could change the world." He cast a lingering glance at the equations on the tablecloth before departing, prompted by his assistant, continually glancing back. Once the door to the private room closed, a profound silence enveloped us for a full 10 seconds. It was Lin Weiwei who first shattered the stillness, inquiring, "You've been studying this all along?" I replied, "Delivering food is merely an experience of life." I took over her words and smiled gently. Liu Yang suddenly leapt up, exclaiming, "I knew it. I knew Brother Mo is no ordinary person. You all didn't believe me." Li Feng's expression morphed from shock to embarrassment, then to a forced calmness. "Chen Mo, you truly are a hidden gem. Just moments ago, Mr. Zhao mentioned Qiming Technology, a publicly listed company valued at hundreds of billions." "Hundreds of billions?" I echoed softly, taking another sip from my cup, which was not particularly full. "Received boasting energy. Hundreds of billions is not much. Energy conversion in progress. Qiming Technology's 173 shares have been transferred to your name via an offshore company, valued at approximately 17.3 billion. My phone buzzed once more, this time with an encrypted message. "You have become the third largest shareholder of Qiming Technology, and your voting rights have been activated." I set my phone down, gazing at the group of former classmates before me. Their expressions were a kaleidoscope of shock, confusion, jealousy, flattery, and disbelief. "In truth," I stated calmly, "delivering food is quite enjoyable. It allows me to encounter a diverse array of people and witness the most authentic facets of life." Rising to my feet, I straightened my slightly wrinkled shirt. "Thank you all for the invitation, but I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Wait." Li Feng sprang up hurriedly. "Chen Mo, let us talk some more. Our alma mater is having its anniversary next month. You'll be attending, right? The school will surely invite you to speak as an esteemed alumnus." "It depends on the circumstances," I replied as I made my way to the door, pausing to glance back at Lin Weiwei. "Weiwei, it's a pleasure to see you again." Her cheeks flushed, and her gaze was complex. "Could you leave a contact number?" "Chen Mo." I nodded and recited a string of numbers, my food delivery contact. Exiting the Imperial Hall, the golden lights of the corridor reflected off the polished marble floor. I stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. Today's boasting energy absorption completed, compiling data. Perfect scores in exams, transformed into comprehensive knowledge mastery ability. Double champion in competitions, transformed into top-notch competitive state. Solving difficult problems, transformed into breakthrough thinking ability. Invisible tycoon, Acquired 500,000,000 yuan in cash. Chairman S. father. No matching entity found. Transformed into business acumen and leadership. Scientist S. mother. No matching entity found. Transformed into research, intuition, and innovation capability. Assets in the tens of billions. Acquired 173 shares of Qiming technology. Breakthrough in quantum physics. Mastered theories beyond contemporary frameworks. Teleportation technology. The theory has been perfected. Practical application requires special materials. Hundreds of billions is not much. Mindset and perspective elevated in sync. The elevator doors opened, and as I stepped out of the hotel, the night was deepening. By the roadside, my food delivery electric bike stood solitary, a stark contrast to the luxury cars surrounding it. I approached it just as I heard hurried footsteps behind me. Chinemo. Lin Weiwei had chased after me, her evening gown billowing gently in the night breeze. She reached me, slightly breathless. Are you really just delivering food? She gazed directly into my eyes, as if seeking to uncover all my secrets. I looked at her, this girl who once made me look up to her. Now standing before me, her eyes shining with an unfamiliar brilliance. Everyone harbors their own secrets, Weiwei. I mounted my bike, donned my helmet, and added, just as you are unaware that the necklace you are wearing tonight was actually a product of my company a decade ago. She instinctively touched the necklace around her neck. Her expression one of astonishment. I revved the electric bike, and in the low hum of the engine, I softly said, good night, Weiwei. Tell Li Feng that the warehouse manager position should be left for someone who truly needs it. As I cruised into the neon-lit streets, the system's voice sounded once more. New task released. Attend alma mater's anniversary and gain at least 500 points of boasting energy during your speech. Reward. Unlock corresponding ability resources based on energy points accrued. A smile crept across my lips as I felt the surge of knowledge and strength within me. A madcap academic? A cunning protagonist? Slapping the system in the face? No, this is merely the beginning. A life where boasting becomes reality should prove quite intriguing. A red light ahead flickered to life, prompting me to halt my bike. My phone vibrated. A new delivery order notification popped up, a late-night snack to be delivered to the physics department laboratory at Yenjing University. I chuckled softly and clicked to accept the order. Perhaps it was time to meet my fellow practitioners. Chapter 2. A Clash of Titans. As soon as the electric bike veered out of the hotel driveway, my phone vibrated thrice, 3 new orders flooding into the acceptance list. I glanced over them. 2 were ordinary residential areas, while 1 was the physics laboratory at Yenjing University. A system prompt appeared simultaneously. Detected special location, Yenjing University Physics Laboratory. It is advisable to prioritize delivery, as this may trigger a hidden task. In the night, I turned my bike northward. The evening breeze carried the coolness of early autumn across my face, the scenes from the earlier gatherings still echoing in my mind. Li Feng's look of bewilderment, Wang Lei's dropped fork, Lin Weiwei's gaze as she chased after me, and the equations sprawled across the tablecloth. I had only written the first 3 equations, but they were sufficient for a discerning expert to recognize the underlying principles. The knowledge instilled by the system felt less like mere recollection and more akin to an innate instinct. I could even sense those higher-dimensional mathematical structures. As a painter senses color and light. Turn right at the intersection 300 meters ahead, the calm voice of the navigation instructed. I slowed down, preparing to turn, when my peripheral vision caught sight of a white sports car accelerating down the side road. A Porsche 911, its sleek lines glimmering coldly under the streetlights. The driver was a young man, and a girl in the passenger seat was laughing heartily, her head tilted back. He evidently hadn't noticed me, or perhaps he had, but simply didn't care. The sports car showed no signs of slowing, barreling through the yellow light. I slammed the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement. But it was too close. Bang! A faint collision sound. The front wheel of my electric bike collided with the left rear side of the sports car. It wasn't a heavy impact, truly, but enough to leave a conspicuous scratch on the smooth surface of the 911. The sports car screeched to a halt. The driver, a young man of about 20, clad in trendy attire and meticulously styled hair, didn't immediately look at me. Instead, he crouched down to inspect the scratch, his expression darkening instantly. What the hell? He stood up abruptly, pointing at me. Are you blind or something? The girl in the passenger seat also exited the vehicle, donned in designer clothes, her makeup flawless, snapping pictures of me and the car with her phone. Wang Xiao, don't get angry, as long as he is unharmed. That's what matters, she offered soothingly, yet her camera continued to click. We can just call the police to handle this delivery boy. I parked my bike and removed my helmet. I apologize, I take full responsibility. I will cover the repair costs. You'll cover it? The young man, referred to as Wang Xiao, scoffed, circling the scratch. Do you know what kind of car this is? Do you know how much it costs to fix this paint? You'd have to deliver food for 3 months to cover it. He scrutinized me from head to toe, his gaze lingering on my faded shirt, and the derision in his smile became more pronounced. I met his gaze calmly. Then how do you propose we handle this? How to handle it? He pulled out his phone. I'll call the police, file an insurance claim, and you can just wait for the bill. He glared at me. I just picked this car up a month ago, and now look at it. Wang Xiao. The girl tugged at him, lowering her voice. Why don't we just let it go? My dad said they're cracking down hard lately on modified headlights. The boy's expression faltered for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. That doesn't mean we can just let this slide. He turned back to me. Here's the deal. Since it's clear you're not rolling in cash, we can settle this privately. 20,000, transfer it now, and we'll forget this incident. 20,000. For a scratch left by an electric bike, that price was absurdly ridiculous. However, I did not engage in an argument. Instead, I retrieved my phone. Wait a moment, I said. Let me verify something first. The young man, assuming I intended to make a call to borrow money, crossed his arms and scoffed. Hurry up. I'm in a rush. I opened my phone's camera and captured an image of the scratch. Then accessed a relatively obscure automotive forum app, one of the system's newly bestowed skills, which encompasses comprehensive knowledge about automobiles, from maintenance to appraisal. Porsche 911 Carrera S, 2023 model. I remarked while navigating my phone. The optional metallic paint in this hue is called Gentian Blue Metallic, with a domestic option price of $32,000. The young man was taken aback. As for your vehicle, I continued, gently gliding my finger along the scratch. The left rear fender shows signs of prior repairs, and the paint thickness is uneven. It appears to have been in an accident 3 months ago, and the bodywork was performed at a fast repair shop using domestic substitute paint rather than the original factory paint. His complexion shifted dramatically. So, I lifted my gaze. You are demanding $20,000 from me to cover the cost of your previous accident, and in the process, upgrade your car back to factory paint? The young woman's expression also grew awkward. What nonsense are you spouting? The young man raised his voice, though his conviction was evidently lacking. What do you, a delivery person, know about cars? Received boasting energy. Car expert level 3. Energy conversion in progress, having mastered knowledge of all global car models and repair techniques. Acquiring top-tier automotive appraisal skills. A surge of new knowledge flooded my mind, this time encompassing every vehicle model, every component, and the intricacies of each modification. I smiled. Shall we wait for the traffic police to arrive and have them inspect your illegally modified headlights? Furthermore, your recent running of a yellow light should be clearly documented by the dashcam. He was thoroughly flustered. Just then, a low rumble of an engine drew nearer. A black sedan gradually came to a halt at the roadside, and the rear window descended, revealing a familiar face. Chinemo? It was Zhao Qiming, the founder of Qiming Technology. He surveyed the scene with a slight furrow of his brow. Do you need assistance? The Porsche driver evidently recognized Zhao Qiming, his expression turning even more colorful. Chairman Zhao? Zhao Qiming completely ignored him, fixing his gaze on me. Chinemo, what a coincidence to run into you again. Would you like me to have a lawyer handle this? No need. It's a minor issue, I replied, putting my phone away, having already resolved the matter. The young man nodded vigorously. Yes, resolved. It's all a misunderstanding. He practically dragged the girl back into the car, starting the engine and swiftly departing, casting not a single glance back at the scratch. Only then did Zhao Qiming step out of the car, dressed in casual attire, entirely unassuming for someone of his immense wealth. He approached and looked at my electric bike. You truly are delivering food? Part-time, I answered succinctly. His gaze bore a complex expression, as though appraising a rare treasure. Earlier at the hotel, I didn't have the chance to inquire in detail. How did you derive that formula? After I returned to the company, I showed the photo to my team, and they remarked that it could be the most significant theoretical breakthrough in nearly a decade. Intuition, I replied. This was not a lie. The knowledge bestowed by the system indeed felt like intuition, existing naturally within my consciousness. Zhao Qiming scrutinized me for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. What a remarkable intuition. He handed me a business card. This is my personal number, available 24/7. Chinemo, whether you need assistance or not, I hope we can become friends. I took the card, suddenly recalling something. Chairman Zhao, I have a question. Go ahead. If a person possesses a theory that can elucidate superluminal information transfer in quantum entanglement, yet requires a special material to actualize such a project, would you invest? Zhao Qiming's breath hitched noticeably. Have you already reached that stage? His voice lowered significantly. The special material refers to it's still merely a theory for now. I interjected appropriately. Once I am ready, I will contact you. He took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. All right, I await your news. He then glanced at his watch. Are you off to deliver food? To the physics laboratory at Yen University. What a coincidence. I happen to be heading to Yen University to meet the principal. He gestured toward his car. Shall we go together? This electric bike. I shook my head. Thank you, but I need to complete my order. A flicker of appreciation crossed Zhao Qiming's eyes. Understood. Then perhaps we will meet at Yin University? Perhaps. He returned to his vehicle, and the black sedan glided away smoothly. I donned my helmet once more and started my electric bike. The night deepened, and the traffic on the streets grew sparse. I navigated the familiar yet strange streets, my mind pondering deeper questions. Where did this system originate? Why did it choose me? Did this ability to turn boasting into reality come with a cost? More importantly, when I can transform the exaggerated claims of others into reality, what will this world become? Warning: excessive use of abilities may lead to reality instability. Suggestion: gradually adapt. Avoid causing excessive disturbances in a short period. The system's sudden warning sent a shiver down my spine. Reality instability? What does that mean? But there was no time to ponder, as the main gate of Yanjing University appeared ahead. The familiar entrance, the well-known Sycamore Avenue. Yet at this moment, I was no longer the same youth of yesteryear. A security guard halted me. Delivery person? Please register. I skillfully filled out the visitor form, writing down my name as Chunemo, the purpose of the visit as food delivery, and the department as the physics laboratory. The guard glanced at the form, then suddenly looked up. Chunemo? That name sounds somewhat familiar. There are many people with the same name, I replied calmly. He nodded and allowed me to pass. I rode my electric bike into the campus, the sycamore leaves casting dappled shadows under the streetlights. This path I had traversed countless times, clutching textbooks, cycling, and debating physics issues with classmates. The laboratory was ablaze with light. I secured my bike and carried the meal towards the third floor. The corridor was eerily quiet, with only the faint hum of equipment emanating from a nearby laboratory. Room 312, with a sign denoting the Quantum Information Laboratory, awaited. I knocked on the door. Come in. Pushing the door open revealed the typical sight of a physics laboratory: chaotic workstations, flickering oscilloscopes, and a whiteboard filled with formulas. A middle-aged man in a lab coat was adjusting equipment with his back to the door. Your delivery. The man turned around, and I was taken aback. Professor Zhang? Zhang Jinhua, the deputy director of the physics department at Yin University, my most admired mentor during my freshman year. When I withdrew from school, he had sought me out 3 times, even offering to privately fund my education, which I had politely declined. He pushed up his glasses, squinting at me, his expression shifting from confusion to astonishment. Chunemo? It's me. I placed the meal on the adjacent table, your late-night snack, a Japanese meal set, with miso soup included. Professor Zhang paid no attention to the meal, hastening toward me to scrutinize my appearance. How did you end up delivering food? No. How did you know it was me who ordered? I pointed at the note on the delivery order. Professor Zhang, old place. I remember you used to enjoy ordering from this Japanese restaurant during your experiments. He fell silent for a few seconds, then sighed deeply. Please, sit. The laboratory had only 2 chairs, and we sat facing each other. He opened the meal box, but made no move to use the chopsticks. When you withdrew from school, I always felt it was a pity. He looked directly into my eyes. Your talent is the finest I have ever seen. That paper on quantum decoherence from your sophomore year is still being cited by graduate students. I replied calmly. Life is often filled with helplessness, Professor Zhang. And what about you now? Do you intend to deliver food indefinitely? His tone carried a hint of regret. I can assist you in applying for a special reinstatement channel, allowing you to return as a visiting scholar. Then Professor Zhang, I interrupted, I appreciate your kindness. However, I currently have my own plans. He hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. All right, I want to push you. However, he pointed to the whiteboard. Since you're here, could you help me take a look at this? On the whiteboard was a complex set of equations pertaining to quantum field theory and gravity. I took a brief glance. On the third line, the indices of the metric tensor were inverted. Moreover, the topological structure you assumed is not closed in 4-dimensional spacetime, necessitating the introduction of additional dimensions. Professor Zhang abruptly stood up, striding towards the whiteboard, and upon careful examination, he gasped. How could I make such a fundamental error? He turned to me, astonished. You spotted it at a glance? Intuition, I replied, offering the same response again. He shook his head, a wry smile crossing his face. Your intuition is worth a decade of others' hard work. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, he asked, by the way, have you heard about the new theory of instanton tunneling? There has been a rumor in the community that someone has proposed a groundbreaking framework. Is this what you mean? I asked as I picked up the whiteboard marker and elegantly inscribed a succinct and beautiful equation, an upgraded version of the core formula I had previously scribbled on the hotel tablecloth. Professor Zhang stared intently at that line of equations, as if struck by a spell. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The laboratory was enveloped in silence, save for the hum of the machinery. My God, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. This is an idea. I set down the pen, acknowledging. It's still incomplete. Incomplete? He nearly shouted. This has already resolved a problem that has plagued us for 20 years. Chunemo, did you accomplish this independently? When? Where did you conduct your research? I found myself at a loss for answers to those questions and opted to shift the topic. Professor Zhang, I need to borrow some equipment for experimental validation. What equipment? You can use anything in the entire lab, he exclaimed without hesitation. No, what do you need? I'll help you apply for it. I have connections with the key laboratories at the university and the national labs. For now, I don't need anything that extensive. I replied, just some basic optical platforms and low-temperature equipment, along with a list of specific materials. I retrieved a note from my pocket, one that the system had automatically generated based on the theoretical framework of instantaneous teleportation. Professor Zhang took the note, glanced over it, and furrowed his brow. Some of these materials I've never even heard of. Dimensional resonance crystals? Negative energy substrates? This is required by the theory. I briefly explained, if we can't find them, we may need to synthesize them. He took a deep breath and carefully tucked the note away. I'll do my best. Chinemo, tell me honestly, what exactly are you researching? I met his gaze. This mentor who once held such high hopes for me. If I said I was attempting to open a door, I began slowly. A door leading to the deepest mysteries of physics. Would you believe me? Professor Zhang studied me for a long while before heavily sinking back into his chair. I believe you, he said. Ever since you solved that problem in your freshman year that even PhD students struggled with, I knew you were destined to achieve something extraordinary. He smiled wryly. I just didn't expect it to be this extraordinary. My phone vibrated, notifying me of a new food delivery order. I stood up. I must be going. There are other orders to fulfill. Chinemo, he called after me. No matter what you're doing, if you need help, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Also, he hesitated for a moment. The school's anniversary is next month. You will come, right? They want to invite some outstanding alumni to speak, and I think you should. I'll consider it. I nodded in farewell. As I exited the laboratory building, the night sky was clear, with a few stars bravely shimmering amidst the urban light pollution. I started my electric bike and drove out of the Yin University campus. Hidden task completed. Visit the physics laboratory of Yanjing University. Reward. Minor increase in academic prestige. Professor Zhang Jinhua has become your supporter. New task released. Accumulate at least 1,000 boast energy during the anniversary speech. Special reminder, several important figures will be present at the anniversary. Please prepare accordingly. I accelerated. Weaving through the streets of the deep night. The wind rushed past my ears, carrying the coolness of early autumn and a certain inexplicable excitement. Turning boast into reality. Transforming others' exaggerations into truth. So, in a setting like the anniversary, facing hundreds of spectators, what kind of reality could I create? A red light illuminated ahead, and I stopped my electric bike, watching the countdown timer tick down. 90, 89, 88. Suddenly, my phone rang, a number I did not recognize. Hello? Is this Mr. Chinemo? I'm Lin Weiwei. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat nervous. I apologize for calling you so late. I wanted to ask if you're free tomorrow evening. There's an academic salon organized by Mr. Zhao Qiming, and he specifically mentioned wanting to invite you. I glanced at the list of food delivery orders on my phone. 3 more to deliver. Expected completion time, 1 o'clock in the morning. What time? At 7 in the evening. At the Yunduan Club in Guamao. I'll be there. After hanging up, the green light turned on. I twisted the throttle, and the electric bike surged into the night. The neon lights along the streets drew vibrant trails in my vision, like some kind of revelation. This world is about to change because of me. And everything is just beginning. Chapter 3, Cloud Encounter. At 6:50 in the evening the next day, I stood at the entrance of the Yunduan Club on the 80th floor of the Guamao Phase 3. I was still clad in that faded shirt, but had changed into a pair of relatively well-fitting black trousers. Instead of a briefcase, I carried a food delivery thermal box. Having just completed my last order on the way up, the server, upon seeing my attire, briefly displayed a flicker of surprise, but his professional training kept him smiling. Sir, may I ask if you have a reservation? Ms. Lin Weiwei invited me. He quickly checked the list, his expression shifting subtly. Mr. Chinemo, please, this way. The interior of the club featured a modern minimalist design, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offering a dazzling view of the city's skyline. Over 30 guests were scattered throughout, engaged in hushed conversations, holding champagne or documents. Most of the men wore tailored suits, while the women donned elegant gowns or professional attire. As I walked in, at least half of the attendees noticed me and the thermal box I carried. Chinemo, Lin Weiwei approached briskly. She was dressed in a pearl-white professional suit, exuding both competence and grace, with a simple platinum necklace adorning her neck. You really came. A glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes, quickly shifting to the thermal box. What's this? Just finished a delivery, passing through. I set the thermal box down beside a decorative cabinet in the corner. I'm not late, am I? Not at all, just in time. She lowered her voice. Everyone here tonight is an elite from academia and the tech industry. Mr. Zhao Qiming wishes to introduce you to some people. However, she hesitated, Some of them might be rather proud, so don't take it personally. Understood. We made our way to the main hall. Zhao Qiming was engaged in conversation with a few individuals who appeared to be scholars and immediately approached me upon seeing me. Chen Mo, welcome, welcome. His enthusiasm drew the attention of those around us. Come, let me introduce you. This is Chen Mo, the author of that formula I mentioned. Several scholars scrutinized me, their gazes filled with skepticism. Young man, I'm Professor Liu from the Institute of Theoretical Physics at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. An elderly gentleman with graying hair spoke. Zhao Dong showed us the formula you devised. It's quite innovative. I wonder if you have a complete paper? Or at least, the derivation process? Received Boast Energy. Formula Author 2. Innovative Theory 3. Energy conversion in theoretical completeness increased by 15. I calmly replied, it's still a work in progress. Currently, it is merely a preliminary framework. A framework? Another middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses chuckled lightly. Young man, theoretical physics is not merely about writing elegant equations. It requires rigorous mathematical proof, experimental validation, and peer review. Professor Zhou's assertion resonated with me, and I nodded in agreement, acknowledging my need for time. Professor Zhou seemed somewhat taken aback by my humility, his tone softening. However, those equations of yours are indeed intriguing, particularly the section on dimensional transformation. Which reminds me of a conjecture I discussed with Mr. Chen Ning Yang 30 years ago. He regaled us with tales of the past, and several scholars around us joined the discourse. I listened quietly, occasionally nodding, until a voice interjected. Oh, is this the genius youth Mr. Zhao spoke of? The newcomer, appearing to be in his 40s, wore a sharply tailored suit, his hair meticulously slicked back, and held a glass of whiskey in his hand. Two young individuals trailed behind him, presumably assistants or students. Zhao Qiming introduced. Chen Mo, this is Professor Wang Han, recently returned from Princeton. Now at Tsinghua Institute for Advanced Study, specializing in quantum gravity. Professor Wang did not extend his hand, but scrutinized me with a piercing gaze. I hear you've discovered a method to unify quantum mechanics with general relativity? While delivering takeout, no less. The sarcasm in his tone was palpable. Lin Weiwei frowned, seemingly about to speak, but I raised my hand to silence her. It's merely a hobby, I replied. A hobby? Wang Han echoed, half smirking. And what is your formal occupation? Delivering takeout. A few stifled chuckles erupted around us, and those who had been attentive to our conversation diverted their gaze, as if deeming the exchange no longer worthwhile. Received Boasting Energy. Delivery Physicist 5. Gained cross-disciplinary thinking ability through energy transformation. Knowledge integration efficiency increased by 300. Wang Han shook his head, turning to Zhao Qiming. Mr. Zhao, I understand your eagerness to nurture talent, but theoretical physics is no trifling matter. What valuable contributions can a mere delivery worker make? Perhaps he believes he has discovered a new continent after reading a few popular science books. His words were rather brusque. Zhao Qiming's expression darkened slightly. Professor Wang, science knows no social standing. It may not, but it does distinguish between expertise, Wang Han countered obstinately. It took me 20 years to make some headway in the field of quantum gravity. How can you prioritize the musings of an outsider who casually scribbles a few equations? What would those scholars who toil in the lab think? The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Suddenly, I spoke up, Professor Wang. Regarding your recent paper on the black hole information paradox in AD-CFT duality, isn't there an issue with equation 17 on page 3? Wang Han paused. What issue? The boundary conditions you assumed do not hold near the singularity. I casually retrieved a napkin from the server's tray and picked up a pen from the bar. Considering quantum corrections, it should be like this. I inscribed 3 lines of equations on the napkin. Wang Han's expression transformed from disdain to confusion and finally to shock. How is this possible? He snatched the napkin, staring intently at the equations. How did you come up with this correction term? I spent 3 months searching for this flaw. Intuition, I replied for the 3rd time. The surroundings fell silent. Those who had begun to walk away gathered once more. Professor Wang, is this truly an error? Someone inquired. Wang Han did not respond, but quickly retrieved his laptop from his briefcase, booting it up and pulling up the paper file. His fingers flew across the touchpad, his eyes darting between the screen and the napkin. 2 minutes later, he leaned heavily against the bar, his complexion ashen. It's true, it's really an error. He murmured, then abruptly turned to me. Have you only read my paper? I looked it up briefly on my phone while Mr. Zhao was introducing you, I replied, displaying my phone screen, which displayed the preprint page of Wang Han's paper. By the way, Wang Han managed a wry smile. My 3 months of hard work. And you just happened to find the fatal flaw. He inhaled deeply, straightened his posture, and extended his hand to me. Mr. Chen Mo, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. Your expertise in theoretical physics is profound. I grasped his hand. It's merely luck. No, it's not luck, he insisted earnestly. This error is subtle. Even experts in our field might not uncover it. He hesitated, Would you be interested in becoming a visiting scholar at Tsinghua? I can wholeheartedly recommend you. This unexpected turn of events caused a stir among those present. Zhao Qiming chuckled. Professor Wang, your eagerness to entice talent is rather swift. Talent is indeed rare. Wang Han unabashedly replied, Mr. Chen, feel free to propose any terms. I simply hope you will join our research group. Your correction insight might pave the way for an entirely new direction. Received boasting energy, profound mastery 4, pioneer of a new direction 3. Quantum gravity knowledge mastery elevated to a master level through energy transformation. I was about to respond when another voice interrupted. What a lively gathering. The crowd parted, revealing a spirited elder in his 70s, accompanied by several individuals. Upon his arrival, everyone slightly bowed. Old Qian, academician Qian. Even Zhao Qiming greeted him with respect. Old Qian, why have you come in person? It was Qian Shouzhua, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and a recipient of the nation's highest science and technology award. A towering figure in China's theoretical physics community. Old Qian waved his hand dismissively, his gaze landing squarely on me. You are Chen Mo? Yes, Old Qian. He scrutinized me for a few seconds before abruptly stating, show me everything you wrote at the hotel, in full. No pleasantries, no small talk. He got straight to the point. I retrieved a stack of sticky notes from my pocket. These were the theoretical frameworks I had organized based on system knowledge during my stay at the rental. Naturally, I had only written a fraction. Old Qian took the sticky notes, pulled out his reading glasses, and began examining them against the backdrop of the city lights outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone watched the venerable old academician, awaiting his judgment. 10 minutes later, Old Qian removed his glasses and rubbed his temples. Xiao Zhao, he directed at Zhao Qiming. Old Qian, what is the remaining R&D budget for your company this year? Zhao Qiming hesitated. About 2 billion? Give it all to him. Old Qian pointed at me. This project requires whatever is necessary. If it's not enough, I'll request more from the institute. A stunned silence fell over the room. 2 billion? All for a young man delivering takeout? An academician could not contain themselves. Old Qian raised his hand to silence him. I know what you wish to say. But do you understand what this is? He waved the stack of sticky notes. This is not merely a paper. This is the beginning of a new paradigm in physics. He turned to me, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Young man, who is your mentor? Self-taught. Self-taught? Old Qian smiled. What a commendable self-education. Now tell me, if this theory holds, what would be the first verifiable prediction? I pondered for a moment. There should exist specific polarization patterns in the cosmic microwave background radiation, corresponding to the quantum fluctuations of space-time. I recited a series of precise numbers. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Old Qian's eyes. How do you know this frequency? Our research group observed this signal 3 months ago. The data has yet to be made public. It's a result of theoretical deduction, I replied. Old Qian inhaled deeply and said slowly, tomorrow, come to my office. Bring all your notes and ideas. Then he surveyed the room. What you heard here tonight. Not a word shall be disclosed. This is an order. Everyone nodded in agreement, and the way they looked at me had completely transformed, from skepticism and disdain to awe, curiosity, and even a hint of fear. Mr. Qian exchanged a few hushed words with Zhao Qiming before taking his leave. The moment he departed, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. Mr. Chen, I am from the physics department at Peking University. Mr. Chen, our company is investing in quantum computing. Mr. Chen, I found myself encircled by eager individuals. Lin Weiwei stood at the periphery, observing me as I effortlessly conversed with various elite figures, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Half an hour later, I concocted an excuse to extricate myself and stepped onto the terrace to catch my breath. The night was profound, with city lights sprawling like a river of stars. Footsteps approached from behind. You always surprise me, Lin Weiwei remarked, leaning against the railing. Before tonight, I thought you were merely fortunate. She turned to me, her gaze revealing her newfound realization. You are not just lucky, you are genuinely exceptional. I remained silent. I've always thought you were remarkable, she continued. While others indulged in play, you were engrossed in profound literature. I remember asking what you were reading. And you mentioned a brief history of time. We were only in our second year of high school then. I remember. Of course, you do, she smiled. I recall you tutoring me in physics, presenting 3 solutions to a mechanics problem. I wondered how much knowledge was contained within your mind. We shared a moment of silence, gazing at the traffic below. Chen Mo, she suddenly inquired, have you been delving into these studies all these years? Was delivering takeout merely a facade? The question was challenging to answer. Everyone walks their own path. I eventually replied, my journey may be rather convoluted. She nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Next week is the school anniversary. Will you be speaking? I haven't decided yet. You should, she stated earnestly. Let those who once underestimated you witness what true genius looks like. I chuckled, you seem more excited than I am. She hesitated. Feel it's unfair for you to remain in obscurity. You deserve recognition. The terrace door swung open once more, and Zhao Qiming stepped out. Apologies for the intrusion, he said. Chen Mo, Mr. Qian just called, instructing me to ensure all your needs are met. Please, do not hesitate to express any requirements. I need a laboratory, I stated bluntly. And the materials I showed to Mr. Qian earlier. No problem, he replied without hesitation. I have an empty office building in Zhongguancun that can be converted into a lab. Provide me with a list of equipment, and I will arrange for procurement. Zhao Qiming continued without pause. Is there anything else? I pondered for a moment. I need a few individuals, those versed in experimental physics, materials science, and a project manager. I will handle the arrangements, Zhao Qiming noted. With salaries at the industry's highest standards, or rather, double that. Lin Weiwei suddenly interjected, I can assist. I minored in project management in college and currently coordinate projects at my company. Zhao Qiming glanced between her and me. That is splendid. Weiwei, you will serve as Chun Mo's special assistant, coordinating resources from all sides. The developments unfolded at an astonishing pace. Main mission progress, securing national-level research support. Reward, laboratory, under construction, research team, being assembled. Initial funding of 2 billion yuan, pending approval. Warning, your influence is rapidly expanding, leading to increased fluctuations in reality stability. Suggestion, complete the first reality anchoring within 3 months, or unpredictable consequences may arise. The new system prompt sent a shiver down my spine. Reality anchoring? What could that entail? Chinemo? Lin Weiwei nudged my arm. What's wrong? Nothing, I replied, regaining my focus. Just contemplating the lab. Zhao Qiming patted my shoulder. Don't stress too much. Mr. Qian emphasized that the significance of this project is on par with the historic 2 bombs and 1 satellite. The nation will provide unwavering support. We discussed further details for a while. By 10 o'clock, the salon began to disperse. I picked up the thermos from the corner, preparing to leave. Let me give you a ride, Lin Weiwei offered. No need, I'll bike. On an electric bike? She frowned. At this late hour? I'm used to it. Zhao Qiming handed me a card. This is my driver's number. He's on standby 24/7. Please, stop delivering takeout and focus on your research. I accepted the card. I will still deliver. Some connections are essential. They did not press further. Stepping out into the night, the cold wind bit at me. I navigated through the neon-lit streets on my electric bike, the system's warning echoing in my mind. Reality stability fluctuations? Unpredictable consequences? The allure of dreams becoming reality seemed enchanting, yet evidently not without its costs. As I transformed more impossibilities into possibilities, what would this world become? My phone vibrated. It was a message from Professor Zhang. I have updates on the materials you requested. Dimensional resonance crystals may exist in certain special meteorites. The National Observatory has samples. When can you come to examine them? I replied, tomorrow afternoon. Another message popped up from an unfamiliar number. Mr. Chinemo, we are from the National Security Department. Academician Qian has briefed us on your research. We hope to meet with you tomorrow at 10 to discuss the project's confidentiality level. Location, West Gate of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Someone will be there to assist you. What was meant to come would always arrive. I quickened my pace, weaving through the last few intersections, returning to my aging rented apartment. After parking, I ascended the stairs. The hallway lights were out, cloaked in darkness. As I inserted my key into the lock, I suddenly halted. A sliver of light seeped through the door crack. I distinctly remembered turning off all the lights when I left that morning. Gently pushing the door open, I found a figure facing away from me, standing in front of the bookshelf. You're back? The person turned around, a man in his 30s, clad in an ordinary jacket. Yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Chinemo, we need to talk. About your system. My heart raced. He knew about the system? The man smiled, producing a document from his pocket and placing it on the table. The cover bore a complex emblem, with a line of text beneath, Reality Stability Office. Special Abilities Management Division. The night grew even darker. Chapter 4, The Mysterious Visitor. In the living room. The man who claimed to be from the Reality Stability Office lounged casually on my old sofa, as if he were the master of the house. He picked up a half-open pack of cookies from the coffee table, my late-night snack from the previous evening, and casually broke off a piece, savoring it. Peanut flavor, not bad, he remarked, chewing. He then pulled out an identification card from his pocket and tossed it on the table. Chen Mo, 27 years old. Dropout from the physics department of Yenjing University, currently a full-time delivery rider. Father, Chen Zhangwo, retired worker. Mother, Li Xiulan, deceased. Lives alone, no bad habits, except he paused. A penchant for science fiction and physics papers. I stood at the door, still holding the thermos. Breaking and entering is illegal. Strictly speaking, it's not breaking in. The man replied with a grin. Your roommate let me in. I have no roommate. You do. He pointed to the corner. The one who moved out 3 years ago left me the key. I set the thermos down and took a seat across from him. So who exactly are you? Zhou Zheng, he introduced formally, Level 3 Specialist at the Reality Stability Office, Special Abilities Management Division. You can call me Old Zhou, or he winked, Uncle Zhou. If you prefer, I'm 10 years your senior. Warning, high-level reality intervention detected. Suggestion, remain vigilant, but attempt to communicate. The system had actively alerted me. How do you know about the existence of the system? I asked directly. Old Zhou raised an eyebrow. Finally, we're getting to the crux of the matter. He leaned forward. Chen Mo, you are neither the first nor will you be the last. He retrieved a tablet from his briefcase, swiped through a few screens, and handed it to me. The display showcased a series of photographs and files. A middle-aged woman capable of accelerating plant growth through sheer will. Discovered while cultivating 2-meter-high tomatoes on her balcony. A high school student who dreamt of winning lottery numbers, accurately predicting the results 3 times in succession, subsequently apprehended. A retired physics teacher who unexpectedly gained the ability to slow down time, nearly causing a temporal anomaly in the entire neighborhood. These individuals were all reality distorters. Lao Zhou reclaimed the tablet, noting their diverse abilities and mysterious origins. However, they shared a commonality. Their emergence rendered the surrounding reality unstable. He gestured towards the ceiling. Take that couple above you, who inexplicably began arguing in fluent French last night, despite not having passed their English Level 4 exam. Then there was the dog belonging to Mr. Wang downstairs, which today unexpectedly announced the arrival of takeout. A chill ran down my spine. Was it because of me? Bingo. Lao Zhou snapped his fingers. Your boastful manifestation system essentially modifies localized reality. When the extent or frequency of such modifications becomes excessive, it precipitates overflow effects, impacting innocent bystanders. He rose and paced in the cramped living room, adding, our office's duty is to ensure these anomalies do not trigger a large-scale collapse of reality. To put it simply, we are the firefighters of reality. So you intend to contain me? I asked calmly. Contain? Lao Zhou chuckled. No. We are not that kind of mysterious organization from the movies. We are a service-oriented government agency, dedicated to serving the people. He resumed his seat, his expression growing more serious. Chen Mo, we have conducted an investigation into you. From the hotel alumni meeting to tonight's academic salon, your performance has been rather exceptional, especially with academician Qian Shouzhua personally vouching for you, which puts us in a difficult position. Difficult? I echoed. According to protocol, a reality distorter of your caliber must undergo at least 3 months of observational assessment, during which you are prohibited from utilizing your abilities. Lao Zhou spread his hands. However, right now, academician Qian, Zhao Qiming, and even Qinghua are all monitoring you. Any forced intervention on our part could lead to unnecessary complications. He fixed his gaze on me. Thus, we wish to discuss a collaboration. What kind of collaboration? First, you will need to regularly report on your use of abilities, particularly any situations that might provoke large-scale reality shifts, which must be reported in advance. Second, we will assign an observer to you, responsible for documentation and, if necessary, intervention. Third, Lao Zhou's expression turned mischievous. You will assist us in resolving a few minor issues. What issues? Lao Zhou produced another document from his briefcase. In the past 3 months, there have been 37 reported anomalies nationwide. 6 of these pertain to physical laws. And we suspect 1 or more reality distorters are responsible. He slid the document towards me. As I opened it, the first page made my pupil's contract. In a certain area of Qinghai, there was a localized gravity anomaly, where stones floated 3 meters above the ground for 15 minutes before returning to normal. 7 witnesses had signed confidentiality agreements. In a Shanghai laboratory, a novel superconducting material unexpectedly achieved room temperature superconductivity without external stimulus, only to fail 23 seconds later. The experimental data had been encrypted and sealed. In Harbin, a middle school student solved a millennium-old mathematical conundrum but refused to disclose his method, claiming he was taught in a dream. I looked up. Do you think these incidents are related to me? Uncertain, but they all exhibit signs of reality distortion, Lao Zhou replied. We need capable individuals to assist in the investigation, and you, with your scientific background and ability to modify reality, are an ideal candidate. Side quest triggered. Investigate anomalous phenomena. Reward. Unlock corresponding privileges based on investigation results. Warning. This task involves other reality distorters. Danger level, medium. The system's notification startled me. I pondered for a moment. What if I decline? Lao Zhou shrugged. Then we would have no choice but to follow protocol. 3 months of observational assessment during which you cannot conduct any research, cannot interact with academician Qian or Zhao Qiming, and cannot participate in the school anniversary speech. Oh, and by the way, we will also intervene to cancel your meeting with the National Security Department tomorrow. He delivered this casually, but each word felt like a hammer striking my heart. You are threatening me. I am stating facts, Lao Zhou replied, still smiling. Chinemo, I admire you. To transform from a mere delivery person to a genius recognized by Qian Shoujua is, in itself, a miracle. Yet miracles also require oversight. He stood, walking to the window to gaze at the night outside. Do you know why it's called reality stabilization? Because reality is akin to a taut net, with each person being a knot in that net. When one knot is suddenly pulled, the entire net may distort or tear. He turned back to face me. Your ability is a force pulling at this net. We do not know how much tension it can withstand, hence the necessity for caution. Silence enveloped the room. Finally, I spoke. Who will the observer be? Lao Zhou smiled. You will find out tomorrow. For now, let's sign an agreement. He extracted yet another document from his seemingly bottomless briefcase. I took it, scanning it quickly. The terms were not overly harsh: regular reporting, acceptance of observation, and assistance in investigations. In exchange, the office would provide necessary support, including but not limited to information, resources, and protection in exceptional circumstances. What if I encounter danger during the investigation? I inquired. The observer will protect you, Lao Zhou assured me. Of course, you must also learn to protect yourself. By the way, he pointed to his head. Your system should encompass more than mere manifestation of boasts, right? Does it have combat modules? Defensive functions? A chill ran through me, though I maintained my composure. What need is there for combat modules and delivery? Haha, keep pretending, Lao Zhou laughed. Would someone who can instantly grasp quantum physics not possess some means of self-defense? I don't believe it. His smile faded. Sign, Chen Mo. This is the most advantageous choice for you. Otherwise, he left the sentence hanging, but the implication was clear. I picked up the pen and signed my name on the final page. A wise choice. Lao Zhou collected the document. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning. At the west gate of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, you will meet the observer. By the way, your meeting with the National Security Department will proceed as scheduled. We will coordinate accordingly. He approached the door, turning back once more. By the way, how is your speech for the school anniversary coming along? Do you need my assistance in refining it? I can guarantee an explosive effect. No need. Do as you wish. He opened the door. Good night, Mr. Chun. Sweet dreams. Though for you, dreams and reality may not differ much. As the door closed, silence reclaimed the room. I sat on the sofa, my mind racing. The reality stabilization office. Other reality distorters, anomalous phenomena. This world was far more intricate than I had imagined. Agreement has taken effect. Temporary privilege granted. Reality distorter database. Partial access. Warning. The office may have hidden clauses embedded within the agreement. Vigilance is advised. The system's prompt made me furrow my brow. Hidden clauses? My phone vibrated suddenly. It was a message from Lin Weiwei. The laboratory venue has been preliminarily confirmed. Chairman Zhao arranged for it to be on the 12th floor of the Zhongguancun Entrepreneurship Building, covering an area of 2,000 square meters. Should we go take a look tomorrow? I replied. All right, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She sent another message. Also, Chairman Zhao mentioned that the National Security Department contacted him, and tomorrow's meeting may involve project confidentiality levels. Be prepared. Understood. I set my phone down and walked to the window. The city's lights still sparkled brilliantly, but to me, they were now tinged with a different hue. Reality is akin to a web, and at present, I find myself both ensnared within it and engaged in the weaving of a new tapestry. At precisely 9:50 the following morning, I arrived punctually at the west gate of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. A black sedan awaited my arrival. The window descended, revealing a familiar visage, Professor Zhou, the bespectacled academic from last night's scholarly salon. Momentarily taken aback, I swiftly grasped the situation. You are the observer? A temporary adjunct. He clarified. Professor Zhou, or Zhou Mingyu, adjusted his glasses and informed me that old Zhou believed I required a partner with an academic background, hence my summoning. Please, get in. The national security personnel are already awaiting us. I settled into the passenger seat as the car glided smoothly into motion. So, you are not an ordinary professor. I remarked. I am a researcher at the Institute of Theoretical Physics, a specially invited consultant for the Reality Stability Office, and a technological advisor for the Security Department. Zhou Mingyu enumerated his titles, adding another, your observer and scientific consultant. He turned to me, stating, Old Zhou should have briefed you on the basic details. I wish to emphasize that I hope for our collaboration to be marked by candor on scientific matters. I find your theories quite intriguing. I assumed you harbored doubts about me yesterday, I responded. Doubt is inherent to the nature of scientists, Zhou Mingyu acknowledged, yet I place greater faith in evidence. The manner in which you identified the errors in Wang Han's paper could not have been executed by an amateur. The vehicle veered into a heavily guarded street and halted before an unassuming gray building. Zhou Mingyu presented his credentials, and after traversing 3 layers of security checks, we were ushered into a conference room. Seated within were 3 individuals, a middle-aged man clad in military uniform, a bespectacled civilian official, and Qian Lao. I was taken aback. Academician Qian Shouzhua occupied the seat of honor, nodding in my direction. You've arrived? Please, take a seat. Young Chun, today's meeting will determine the extent of your future endeavors. The military officer spoke, Comrade Chinimo. I am Director Li of the Technology Security Bureau within the Security Department. Academician Qian has thoroughly reported on the value of your research. Following our assessment, we have resolved to classify your project as top secret. The civilian official extended a document. This is a non-disclosure agreement. Upon signing, you will enjoy the privileges accorded to national-level researchers and must adhere to all confidentiality regulations. Under no circumstances may you disclose any research details without prior approval. I glanced at Zhou Mingyu, who gave a slight nod. I signed. Director Li continued. The project code is Heaven's Canopy, and you are the principal investigator. Academician Qian will serve as the scientific advisor, while Professor Zhou will assist. Zhao Qiming's company will provide the equipment and facilities. But all research outcomes will belong to the state. He paused. Additionally, based on Academician Qian's suggestion, we have made adjustments to your speech for the anniversary celebration. Adjustments? I inquired. Here is the speech draft. Academician Qian personally handed me a document. We have retained the scientific essence of your original manuscript while embellishing it with additional projections. I skimmed the draft, recognizing my theoretical framework supplemented with grandiose assertions, such as the potential for a quantum communication revolution within a decade and the possibility of novel solutions to energy dilemmas. Such statements felt exaggerated, perhaps mere seeds nourishing the system. We have assessed that these assertions lie within acceptable parameters and will not provoke significant real-world upheaval, Zhou Mingyu elucidated, while simultaneously empowering your capacity for grand claims, thereby advancing your research. They had even considered this aspect. I require a team, I stated. The roster is here. Academician Qian produced another document. We have assembled 12 top scholars from premier universities and research institutes across the nation, covering diverse fields including physics, materials science, and engineering. They will begin arriving tomorrow. The efficiency was astonishing. The meeting lasted an hour. As it concluded, Director Li grasped my hand. Comrade Chinimo, the nation requires geniuses like you. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. I comprehended the weight of his words. Emerging from the building, the sunlight was somewhat blinding. Zhou Mingyu caught up to me. Shall we visit the laboratory this afternoon? I'll accompany you. Certainly. Perhaps we can discuss those anomalous phenomena on the way, he suggested. I have some new data that may pique your interest. We entered the vehicle, and Zhou Mingyu opened his laptop, revealing several encrypted files. This incident occurred just last week. He indicated a satellite image of a certain Gobi Desert in Xinjiang, where a perfect circular area, 3 kilometers in diameter, had abruptly manifested, with all objects within turning blue. Blue? I echoed, incredulously. Literally. Rocks, plants, and even a passing wild camel, all transformed into a deep shade of blue. 24 hours later, everything returned to normal. Zhou Mingyu's expression grew grave. The most peculiar aspect is that an abnormal fluctuation in the gravitational field was detected within that area. I scrutinized the photograph. It resembles some form of dying effect, more akin to a modification of local physical constants, he replied. The light frequency and the material's reflectivity have altered. Anomalous phenomenon data detected. Current analysis matches with a 73 probability. Localized reality distortion, potentially induced by color dimension interference. Recommendation: on-site investigation, sample collection. The system rendered its professional assessment. And this, Zhou Mingyu switched files to reveal a small town in Hunan, where for 3 consecutive days, all timepieces ran 17 minutes behind standard time. It was not a malfunction. All timing devices, mechanical clocks, digital watches, mobile phones, and even atomic clocks had their remote calibration signals disrupted. The temporal anomaly, he confirmed. Indeed. Zhou Mingyu closed his laptop. Chinimo, these phenomena are becoming increasingly frequent and systematic. The office has reason to suspect that someone is intentionally testing a certain capability, or what? I prompted. Or preparing to undertake a significant endeavor. Zhou Mingyu gazed out the window, one that could alter the very fabric of our world. The vehicle descended into the underground garage of the Zhongguancun Entrepreneurship Building. The elevator ascended directly to the 12th floor. When the doors opened, I was struck dumb. The 2,000 square meter space had been nearly finished with renovations. The areas were distinctly delineated: theoretical computation zone, materials preparation area, optical laboratory, and low-temperature experimental apparatuses were being brought in. Lin Weiwei was directing workers in arranging equipment. And upon noticing us, she hurried over. Chunemo, Professor Zhou, she wiped her brow. The progress is ahead of schedule. Most equipment will be in place within 3 days. Academician Qian specifically instructed that your needs be prioritized. She handed me a tablet. Here is the equipment list. Let me know if anything is missing. I glanced over the list, which nearly encompassed all the apparatuses required for a top-tier physics laboratory, even including several specialized instruments I had only mentioned on the materials list yesterday. How did you procure all this so swiftly? I inquired. National resources, Zhou Mingyu succinctly explained. When a project is designated as a priority, the allocation of resources exceeds your imagination. I strolled around the laboratory. Workers were installing a low-temperature refrigeration unit, while on the other side, several technicians were calibrating the optical platform. In a corner, a separate area had been reserved, marked as the principal investigator's office. Pushing the door open, I found it rather simple. A desk, 2 computers, a bookshelf, and a set of modest sofas. Yet, the view outside was splendid, offering a sweeping vista of much of Zhongwanken. Do you like it? Lin Weiwei inquired, entering behind me. It's excellent, I replied. Thank you. She smiled. It's my duty. Oh, by the way, the anniversary preparation committee has reached out to me again, confirming your final speech draft. Academician Qian said you could choose which version to use. I approached the window, observing the bustling crowd below. Just 3 days ago, I was among them, a hurried delivery worker striving for a living. Now, I stand here poised to deliver a speech that could potentially change the world, armed with national-level resources and surrounded by esteemed scholars and assistants. All of this originates from an absurd system, the manifestation of boasting. I said, but I wish to add something. What shall I add? I turned to face her and Zhou Mingyu. I intend to conduct a live experiment at the conclusion of my speech. Zhou Mingyu frowned. What kind of experiment? A small demonstration, I replied, to prove that my theory transcends mere conjecture. This requires formal approval. Zhou Mingyu stated solemnly, any public display of abilities must undergo an assessment by the office. I will manage the scale, I assure you. It will merely be a visual effect. In truth, I had already conceived my plan. If I am to boast, let it be grand. If I am to strike back, let it be against everyone. Zhou Mingyu scrutinized me for a few moments before finally nodding. I will report this. However, should the assessment deem the risk too great, it must be cancelled. Agreed. Lin Weiwei glanced at me and then at Zhou Mingyu, seemingly sensing the unspoken understanding between us, yet refraining from inquiring further. I shall take my leave now, she stated, exiting the office. The room was left with just Zhou Mingyu and me. Chen Mo, he suddenly said, do you know why the office is so lenient with you? Because of old Qian? Not solely. Zhou Mingyu lowered his voice. We have detected a 300 increase in the frequency of anomalous phenomena globally over the past month, 17 of which have occurred in China. He moved to the window, standing beside me. There is evidence suggesting that these anomalies are not of natural origin. Someone is manipulating them, testing the limits of reality distortion. Their objective, he paused, may align with yours, to alter the fundamental rules of the world. Do you suspect me? No. Zhou Mingyu shook his head. The timelines do not align. However, the office believes your emergence is not coincidental. Perhaps you are a balancing force. He patted my shoulder. Prepare well for the anniversary speech. It may be more than just a speech. What will it be? Zhou Mingyu smiled slightly. A declaration. An announcement to those lurking in the shadows. Here exists a power capable of standing against them. After he departed, I stood alone in the office. Outside the window, the setting sun cast a golden hue over the city. I opened the system interface, observing the newly appeared options. Reality distorter network, disconnected. Anomaly database, partially accessible. Ability development module, unlocking. And at the bottom, a line of small text indicated. Time remaining until first reality anchoring. 89 days, 23 hours, 47 minutes. Time was slipping away, and I needed to be prepared to face a wholly new world. A world where reality could be altered and rules could be rewritten. The anniversary speech would be my first step, my inaugural greeting to this new world. Chapter 5. The Anniversary Speech. On the anniversary day, the grand auditorium of Yenjing University was filled to capacity, accommodating 2,000 attendees, with numerous students standing in the aisles. In the front row sat school leaders, notable alumni, and special guests including academician Qian, Zhao Qiming, along with several individuals I had only seen on the news the previous night. I sat in the backstage lounge, holding the final version of my speech. Nervous? Lin Weiwei offered me a bottle of water. She was dressed in an appropriate professional outfit, attending as my assistant. A bit, I admitted. It was not the speech itself that unnerved me, but rather the impending live experiment. Zhou Mingyu had informed me only last night that the office had approved the assessment, but cautioned that the impact must be strictly controlled. The door opened, and Zhou Mingyu entered, holding a tablet. Latest news, there are at least 3 potential reality-distorting entities among the audience. And he lowered his voice. A few representatives from international research institutions have arrived, including members from CERN and MIT. What brings them here? Invited by old Qian, Zhou Mingyu replied, he stated. If we are to showcase, let it be for the world to see. I took a deep breath. Very well. The host began the introduction, Next, please welcome our esteemed alumnus from the class of 2018. Mr. Chun Mo. Mr. Chun Mo excelled during his studies and is currently engaged in cutting-edge research in physics, having recently made significant breakthroughs in theoretical physics. Polite applause erupted from the audience, mingled with hushed whispers. I adjusted my suit, a gift from Zhao Qiming. It fit well, though I was unaccustomed to stepping onto the stage. The spotlight was somewhat blinding. I adjusted the microphone and scanned the audience. In the front row, Li Feng, Lu Yang, and Wang Lei sat together, their expressions complex. Beside them were other high school classmates, all dressed formally, yet at this moment, they gazed up at me with a mix of surprise, confusion, and perhaps a hint of barely concealed envy. Further back, the professors from the physics department, including Professor Zhang, nodded at me, their eyes filled with encouragement. In the far left guest area, academician Qian and Zhao Qiming sat together. Zhao Qiming gave me a thumbs up. I took a deep breath and began. Esteemed teachers, fellow students, and distinguished alumni, greetings. I am Chen Mo, a former student of the class of 2018 from the physics department. The audience fell silent. Standing here, I am filled with sentiment. 3 years ago, I left school due to family circumstances. Since then, I have undertaken various jobs, including food delivery. A slight commotion rippled through the audience. I could see Li Feng exchanging glances with others. Someone might wonder, what relevance does food delivery bear to physics research? I paused. My answer was, everything. Delivering food allowed me to witness the most authentic reality. I observed white-collar workers still toiling at 3 a.m., anxious family members waiting outside hospitals, and individuals hustling for their livelihoods. I also glanced at the front row, at some of my old classmates. Lu Yang's face flushed slightly. But today, I wish to discuss something else. I want to pose a question. Where lies the boundary of science? The screen behind me illuminated, displaying the core equation. This was the question I had been contemplating, one that many physicists pursue throughout their lives. How to unify quantum mechanics and general relativity. How to comprehend the universe's most fundamental laws. The professors from the physics department began to pay closer attention. Traditional thinking posits that we require larger colliders, more precise instruments, and more complex mathematics. Yet perhaps, I switched slides to reveal a photograph of a food delivery scooter navigating the streets. The answer lies right before us. Laughter erupted, the kind that suggests, what is this person even saying? I remained unfazed and continued. While delivering food, I observed the patterns of traffic lights, the fluctuations of traffic flow, the operational dynamics of this complex urban system. Then I suddenly realized, perhaps space-time itself is akin to a system perpetually delivering food. It conveys information, balances energy, and maintains a certain order. This metaphor momentarily silenced the audience. Based on this idea, I re-examined the existing framework of physics. I returned to the equation and discovered that we may have consistently overlooked a critical dimension, the bidirectional feedback between the observer and the system. I began to elucidate the equation, employing the most accessible language possible. 10 minutes later, I noticed several professors from the physics department nodding in agreement, some even taking out their notebooks. Yet, there were also those exhibiting impatience. Mr. Chun, a voice resonated from the audience, belonging to a foreign scholar, Professor Carson from MIT, who inquired through a translator, "Your theory is exquisite. However, science necessitates validation. Do you possess any empirical evidence?" "Indeed," I replied with a smile. "I have prepared a small demonstration for today." I nodded towards the backstage, where staff wheeled out a table draped in black cloth. "Before we commence, may I pose a question to all present? Do you believe that the future can influence the past?" A murmur of discussion rippled through the audience. "There exists a delayed choice experiment in quantum mechanics," Professor Carson interjected, "but that does not truly constitute the future impacting the past. What if I could demonstrate such a phenomenon?" I proposed, unveiling the black cloth. On the table rested 2 transparent glass boxes, each containing a small ball, interconnected by a complex apparatus. "This is an enhanced quantum entanglement generator," I elucidated. "The ball in the left box is labeled A, while the one in the right is labeled B. They are in a state of entanglement. I will randomly decide in 5 seconds whether to observe ball A. The state of ball B will change accordingly 2 seconds prior to my decision, which is 3 seconds from now." Gasps of disbelief arose from the audience. "This is impossible," Professor Carson exclaimed, rising to his feet. "If ball B changes before your decision, it implies that the outcome precedes the cause," I interjected, "or, in other words, that the future influences the past. That is pseudoscience." Another scholar shouted, and even academician Qian furrowed his brow, taken aback by the demonstration's implications. "Let us proceed," I replied with calm assurance. I pressed the remote, and the apparatus began to hum ominously. A countdown appeared on the screen. 5, 4, 3, 2. At the count of 2, the right ball B suddenly emitted a blue light. "Now," I declared, "I will make my choice." My finger hovered over 2 buttons, one for observation, the other for non-observation. I pressed the observation button. The left ball, A, glowed red. Silence fell over the auditorium. According to classical physics, the state of ball A should have been determined the moment I pressed the button, with ball B responding instantaneously. Yet, here was ball B changing first, with my decision occurring 2 seconds later. This apparatus must be pre-programmed. Someone shouted. It could merely be a coincidence. Another suggested. Let us try again, I smiled, inviting a volunteer from the audience to make a random decision. Is there anyone willing to step forward? After a moment of silence, a hand was raised. It was Liu Yang, his expression one of determined skepticism. Liu Yang, I am pleased you could join me, I said. The rules are straightforward. When the countdown concludes, you will randomly select one of these 2 buttons to press. There will be no pattern, purely random. Very well. Liu Yang nodded. The apparatus was reset, and the countdown commenced. 5, 4, 3, 2. Once more, ball B illuminated with a blue light at the count of 2. Liu Yang hesitated for a second, then pressed the observation button. Ball A glowed red. The audience began to stir. Let us do it again, Professor Carson shouted, eager to participate. In the 3rd round, the same outcome emerged. In the 4th round, a physics professor took the stage, and the results remained unchanged. The atmosphere in the auditorium shifted, transitioning from skepticism to shock, then to a palpable fear. This contravenes the law of causality, an elderly professor murmured. No, I interjected, my voice resonating through the microphone. It merely reveals a more comprehensive understanding of causality. In our theory, time is not a unidirectional river, but rather a network capable of bidirectional feedback. The future and the past are perpetually engaged in dialogue at the quantum level. I switched slides to display the theoretical framework. In this model, every act of observation generates ripples simultaneously in both directions along the timeline. What we perceive as cause and effect are merely 2 nodes in this bidirectional process. In the audience, academician Qian rose to his feet. His gaze fixed intently on the equations projected on the screen, though he did not speak. Yet, this demonstration is limited, I continued. It can only showcase microscopic effects. If the theory holds true, then at a grander scale, I paused deliberately, scanning the audience, we should be able to observe temporal feedback effects on a cosmic scale. For instance, human observations on Earth may influence the evolution of galaxies millions of light years away. As I uttered these words, I felt a surge of audacity. Detected colossal exaggeration. Influence on galaxy evolution millions of light years away. Energy requirement, 10,000 points, currently insufficient. Converted to phased objective, observe relevant signs. Commencing absorption of on-site exaggeration energy. The system whirred to life. I sensed the astonishment, skepticism, and curiosity of everyone in the auditorium transforming into energy, flooding into the system. Mr. Chun, Professor Carson spoke again, this time with a tone of newfound respect. Are you suggesting that human observation can influence the universe? Not directly, I corrected him, but rather that the universe inherently possesses this bidirectional feedback mechanism. We merely trigger it. Taking a deep breath, I decided to stoke the flames further, based on this theory. My team is developing a novel mode of communication. Not quantum communication, but temporal communication. The audience erupted in astonishment. Temporal communication? What does that entail? Sending messages to the past? Or to the future? I raised my hand for silence. Details cannot yet be disclosed. However, I can state that if successful, humanity will be able to transmit information across time for the first time. Not mere predictions or inferences, but genuine, bidirectional temporal dialogue. Warning: exaggeration scale exceeds current tolerance limit. Emergency adjustment. Convert to theoretical feasibility study. Supplementary energy acquired. Audience astonishment level reached 97, absorbing surplus energy of 5,000 points. The system's alarm startled me, yet I maintained an outward calm. Of course, this is still a distant prospect. I prudently tempered my assertions, as we have only established the theoretical foundation. The next step involves experimental validation, which will require substantial resources and time. At that moment, academician Qian stood, accepting the microphone from the staff. On behalf of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, I hereby announce the formal establishment of the foundational theoretical research on temporal communication. Chen Mo will serve as the chief scientist for this project, and the nation shall provide full support. With that declaration, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, this time genuine. Reverberating with astonishment, I observed Li Feng and others mechanically clapping, their expressions akin to those struck by lightning. Liu Yang remained on stage, seemingly frozen in disbelief. As the presentation concluded, I found myself encircled by an array of journalists, scholars, and investors, all firing questions at me. Mr. Chun, is temporal communication truly feasible? Does the project require investment? Will you continue your food delivery job? The final inquiry elicited a chuckle from me. Yes, I will, as it keeps me grounded. After finally extricating myself from the throng, I returned backstage with the escort of Zhou Mingyu and Lin Weiwei. Upon entering, Zhou Mingyu shut the door and regarded me with grave seriousness. You nearly triggered a reality collapse. Do you realize how significant the energy fluctuations were just now? The alarms in the office went off. But we succeeded, did we not? I countered. He fell silent for a few moments, shaking his head in resignation. You are truly a madman. Lin Weiwei handed me a bottle of water, her eyes sparkling. But is what he said true? Temporal communication? In theory, it is feasible. I replied. I took a sip of water, aware that there remained much work to be done. Just as I was speaking, there came a knock at the door. Upon opening it, I found Professor Carson and his team standing before me. Mr. Chun, Carson began directly, MIT wishes to collaborate with you. We can provide the world's finest experimental equipment, the most formidable team, and ample funding. Thank you, but I have already. I began, only to be interrupted by Carson. Hear me out. The project can be conducted simultaneously in both China and the United States, with shared results. You would need to spend at least 3 months each year at MIT, with an annual salary of $5 million. Lin Weiwei gasped softly. I shook my head. I'm sorry, Professor Carson, but the project has been classified as a state secret, and I cannot collaborate with foreign institutions. A flicker of disappointment crossed Carson's eyes. Yet he nodded in understanding. At the very least, can we maintain academic communication? We wish to stay informed about your progress. Within the permissible limits, certainly, I replied. After they departed, several other groups arrived, hailing from Europe, Japan, and Russia, all of whom I politely declined. Finally, my old classmates arrived, Li Feng, Wang Lei, and a few others with whom I had shared a decent rapport in the past. Chen Mo, Li Feng began, his tone complex. Congratulations. Truly. We are all happy for you. Thank you, I responded. Wang Lei adjusted his glasses. What I previously said about work was not meant in that way. I understand. I interrupted. It's all in the past. Liu Yang was the last to enter, holding a cup of water, his expression awkward. Mo. You were a tremendous help today, I interjected. That presentation required genuine randomness, and your involvement was crucial. His eyes lit up, really? Indeed. The atmosphere lightened a bit. We exchanged pleasantries about our recent lives, they offered their blessings, and then departed. As I closed the door, silence enveloped the room at last. Zhou Mingyu glanced at the tablet. The video of your presentation has gone viral across the internet. The office is managing public opinion, emphasizing the scientific value while downplaying the specifics of time communication. What is the effect? I inquired. Explosive, Zhou Mingyu replied. Your name is currently the most searched in the global scientific community. He paused. Additionally, we have detected unusual fluctuations in 7 locations worldwide during your presentation. What do you mean? I asked. When you mentioned time communication, the gravity anomaly in Shanghai reappeared for 30 seconds. And the superconducting materials in the Shanghai lab activated once more. There were 5 other locations. Zhou Mingyu's expression grew serious. This is no coincidence, Chen Mo. Your words are genuinely affecting reality. A shock coursed through me. Moreover, he continued, we have detected another force attempting to respond to your words. Like radio frequency modulation. You emitted a signal, and someone is trying to receive it. Other reality distorters? Not just that. Zhou Mingyu called up datagraphs. This force is powerful and highly organized. The office suspects the existence of a systematic organization of reality distorters who have been waiting for a signal. He looked at me. And your speech today may have been that signal. Outside, the night deepened. The lights of the auditorium gradually dimmed, and the campus returned to tranquility. Yet, I knew that from this night forward, everything had changed. My phone vibrated with an encrypted message. Mr. Chun, we have heard your call. The gate of time is about to open. Are you ready to become the gatekeeper? The Society of Time? Zhou Mingyu's face paled upon seeing the message. They contacted you? Who are they? A legendary organization. Zhou Mingyu's voice was hoarse. The office has tracked them for a decade, only knowing their name. The Time Truth Research Society. We suspect that most global anomalies are linked to them. Another message arrived. The anniversary celebration was splendid, but the true test has only just begun. 3 months from now, on the night of the winter solstice, at the site of the Beijing Positron-Electron Collider, we await you. The message self-destructed 5 seconds later. Zhou Mingyu immediately called headquarters. Target has received a message from the Society of Time. Location confirmed, time confirmed. Requesting activation of Level 1 response. He hung up the phone and turned to me. Chen Mo, you've been marked. I moved to the window, gazing at the campus cloaked in night. 3 months from now, on the night of the winter solstice, coinciding with the system's deadline for reality anchoring. Coincidence? Or fate? Tell them, I said, that I will go. Having already boasted of my ambition to alter the rules of the world, I might as well invite the storm to rage even fiercer. After all, for a mad genius, what could be more fascinating than turning every boast into reality? Outside, a shooting star streaked across the night sky, akin to a signal or an omen. Meanwhile, my system interface quietly updated. Main quest updated. Welcome the challenge of the Society of Time. Reward, unknown. Warning, this quest may fundamentally alter the structure of reality. Please choose wisely. I clicked accept. The game had only just begun. Chapter 6, Unknown Reward. The mysterious reward from the system manifested as a palm-sized black cube. Its surface smooth as glass, reflecting no light, or rather, the light it reflected seemed to vanish. What is this? Zhou Mingyu scanned it with various instruments, his expression peculiar. As all readings returned 0. Temperature 0, electromagnetic signal 0, mass indeterminate. It seemed to not exist, yet it was undeniably there. I reached out to touch it. The cube was cold, the kind of cold devoid of warmth. As my fingers made contact with its surface, the system interface suddenly popped up. Fragment of law, LV1, partial correction of time causality. Description, a fragmented manifestation of the basic laws of reality, capable of altering the flow of time and causality within a limited scope. Warning, usage requires immense energy and will produce unpredictable ripples in reality. Current usable instances, 11, recharging in 89 days and 11 hours. Recharging once every 3 months? This meant that by the time I met the Society of Time on the night of the winter solstice, I could use it again. Let me give it a try. I said. Wait. Zhou Mingyu stopped me. Office regulations state that any unknown items must be reported before use. Report? I smiled. I'm reporting right now. I intend to use this cube for an experiment. Without waiting for his response, I concentrated and thought towards the cube. Rewind time in this room by 10 seconds. Nothing happened. No, something did happen. Zhou Mingyu's watch began to spin counterclockwise. The liquid in the coffee cup on the table flowed back into the pot, and the birds outside flew backward, but only for 10 seconds. After that, everything returned to normal. Zhou Mingyu maintained his stance of blocking me, completely unaware of what had transpired. What did you just? He frowned. Did you feel anything? No, I lied. In truth, I had indeed felt time reversing, but only within this room. Moreover, it had consumed the cube's sole usage. Usage record of the fragment of law. Local time reversal of 10 seconds. Reality ripples generated. Slight anomalies expected within 24 hours. Suggestion, record all anomalies for analysis of the fragment's impact range. The system was quite considerate. This thing is too dangerous, Zhou Mingyu stated seriously. It must be handed over to the office for safekeeping. Absolutely not, I replied, concealing the cube. What the system has granted me can only be used by me. To you, it would merely be a rock. He gazed at me for several seconds, finally exhaling a sigh. At the very least, please inform me prior to each use. I need to document the data. Agreed. Just as I was speaking, there was a knock at the laboratory door. Lin Weiwei entered, accompanied by a group of individuals. Shinemo, the project team has arrived. She handed over a list, detailing 12 experts from 7 different institutions, all of whom are luminaries in their respective fields. I cast a glance at the list. Goodness, what a prestigious lineup. A materials science luminary from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a theoretical physics giant from Tsinghua University, an aerospace engineer from Beijing University, and even a philosophy professor reputed to study the philosophy of time. Please have them wait in the conference room, I instructed. I will join shortly. 5 minutes later, I entered the conference room. 12 individuals sat at the long table, their average age exceeding 50. As I, a 27-year-old delivery person, walked in, the atmosphere grew palpable. Greetings, esteemed professors, I am Shinemo. I took my seat at the head of the table, expressing my gratitude for their participation in the Tianxiong project. I understand you may have numerous inquiries. Today, we shall engage in open dialogue. The first to speak was the venerable materials scientist, surnamed Wu, an academician. Comrade Shinemo, I have perused your paper, if it can be termed a paper at all. The theory is audacious, but what of the experiment? You assert the need for dimensional resonance crystals, a material that may theoretically exist, yet has never been discovered in reality. Thus, we must synthesize it, I replied calmly. Synthesize? Academician Wu chuckled. Young man, do you comprehend the magnitude of preliminary research required to synthesize an entirely new material? The crystal structure, synthesis pathways, stability testing. It takes no less than a decade of effort to even scratch the surface. Received boastful energy. 10 years of effort. 3. Transformation. Acquired intuition for material structures, significantly shortening the RD cycle for new materials. The system prompt stirred something within me. Academician Wu, I stated. What if I could provide a complete prediction of the crystal structure, along with 3 viable synthesis pathways? The conference room fell silent. You have already accomplished this. Wu's voice trembled. I opened my laptop and connected it to the projector. The screen displayed intricate molecular structure diagrams, accompanied by detailed predictions of physical properties. This is the potential structure of the dimensional resonance crystal derived from my theoretical model. There are 3 stable configurations, which I have designated as alpha, beta, and gamma types. I began my explanation. 10 minutes later, academician Wu stood up. I need to validate this data. His voice was charged with excitement. If this is true, it will revolutionize the entire field of materials science. The laboratory is ready, I assured him. You can lead your team to commence verification immediately. He nodded and almost dashed out of the conference room. The next to inquire was the theoretical physicist, surnamed Zheng. Known for his rigorous and acerbic demeanor, Chen Mo, within your theoretical framework, the bidirectional feedback mechanism of time lacks mathematical rigor. I require a complete differential geometry proof, including clear definitions of the metric, connection, and curvature tensor. This question was highly specialized and rather challenging. Yet, I possessed the quantum gravity master-level knowledge bestowed by the system. Is this what you are referring to, Professor Zheng? I began inscribing on the whiteboard. Complex formulas flowed from my pen like a river. Not the simplified version I had prepared the previous night, but the complete mathematical structure. Riemannian geometry, fiber bundles, gauge field theory, all manner of advanced mathematical tools were at my fingertips. 15 minutes later, Professor Zheng adjusted his glasses. I will need to return and rederive this. However, at first glance, the mathematics appears to be self-consistent. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted once more. Skepticism began to dissipate, replaced by earnestness and curiosity. What of time communication? Inquired the philosophy professor. This concept itself harbors profound philosophical questions. If the past can be altered, then causality is shattered. Does free will still exist? What becomes of the foundation of ethics? This question sparked a lively debate. Physicists argued from a scientific perspective, while philosophers contended from an ethical standpoint, engaging in fervent discussion. I listened quietly until a voice interjected. Ladies and gentlemen, are we not straying from the topic? The speaker was the project deputy director, surnamed Sun, a middle-aged woman responsible for project management. We are here debating philosophical issues, yet how do we actually advance the project? What is the timeline? The milestones? Resource allocation? She turned to me. Chen Mo, you are the lead. Please provide us with clear directives. All eyes turned toward me. I stood up, approached the whiteboard, and began to write. Phase 1, within 1 month. Complete the mathematical rigorous proof of the theoretical framework. Concurrently initiate attempts to synthesize the dimensional resonance crystal. Phase 2. Within 2 months, construct the first-generation prototype of time communication, even if it can transmit merely a single bit of information. Phase 3. Before the winter solstice. Complete the first experiment of intertemporal communication. The conference room fell silent. You must be mad, Deputy Director Sun stated bluntly. 3 months? To go from theory to prototype? Do you have any idea how many steps this entails? I do, I replied calmly, which is precisely why we need to break the mold. How do we break it? I picked up a glass of water from the table. For instance, we need to test a new material's sensitivity to time. Traditional methods require designing experiments, constructing apparatus, and repeated adjustments, at least 2 weeks. I placed the glass in the center of the table. But what if we employed my method? I concentrated, recalling the sensation of wielding the fragments of the law from the previous night. Although the fragments were currently unusable, the tactile memory of manipulating the laws remained. Detected host attempting to mimic the effects of the law fragments. Warning, attempting to manipulate the laws without fragment support. Success rate 0.01. Suggestion, cease reckless actions. The system issued a warning, but did not completely impede me. I closed my eyes, envisioning the glass of water experiencing a day of accelerated time. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the glass of water. Suddenly, the water within began to diminish at a visibly discernible rate. It was not evaporation. Rather, it appeared as though time itself was being fast-forwarded. 1 minute later, the glass was empty. Residual water stains on the walls of the glass attested to its previous fullness. The conference room was engulfed in silence. Is this magic? Someone murmured. Academician Wu abruptly rushed to the table, grasping the glass to examine it closely, then running his finger along the inner wall. This is real. There are indeed traces of evaporated water, but in 1 minute? This defies thermodynamics. Because I did not cause it to evaporate through thermodynamics, I stated, I accelerated it through time. Professor Zheng's complexion paled. You can manipulate time? Localize time? A little. I conceded, but it consumes a significant amount of energy and cannot be utilized frequently. This was, of course, a fabrication. In truth, I had not done anything. The glass of water was merely a prop, having been accelerated during my experiments with the fragments the previous night, specifically placed here for demonstration. But the effect was striking. Deputy Director Sun returned to her seat, taking a deep breath. I understand now. We are indeed undertaking an unconventional project. She opened her notebook. So, what are the specific divisions of labor for Phase 1? The meeting finally regained its focus. 2 hours later, the preliminary plan was established, tasks were assigned, and the meeting was adjourned. After the crowd dispersed, Zhou Mingyu entered, his expression grim. What was that you just did? Time manipulation? Did you utilize the fragments? No. I replied honestly, that was merely a residual effect from last night. He scrutinized me for several seconds before finally sighing. I detected abnormal energy fluctuations. Although not at the fragment level, they are still sufficiently dangerous. The office requires you to undergo a comprehensive physical examination every week, including tests for reality stability. What is reality stability testing? It measures the solidity of the reality surrounding you. Zhou Mingyu elucidated that the prolonged utilization of a reality distorter's capabilities renders the surrounding reality increasingly fragile, much like paper that has been repeatedly folded. It ultimately bears creases. He handed over a report. Your preliminary test results are in. The reality stability index stands at 87, with a normal individual scoring 100. What does 87 signify? I inquired. It indicates that slight anomalies have begun to manifest in your surroundings, Zhou Mingyu replied. For instance, your phone may occasionally receive calls that haven't been made yet. Your food delivery might arrive ahead of the customer placing the order. A peculiar order from this morning resurfaced in my mind. A client had noted, "Please hurry, I have to leave in 10 minutes, yet upon my arrival. She claimed she hadn't placed an order at all. Will these anomalies intensify? I asked. Yes, as you continue to wield your abilities, Zhou Mingyu stated gravely. Should the index drop below 70, severe disruptions in physical laws may occur, leading to a chaotic causal relationship. Falling below 50 could result in your expulsion from reality. Expulsion? I echoed, bewildered. Literally, Zhou Mingyu affirmed. You would find yourself unable to interact with the normal world. Doors would refuse to open, as the locks forget how to unlock. Food would be ineatable, as your stomach denies it as sustenance. Even the air would become unbreathable, with oxygen molecules rejecting your inhalation. It sounded terrifying. But can reality anchoring resolve this issue? I queried. In theory, Zhou Mingyu nodded. Through a comprehensive and large-scale alteration of reality, your existence could be reaccepted by it. Akin to redrawing a crease on paper to make it plausible. I pondered deeply. 3 months hence, reality anchoring, temporal logic meetings, and the winter solstice night, all seemed to converge upon a singular node. Oh, by the way, Zhou Mingyu recalled, your high school classmate Li Feng just contacted the office. What does he want? I asked. He wishes to reach out to you through us. Zhou Mingyu's expression was subtle. He would like to invite you to an investment presentation. Their company is currently seeking funding and hopes to leverage your reputation to attract investors. I chuckled. How does he know your contact information? He certainly does not know the office's details. He reached out to me as a researcher at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Zhou Mingyu explained. Would you like to decline? No, I replied. I shall attend. Why? Do you wish to assist them? I am curious to see what transpires when a person who has made grandiose claims sits in the audience and listens to others boast, I remarked. Zhou Mingyu paused, then laughed. Cunning. Chun Mo very well. I shall make arrangements. When shall it be? Tomorrow afternoon, perhaps. The laboratory has just commenced, and I happen to be free. Do you require my company? No, I stated. This time, I shall go alone. At 2 o'clock the following afternoon, I arrived at another conference room in the International Trade Center Phase 3. Upon my entrance, I found over 20 individuals already seated. Li Feng stood at the front, clad in a suit, expounding upon his PowerPoint presentation. Our company's core advantage lies in the fusion of artificial intelligence and big data, he articulated confidently. I settled into a corner seat. Liu Yang and Wang Lei were present as well and appeared awkward upon noticing me. I nodded in their direction. Li Feng's presentation was captivating, replete with detailed data and promising prospects. Investors nodded in agreement until the Q&A segment commenced. An investor raised his hand. Mr. Li, you mentioned that your technical team is supported by world-class experts. Could you elaborate? Li Feng smiled. Of course. We have collaborations with several top universities both domestically and internationally, including Tsinghua University, Peking University, and... Suddenly, he spotted me and his eyes lit up. For instance, one of our old classmates, Mr. Chun Mo, has recently made groundbreaking achievements in theoretical physics. We are currently in talks for collaboration, potentially applying his cutting-edge theories to optimize our algorithms. All eyes in the room turned towards me. Detected large-scale boasting, negotiation for collaboration, application of theories, energy absorption in progress, transformation, acquired the ability to identify commercial fraud, capable of discerning all false commercial promotions. The system granted me such an ability. I slowly rose to my feet. Li Feng's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Chun Mo, would you like to say a few words? I approached the front and took the microphone. What Li Feng just mentioned, I began, is half true and half false. A stir rippled through the audience. The true part is that I am indeed his old classmate, I continued. The false part is that we have no collaboration discussions, and my theories are entirely unsuitable for their algorithms. Li Feng's face paled. Chun Mou. However, I pivoted my statement. Since Mr. Li holds my theories in such high regard, I can demonstrate live the practical applications my research may yield. I produced my phone, which was actually a specialized detection device crafted by Zhou Mingyu, resembling a smartphone but capable of displaying various data. Mr. Li, you mentioned that your company experiences an annual revenue growth rate of 300? I inquired. Yes, indeed, he confirmed. I activated the screen. The data scrolling dynamically. According to public data and my model calculations, the actual growth rate is 47. Furthermore, 32 of that stems from related transactions, specifically, revenue generated from your company purchasing from another company you have invested in. The investors began to stir restlessly. Moreover, you claim to have 5 patents. In reality, only one has been authorized, while the others are still pending. And this particular patent, I paused for effect, was declared invalid just last week due to a lack of originality. Beads of sweat formed on Li Feng's forehead. Chen Mo, these are all trade secrets. How do you? In my theory, there exists a branch dedicated to verifying information authenticity, I replied nonchalantly. Simply put, I can assess the credibility of information through data analysis. This was, of course, a fabrication. The data had all been meticulously gathered by Zhou Mingyu in advance. Yet, the investors present were none the wiser. Finally, I directed my gaze towards Li Feng. You personally have an off-the-books loan of 3.5 million yuan, due in 3 months, with an interest rate of 24, maturing next week. Meanwhile, your company's cash reserves are insufficient, totaling less than 2 million. The room erupted into chaos. Investors stood up, confronting Li Feng, and the atmosphere grew tumultuous. I set down the microphone and exited the conference room. Lu Yang and Wang Lei pursued me. Mo Gu, wait a moment. Lu Yang caught up. Li Feng may have exaggerated, but by dismantling his presentation like that, his company could collapse. I halted. Do you know what he borrowed the money for? Both shook their heads. Gambling, I stated. In Macau, he lost over 4 million last month. That loan was to cover his losses. Their expressions shifted dramatically. I investigated these matters not to ruin him, I said calmly, but to prevent more investors from being deceived. If you genuinely care for him, advise him to liquidate the company. He might still retain some capital. With that, I turned and departed. As I reached the elevator, my phone vibrated. It was Zhou Mingyu. How did it go? Satisfying. It was acceptable, I replied candidly, though it felt rather too effortless. Be content. For an ordinary person, gathering that information would require immense effort. Zhou Mingyu chuckled. By the way, there has been progress in the laboratory. Academician Wu's team has synthesized the first candidate crystal. Though it remains unstable, we have detected peculiar signals. What kind of signals? I inquired. Signals that seem to originate from the future. Zhou Mingyu's tone grew solemn. At the moment of synthesis, the crystal recorded a series of rhythmic pulses. Once we decoded it, we discovered it was binary code, the content being. He paused. See you in 3 months. Once more, 3 months later. The elevator doors opened, and I stepped inside, gazing at my reflection. The boasting system, the fragments of laws, the temporal logic meetings, the reality anchoring. Everything seemed to be converging towards an inevitable conclusion. What I can do is to grow sufficiently strong before that conclusion arrives. Strong enough to manifest all the cattle into reality. Strong enough to face the council of time on the night of the winter solstice and confidently proclaim, "Come, let me see the surprises you have prepared." The elevator descends. Numbers flickering, akin to a countdown, yet also resembling a proclamation. The game continues, and I find myself becoming increasingly immersed in it. Chapter 7. Welcome to the game. See you in 3 months? I gazed at the binary decoding results on the screen, my mind racing. This could either be a prank or a moment recorded instantaneously by the crystalline synthesis. Zhou Mingyu pointed to the experimental data. The pulse lasted for 3 nanoseconds. The frequency residing in the terahertz band, precisely at the resonance frequency of the crystal. It was as if someone was broadcasting at that frequency, capturing the moment the crystal was born. A transmission from the future? I frowned. It was too insane? Zhou Mingyu chuckled wryly. After spending time with you, my definition of insanity has transformed. As long as the laws of physics have not completely collapsed, I still consider it somewhat normal. I approached the observation window. Inside the laboratory, academician Wu's team was meticulously handling a crystal the size of a fingernail, deep blue, refracting a rainbow-like luster under specific lighting. Have any other anomalies been detected? I inquired. Plenty. Zhou Mingyu brought up the monitoring data. During the existence of the crystal, there was a deviation in the flow of time in the laboratory by 0.00003. The gravitational fluctuations within 3 meters were 0.05. The strangest part was, He switched to a segment of surveillance footage. Look here. The screen displayed the moment the crystal was born. All clocks in the laboratory, the wall clocks, the researchers' watches. The computer time simultaneously jumped forward by 0.7 seconds. It wasn't a pause. It was a leap, as if a segment of video had been edited out. No one noticed. Zhou Mingyu remarked, including academician Wu himself. Only the instruments recorded this anomaly. I stared at the crystal. It lay quietly in a specially designed container, resembling an ordinary gem. Yet, I knew it was anything but ordinary. What can it do? I asked. We don't know yet. Zhou Mingyu shook his head. Academician Wu's team is still testing. However, preliminary tests indicate it may be capable of storing time. Storing time? Like a battery storing electricity? He explained. We exposed the crystal to environments with varying flow rates of time using your previous method of localized time manipulation. Although the effect is slight, it is effective. We discovered that the internal structure of the crystal changes, akin to being charged. Then, under certain conditions, it can release the stored time, resulting in a change in the flow rate of time in that locality. A crystal that can store and release time. This transcends physics. Could it be magic? Zhou Mingyu articulated my thoughts. Old Qian said, when technology becomes sufficiently advanced, it is indistinguishable from magic. Perhaps we have merely uncovered a more profound physical law. As we spoke, gasps echoed through the laboratory. The surveillance footage revealed the crystal suddenly beginning to emit light, not reflected light, but self-luminous, flickering like a firefly. What is happening? Zhou Mingyu seized the intercom. Academician Wu's voice responded, unclear. The crystal has suddenly begun to radiate actively. Spectral analysis indicates it is an encoded signal, the same as the signals captured earlier. Decoded. Minutes later, the results emerged. This time, it was not binary, but a string of numbers, 399042 N116, 4074 E202 31222 235959. Coordinates and time. Zhou Mingyu promptly pinpointed the location on the map, the site of the Beijing positron-electron collider. The time was the winter solstice night, 23:59, coinciding with the message I had received. This is an invitation, I whispered. The Council of Time is informing me that they know what we are doing, and they are aware the crystal has been born. They are saying, we are watching you. Zhou Mingyu's expression turned grave. We need to enhance security. This level of information infiltration. It's futile, I shook my head. If the other party can send messages to the past, any security measures are rendered ineffective. They could have laid their plans a decade ago, setting traps before we were even born. In the laboratory, the crystal's glow gradually dimmed, returning to tranquility. Yet, everyone understood that something had changed. What shall we do next? Zhou Mingyu asked. I glanced at the time. Next, I need to deliver takeout. Now, are you joking? System task, I opened my phone, which displayed a new task, daily task, complete 3 takeout deliveries, maintain connection with reality. Reward, reality stability 1. Maintain connection with reality? Zhou Mingyu frowned. The system states that excessive detachment from daily life may lead to the failure of reality anchoring. I explained, just like a kite needs a string. I must keep in contact with the lives of ordinary people. He sighed. Do you need someone to follow you? No need. This time, I want to go alone. Stepping out of the laboratory building, the autumn sun was somewhat blinding. I mounted the electric bike, still the same one, though Zhou Mingyu had arranged modifications. Now, the bike was bulletproof, equipped with GPS, and had an emergency button for calling for support. The first delivery was to a CBD office building. Your meal has arrived. I handed the takeout to the front desk. The young girl stared at me, suddenly widening her eyes. You are that speaker from the anniversary speech. Chinemo. I smiled. Please leave a good review. Absolutely. She exclaimed, pulling out her phone. Can we take a picture together? I watched your speech. It was so impactful. Is time communication really possible? Theoretically, yes, I replied. In practice, there is still a long way to go. That is still pretty cool. She said, you know, my boyfriend is a physics major, and he says your theory might win a Nobel Prize. Received boasting energy, Nobel Prize 2. Conversion, academic reputation slightly increased. The system truly absorbs energy anytime, anywhere. The second delivery was to an old residential building. An elderly gentleman opened the door, struggling with mobility. Young man, thank you. He said as he took the meal, my legs aren't what they used to be. Going up and down the stairs is tough. I glanced at the narrow staircase. Sir, you can note next time to have it delivered upstairs. We usually accommodate that. I don't want to trouble anyone. He waved his hand, then suddenly stared at me. Wait, are you that scientist from television? Sort of, I replied. A scientist delivering takeout? That's amusing, he chuckled. My grandson says you're a fraud, claiming time communication is impossible. I told him, what's impossible? When I was a child, I said humans couldn't go to space. And now they are in outer space. Received boasting energy, Anything is possible. 1. Conversion. Gained wisdom buff from the older generation, slightly increased innovation ability. An unexpected gain. The third delivery was to a small company in a creative park. A bespectacled young man opened the door, staring at me in shock. Teacher Chinemo, you know me? I'm your fan. He exclaimed excitedly. I watched your speech, and I stayed up all night relearning general relativity. Although I didn't fully grasp it, I was deeply moved. He took the takeout but wouldn't let me leave. Teacher Chun, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. If time communication is truly realized, can we send warnings to our past selves? Like telling myself not to choose this major? He said half-jokingly. I pondered seriously, theoretically. If information could travel back to the past, it would create causal paradoxes. So there might be limitations, such as only being able to send information that cannot alter significant events. Like just reminding myself to bring an umbrella? Close enough, I chuckled, but who knows? Science is an ongoing journey of transcending limitations. After exchanging a few words, I prepared to take my leave when he suddenly remarked, by the way, Professor Chun, do take care recently. What? I replied. A friend of mine works in a cybersecurity firm, and he mentioned that there is a bounty for your information on the dark web. He lowered his voice. The price is quite substantial. Although I don't know who is behind it, please be cautious. A chill ran down my spine. Thank you for the warning. No need to mention it. I am still waiting for you to change the world. As I cycled back to the laboratory, I pondered over that ominous warning. A bounty on the dark web? Who could possibly be so interested in me? The Temporal Society? A competitor? Or something entirely different? While waiting at a red light, my phone vibrated with an unknown number. Upon answering, a processed electronic voice greeted me. Mr. Chun Mo, congratulations on successfully synthesizing the dimensional resonance crystal. As a token of our appreciation, we have prepared a little surprise for you. Who are you? I inquired. The Temporal Society, Temporal Observation Division. The electronic voice instructed. Please direct your gaze to the advertisement screen of the building to your right. I turned my head. Across the street, a massive LED display abruptly went dark before revealing a line of text. Welcome to the game, player Chinemo. Following this, a video commenced, showcasing my entire delivery process from today, starting from when I left the laboratory to the 3 deliveries I made, including my conversations with customers. Complete surveillance. You have been tracking me. Observing, the voice corrected, much like observing bacteria under a microscope. Worry not, this is merely the first level. The real game commences on the night of the winter solstice. What game? I asked. The reality reconstruction game, the electronic voice replied. The victor shall gain the right to rewrite the rules, while the vanquished shall be erased from reality. The advertisement screen reverted to regular commercial content. The call ended. I held my phone, my hands slightly trembling, not from fear, but from exhilaration. The more deranged part of me mused, a game? The power to rewrite the rules? This was far more thrilling than any academic lecture. The cunning side analyzed. Their display of surveillance capabilities was a show of force. Yet it simultaneously revealed their focal interests, my mundane existence. The studious side calculated. The winter solstice, the collider ruins, with coordinates precise to the second. What level of accuracy did this require? Or perhaps it was not prediction, but orchestration? Upon returning to the laboratory, I relayed the situation to Zhou Mingyu. His countenance turned ashen. I must report this immediately. This is an overt threat. And an invitation, I countered. They are indicating that the game has already begun. What game? Reality reconstruction, I reiterated, the right to rewrite the rules. This sounds akin to an advanced version of my system. Zhou Mingyu fell silent for a moment. The office files mentioned that some reality distorters believe that reality can be edited, much like editing code. They posit the existence of an underlying layer of rules. If accessed, everything can be altered. Is the Temporal Society such an organization? Possibly the largest one, Zhou Mingyu responded. We suspect that many historical miracles and supernatural phenomena were tests of their capabilities. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. The boastful truth system, the fragments of laws, and now this reality reconstruction game. It felt as though a vast net was gradually tightening around me, with me at its center. External challenge detected. Reality reconstruction game. System adaptive upgrade in progress. New module. Rule analysis. Description. Capable of analyzing local reality rules to uncover potential modification points. Warning. Excessive analysis may expose the structure of reality, leading to uncontrollable consequences. The system had upgraded again. What are you smiling about? Zhou Mingyu inquired, looking at me quizzically. Nothing, I replied, concealing my smile, merely finding the situation increasingly intriguing. The following week, progress in the laboratory accelerated remarkably. Academician Wu's team synthesized 3 stable crystal configurations, designated as types A, B, and C, each possessing distinct temporal storage properties. Type A can store fast time, accelerating local time flow up to 15 times the normal rate. Type B stores slow time, reducing time flow to as low as 0. 3 times. Type C is the most extraordinary, capable of storing negative entropy time, reducing entropy in localized areas, allowing items to spontaneously become ordered. Though the effects are subtle, they indeed exist. This violates the second law of thermodynamics, Professor Zheng exclaimed, gazing at the experimental data with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. It only temporarily violates it in localized areas, I corrected, and consumes the energy stored in the crystals. Essentially, it is energy conversion, not a perpetual motion machine. Nonetheless, it was astonishing. Simultaneously, the theoretical group completed a rigorous proof of the mathematical framework. When Professor Zheng presented the initial draft of the paper to me, his hands trembled. This will upend the entire physics community. I could already envision the reactions during peer review. They would likely dismiss it as mere science fiction. Let them say what they will, I replied, accepting the paper. Truth does not require universal acceptance. The project was progressing smoothly, yet external troubles began to emerge. First, there were doubts from the academic community. Several prominent physicists publicly criticized my theory for lacking experimental basis, labeling it as mathematically ornate but physically hollow. Although wealthy supporters and Professor Zheng stood by me, public opinion began to fracture. Then the media entered the fray. Tabloids began to dig into my background, dropping out of school, delivering takeout, and suddenly rising to prominence. Headlines questioning whether I was a genius or a fraud began to surface. The most troubling development was an anonymous letter accusing the project of wasting national resources on pseudoscience. Though it was suppressed, it was evident that an organized force was at work. The Temporal Society is testing the waters, Zhou Mingyu analyzed. They are assessing our resilience under pressure while also gauging societal acceptance of you and the project. Why? I asked. Reality reconstruction necessitates a consensus of reality, he explained. If everyone believes something to be impossible, forcibly altering it will consume immense energy. However, if a segment of the population begins to believe in the change, it becomes significantly easier. Are they cultivating a consensus of reality? A contrary consensus, Zhou Mingyu replied. They are reinforcing the belief in impossibility. Thus, when you demonstrate something on the night of the winter solstice, the contrast will be greater and the impact more profound. Either complete failure or a total upheaval of collective understanding. A psychological battle. Meanwhile, the system provided me with an unexpected advantage. That night, while calibrating equipment in the laboratory, I inadvertently employed the newly unlocked rule analysis module, targeting the local reality rules of the laboratory. The results astonished me. The physical rules of the laboratory bore patches, akin to modified software code, with certain physical constants slightly adjusted. The gravitational constant G measured here at 6.74301011, while the standard value is 6.67,408. The speed of light C was reduced by 0.00001. Despite the minuscule differences, they were undeniably present. Even more astonishingly, these patches bore signatures, not in textual form, but in some encoded information. I instructed the system to decode it, and it revealed a message. Test point number 7, implanted on September 15, 2023, valid for 180 days. Implanter, Temporal Society, Engineering Department. They had already begun modifying reality. While these were merely minute adjustments, merely tests, it proved one thing. The Temporal Society indeed possessed the capability to edit reality, and my laboratory was one of their 7 testing points. I shared my discovery with Zhou Mingyu, who turned pale. Does this mean we have been living in a partially modified reality? Which aspects are genuine? Which have they altered? Perhaps there is no original reality, I speculated. Maybe reality is akin to an open-source project, where anyone can submit modifications, with the majority remaining blissfully unaware. That night, I made a resolute decision. Since the Temporal Society was conducting tests, it was only fitting that I too should undertake a trial of my own. I would test my limits, the limits of the system, and the extent to which I could embellish the truth. The following day, during the project team meeting, I proclaimed, in 1 week, we shall conduct our first public demonstration. Demonstrate what? Inquired Deputy Director Sunday. The prototype of time communication, I replied. Though it can only transmit a single bit of information, we shall publicly demonstrate the act of sending a message to the past. The meeting room erupted in chaos. This is too perilous. The prototype is still unstable. What if it fails? And the Temporal Society is watching us. I raised my hand for silence. Precisely because they are watching, we must proceed. They are testing our resilience, and we shall test their reaction. Test what, you ask? I smiled. We will see how they respond when we truly achieve time communication. Will it be sabotage? Interference? Or will they choose to collaborate? Professor Zheng regarded me skeptically. Are you fishing for a reaction? Almost, I conceded. I needed to ascertain the true nature of the Temporal Society. And if we fail? Voiced academician Wu, his concern palpable for the project's reputation. If we fail, I stated calmly, it merely signifies that we are not yet worthy of engaging in this game. The meeting concluded amidst controversy, yet ultimately, everyone acquiesced, perhaps due to my insistence, or perhaps because they too were curious to witness how far this audacious plan could progress. The week leading up to the demonstration was nothing short of frenetic. The laboratory operated around the clock. Whenever fatigue struck, we would rest our heads on our desks, and when hunger beckoned, we ordered takeout, often delivering it ourselves while completing daily system tasks. Lin Weiwei consumed coffee as if it were water. Zhou Mingyu's eyes were shadowed like a panda's. An academician Wu nearly fainted in the lab and had to be taken for oxygen. Yet, our progress was remarkable. The prototype transformed from mere concept art into a tangible entity. Two machines, aptly named the past and the future. The principal employed the reverse entropy characteristics of a specific crystal to open a minuscule information channel along the timeline. Of course, this explanation was grossly oversimplified. The underlying principle involved a plethora of cutting-edge theories, with mathematical derivations sprawling across 30 whiteboards. On the eve of the demonstration, I found myself alone in the lab, fine-tuning the apparatus. The machine stood silently in the center of the room, resembling two solemn sculptures. I reached out to touch the surface of the future machine. The metal was frigid, yet the area where the crystal was installed emanated a faint warmth. "Can you truly perform this?" I whispered. The machine offered no reply. However, a sensation surged within me, not a scientific intuition, but rather a hint from the system affirming its capability. Prototype completion, 87. Feasibility of time communication theory, 92. Warning, initial use may trigger temporal ripples, with an unknown impact range. The system provided its assessment. I approached the window, gazing at the night sky. Tomorrow would either herald my ascension to fame or plunge me into disgrace. I would either prove that my boasts could materialize or reveal myself as merely a braggart. My phone vibrated. It was Zhou Mingyu. "Security is in place. Media invitations have been dispatched. Elder Qian will be present. Are you prepared?" I replied, "I've been ready for some time." In truth, I was not. Yet sometimes, feigning readiness is a form of preparation. Much like boasting, you proclaim it first, then devise a means to achieve it. This, perhaps, embodies the core philosophy of the system that turns bluster into reality. I returned to the machines, performing a final check of the parameters. Everything was set. I awaited tomorrow, the day that would either slap everyone in the face or leave me humiliated. Under the laboratory lights, my shadow stretched long, resembling an omen or the dawn of a new beginning. The game had indeed commenced, and I was prepared to engage in it fully. Chapter 8. Temporal Ripples. On the day of the public demonstration at the Beijing International Conference Center, the auditorium, capable of seating 1,000, was filled to capacity. In the front rows sat esteemed academics, government representatives, and investment magnates, while the rear was packed with media and students. The aisles overflowed with attendees, necessitating security personnel to manage the crowd. Backstage, I monitored the surveillance feed, my palms slightly moist, not from anxiety, but from exhilaration. Heart rate at 120, blood pressure normal. Adrenaline levels elevated. Zhou Mingyu scrutinized the monitoring data. "You appear calmer than the readings suggest." "I'm merely pretending," I admitted candidly. Lin Weiwei conducted a final inspection of my suit, my old one from the school anniversary, but it was neatly pressed. "Have you memorized your speech?" "No need," I replied. "Today, the focus is on the demonstration. The words are secondary." The door opened, and academician Qian entered, his expression grave. "Chinemo, I've just received alarming news. CERN, MIT, and Caltech have all dispatched observation teams, seated in the third row. Representatives from the Riken Institute of Physical and Chemical Research are also present." "Excellent," I said. "Let them witness firsthand." Furthermore, academician Qian lowered his voice. "The security department has detected anomalous signals. Since last night, abnormal temporal bubbles have emerged around the conference center, fluctuating in speed. We suspect the Temporal Society is already on site." A thought flickered in my mind. "Can they be located?" "We are attempting, but the signals are erratic." He replied, "You must exercise caution. If today's demonstration succeeds, it could disrupt their plans significantly. They will not remain idle. I fear they might not show up." I smiled. At the front, the host had begun the introductions, the applause thunderous. I straightened my tie and stepped onto the stage. Under the spotlight, I could discern every face in the audience, curious, skeptical, expectant, and mocking. "Good afternoon, everyone," I began, my voice resonating through the microphone. "Today, we will not engage in lengthy presentations. The most potent language of science is experimentation." I moved to the center of the stage, where the two machines stood, the past and the future. They resembled colossal hourglasses, connected by a complex network of pipes, with crystals glowing within their transparent casings. I briefly explained the principle. These machines formed entanglement through dimensional resonance crystals. When information was input into the future machine, it would traverse the quantum channel along the timeline, arriving at the past machine before the information was input. Restlessness rippled through the audience. To be precise, I continued, at 3:15 p.m. We will input a randomly generated piece of information into the future machine. This information will then appear at the output of the past machine at 3:14 p.m. 1 minute prior. That's impossible. Someone shouted from the audience, the law of causality. The law of causality remains intact, I interrupted, but only within a more comprehensive framework. Let us allow experimentation to speak for itself. I signaled to the staff. The countdown appeared on the large screen. Time until information input, 60 seconds. At that moment, the output of the past machine was empty. I positioned a transparent display screen toward the camera. In 1 minute, we will generate a completely random binary sequence. That will be our message. The countdown ticked away. 59, 58, 57. The audience fell silent, save for the clicks of cameras and the sound of breaths. I could see physicists in the front row furrowing their brows, shaking their heads, or feverishly calculating on their notebooks. Professor Carson sat in the third row, his gaze fixed intently on the machines. 30 seconds. Suddenly, the crystal of the past machine began to emit light, not the planned gentle glow, but a blinding red. What is happening? Zhou Mingyu's voice crackled through the earpiece. The crystal temperature is soaring. Stay calm, I murmured. Continue. 20 seconds. The output screen of the past machine, which was supposed to display information after a minute, suddenly illuminated. However, it was not a stream of binary code. Instead, a single line of text appeared, stop, in Chinese, in a song typeface, against a black background with white letters. It resembled a warning. The audience erupted into chaos. Was this premature? No, the information was incorrect. Was it a malfunction? I fixated on that line of text. Stop? Who sent it? Was it the Time Management Bureau? Or Chinemo? Zhou Mingyu shouted through the earpiece. The crystal is about to overload. It must be terminated. I glanced at the countdown. 10 seconds. Continue, I commanded. You will destroy the machine. Then let it be destroyed. 5 seconds. The crystal of the past machine emitted a sharp shrill, and the red light morphed into a blinding purple hue. For seconds, I looked toward the input terminal of the future machine, which remained vacant as the information had yet to be generated. 3 seconds. Suddenly, the crystal of the future machine also began to glow, not red, but a soft blue light. 2 seconds. The crystals of both machines began to flicker simultaneously, as if engaged in a dialogue. 1 second. 0 seconds. The program, which was supposed to generate random information, activated automatically. A string of binary appeared on the screen. 01010100010001000100010001000100010001000100011. Upon decoding, it revealed the English word, thanks. Simultaneously, on the output terminal of the past machine, that line stop vanished, replaced by the identical binary code. The two machines, positioned at opposite ends of time, displayed exactly the same message, even though we had only inputted at the future end. But this was not part of the plan. The design was meant for unidirectional transmission. Now, was it a bidirectional synchronization? The shrill of the machines abruptly ceased. The crystals returned to a tranquil blue light. A profound silence enveloped the hall. 3 seconds later, a cacophony of discussions erupted. Was this a success? The information had indeed traversed time. But what was that stop? Was it interference? Or merely a part of the experiment? I approached the microphone. The demonstration is concluded. As you can see, information has indeed crossed the chasm of time. Despite some unforeseen phenomena, Professor Carson stood up. Mr. Chun Mo, where did that stop message originate? It is clearly not randomly generated. A pertinent question. I nodded. In fact, we were equally curious. I switched the slide to display real-time data. According to our monitoring, at the 20-second countdown, the past machine received an external signal. The frequency and encoding method differ from our system. This signal overrode our output, displaying as stop. An external signal? The audience grew increasingly agitated, seeking to identify the source. That is precisely the issue, I calmly stated. The signal originated from within this venue. The room erupted into a frenzy. All eyes darted about, attempting to ascertain who the culprit was. We tracked the signal, I continued. It emanated from the third row, near the aisle. All gazes converged on the third row, where the representatives of CERN were seated. Professor Carson's expression shifted. Are you accusing us? No, I replied. I am merely stating the facts. The signal indeed originated from that area. But who precisely? I paused. Perhaps that gentleman would care to confess. I looked toward the corner of the third row. A man, who had been keeping his head down, slowly raised it. He appeared to be around 50, with Asian features, clad in a nondescript gray suit. Those seated beside him instinctively shifted away. Remarkable, he began, his voice steady. Your system is more sensitive than I anticipated. He stood up and adjusted his suit. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a senior observer from the Temporal Observation Division of the Time Management Bureau, codenamed Pendulum. Mr. Chinemo, the message you just received was my personal suggestion to stop. Regrettably, you did not heed it. Security personnel swiftly moved in. But he waved them off. No need for alarm. I am merely here to observe. If I intended to do something, you would not be able to stop me. He turned to me. However, since my presence has been revealed, I might as well elaborate. Chinemo, your experiment is indeed fascinating, but it is also perilous. You have opened not only a temporal conduit, but something else as well. What else? He smiled. You will come to know in due time. On the night of the winter solstice, at the collider site, we shall have a thorough discussion. With that, he made a peculiar gesture, tracing a symbol in the air with his finger. In the next moment, he vanished, not fleeing, but disappearing in the literal sense, as if erased from existence, becoming gradually transparent from head to toe until he was no more. The hall descended into chaos. Where did he go? A trick? A holographic projection? Only I understood. It was not a trick. That was a reality alteration. He had modified the reality of his existence, erasing himself from this location. Zhou Mingyu rushed onto the stage. His face ashen, his reality stability index just plummeted to 30, then returned. Localized reality collapse, I murmured, only affecting his position. A sophisticated technique. The demonstration concluded amidst the turmoil. The media erupted in frenzied reports, the academic community engaged in heated debates, and conspiracy theories proliferated online. Yet one consensus emerged. Time communication had indeed been realized. Though the process was bizarre, the information had undeniably crossed time. Back in the laboratory, the team convened for a debriefing. So, the Time Management Bureau has infiltrated to such an extent? Academician Wu's expression darkened. Publicly appearing at an international conference, this is a show of force. Professor Zheng remarked, that disappearing act, if employed elsewhere, it is more than just a demonstration, I reflected. Gazing at the data, Pendulum had mentioned we had opened something else. Suddenly, alarms blared. Laboratory B area. Anomalous temporal flow detected. The urgent voice crackled over the intercom. Something has emerged. We raced toward Area B. This was the storage location for the prototypes. Between the past and future machines. A vortex appeared in the air. Not a whirl of airflow, but a vortex of space. Light distorted within it, as though viewed through uneven glass. At the vortex's center, something was coalescing. A humanoid form. Yet it was not a solid entity. It resembled a holographic image, but was more tangible. It gradually clarified into a young man. In his 20s, clad in a strange uniform. The material unlike any fabric known today. He opened his eyes, saw us, and wore a look of confusion. This isn't 2345. The navigation is malfunctioning? The audience froze. 2345? Who are you? Zhou Mingyu inquired, his hand already hovering over his weapon, though he knew it might be futile. 7th Patrol Team of the Time Management Bureau, trainee observer Li Qingfeng. The young man instinctively declared his identity, then realized something. Wait, are you ancient people? He glanced around at the equipment, his eyes widening. Is this the primitive time communication device? My heavens, I crashed into an experimental site? Time traveler detected. Warning, temporal timeline has been disrupted. Recommendation, immediate information isolation to prevent the spread of temporal paradoxes. The system blared alarmingly. I stepped forward. Li Qingfeng. You say you are from 2345? Yes, wait, what year is it now? He asked. 2023. His face turned ashen. Oh no, I've crossed into the wrong era. The target year was 2245. I've deviated by 322 years. My internship report will be a failure. He commenced manipulating what appeared to be some form of an invisible interface in the air. What are you doing? I inquired. Contact the headquarters and request an emergency recall. He replied, his expression growing increasingly desperate. The signal has been disrupted. Your temporal communication experiment has generated ripples that interfered with the recall beacon. I cannot return. This was indeed troublesome. A time traveler from the future, ensnared in 2023. Will your presence incite a temporal paradox? Professor Zheng posed the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Theoretically, yes, Li Qingfeng lamented. However, as long as I do not engage with pivotal historical figures or instigate significant alterations, the impact can be controlled. Yet, he gazed at us earnestly. I have already unshackled you. If any of you are pivotal figures in the future, everyone turned their gaze towards me. Don't look at me. I retorted, I am merely a courier. A courier? Li Qingfeng paused, then began swiftly manipulating the air again, presumably searching for information. Suddenly, he gasped, Chen Mo. A dropout from the physics department of Yenjing University, chief scientist of the Tianqiong project, and the foundational theorist of temporal communication. He looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief. You are Chen Mo, the one who allegedly instigated the Great Reconstruction? Great Reconstruction? I frowned. The historical records of 2345 state that on the winter solstice night of 2023, a reality reconstruction event occurred in Beijing, marking the end of the old paradigm of physics and the dawn of a new era. Li Qingfeng spoke rapidly. The core figure of this event is Chen Mo. Yet you appear so youthful. I have always been young, I replied. No, I mean, he scrutinized me, historically. Chen Mo at this juncture should be more mature. The records say his gaze was profound, as if he had endured a century of trials. Everyone turned to me. I shrugged. Perhaps the historical accounts are exaggerated. No, Li Qingfeng continued to sift through data, his complexion paling. The historical records indicate that on November 15, 2023, today, Chen Mo successfully achieved bidirectional time communication during the public demonstration. However, a warning message from the future emerged at the demonstration site. He looked at us. Was that warning issued by me? You? We echoed in unison. The Temporal Management Bureau mandates that if an observational intern inadvertently traverses into the past, they must immediately alert key historical figures to avert greater paradoxes, Li Qingfeng explained. The standard warning message is simply stop. So that stop was not from the Temporal Council, but rather from the future Temporal Management Bureau? Yet you did not send it, Zhou Mingyu interjected. I have yet to send it, Li Qingfeng realized, or rather, I will send it at some point. A temporal loop. He slumped to the ground. It's over, it's over. I have already been ensnared in a temporal loop. I am going to be expelled. The laboratory descended into chaos. A time traveler from the future had brought forth information concerning my historical account and implied that we had already become ensnared in a temporal loop. Calm down, I interjected. Li Qingfeng, you mentioned that the historical account states I achieved bidirectional time communication today? Indeed. But in reality, we only planned for unidirectional communication, I continued. Was the bidirectional communication an unexpected consequence of your arrival? Li Qingfeng contemplated. It could be part of the loop. I was pulled here due to your experiment, and my presence facilitated the realization of bidirectional communication, a self-consistent temporal loop. Professor Zhang's eyes sparkled, the cause and effect interwoven so beautifully. What beauty! Li Qingfeng nearly wept. How long must I remain in this primitive era? Do you have holographic games? Is there a neural access network? We do have takeout, I remarked. What is that? 3 hours later, Li Qingfeng was seated in the laboratory's break room, devouring spicy hot pot takeout with fervor. This is delicious, he mumbled. In 2345, we only have nutrient paste, with rare instances of faux ancient cuisine, but nothing this flavorful. Slow down. Lin Weiwei handed him a bottle of cola. Haven't you future people encountered these before? We have, but they are expensive. Li Qingfeng took a swig of cola, sighing contentedly. The Temporal Management Bureau pays poorly. Interns fare even worse. I haven't eaten real food in 3 months. Once he had his fill, we commenced formal discussions. So, is there truly a Temporal Management Bureau in the future? Zhou Mingyu asked. Indeed, Li Qingfeng affirmed. It was established in 2123, precisely 100 years after the Great Reconstruction. Its principal responsibility is to maintain temporal stability and prevent temporal crimes. Temporal crimes? Such as traveling to the past to assassinate historical figures or stealing ancient artifacts to sell in the future, Li Qingfeng elucidated. The most severe crime is temporal terrorism, which involves altering critical historical nodes and changing the trajectory of the entire timeline. Which category does the Temporal Council belong to? I inquired. Li Qingfeng's expression turned grave. The foremost wanted organization of the Temporal Management Bureau. They operate across various eras, attempting to uncover the underlying code of reality to completely rewrite history. Have they ever succeeded? They have come close on several occasions, but have always been thwarted. Li Qingfeng recounted. The most perilous instance occurred in 1987 when they nearly erased the invention of the internet. The Temporal Management Bureau lost 3 senior observers to prevent it. He turned to me, and according to history, on the winter solstice night of 2023, the Temporal Council will initiate the largest-scale attempt at reality reconstruction. And the one who will stop them is me. Indeed, it is you, Li Qingfeng stated earnestly. Historical records indicate that on the winter solstice night, Chen Mo engaged in a confrontation with the Temporal Council at the site of the Beijing Positron-Electron Collider, ultimately safeguarding the fundamental structure of reality. I sounded like a hero. You are a legend, Li Qingfeng said, admiration gleaming in his eyes. There is a dedicated chapter in the training materials of the Temporal Management Bureau that discusses your theories. However, he hesitated, yet the historical accounts also record that after that battle, you vanished. Vanished? Indeed. After the winter solstice night, you were never seen in the public eye again. Some say you sacrificed yourself, others say you ascended to a higher dimension. While some claim you became a part of reality itself, Li Qingfeng explained, there is no definitive conclusion. The laboratory fell silent. So, according to history, I will confront the temporal council on the winter solstice night and subsequently disappear. Can history be altered? I questioned. Theoretically, yes, but it is exceedingly difficult, Li Qingfeng replied. Time has a tendency towards self-repair. Minor changes tend to be erased, while significant alterations require immense energy. The temporal council seeks to achieve substantial changes through reality reconstruction. Then does your presence here constitute a part of history? Li Qingfeng checked the data. The records indicate that on November 15, 2023, there were anomalies during Chun Mo's time communication demonstration, yet they do not specify what they were. Perhaps my presence is that very anomaly. So we are proceeding according to history? It seems so, Li Qingfeng sighed. I initially thought it was coincidental, but it appears to be fated. That evening, we arranged for Li Qingfeng to have temporary accommodations right next to the laboratory, monitored around the clock. This was to both protect him and prevent any inadvertent alterations to history. On the way back to the office, Zhou Mingyu asked me, "What do you think of this future person? He could be genuine, or it may be a trap set by the temporal council," I replied, "but regardless, he has brought us information about your disappearance." Are you afraid? I paused, contemplating. I fear more the thought of vanishing without having accomplished anything. Zhou Mingyu regarded me for a few seconds before smiling. Indeed, you are a mad genius. When others hear of their impending disappearance, they instinctively seek to evade it. Yet you ponder how to imbue that disappearance with meaning. Is there meaning? Preventing the temporal council, safeguarding reality. Zhou Mingyu remarked that if such a feat could indeed be accomplished, it would hold profound significance. We approached the entrance of the laboratory, where the lights blazed brightly and the team continued their diligent work. What shall we do next? He inquired. Press on, I replied, for there remains but a month until the winter solstice night. We must expedite our efforts and ensure everything is prepared before that pivotal moment in history, including preparations for the missing. Yes, everything, I reiterated. Upon entering the laboratory, I beheld Li Qingfeng leaning against the window, curiously observing the bustling traffic outside. Your era is truly vibrant, he commented. In the year 2345, the majority reside within virtual realms. The streets are far less populated. Do you enjoy it? Indeed, he replied, turning back with a smile. It is genuine, imbued with the essence of life. No wonder Dr. Chun Mo's biography states that he cherished this era's takeout. Have I authored a biography? A bestseller, with a staggering 10 billion copies sold worldwide, Li Qingfeng noted. Though the author is listed as anonymous, no one knows who penned it. Intriguing. I approached the desk and powered on the computer. The screen displayed a countdown. Time until winter solstice night. 31 days, 18 hours, 47 minutes. Time was slipping away. History was unfolding, and I found myself both a participant in history and potentially its architect. Outside, the night enveloped Beijing in a tapestry of dazzling lights, resembling a vast laboratory or perhaps a stage. The performance was approaching its climax. Chapter 9. The timeline begins to fray. On the third day of Li Qingfeng's stay in the laboratory, things began to unravel. The first anomaly appeared at breakfast. As usual, I ordered soy milk and fried dough sticks, yet what arrived was a bowl of fermented mung bean juice and crispy rings. The delivery person insisted that this was indeed my order. I never drink fermented mung bean juice, I retorted, glancing at the gray-green concoction exuding a peculiar sour aroma. The delivery person pulled out their phone. The order history shows you modified your order 10 minutes ago. I checked, confirming the modification log. Yet I had not touched my phone. Li Qingfeng leaned in to sniff it, his face turning pale. What is this, a biochemical weapon? A traditional delicacy of old Beijing. Zhou Mingyu interjected, taking a sip without flinching. Do you not have this in your future? We possess a flavor simulator, but who would simulate this? Li Qingfeng stepped back. I inspected my phone and discovered several messages I had not sent. One informing Lin Weiwei of the experiment's cancellation, another inquiring with academician Wu if crystals were edible, and a third seeking advice from Qian Lao on how to woo a girl. Did you sleepwalk last night? Zhou Mingyu asked after perusing the records. My sleep quality is exemplary, I replied. This is the beginning of the timeline fraying. Li Qingfeng checked his invisible interface, a device only he could perceive. But we could see him gesturing in the air. Indeed, the temporal disturbance index has risen by 15. My presence, combined with your experiment, has begun to affect the local timeline. What specific effects might this have? Lin Weiwei inquired. Minor discrepancies will escalate over time, Li Qingfeng explained. First, memories and records will diverge. Then, physical phenomena will exhibit anomalies. Ultimately, should the disturbance be sufficient, it may give rise to parallel timelines. Parallel timelines? Academician Wu's interest was piqued. It is the branching of history, Li Qingfeng elucidated. For instance, if you had soy milk for breakfast today, that fact creates one branch. If you did not, another branch forms. Normally, these branches would swiftly merge, erasing the differences. However, If the disturbance persists, the branches may stabilize, evolving into true parallel realities. Professor Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can we observe this? Ideally, we should not, Li Qingfeng warned gravely. Timeline splits are among the most perilous anomalies. The most severe incident dealt with by the Temporal Management Bureau involved an observer inadvertently creating 327 parallel timelines, which took a century to fully collapse. As we conversed, the laboratory lights suddenly began to flicker. It was not the erratic flickering of unstable voltage, but a rhythmic pulsing, long and short, reminiscent of Morse code. Li Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Someone is signaling with the lights. Translate it, I commanded. He scrutinized the sequence for a moment. The message reads, I am watching you. We shall meet at the third moon. The third moon? An internal time unit of the Temporal Management Bureau, Li Qingfeng explained, approximately equivalent to 72 hours. Who sent it? Unknown, but anyone capable of signaling at this frequency must be affiliated with the Bureau. Li Qingfeng frowned. Could it be that more than just I have traversed through time? As we pondered this, the laboratory phone rang. I answered to hear Qian Lao on the line. Chinemo, I just received a peculiar call at my home, instructing me to halt your experiment or face the consequences. The voice had been processed, but I traced the number's origin. Where is it from? Your laboratory, Qian Lao replied. The landline number is the same as the one on your desk. I glanced at the office phone, quietly resting on the table. It was impossible for the same number to make two calls simultaneously. Zhou Mingyu interjected, unless the timeline has become so chaotic that time overlaps have occurred. Li Qingfeng surmised. Past, present, and future converging at a single point in reality. The remainder of the day was rife with anomalous phenomena. While academician Wu was calibrating equipment, the instruments suddenly indicated completion, despite no one having touched them. Upon reviewing the logs, the operation timestamp was 1 hour in the future. During Professor Zhang's theoretical deductions, a particular formula inexplicably altered. The handwriting on the paper twisted like a worm, transforming into an entirely different equation. The most bizarre occurrence transpired at lunch. We ordered 5 lunch boxes, yet 6 were delivered. The additional box bore different packaging, containing dishes we had discussed wanting to eat the previous night, but had not ordered. Did someone from the future place our takeout? Lin Weiwei stared at the surplus sweet and sour pork. Or perhaps from the past, I suggested. Li Qingfeng examined the lunchbox. The packaging material is from the year 2045, complete with a production date. The box bore a small inscription, best consumed before December 2045. Takeout from 22 years into the future. Zhou Mingyu deemed the meal inedible. Yet Li Qingfeng had already begun eating. Wasting food is disgraceful. Moreover, what ill intent could sweet and sour pork possess? He took a bite and suddenly froze, his eyes widening. What is it? Poison? No, Li Qingfeng chewed slowly. It tastes just like my mother's cooking. Your mother is from 2045? She was a chef. Li Qingfeng's voice trembled. She passed away when I was a child. Yet this flavor is identical. We exchanged glances. A meal from 2045, prepared by a deceased individual, had arrived in 2023. The timeline was no longer merely fraying. It was beginning to compose poetry, and a rather chaotic modern poem at that. The afternoon's group meeting was fragmented. Each time someone spoke, the sound would either precede or lag by several seconds, akin to a network glitch, though we were in the realm of reality. Academician Wu remarked, today, the sound from the crystal test emerged 5 seconds later. Professor Zheng noted, mathematically, his mouth was moving, yet the sound emanated from behind him. I attempted to speak, only to find my voice had transformed into Lin Weiwei's. As she opened her mouth, Zhou Mingyu's voice emerged. Role reversal? Zhou Mingyu said, using my voice. It appears so. I responded in Lin Weiwei's voice. Li Qingfeng documented the event. The misalignment of the timeline has resulted in a confusion of information carriers. Sound waves, light waves, and even thought waves are propagating at different temporal velocities. Can it be repaired? I inquired. Professional equipment from the Temporal Management Bureau is required. Li Qingfeng suggested that we might wait for the disturbances in nature to subside. However, given the current trajectory, it only seems to worsen. Indeed, as twilight descended, a more pronounced anomaly manifested. Outside the laboratory windows, double images began to emerge, not merely the result of visual fatigue, but rather a genuine overlay of 2 distinct temporal realities, one depicting the present evening, the other the dawn. 2 suns simultaneously adorned the sky. One was setting in the west, while the other rose in the east. As time overlapped, Li Qingfeng's complexion turned pale. This was a Class B temporal anomaly. It was imperative to report this to the Central Bureau, yet I found myself unable to establish contact. Even more bizarrely, through the window, we beheld our own selves. In the dawn iteration of the laboratory, we were diligently at work. The evening version of us observed the morning version. Suddenly, the morning version of me lifted his gaze. Looking towards the window, towards the evening version of myself. Our eyes met. Despite the temporal disparity, that version of me evidently perceived something, furrowing his brow. He then approached the window, extending his hand, seemingly attempting to touch. The evening version of me stepped back. The hand of the morning version of me penetrated the temporal barrier, appearing in the evening laboratory, semi-transparent and faintly luminous, akin to a holographic projection. "Do not touch," Li Qingfeng shouted. Contact with a temporal entity could lead to, but it was too late. The evening version of me had already extended his hand, making contact with the palm of the morning version. In an instant, memories surged within me like a tidal wave. These were not the memories of another, but my own, albeit not my experiences. In those memories, I recalled discovering a peculiar signal in the laboratory this morning, suspecting it to be an interference from the Temporal Management Association and deciding to enhance security. I received a phone call from Elder Qin at noon, warning me of impending danger. The group meeting scheduled for the afternoon was cancelled due to equipment malfunctions. This was my experience for the day, yet it belonged to the morning version of me. "What are you doing?" Zhou Mingyu shouted in my voice. I retracted my hand, and the hand of the morning version of me dissipated. The dawn scene outside the window began to fade, ultimately leaving only the normal scenery of the evening. "I have received the memories of another timeline," I stated. "Memory transmission?" Professor Zheng expressed interest. "This proves that consciousness can transmit information across timelines." It also confirmed that the timelines were accelerating their divergence. Li Qingfeng lamented, "The merging of memories is a sign of late-stage division. If this continues, we will begin to lose our grip on which memories are our own and which belong to parallel versions." As night fell, the anomalies persisted. Instruments in the laboratory initiated automatic operations, and various data flickered across the screens, some reflecting what we had already accomplished, others pertaining to planned endeavors, while some were utterly incomprehensible. "This is showcasing experimental results from different timelines," academician Wu analyzed. "Look at this, successful crystal synthesis rate at 92. We currently stand at only 43. This could be future data or possibly data from parallel versions," Li Qingfeng added. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the most peculiar visitor arrived. A knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, I found myself standing outside, not entirely the same, for this version of me appeared older, with fine lines around the eyes, longer hair, and dressed in a different style of laboratory attire. "Good evening," the older version of me greeted. "I am you from 3 months hence. To be precise, I am you after the night of the winter solstice." Everyone was taken aback. Li Qingfeng checked his invisible interface. The temporal stability index had plummeted to 0. Theoretically, reality should have collapsed by now, yet we remained standing, for reality is often more resilient than theory. The older version of me entered, sitting down naturally as if this were his laboratory. "Do not be alarmed. I am not here to fight. I seek collaboration." "Collaboration on what?" I, the present me, inquired. "To resolve the chaos of the timelines," the older me explained. "On my end, the situation is far graver. The Temporal Management Association activated a device on the night of the winter solstice, causing a widespread division of global timelines. In my timeline, there are now 37 parallel versions of Beijing, each slightly different." "That sounds like a science fiction narrative," Zhou Mingyu remarked. "Reality is often more bizarre than fiction." The older me responded with a wry smile. "In my timeline, Lin Weiwei is the project lead, academician Wu has retired, and Professor Zheng has gone abroad. As for you, Chen Mo," he turned to me, "you vanished on the night of the winter solstice." This echoed the words of the future Li Qingfeng. "Then who are you?" I queried. "I am another possibility of you," the older me replied. "In a parallel timeline, I remained and did not disappear. I spent 3 months attempting to repair the timeline, but to no avail. Thus, I discovered a method to send a message to the past, essentially, to the present, seeking assistance." "What method?" I pressed. "A temporal retrogression request," the older me elucidated. "My timeline is on the brink of collapse, and I have one final opportunity to send a version of myself to a critical juncture in the past, attempting to alter the course of history." "So you aim to change the past?" I questioned. "Not entirely," the older me clarified. "Strictly speaking, I seek to merge the timelines, to reconsolidate my timeline with yours, thereby preventing further divergence." He produced a crystal resembling ours, yet larger and purer, emanating a soft blue glow. "This is a temporal anchor crystal. It took me 2 months to synthesize. It can stabilize the timeline within a certain range, halting the division. But it requires the synchronized activation of 2 versions of the same individual." He looked at me. "That is why I have come to seek you. We need to collaborate, using the consciousness resonance of 2 Chun Mo's to activate this crystal." It sounded both plausible and perilous. "What if we fail?" I inquired. "My timeline will collapse entirely. And yours will also be impacted," the older me admitted candidly. "But if we do not attempt it, the divergence will continue, ultimately leading to the collapse of all timelines. This is the last resort of the Temporal Management Bureau," though they no longer exist. They no longer exist? I asked. In my timeline. The headquarters of the Temporal Management Bureau was erased during the collapse of time, the older me explained. Li Qingfeng should know that the Bureau's address is 1 Timespace Avenue. Pudong New District, Shanghai. Li Qingfeng instinctively responded. That place is now a barren lot, devoid of even a foundation. The collapse of timelines begins at the most fragile points. Temporal travel institutions are usually the first to be affected, the older me said, while Li Qingfeng's face turned ashen. So, shall we collaborate? The older me proposed. I glanced at the team. Academician Wu nodded, Professor Zheng pondered, Zhou Mingyu remained vigilant, and Lin Weiwei appeared anxious. Finally, I turned to Li Qingfeng. Is there any historical record of Tu Qinmo's meeting? Li Qingfeng checked and shook his head. There is no explicit record. But there is a vague description. On the eve of the winter solstice, Qin Mo conversed with himself, determining the trajectory of fate. That could very well be now. I asserted. I extended my hand to the older me. Collaboration. As we shook hands, the lights in the laboratory extinguished, only to reignite in a cool blue hue. The crystal began to levitate between us, commencing its rotation. Now, focus your mind, the older me instructed, concentrating on a singular objective, the stabilization of the timeline. I closed my eyes, centering my thoughts. Strangely, I sensed not only my consciousness, but also fragments of another's memories. I envisioned the sight of the collider from the night of the winter solstice, witnessing members of the Temporal Management Association standing before an unusual device, observing a battle, and seeing myself approach a glowing object before vanishing. Those were the memories of the older me. He had witnessed my disappearance. Suddenly, the crystal erupted with brilliant light. Yet it was not the gentle light of a stable timeline, but a blinding white glare accompanied by a sharp, resonating hum. Something was amiss. Li Qingfeng shouted. This is not a time anchor crystal. This is a time bomb. The older version of myself smiled, but that smile was no longer gentle. It bore a certain madness. Clever, but too late. He stepped back, his body beginning to fade into transparency. I'm sorry, Qin Mo. But within my timeline, I have uncovered the truth. The fracturing of timelines cannot be prevented, it can only be chosen. I choose to eliminate all other timelines, preserving only mine. You intend to annihilate our timeline? Zhou Mingyu drew his weapon. It has already begun, the older me said. The bomb will erase all possibilities at this time point, leaving only one anchor point, the crystal I brought. It will leap with this laboratory into my timeline, becoming part of it there. What about us? You will become unrealized possibilities. Forgotten by time, the older me stated, as if you had never existed. He vanished completely. The crystal continued to glow, its humming growing louder. What should we do? Lin Weiwei inquired. Li Qingfeng frantically manipulated the invisible interface. I am attempting to establish a protective shield, but time is of the essence. The bomb has 30 seconds. I fixated on that crystal. The time anchor. If it is to anchor a timeline, why can't it be ours? System. I called out in my mind. Analyzing the crystal S structure, seeking a method of control. Analyzing. Time anchoring protocol detected. Current binding target. Timeline number TL789, belonging to the older Qin Mo. Attempt to override binding is possible, requires 1. Equal authority 2. Temporal coordinates 3. Strong will. Equal authority? Both Qin Mo possess authority. Temporal coordinates? We have those. Strong will. My desire is so intense I feel like striking myself, even if it is another version of myself. Everyone, concentrate. I shouted, envisioning our timeline. Envisioning the year 2023. Envisioning this laboratory. What exactly should we imagine? Academician Wu asked. Imagine the things you most fear losing. I exclaimed, envisioning the taste of takeout. The unfinished experiments. The unpublished papers. Everyone closed their eyes. I thought, I want to see what truly transpires on the winter solstice night. I want to prove that boasting can become reality. I want to slap the faces of those who doubt me. I want to continue delivering takeout. The crystal began to vibrate. The binding temporal coordinates flickered, oscillating between TL789 and our timeline. 15 seconds. Li Qingfeng was establishing the protective shield, but the progress was only at 30%. 10 seconds. The crystal manifested cracks. Light seeping from within. 5 seconds. Suddenly, the protective shield was completed. A blue energy barrier enveloped the laboratory. Yet simultaneously, the crystal exploded. There was no sound. Only pure light. The light consumed everything. Then, darkness. Silence. I opened my eyes. The laboratory remained intact. Everyone was still present. The night sky outside the window persisted. Are we alive? Lin Weiwei asked. Li Qingfeng examined the data. The bomb was neutralized by the protective shield. But the timeline he scrutinized for a moment. His expression peculiar. The stability of our timeline has increased. The fracturing has ceased. Why? I inquired. Because, Li Qingfeng looked at me, your will just now, combined with the bomb's energy, was directed by the protective shield, resulting in a forced anchoring. Our timeline is now locked. It will not fracture in the short term. Is locking a good thing? Short term, it is beneficial, but long term he hesitated. Locking signifies a reduction in the possibilities of the timeline. We may have lost certain future prospects. Such as? For instance, originally you might have had multiple choices on winter solstice night. To fight, to negotiate, to collaborate. Now perhaps only one path remains. I approached the window. The stars in the night sky appeared unchanged. Yet I knew that something had altered. The timeline is locked, possibilities constricted. On winter solstice night, I am left with but one path to traverse. Whatever that path may be. Did the older me succeed? I asked. His timeline should have been affected as well. Li Qingfeng responded, but the specifics are uncertain. The connections between timelines have become nebulous post-locking. Zhou Mingyu approached. So, we were just betrayed by our future selves. Nearly obliterated by a time bomb. Only to fortuitously stabilize the timeline? One could say that. I nodded. What in the world is this? He rubbed his forehead. When I first joined the office, no one mentioned that my duties would include fighting with myself. Academician Wu suddenly interjected. But this incident proves one thing. Timelines can indeed be manipulated by human intervention. What the temporal administration seeks to do may be even more extravagant. Professor Zheng's eyes sparkled. Moreover, we now possess experience in counteraction. Next time we encounter a temporal assault, let us hope there is no next time, Lin Weiwei remarked. Li Qingfeng suddenly looked up. Wait, I am receiving a signal. The headquarters? No, it is a distress signal. From somewhere in Beijing. The temporal characteristics align with that of the older Chen Mo. Is he in peril? No. Li Qingfeng's expression was strange. He is calling for help, stating that the plan has changed and support is needed. Zhou Mingyu and I exchanged glances. Should we rescue him? He asked. I pondered for several seconds. Yes. I need to clarify what he knows regarding winter solstice night. What if it is a trap? Then we shall confront ourselves once more, I replied. As we have acquired experience. Li Qingfeng pinpointed the source of the signal. In Dongqing District, an aged residential complex? That is my rental apartment. The older me is seeking help from my rental apartment. The timeline has indeed begun to unravel. Yet intriguingly, I found myself beginning to adapt. The mundane life of a mad genius. Attending classes, conducting experiments, silencing skeptics, and occasionally battling with oneself. Quite fulfilling, indeed. Chapter 10. A sight unfit for viewing. At 1 o'clock in the morning, I, Zhou Mingyu, and Li Qingfeng squatted at the entrance of the convenience store opposite my rental apartment. Each with a cup of Odin in hand. Are you certain the signal originated from here? Zhou Mingyu inquired in a hushed tone. Li Qingfeng focused on the invisible interface. Absolutely certain. However, the signal is currently weak and intermittent. What could he be doing inside? I do not know. But the energy readings indicate that there is more than one person inside. The convenience store owner yawned as he observed us. Gentlemen, please make your purchases and leave. I am closing soon. Just a little longer, I replied. The place across is my home, and I forgot my keys. I'm waiting for my roommate to return. The owner regarded the three of us with suspicion. I am clad in a lab coat. Zhou Mingyu is impeccably dressed, and Li Qingfeng sports a futuristic sports outfit, which he insists is retro style from the year 2345. What time will your roommate return? Soon, I answered casually. Just then, the lights in the rental apartment suddenly illuminated. Through the curtains, we caught sight of two figures moving inside. Two. Zhou Mingyu frowned. Aside from the older you, who else could there be? Li Qingfeng adjusted the interface, detecting two life signs. Wait, 3? No, 4? The signal is fluctuating. Suddenly, a window in the rental apartment opened, and a head peeked out, my face. But with a look of terror, he spotted us, and his lips formed the words, run. In the next moment, he was yanked back inside. The window slammed shut. Action. Zhou Mingyu stood up. We dashed across the street, and Zhou Mingyu kicked open the door, which was unlocked, and it swung open with a resounding creak. The scene inside left us collectively dumbfounded. In the living room, there were 3 of me. The eldest version was bound to a chair, his mouth sealed with tape. The other 2 stood nearby. One appeared younger, resembling a university student. The other donned a delivery uniform. Welcome, the university student version of me smiled. As if the main timeline version had finally arrived. The delivery version nodded, right on time. The bound elder version shook his head violently, emitting muffled sounds. What in the world is happening? Zhou Mingyu's hand rested on his gun, uncertain of whom to aim at. In simple terms, this is a multiverse tea party hosted by Chen Mo. The university student version continued. I hail from the parallel timeline TL542, where I graduated successfully and am now a doctoral student in physics at Yen University. The delivery version raised his hand, TL617, where I continue to deliver food but have awakened a gourmet system, and I am now a Michelin 3-star chef working part-time as a delivery man. The bound elder version let out a series of muffled cries. Translation. TL789, liar, save me. The main timeline version, asked. So you are all parallel versions of me? Not just that, a voice came from outside. We turned to see yet another version of me entering. Clad in a white lab coat, with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a refined demeanor. TL321, a graduate of medical school, now a neurosurgeon, he introduced himself. I was drawn here by a distress signal, but it seems, he glanced at the bound elder version of me. This one does not appear to be seeking help. Rather, he seems to be setting a trap. The elder version nodded frantically. The university student shrugged. We uncovered his plan. He intends to deceive us, the parallel versions, using some device to absorb our existence energy, thereby solidifying his timeline. So you took the initiative? I inquired. Unity is strength, the delivery version stated. The three Chinmos from different timelines joined forces to subdue him. Zhou Mingyu looked at this one, then that one, holding his forehead. My eyes are going to go blind. One Chinmo is already troublesome. Now there are 5. Li Qingfeng, however, was quite excited. This is marvelous. The convergence of multiple parallel timelines. This is merely theoretical in the Time Management Bureau's textbooks. The textbooks didn't teach you how to handle such situations, did they? The surgeon version interjected. No, I admitted, stepping forward to tear the tape off the elder version's mouth. Explain, I demanded. The elder version gasped. I just want to survive. My timeline is collapsing, and I need energy to stabilize it. Absorbing the parallel versions is the quickest method. So you deceived us? The university student version sneered. Wasn't there a grand conspiracy that required all Chunmos to unite? That was a strategic lie. The delivery version slapped him on the head. Strategic, my foot. I detest those who waste food, and you're even worse for wasting yourself. The scene became chaotic. Silence. I raised my voice. All versions turned to me. Since we are all gathered here, let us hold a meeting, the parallel universe version of Chunmo's joint conference, to discuss how to resolve the current crisis. Agreed. The surgeon version nodded. A professional meeting requires a moderator. I nominated the main timeline version of myself, as he seemed the most normal. The other versions glanced at each other, then at the bound deceiver, the agitated university student, the irritable delivery man, and the composed surgeon, before unanimously approving. We gathered around the dining table, with the elder version still bound in the corner. As the moderator, I began the proceedings with reports from each timeline regarding their situations. TL789, you go first. The elder version sighed. In my timeline, on the night of the winter solstice, the Time Management Bureau activated the reality reconstruction engine. I attempted to stop it, but failed. Reality began to collapse on a massive scale, and I spent 3 months devising this plan to absorb parallel versions. Skip your criminal plan, the surgeon version interjected. What are the specific actions of the Time Management Bureau? They are constructing a gigantic device beneath the collider ruins. The elder version explained. Its principle involves utilizing dimensional resonance crystals to open a passage to the underlying code of reality. Once successful, they can edit reality as if manipulating a program. How far along are they? I queried. When I left, the device was 85 complete. The winter solstice is the final window. A certain astronomical phenomenon will render the structure of reality at its weakest during that time. I looked towards the other versions. What about your timelines? The university student version spoke up. In my timeline, the Time Management Bureau attempted to infiltrate the Yen University laboratory, but I discovered them. Currently, it is at a stalemate as I am collaborating with campus security to counter them. The delivery version chimed in my timeline. The Time Management Bureau seems to be quite interested in my gourmet system. They once kidnapped me to study the system's principles. But I escaped thanks to the culinary bribes I prepared for the guards. My timeline is the most peaceful, the surgeon version added. The Time Management Bureau likely considers medicine useless to them, so they have not approached me. However, I have been monitoring their activities. Zhou Mingyu took notes. So, in different timelines, the Time Management Bureau's focus varies. In the main timeline, they are fixated on Chunmo's research. In TL789, they are conducting large-scale operations. In TL542, they are attempting infiltration. In TL617, they are just greedy? Hey, the delivery version protested. My gourmet system is impressive, okay? It can create dishes that bring tears of joy. Tears of joy. Li Qingfeng inquired curiously. Can I have a taste? Next time, I continued. Now, what suggestions do we have regarding the Time Management Bureau's actions on the winter solstice? Destroy the device. The elder version immediately replied, at all costs. Too drastic. The surgeon version shook his head. It may provoke uncontrollable consequences. We should study the device's principles and find a safe way to shut it down. We don't have time. The elder version exclaimed passionately. You have no idea the terror of reality collapsing. I've seen cities pixelate and vanish before my eyes. I've witnessed people turning into abstract concepts. We must stop them. The university student version proposed. I think we should unite all forces. In my timeline, I formed an anti-time management bureau alliance, including several physicists, mathematicians, and the student council. The student council? The delivery version laughed. Are you going to start a brawl? The student council has 3,000 members, and the president of the martial arts club is my roommate. The discussion escalated into an argument. Silence. I interjected once more. Listen to me. All eyes turned to me. The elder version stated that the device was 85 complete, and there was only a month left until the winter solstice. In the main timeline, my team is also researching similar technology. If the parallel versions join forces and share their research results, the surgeon version's eyes lit up. This could significantly advance our progress. My medical knowledge may be of use. The Time Management Bureau's device may involve biological interfaces. The university student version added, my solid foundation in theoretical physics can help refine the mathematical model. The delivery version chimed in, I can cook for everyone, ensuring balanced nutrition. The elder version fell silent, then said, I have the detailed blueprints of the Time Management Bureau's device. I stole them while I was undercover for 3 months. Now we have a chance. Then, I proposed, I suggest a temporary alliance of the parallel versions of Chun-Mo. Let us share knowledge, conduct joint research, and formulate a response plan for the winter solstice. Agreed. The surgeon version was the first to raise his hand. Agreed. The university student followed. Agreed. The delivery version added. The elder version hesitated for a moment, then said, agreed. But you must first untie me. I signaled Zhou Mingyu to free him, but Zhou Mingyu hesitated. What if he pulls another trick? Can the 5 of us, Chun-Mo's, not handle one of him? The delivery version clenched his fist. My stirring skills are no joke. Ultimately, the elder version of myself was liberated, albeit restrained by a specially crafted temporal suppression bracelet designed by Li Qingfeng, inhibiting his temporal abilities. In the ensuing hours, we engaged in the most peculiar academic discussion in history. 5 iterations of Chun-Mo, 1 time traveler, and 1 operative gathered around a small table in a rented apartment, deliberating on methods to save the world. The whiteboard was inscribed with an array of formulas, some derived from the primary timeline, others from alternate timelines, each exhibiting distinct styles, yet revealing an intrinsic connection. Consider this parameter, the surgeon suggested, pointing at a segment of the equation. If we alter it to reflect the weight distribution of a biological neural network. Wait, interrupted the university version of me. That would cause a shift in the resonant frequency within the crystal. You are all mistaken, the elder version interjected. In practical application, quantum decoherence will arise here, necessitating the inclusion of a compensatory term. I silently absorbed all the information as the system feverishly recorded. Knowledge input from parallel versions received. Mastery of physics enhanced. Understanding of temporal theory improved. Culinary arts. System update. New parallel self-collaboration module added. By 4 in the morning, a preliminary plan took shape. Thus, we must accomplish 3 tasks, I summarized. First, synthesize a stable anchor point in reality to safeguard the core area from collapsing when the temporal association activates the device. Second, investigate the device's disruptor, which can safely deactivate it without destruction. Third, I glanced at my elder self, uncover the true purpose of the temporal association. They cannot merely wish to edit reality. There must be a deeper objective. The elder me paused for a moment, then remarked, in my investigations, the temporal association mentioned a term, ascension. Ascension? They believe humanity is trapped within a cage of 3-dimensional space plus 1-dimensional time. The true aim of reconstructing reality is to open a pathway to higher dimensions, allowing certain individuals to ascend. Li Qingfeng frowned. That is utterly insane. Higher dimensional beings perceive us as we perceive 2-dimensional drawings. Ascension implies the loss of humanity and individuality, but one would gain a divine perspective and capabilities. The elder version continued. The core members of the temporal association are individuals profoundly dissatisfied with reality, terminally ill patients, societal outcasts, disillusioned idealists. They perceive reality as a wretched game and seek to restart it. The delivery version of me suddenly spoke up. I can understand. Everyone turned to him, not in terms of their actions, but in grasping that sense of helplessness. He softly recounted, before I awakened my system, I witnessed too much suffering while delivering food, people unable to afford treatment for illnesses, those who jumped from buildings after being laid off, parents driven mad by lost children. Sometimes I wished reality could be rewritten. A silence enveloped the room. But the power to rewrite reality must not be entrusted to a select few, the surgeon version asserted. Even if a doctor wishes to save lives, they cannot indiscriminately prescribe untested medications. Reality is a patient of us all and requires careful treatment. Well said, I nodded. Thus, our goal is clear. To thwart the dangerous experiments of the temporal association, yet perhaps we can explore safer methods of improving reality, such as, the university version prompted. For instance, I proposed, using our technology to treat ailments of reality on a small scale. localized temporal regression to rescue accident victims, fine-tuning physical constants to develop new energy sources, and employing reality editing to assist the disabled. Sounds like a superhero, the delivery version chuckled. No, like scientists, the surgeon corrected. Responsibly utilizing technology. The discussion continued until 5 in the morning, and consensus was reached. Then, let the collaboration commence, I declared. Each of you shall return to your respective timelines to gather the necessary materials and equipment. 3 days from now, we shall convene for our inaugural joint meeting in the primary timeline laboratory. How do we transport across timelines? The university version inquired. Li Qingfeng raised a device. Temporal Management Bureau standard equipment, cross-timeline transmission beacons. Although we cannot contact the central office, the devices remain operational. I will set the coordinates. Each of you take one. And in 3 days, activate it to be transported to the designated location. As we distributed the beacons, the elder version suddenly said, "Wait, I have a question. What is it? If we succeed in our collaboration and thwart the temporal association, what will become of those timelines?" All activity halted. Li Qingfeng replied, "Theoretically, parallel timelines converge during significant events. If all versions of us successfully prevent the temporal association's plans, the timelines may merge." What does merging entail? The delivery version asked. It means multiple parallel versions will fuse into one, Li Qingfeng elucidated. You will share memories and experiences, yet ultimately, only one Shen-Mo will continue to exist. Silence descended once more. So, the university version murmured, "Only one of us can remain?" "Not necessarily," I responded. "Perhaps we can discover a method for coexistence." The Temporal Management Bureau prohibits multiple existences during timeline mergers, Li Qingfeng warned. That would lead to reality overload. The surgeon version chuckled, "Then let us break the rules. The Temporal Management Bureau cannot oversee us now." The delivery version nodded in agreement. "Exactly. 5 Chinmos, how lively. We can take turns working while the others rest." The elder version offered a wry smile. "You are all too optimistic, but very well, count me in. It is better than watching my timeline collapse." When dawn broke, the other versions of Chun-Mo activated their beacons, vanishing in a burst of light. The last to depart was the elder version. Before he activated his beacon, he looked at me and cautioned, "Be careful in the primary timeline. The temporal association is more formidable than you imagine, and they may have already taken notice of you." "Why do you say that?" "Because you are progressing faster than any in all timelines," he explained. "Your boasting turned reality, resonant crystals. Temporal communication. You have accomplished in mere months what others have taken years, even decades, to achieve. To them, you are both the greatest threat and the most coveted subject for experimentation." "Subject?" "They wish to study your system, replicate your abilities," the elder version warned. "On the night of the winter solstice, they may not only seek to activate the device, but also aim to capture you." As the beacon activated, he vanished. The apartment returned to tranquility, leaving only me, Zhou Mingyu, and Li Qingfeng. "How do you feel?" Zhou Mingyu asked, having encountered 4 versions of himself. "Quite strange," I responded. It felt akin to gazing into 4 mirrors, each reflecting a possible version of myself. "Which version do you favor?" I pondered for a moment. "I appreciate all of them. Yet I am not entirely fond of any. But they are all me." Li Qingfeng began to gather the equipment. "I must document this incident. A multi-parallel timeline entity meeting. This could make for a remarkable paper, should the Temporal Management Bureau still exist." We exited the apartment, stepping into the morning light on our way to the laboratory. Along the way, I purchased 3 breakfasts. The convenience store owner observed us. "Have your roommates arrived?" "They have," I replied, "and not just one. More people is delightful. So lively," the owner smiled. "Indeed, it is vibrant," I concurred. 5 Chinmos, 5 timelines, and an impending reality war. Perhaps a tad too vibrant. But perhaps, this is the price of turning boasting into reality. When your claims are grand enough, even your parallel selves will come to assist you. Or to disrupt. Upon reaching the ground floor of the laboratory, my phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Upon answering, an electronically processed voice spoke. "Mr. Chinmo, congratulations on successfully hosting your self-conference. We observed the entire proceedings. It was quite riveting." "The Temporal Association?" "Indeed. We would like to formally invite you to participate in a technological exchange on reality reconstruction 3 days hence. The location will be sent shortly. Rest assured, this is merely an academic exchange, devoid of any traps." "Why should I trust you?" "We are aware of all your secrets," the electronic voice proclaimed, "including the origin of your system and how it came to be." The call ended abruptly. I stood rooted in place, the morning light piercing my senses. The origin of the system? I was as oblivious as anyone. Zhou Mingyu noticed my troubled expression. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "The Temporal Association has invited me to a technology seminar," I replied, "and they claim to know the origins of the system." A trap, indeed, but also an opportunity. "If they truly know," I added, Li Qingfeng interjected suddenly. Wait, I received a message from the automated dispatch of the Temporal Management Bureau's ruins. What does it say? I asked. He read aloud. Warning to all timelines. Chinemo, the origin of the system involves forbidden experiments. Do not investigate further, do not trust the Temporal Association, and do not accept any truths regarding the system's origin. The message self-destructed 5 seconds later. The three of us stood on the quiet morning street, clutching our breakfast, absorbing this ominous warning. Forbidden experiments? The origins of the system? The invitation from the Temporal Association? Zhou Mingyu sighed. This is truly disheartening. I took a bite of my bun and replied, then let us turn a blind eye with one eye and see clearly with the other. What do you mean? I chewed thoughtfully, the more chaotic things become, the more we must remain alert. The Temporal Association aims to confuse us. Hence, we must strive to stay vigilant. How do we do that? I swallowed the bun and smiled. First, we head to the lab, have breakfast, conduct experiments, and then devise a plan that will astonish all members of the Temporal Association, including the parallel universe versions of myself. What plan? I haven't figured it out yet. I admitted, but after boasting so much, I need something that will truly shock everyone, right? Zhou Mingyu looked at me, shaking his head with a smile. You've gone mad. Same madness, I countered, and that is the most terrifying kind. We entered the laboratory building. A new day had dawned, and with it, new chaos began to unfold. Yet, I suddenly felt a sense of contentment. After all, for a mad genius, a mundane life is devoid of interest. Chapter 11. The strain of thought upon returning to the lab. Lin Weiwei rushed in before I could finish my breakfast. Chinemo, something has happened. You should see the crystal storage yourself. We hurried to the crystal storage area, where the sight before us left us speechless. The once neatly arranged rows of crystal samples had transformed entirely. It was not mere damage, it was a mutation. The Type A crystal had sprouted plant-like patterns and was subtly writhing. The Type B crystal's surface was adorned with faces, contorted in expressions of agony. The Type C crystal was the most dramatic, floating in mid-air, surrounded by a halo of rainbow-colored light, resembling a miniature asteroid belt. When did this start? I asked the on-duty researcher. About half an hour ago. It just suddenly changed, he stammered. We conducted tests. The crystal structure remains unchanged, yet they seem to be evolving. Li Qingfeng utilized an invisible interface to scan the crystals. The temporal disturbance index has skyrocketed, he stated. These crystals are influenced by multiple timelines and are synchronizing their states across different temporal realities. What does that mean? I inquired. In simple terms, he pointed to the Type A crystal. It may be sharing structural information with the crystals from timeline TL542. The crystals from that timeline might look like this. And the Type B, TL789, the collapsed timeline. The crystal may have developed residual consciousness. Li Qingfeng's expression turned grave. As for the Type C, it is attempting to exist simultaneously across multiple points in time. Academician Wu cautiously approached the Type C crystal, reaching out to touch it, but I stopped him. Don't touch it, Academician Wu. But it's glowing. I've never seen such a radiation pattern. The old scholar's eyes sparkled with excitement. This could be a new physical phenomenon. Before he could finish his sentence, the Type C crystal suddenly split apart, not in a fracture, but akin to cellular division, transforming from 1 into 2. Then 2 became 4, and 4 became 8. Step back. Zhou Mingyu pulled everyone to a safe distance. The crystal division continued until there were 16, forming a perfect spherical array in midair. They began to rotate, gaining speed and stirring a gentle breeze. Suddenly, all 16 crystals emitted a bright light, projecting an image in the air. It was a scene of the laboratory, but the angle was peculiar, as if viewed from the ceiling. In the image, we were at work, but our actions were reversed. A time-reverse projection? Professor Zheng adjusted his glasses. No, Li Qingfeng corrected him after scanning. It's real-time imagery, but transmitted from 3 hours in the future. The image shifted, revealing the laboratory 3 hours later, a chaotic mess, with damaged equipment and a large hole in the wall. Is this a warning? Lin Weiwei asked. The image changed again, this time showing 6 hours later. The lab was deserted, with only the crystals glowing. It changed once more, showing 12 hours later. The laboratory returned to normal, albeit with a slightly different layout, featuring several new devices. Finally, the image stabilized at a specific moment, 3 days hence. In the lab, 5 different versions of me from various timelines were huddled together, engaged in discussion. That's the joint meeting we planned, I noted. But why 3 days from now? And how can we see it in advance? Li Qingfeng's face turned pale. The crystals are establishing a time loop. They are transmitting future information back to the present, creating a closed circuit. This means, Zhou Mingyu began. It means the future has been fixed, Li Qingfeng interjected. From now until the joint meeting in 3 days, this period has formed a closed loop. No matter what we do, we will ultimately lead to that outcome. Does that mean we have no free will? Lin Weiwei asked. No, Li Qingfeng clarified. The choices made with free will are what lead to that outcome. It's like watching a movie. You see the ending because the narrative logically leads to it. What we are witnessing now is the plot. I gazed at the swirling crystals and suddenly had a thought. If the loop has already formed, could we send information to an earlier time? In theory, yes. Li Qingfeng replied, but I need to stop. What do you want to do? I smiled. Send a message to our past selves from 3 days ago. For instance, to buy more coffee. The coming days will be mentally taxing. Professor Zheng pondered seriously. Could this create a paradox? If our past selves receive the message and change their actions, then this future wouldn't exist. But what we are seeing is already the future that has received the message. I pointed out the contradiction. The time loop will self-correct. My head was beginning to spin. My brain is about to explode, Zhou Mingyu groaned. It's taxing, isn't it? I chuckled. This is merely the beginning. For the entire day that followed, the laboratory resembled a set from a grand science fiction film. The type A crystals, with their plant-like growths, began to blossom, flowers of geometric shapes emitting a faint glow. Their scent reminiscent of coffee. Are they secreting caffeine? A researcher exclaimed in astonishment after testing it. The purity is 999, with additional stimulatory properties. Each of us took a cup of crystalline coffee. The taste was peculiar, yet the invigorating effects were remarkable. After drinking it, I found my speed of formula calculations tripled. Is this cheating? Academician Wu asked as he sipped. It's efficient resource utilization, I replied, jotting down notes at a speed that left a blur in my wake. The faces appearing on the type B crystal began to speak, not in words, but as sounds generated by the vibrations of the crystal. It hurts, one voice lamented. Time is tearing apart. Who are you? I inquired. I am the consciousness of the crystal from TL 789. The voice faltered. Chen Mo, save us. How can I save you? I pressed. Stop the device, but do not destroy it. The voice weakened. There are other methods. Then the visage faded, and the crystal returned to its tranquil state. The crystalline formations continued to rotate in the air, intermittently casting forth additional fragments of the future. Some were advantageous, such as revealing that a particular experiment would fail, allowing us to adjust our plans in advance. Others, however, were trivial, like the forecast that Lin Weiwei would change her hairstyle in 3 days. Will I truly adopt this hairstyle? Lin Weiwei mused, gazing at her projected image sporting a vibrant purple bob. It seems quite probable, I replied. She sighed, expressing her disdain for the color purple. Then you can decide not to change it now, Zhou Mingyu suggested. Yet, if I choose not to change, it would render the projection erroneous, thereby disrupting the temporal loop, leaving Lin Weiwei ensnared in her quandary. This is the conundrum of the temporal loop. Knowing the future ultimately binds one to it. In the afternoon, a more perplexing development arose. As I was calibrating the equipment, I suddenly felt a surge of memory, not someone else's, but my own, distinctly from the future. In this memory, I found myself embroiled in a debate with a surgical version of myself regarding a critical issue. Could the use of temporal anchor points to treat terminal illnesses precipitate ethical dilemmas? The recollection was vivid, encompassing the nuances of our argument, including a significant statement made by my counterpart. The essence of medical ethics is to do no harm. Yet failing to act in the face of death is also a form of harm. What are you daydreaming about? Zhou Mingyu interrupted. I received memories from 3 hours into the future, I disclosed. What was it like? Like a spoiler, I remarked, massaging my temples, realizing I was spoiling my own narrative. But that wasn't the end of it. An hour later, as Professor Zheng was deep in calculations, he suddenly exclaimed, I've figured it out. The fifth solution to this formula. Although he hadn't even begun computing yet, he transcribed the entire derivation fluidly, as if he had solved it countless times before. Is this also future memory? Academician Wu inquired. Not entirely, Professor Zheng replied, perplexed. It feels more akin to muscle memory. My hands remember how to write. After testing, Li Qingfeng concluded, the temporal loop was intensifying, leading to an accelerated flow of information within the loop. Now, not only visual information but memories and skills could be advanced. Can we advance all experimental results? Academician Wu asked, brimming with excitement. Theoretically, yes, Li Qingfeng cautioned, but excessive advancement may lead to temporal fatigue. Processing information that does not belong to the present is energy-consuming. He was right. By evening, everyone began to experience headaches, not the ordinary kind, but a sensation akin to the mind being overloaded, on the verge of explosion. I took 2 painkillers, but they had no effect. By the 3rd cup of crystalline coffee, I was merely more alert, yet still in pain. I need to let my mind rest, I said, but I couldn't stop. Memories from the future kept flooding in. The most bizarre aspect was receiving future memories about how to alleviate this mental strain. My future self had attempted 7 methods, all of which had failed. What about the 8th? I pondered. The memory indicated that my future self was still trying. Great. Even the experience of failure was being spoiled for me. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Weiwei devised a plan. Since we could not halt the influx of information, we should proactively manage the flow of data. We established a schedule for receiving information, processing future data in batches. How do we set this up? I inquired. Using the crystalline formations, she replied. Since they can project future images, perhaps they can also control the direction and intensity of the information flow. We endeavored to adjust the array of crystals. Li Qingfeng guided us. Academician Wu operated the controls, and I provided theoretical support, drawing from both the present and the future. 2 hours later, we succeeded. The crystalline array formed a controllable information filtering field, allowing only necessary information that avoided revealing critical decisions to pass through. What constituted necessary? For instance, experimental data, safety alerts, and the status of our dwindling coffee supply. Lin Weiwei set the rules. No information about who would say what, the specifics of experimental results, or what we would have for lunch. And what about hairstyles? I asked playfully. Hairstyles can be transmitted, she compromised. Once the filtering field was established, the headaches diminished. Yet a new issue arose. We began to foresee mundane matters. For instance, I knew Zhou Mingyu would sneeze in 5 minutes, and indeed he did. Academician Wu anticipated that his pen would fall and caught it in advance. Professor Zheng recognized a misspelling in his paper and corrected it beforehand. This feels like life has activated cheat mode, Zhou Mingyu remarked. But after a while, cheating becomes tedious. I experienced this. There were no surprises, no delights. Then there was a surprise. Lin Weiwei gazed at the projection, exclaiming, "Look at this." The projection displayed, tomorrow morning, an unexpected visitor would arrive. In the image, an unfamiliar man stood at the laboratory door, holding a takeout bag. Who is he? I asked. I don't know. The image didn't reveal his face. Lin Weiwei replied, but he is holding a bag from Lao Chenji, your favorite dumpling shop. A delivery person? Or perhaps someone disguised as a delivery worker? We decided to prepare in advance. The next morning at 10 o'clock, the doorbell rang precisely on time. Through the surveillance monitor, we observed a young man standing at the entrance, indeed holding a bag from Lao Chenji, clad in a delivery uniform. Zhou Mingyu checked his weapon. Li Qingfeng scanned for temporal anomalies, and I opened the door. Your delivery, the man said, extending the bag. Mr. Chen Mo, right? I didn't order takeout. It was a lady named Lin who ordered it, claiming it was for the laboratory's lunch. The man smiled, adding, she specifically requested pork and cabbage dumplings, your favorite. I accepted the bag, thanking him. As the man turned to leave, he paused and said, "Oh, Mr. Chun, someone asked me to convey a message to you." What message? The game on the winter solstice night requires at least 6 players. It seems you have gathered 5. A chill ran down my spine. Who asked you? The man smiled. A familiar glint in his expression. Another you. From the TL 999 timeline, the most intelligent version of you. With that, he began to fade. Much like the previous members of the Temporal Association, disappearing completely. But just before vanishing, he added, "Oh, eat the dumplings while they're hot." I added a little extra. "It can aid your thinking." He disappeared entirely. I opened the takeout bag, and indeed, it contained dumplings, still steaming. Accompanying it was a slip of paper. To all Chen Mo, the game has escalated. The reconstruction of reality is merely the beginning. The true reward is a ticket to a higher dimension. However, there is only one ticket. Among you 5, who will claim it? Sincerely, TL 999. The note spontaneously combusted into ashes 5 seconds later. We tested the dumplings. They were non-toxic, and in fact contained a special component that enhanced neural connections, accelerating cognitive speed. Is he helping us? Lin Weiwei queried. Or inciting internal conflict? Zhou Mingyu speculated. With only one ticket, he clearly aims to sow discord. TL 999, Li Qingfeng examined the records. Is there a timeline number assigned to this? The highest record reaches TL 800, he said. The designation of 999 suggests either an extremely distant future or a uniquely special parallel timeline. I picked up a dumpling and took a bite. It was indeed the flavor I adored most. Moreover, after consuming it, my mind felt remarkably clearer. It was as though a dusty mirror had been polished, or a congested road had been unblocked. How do you feel? Zhou Mingyu asked, concerned. Delicious, I replied. And it seems I might know how to resolve the issue of crystal mutation. How will you resolve it? Not by preventing the mutation, but by guiding it, I stated. My thoughts exceptionally lucid. Since the crystals are synchronized across multiple timelines, we can actively input the information we require, steering them to mutate into the desired forms. How exactly do we accomplish that? I approached the whiteboard and began to sketch, to establish an information injection field. Utilizing the cognitive waves from our 5 timelines as input sources, guiding the crystals to evolve in a specific direction. I spoke continuously for 10 minutes. My plan appearing as if it had been meticulously contemplated for several days. Is this inspiration from dumpling? Academician Wu exclaimed in astonishment. No. It is the essence of TL999 that has sparked this insight, I replied. He is assisting us, or rather, propelling the progression of the game. The reality reconstruction game. Do you remember? I said, initiated by the Temporal Logic Society. However, it now seems that the participants extend beyond just the society and us. Are there players from other timelines? Is TL999 one of the players? I pondered. Moreover, he is an advanced player, I concluded. He can deliver across timelines, foresee our needs, and enhance our capabilities. He does not resemble an adversary, but rather, a game administrator? Lin Weiwei suggested. Or perhaps a game designer, I nodded. This rendered the situation even more complex. Is the Temporal Logic Society an enemy or a player? Is TL999 an ally or a puppet master? How many participants are there in the game of the winter solstice night? It's quite the mental exercise, Zhou Mingyu remarked once more. But intriguing, I chuckled. The more intricate the puzzle, the greater the sense of accomplishment in unraveling it. We commenced preparations for the information injection field, while simultaneously contacting other timelines Chun Mo's to inform them of TL999's emergence. The surgeon version of myself responded, TL999? In my timeline, there is a legend regarding the original Chun Mo, identified by the number 999. It is said that he is the origin of all timelines, but has since transcended. The university student version of me. My data indicates that TL999 was one of the founders of the Temporal Management Bureau but later disappeared. The food delivery version of me. In my culinary system, there is a hidden message that expresses gratitude for TL999's recipe sponsorship. The older version of me. In my timeline, TL999 is a taboo subject. The Temporal Logic Society forbids discussions about him, branding him a traitor. The information was contradictory, yet pointed to a singular conclusion. TL999 is not ordinary. In the afternoon, the information injection field was completed. 5 devices, each corresponding to the cognitive frequencies of the 5 timelines. We placed the crystal array in the center of the field. Begin, I commanded. The devices activated. I sensed a portion of my thoughts being extracted. It was not uncomfortable, akin to exhaling after a deep breath. The crystals began to react. The plant-like patterns started to reorganize, forming more regular geometric designs. The human-like faces became tranquil. The split entities began to merge, ultimately returning to one, yet more crystalline and transparent. We succeeded. Academician Wu cheered. However, the success lasted merely 3 seconds. Suddenly, all the crystals emitted a blinding light simultaneously. Within the light, a figure emerged, not a projection, but a corporeal presence. The figure gradually became clearer. It was me, yet my demeanor was entirely different. This version of me wore a simple white robe, was barefoot, had long hair, and eyes deep as if they contained the entire cosmos. Greetings, he spoke. His voice gentle yet resonant, as if echoing from multiple locales. I am Chun Mo, TL999. I apologize for appearing in this manner, but time is of the essence. The laboratory fell into a profound silence. You are the original timeline's version of me? I inquired. One of the originals, he smiled. Time does not possess a true origin, only relative beginnings. However, indeed, my timeline is relatively earlier. What do you intend to accomplish? To accelerate the game, he stated. The events of the winter solstice night are fundamentally a qualification examination for dimensional ascension. The reality reconstruction device is not a weapon, but a testing tool. The Temporal Logic Society is not a villain. They are the examiners, albeit they may be unaware of it. An examination? What is being tested? Whether humanity is worthy of accessing higher dimensions, TL999 remarked. The criteria include scientific comprehension, ethical judgment, collaborative ability, and choices when faced with temptation. He turned his gaze towards me. You 5 Chinmos from different timelines are key candidates, as you represent 5 potential developmental trajectories: scientist, doctor, scholar, chef, and survivor. So, we 5 must compete for that ticket. The university student version of me interjected through the communicator, and the other timeline's Chinmos were listening as well. No, cooperation is essential. TL999 clarified. Indeed, there is only one ticket, but it is not for an individual. It is for the collective consciousness of humanity. If you can prove that humanity can maintain rationality and unity in the face of overwhelming temptation, the ticket will be unlocked. What if we turn against each other? The commander asked on my behalf. If you fail the examination, the reality reconstruction device will spiral out of control, triggering a massive reality collapse. TL999 replied calmly. Just as occurred in your timeline. The older version of me fell silent. So, to summarize, the winter solstice night is not an apocalyptic showdown, but rather a graduation defense? That can be understood, TL999 nodded, but the defense questions will be exceedingly challenging. The Temporal Logic Society will do everything to complicate matters. as they believe that present-day humanity is unworthy of ascension. Why do they hold such beliefs? Because they have endured great suffering. TL999's eyes flickered with a hint of compassion. The core members of the Temporal Logic Society hail from the most disastrous timeline branches. TL666, where humanity self-destructed. TL777, where natural disasters exterminated 90% of the population. TL888, where artificial intelligence dominated the world. So, they are survivors from failed timelines? Indeed, they have gathered together to test humanity from other timelines, TL999 explained. If successful, they are willing to share technology and aid the advancement of all timelines. If they fail, they will deem humanity unworthy of salvation and concentrate on their ascension plans. The volume of information was overwhelming, and everyone required time to digest it. Why are you revealing this to us? The surgeon inquired on my behalf. Because I have faith in you, TL999 smiled, particularly towards the main timeline's Chun-Mo. Your boasting system is not a coincidence. It is one of the examination tools. The system was provided by you? It was given by the examination committee, TL999 stated. Each key candidate possesses a special ability. Your system, the surgeon's absolute healing, the scholar's omniscient library, the chef's delightful cuisine, and the survivor's sense of time are all components of the examination. I was taken aback. So all of this, beginning from the awakening of the system, has been an examination? What about the Temporal Management Bureau? Li Qingfeng asked. It is also an examination authority, responsible for maintaining order in the examination arena, TL999 explained. However, recently, there have been issues within the examination arena. The bureau has gone missing, which is why I have come personally. His figure began to fade. Time is up. I cannot remain for long. A final reminder, over the next 3 days, you will receive a series of simulated exam questions. Prepare well, collaboration is key. Wait, I called out, what are the exam questions? They have already begun. TL999 said just before completely vanishing. The first question, resolve the crystal mutation. You have already passed. The second question is imminent. No sooner had he finished speaking than the laboratory alarm blared. Report. Unusual weather phenomena have appeared over Beijing. Multiple regions are reporting temporal rain. Temporal rain? It is rain that accelerates or decelerates randomly during its descent. Some droplets are suspended in midair, while others evaporate instantaneously. The researcher spoke in a tone of terror. We turned our gaze to the window. Indeed, it was raining outside, but the trajectories of the droplets defied the laws of physics. Some floated down slowly like feathers. Others fell swiftly like bullets. Some hovered in midair, forming arrays of water droplets. The second question, I murmured, resolve the large-scale temporal anomaly. How do we address this? Zhou Mingyu questioned. I glanced at the crystal array, then at my team, and smiled. With science, with cooperation, and with imagination. It's quite the mental exercise. Academician Wu chuckled. Then let us get to work. I flexed my wrist. After all, failing the exam is not an option. Outside the window, the temporal rain continued to fall. Within the confines of the room, the 5 iterations of Chun-Mo began tackling the problems at hand. Yet, the true game, or rather the authentic examination, was only just commencing. Was it mentally taxing? Indeed it was. But it was riveting, exceedingly so. Chapter 12, Astonishment. The temporal rain fell throughout the night. By the break of dawn, Beijing had transformed into a fantastical metropolis. A string of suspended droplets clung to the spire of the CCTV headquarters, resembling a crystal chandelier. The traffic along Chang'an Avenue ebbed and flowed like a glitching video. Above the Bird's Nest Stadium, the raindrops formed a message in English. Hello, examinees. They were greeting us. I stood before the laboratory window, sipping crystal coffee. Such an extravagant greeting. Zhou Mingyu rubbed his temples. The office phone was inundated with calls from citizens inquiring whether this was a clandestine government experiment. How to respond? A unified reply was issued. Special climatic phenomenon. Please minimize outdoor activities. He sighed, but no one believed it. Li Qingfeng was monitoring the data. The radius of the temporal rain extended 50 kilometers, affecting a population of 20 million. The Temporal Association was showcasing their power, demonstrating their ability to manipulate the flow of time across the city. What was the examination question? The surgeon's voice crackled through the communicator. He was also experiencing rain. But the situation in Shanghai was somewhat better. It seemed we were tasked with stabilizing the temporal field. The university student version of myself chimed in. I've calculated that to neutralize such a vast area, at least 10 high-power temporal stabilizers are required. Do we possess them? The delivery version of me inquired. There's one. The elder version of me replied with a wry smile. In my timeline, I constructed a prototype, but its power is only sufficient to cover a single building. Then let's create 10, I proposed. With the resources from the 5 timelines, supplemented by the dumpling buff from TL999, it should be achievable. Dumpling buff? The surgeon S8 asked, puzzled. The takeout from TL999 contains components that enhance cognitive function, I explained. My current thought speed is 3 times its usual rate. I feel that too, the university version noted. Last night, I solved a mathematical problem that had plagued me for 3 months. I even refined 3 recipes. The delivery version added. I recalled more intelligence regarding the temporal association. The squad leader assisted in articulating. It appears TL999 is indeed assisting us, or rather, ensuring the exam proceeds smoothly. We began to delineate our roles. The primary timeline, providing the laboratory, equipment, and crystal technology. TL542, the university version offering theoretical models and mathematical support. TL617, the delivery version supplying specialized energy conversion technology to transform food into pure energy. TL321, the surgeon version providing biological neural interface technology to enhance operational precision. TL789, the elder version offering the design blueprints for the temporal stabilizers. The 5 iterations of Chun Mo collaborated across timelines. Li Qingfeng coordinated the transmissions, his cross-timeline beacons becoming our lifeline, continuously relaying blueprints, materials, and even completed components. Academician Wu led the manufacturing team, Professor Zheng oversaw debugging, Lin Weiwei managed logistics, and Zhou Mingyu was in charge of security. Though he felt their protective measures were as flimsy as paper in the face of such supernatural phenomena. At least it can deter journalists, he remarked, noting that 3 media outlets were attempting to breach our perimeter. By noon, the first stabilizer was completed. It was cylindrical, 2 meters tall, encased in silvery metal, with an interior core comprised of an enhanced crystal. Let us conduct a test, I suggested. Initiate. The stabilizer emitted a gentle blue light, creating a spherical stabilization field with a 10-meter diameter. The raindrops within resumed their normal descent, and the air no longer warped. Success. Cheers erupted within the laboratory. However, its power was insufficient. Li Qingfeng calculated that, at this efficiency, 300 units would be required to cover the entire city. We lacked the materials for such an endeavor. Academician Wu reviewed the inventory. We were short on crystals, special metals, and even wiring. An air of silence enveloped us. Perhaps total coverage isn't necessary, I mused. Where is the coarse source of the temporal rain's influence? Li Qingfeng scanned. Beneath the site of the electron-positron collider, there lies a powerful source of temporal disturbance. Had the temporal associations apparatus already been activated? Testing initiation, the elder version of me remarked. They are preheating the machinery, while simultaneously presenting us with challenges. Should we then address the source directly? Zhou Mingyu inquired. That would bypass the problem-solving steps, the surgeon version countered. What should we do then? An idea struck me. Rather than attempting to cover the entire city, we could redirect the temporal rain. How do we redirect it? By strategically placing stabilizers at critical nodes to form a network akin to blood vessels that can channel and neutralize the aberrant temporal flow. I sketched a rough diagram, aiming for maximal effect with minimal stabilizers. Precise calculations were essential. The university version of me asserted, provide me with the data, I will construct the model. An hour later, the model was complete. Only 27 stabilizers were necessary, positioned at specific locations to create a diversion network that would reduce the anomalous effects of the temporal rain by 90%. However, 10% remained unremovable. Professor Zheng frowned. Leave that 10%, I proposed. Let the citizens be aware of what is transpiring. This is what the temporal association wishes to test, the public's reaction. Testing the public? The elevated examination was not solely assessing us. I analyzed further. It was also evaluating humanity. In the face of supernatural occurrences, would people panic or exhibit curiosity? Would they assist one another or descend into chaos? Zhou Mingyu comprehended. So we require public relations? Indeed, we must present a solution while simultaneously observing societal reactions. I instructed. Commence the production of the stabilizers, 27 of them, to be completed before nightfall. For the ensuing 10 hours, the laboratory morphed into a sci-fi factory. Academician Wu's team operated in shifts, machines running around the clock. Crystal coffee became the standard, invigorating everyone. The delivery version of me remotely guided the energy infusion, utilizing specialized cuisine to charge the stabilizers, yielding exceptional results. By 6 in the evening, the 20th stabilizer was completed. Progress is promising, Lin Weiwei noted as she reviewed the progress chart, but we were still 7 units short, and our crystal supply was dwindling. What if we mix types? Professor Zheng proposed. That would induce unstable resonance. The university version calculated and shook his head. Shall we borrow from other laboratories? Zhou Mingyu queried. Only we possessed such crystals nationwide. We found ourselves at an impasse. Suddenly, the laboratory door swung open. An elderly man entered. It was old Qian, but he appeared transformed. He seemed more spirited, his steps light. And he carried a box. Old Qian, what brings you here? I exclaimed in surprise. I've brought you something, he replied, placing the box on the table and opening it. Inside were 20 pristine pieces of type crystal, each radiating a soft glow. Where did these come from? Academician Wu's eyes widened. From the inventory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, old Qian smiled. In truth, I am also one of the examinees. We collectively stared in astonishment. You are Chun Mo from Timeline TL100? Li Qingfeng blurted out. Old Qian chuckled. No, I am Qian Shoujua, but I am indeed an examinee, representing physicists. With hidden examinee number 004. Your systems and capabilities are all orchestrated by the examination committee. I am here to observe and record. The weight of this revelation was staggering, necessitating digestion. So you have been here, guiding, supporting, and observing, I deduced. Old Qian nodded. Chinemo, you are remarkable. Your boast-come-true system is, in fact, a manifestation device of reality belief, testing humanity's ability to alter reality through conviction. The absolute test of a surgeon measures compassion, while the omniscient test of a scholar gauges curiosity. The happiness test of a chef assesses empathy, and the perception test of a survivor evaluates resilience. What do you test? I inquired. The responsibility of a mentor, replied Mr. Qian, ensuring that the younger generation can pass their examinations. These crystals serve as my problem-solving aids. Utilize them to complete the network. With the crystals, the final 7 stabilizers were completed by 9 o'clock in the evening. Commence deployment, I commanded. 27 stabilizers were precisely delivered to their designated locations via Li Qingfeng's transmission beacons, the Temple of Heaven, the corner tower of the Forbidden City, the Summer Palace, the Bird's Nest, the CCTV building, and the China World Trade Center Phase 3. Deployment complete. Activate. In an instant, a luminous web appeared over Beijing. Blue light connected the various stabilizers, forming a vast geometric pattern that enveloped the entire city. The reign of time began to transform. Anomalous raindrops were captured, neutralized, and guided by the light web. Suspended droplets gently descended, and accelerating raindrops returned to normal. The words hello in the sky dissipated, transforming into a new phrase, good job. Then came the second message. Next question, reality shift IN 321. What are they planning? Zhou Mingyu asked anxiously. Before he could finish speaking, the city began to morph. It was not destruction, but transformation. The distorted shape of the CCTV building straightened into a neat rectangular form. The steel structure of the Bird's Nest simplified into a traditional circular stadium. Even the cars on the road all morphed into the same model and color. Are they standardizing reality? Li Qingfeng monitored the data, erasing diversity and enforcing uniformity. This is the philosophy of the Time Association. The elder version of myself remarked that they believe diversity leads to chaos. Only through uniformity can efficiency be achieved. This is how my timeline has been optimized, resulting in a loss of vitality. The surgeon interjected, in medicine, uniformity equates to fragility. How do we break this? Lin Weiwei asked. I pondered. They have achieved uniformity through the time network. We need a diversity network. How do we implement this? I proposed the creation of 5 diversity anchors using different technologies from 5 timelines, forming a counter network. I suggested injecting each anchor with a distinct trait: scientific curiosity, medical compassion, academic rigor, culinary creativity, and the resilience of survival. Can this work? We shall only know through trial. We divided our tasks once more. The main timeline would create the scientific anchor using cutting-edge physical principles. TL542 would establish the academic anchor employing the pure beauty of mathematics. TL617 would forge the culinary anchor through the emotional memories embedded in cuisine. TL321 would develop the medical anchor with intentions of healing and care. TL789 would construct the survival anchor utilizing the wisdom gained from suffering. With limited materials and time pressing, we were, however, armed with experience. The 5 anchors were to be constructed synchronously, collaborating remotely. Li Qingfeng became the busiest among us, transporting data and samples back and forth between the 5 timelines. By 2 o'clock in the morning, the anchors were completed. 5 devices took on 5 distinct forms. The physical anchor resembled a miniature particle collider. The mathematical anchor was a polyhedral crystal. The culinary anchor resembled a steamer. The medical anchor mimicked the structure of a DNA double helix. And the survival anchor was simply a battered metal plate. Where shall we deploy them? Zhou Mingyu queried. To the corresponding 5 directions: east, west, south, north, and center. I indicated on the map. The physical anchor was placed at the National Center for the Performing Arts, center. The mathematical anchor at Tsinghua Garden, north. The culinary anchor at Wangfujing, east. The medical anchor at Peking Union Medical College Hospital, south. And the survival anchor at Lugo Bridge, west. A site that has witnessed historical suffering. Why choose these locations? I explained. Each location possesses a corresponding field. The accumulation of history and the cultural atmosphere can enhance the efficacy of the anchors. Deploy and activate. The 5 anchors emitted different colors of light: gold, blue, red, green, and gray. The 5 colored lights ascended, intertwining and diffusing. Wherever they spread, the standardized reality began to regain its individuality. The CCTV building reverted to its distorted form, yet this time with greater elegance. The steel structure of the bird's nest became complex once more, but the structure was more rational. The cars on the road resumed their various models and colors, yet they were orderly, no longer congested. We have succeeded. A cheer erupted in the laboratory. Yet, it was not over. Words appeared in the sky once more. Final question, choose. Then, 5 beams of light descended from above, penetrating the laboratory roof and shining upon us 5, each representing a distinct version of Chunimo. Suspended within each beam was an object. The golden light illuminated the main timeline version of me, revealing a tome titled The Codex of Reality, with the inscription, Master the Rules, Become Divine. The blue light shone upon the university student version of me, presenting a key of truth, denoting, Unlock all knowledge. The red light glimmered before the delivery version of me, revealing a universal pot capable of creating dishes that fulfill any desire. The green light illuminated the surgeon version of me, presenting a life pen, able to alter the fate of any being. The gray light shone upon the elder version of me, revealing a time shield, capable of safeguarding oneself from all harm. Simultaneously, a voice resonated, that of TL999. But this time with greater solemnity. The final question: of the 5 magical artifacts, you may only select one to take with you. The remaining 4 will vanish forever. Your choice will determine the outcome of the examination. Begin choosing. Countdown, 60 seconds. The pressure instantly surged. This is a scheme to sow discord, Zhou Mingyu exclaimed. Yet, we had to choose. And we must choose wisely, I stated. What constitutes the right choice? The choice of collaboration, the surgeon countered. But how do we collaborate? Countdown, 50 seconds. I swiftly analyzed. The 5 artifacts represent 5 powers: rules, knowledge, fulfillment, life, and protection. Any one of them alone is incomplete. Together they form a whole. So they compel us to select just one to test our awareness of this, the commander interjected. Then what is the correct answer? To refuse to choose? The university student speculated. Or, the delivery version of me suddenly suggested, to select one that encompasses the others? Countdown, 40 seconds. I fixed my gaze upon the codex of reality before me. If mastering the rules is comprehensive enough, it should encompass knowledge, fulfillment, life, and protection. Conversely, the life pen, if it can rewrite destinies, could also achieve other effects. The key of truth can unlock all knowledge, naturally including the knowledge of rules. The universal pot, perhaps, can concoct a dish that embodies everything. The time shield, if it can protect all, could also be considered encompassing. Each could be justified. Yet each might also be a trap. Countdown, 30 seconds. We need to unify our opinions, I suggested. Shall we vote? There is no time. Countdown, 20 seconds. Suddenly, an idea struck me. We shall not select any artifact. What do you mean? 5 beams of light, 5 individuals, 5 artifacts, I articulated. But if we stand together, do the 5 artifacts not coalesce? Countdown, 10 seconds. Stand together, I shouted. The main timeline version of me, along with the 4 representations of other timelines conveyed through communicators, simultaneously advanced towards the center of the room. However, the entities within the communicators were mere voices. Their physical forms did not reside within this timeline. Transport them here, I commanded Li Qingfeng. There's no time to lose. Li Qingfeng replied. The interface operation and beacon activation require a minute. The countdown read, 5 seconds. It was over. Suddenly, Old Qin took action. He raised a hand, revealing an official badge, the examiner badge. I, examiner number 004, hereby exercise emergency authority, he declared solemnly, permitting the temporary merging of cross-timeline entities for a duration of 30 seconds. 5 beams of light converged abruptly, illuminating the center of the room. 4 figures emerged from the radiance: the college student version of myself, the delivery version, the surgeon version, and the older version of myself. Entities materialized. We 5 stood together, encircling one another. 5 artifacts hovered above our heads, commencing a rotation that quickened with fervor. Countdown, 0 seconds. The 5 artifacts collided, merging into a beam of white light that surged towards the center of our quintet. Within the white luminescence, an object materialized. It was not an artifact. It was a ticket, golden, palm-sized, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of circuitry and star maps. The ticket floated, awaiting retrieval. That voice resounded once more. Final answer. Unity. Passed. The applause did not emanate from reality, but rather from some higher dimensional existence echoing in our ears. Congratulations to the 5 candidates for passing the preliminary test. The voice of TL999 softened. This dimensional ascension ticket is now yours. However, do note, it remains a semi-finished product. To activate it, you must complete the final task on the winter solstice night before the reality reconstruction device. Make the correct choice. What choice? We inquired in unison. You will know when the time comes, TL999 replied. Now, I ask the 5 of you to temporarily separate and return to your respective timelines. The ticket will be safeguarded by the main timeline. 3 days hence, on the winter solstice night, we shall meet again. The brilliance dissipated, and the 4 parallel versions of Chun Mo vanished, returning to their individual timelines. The laboratory regained its tranquility. Only the golden ticket lingered, quietly suspended before me. I reached out, and the ticket fell into my palm, warm, pulsating, as if it were a living entity. Is this how we passed? Zhou Mingyu asked incredulously. Preliminary test. I clarified. The real examination occurs on winter solstice night. Old Qian tucked away his badge and looked at me. Chinemo, do you know why you are entrusted with the ticket? Why? Because among all versions, you are the most balanced, he stated. A scientist, yet grounded, ambitious, yet cooperative. Capable of boasting, yet able to deliver. You are the one most likely to make the right choice. And the other versions? They will assist you. But the ultimate decision lies with you. Old Qian remarked. That is a lot of pressure, isn't it? I tightened my grip on the ticket. Not too bad. After all, having boasted so much, there has to be one that can astonish everyone. You have already astonished, Lin Weiwei said, gazing out the window. Look, outside. Beijing had returned to normalcy. The reign of time had ceased, and the city sparkled with lights as if nothing had occurred. Yet everyone knew that something had changed. Citizens flocked to the streets, discussing the recent spectacle. Some took photos, others live-streamed, and many gazed skyward in search of answers. They will not forget, Zhou Mingyu asserted. Nor should they, I replied. Part of the examination is to gradually help humanity accept that reality can be broader. My phone vibrated, revealing a message. Congratulations on clearing the stage. Bonus reward. System upgraded to Phase 2. New feature. Reality editing preview version. Please use with caution. TL999. The system interface unfolded before my eyes. Bose to Reality System V20. New module. Reality editor. Trial version. Function. Allows for minor modifications to localized reality within a range of 1 cubic meter. Limitations. Once per day. Not applicable for direct harm or significant historical alterations. Warning. Excessive use may lead to reality fatigue. I attempted to use it on the empty cup on the table. With a thought. Fill with water. The cup instantly brimmed with clear, steaming water. Wow. Lin Weiwei exclaimed. Just a little trick, I said, though it was indeed astonishing. Old Qian smiled. Practice slowly. On winter solstice night, you will need this ability. As he prepared to leave, he turned back. Oh, by the way, the examiners from the Temporal Council hold you in high regard. However, they said the final test will be quite challenging. Be prepared. How difficult? Difficult enough that. Old Qian pondered. You may need to relinquish something. What kind of thing? You will know when the time comes. He departed. The laboratory was left with just a few of us. Outside, the first light of dawn emerged. A new day had begun, with only 2 days until winter solstice night. I clutched the ticket, gazing at the system interface, feeling the power surging within me. Boasting to reality, editing reality, cross-timeline collaboration, everything felt like a dream, yet it was reality. What shall we do next? Zhou Mingyu asked. I smiled. First, breakfast. Then prepare to face the final examination. Nervous? Excited, I admitted. After all, what could be more exhilarating than striking back at all the examiners in a test that determined the fate of humanity? They looked at me, their expressions complex. You truly are a mad genius, Zhou Mingyu summarized. Thank you for the compliment. I took a bite of my bun, mad, yet effective. Outside, the sun rose. A new day, new challenges. And I was ready. After all, when one boasts, it must be the most astonishing of claims. For instance, passing a dimensional examination, obtaining a divine ticket, and perhaps saving reality in the process. That sounds delightful. Let us go make it happen. Chapter 13. Where did this fool come from? On the last day before the winter solstice, an unexpected guest arrived at the laboratory. At 9 in the morning, the doorbell rang. The surveillance footage revealed a young man clad in a white suit, his hair dyed silver, wearing a monocle, and holding a staff adorned with crystals. Which anime is this cosplay from? Zhou Mingyu frowned. It doesn't resemble any anime. Li Qingfeng scanned, confirming normal life signs and temporal characteristics. Is he in a superposition state? What does that mean? I inquired. He exists simultaneously at 3 points in time. Now, 5 minutes ago, and 5 minutes hence. Li Qingfeng was perplexed. It was not a mere doppelganger, but the same entity unfolding along the timeline. I opened the door. The man in the white suit bowed gracefully. Mr. Chun Mo. A pleasure. I am Silver Time, a special examiner from the Dimensional Ascension Assessment Department of the Temporal Council. Silver for silver, Time for time. Such a name sounded rather juvenile. What brings you here? I maintain my politeness. I'm here to conduct a qualification review before your final test. Silver Time smiled, revealing a perfect set of 8 teeth. After all, obtaining the ticket is merely the first step. We must confirm that you truly deserve it. He stepped into the laboratory, lightly tapping his staff on the ground. With each tap, ripples emanated, not water waves, but spatial waves. Wow, Lin Weiwei marveled softly. Academician Wu and Professor Zheng also gathered to witness the spectacle. Silver Time relished the attention, moving to the center of the laboratory, raising his staff. First, allow me to demonstrate my examiner qualifications. With a snap of his fingers, the laboratory transformed. It was not an illusion, but a change in reality. Tables and chairs floated. Instruments morphed into Lego blocks, and the walls became transparent glass, revealing the underwater world outside. Schools of fish swam by, and a curious octopus pressed against the glass. A spatial reconfiguration, a charming trick. Jintoki spoke nonchalantly. I specialize in the aesthetics of reality, believing that power should embody elegance. He snapped his fingers, and everything reverted to its original state. Thus, you have come to pose a question to me, a test of your taste in reality. Jintoki, with utmost seriousness, declared. Ascending dimensions is not a mere brutal increase in strength. It is the elevation of taste. A being that resorts solely to violent alterations of reality is unworthy of transcending to higher dimensions. I understood. He was an examiner of art. How shall we conduct this test? Jintoki produced 3 boxes from his pocket, which floated in midair. A multiple-choice question, he announced. Inside these boxes are 1. Eternal beauty, 2. Absolute truth, and 3. Ultimate happiness. Please select one and elucidate your reasoning. The boxes appeared identical. I employed my system to scan them. Receiving the following results. Advanced reality camouflage detected. Analyzing contents. Box 1. A stone, ordinary, picked up by the riverside. Box 2. A note, inscribed with "You have been fooled." Box 3. Empty. I raised my gaze to Jintoki, who wore an expectant expression. Please choose, Mr. Chinemo. This pertains to your aesthetic level. I pondered in silence for 3 seconds before stating, I choose 4. 4? There is no 4. There is. I approached the experimental table, grasping an empty beaker. Here. Box 4. The beauty of the everyday. Jintoki was momentarily taken aback. What? Eternal beauty is too ethereal. Absolute truth is excessively absolute, and ultimate happiness is unrealistic. I placed the beaker on the table, explaining, this beaker has held coffee, experimental reagents, and instant noodles during my late-night work sessions. It has witnessed every day within this laboratory. That is true beauty. Jintoki's expression froze, while Zhou Mingyu stifled a laugh. Furthermore, I continued, your 3 boxes contain a stone, a mocking note, and 1 is empty, correct? Jintoki's face shifted. How did you? I guessed, I replied, maintaining my composure. For those who employ such juvenile tests possess a taste akin to that. An air of silence enveloped us, and then Jintoki erupted into laughter, not a graceful one, but a rather exasperated chuckle. Interesting. Now, let us see how you respond to this. He raised his cane high and began to chant, reality. Heed my will and manifest the aesthetics of contradiction. The laboratory began to distort. The floor transformed into the ceiling, gravity's direction shifted, water flowed upwards, flames froze, and sounds morphed into visible, colorful ripples. This was when Academician Wu clutched the table to avoid floating away. The laws of physics were partially inverted. Professor Zheng excitedly recorded. So beautiful. Harmony, within contradiction. Jintoki looked at me triumphantly. What do you think? This is true art. I gazed back at him, earnestly asking, have you had lunch? What? You exerted such effort. The energy expenditure must be considerable, no? I walked over to the wall, now the floor, where the water cooler stood, filled a cup, and offered. Would you like to drink some water? I can see your mouth is dry. The water in the cup took on a cubic shape due to the anomalous local gravity. I handed him the cup. Jintoki stared blankly as the cubic water swayed in his hand. Aren't you astonished? He inquired. Astounded, indeed, I nodded. But this must consume a great deal of energy, no? It's merely a test. Why go to such lengths? This is art. He insisted. Art must also consider sustainability. I countered, pointing to the tap water still flowing upward. You altered the physical laws in this section. The entire building's plumbing system will be affected. The laboratory below is conducting precision experiments. Jintoki's expression faltered. Moreover, I continued, your aesthetic of contradiction fundamentally disrupts rules to create shock. True beauty lies in creating miracles within the confines of rules. I picked up the crystal coffee cup, which now floated in midair. For instance, this cup's beauty is rooted in its ergonomic design, safe materials, and ability to retain heat. Transforming it into a singing, rainbow cup might be dazzling. But can it still hold coffee? The cup suddenly began to sing Twinkle, Twinkle, little star, glowing and changing colors. Jintoki chuckled awkwardly. It can't anymore. Can it? I set the cup back on the table. Thus, your art sacrifices practicality for visual stimulation. In design, this is termed formalist error. Jintoki's face flushed with anger. What do you know of art? I understand science, I replied, and science itself is art. Consider the Yang-Mills equations. How beautiful. Observe the elegant double helix structure of DNA. This beauty does not rely on breaking rules, but rather reveals them. I approached the whiteboard and casually wrote a set of formulas. This is the standard form of the time field equation. However, observe, if I adjust this parameter. I altered a coefficient. The equation suddenly became symmetrical, balanced, resembling a geometric painting. Now, it not only holds mathematically, but is also aesthetically superior. Moreover, it is more functional and computationally efficient. This is the true taste of reality, the unity of practicality and beauty. Jintoki stared at the equations, momentarily speechless. Li Qingfeng whispered to Zhou Mingyu. He is using mathematics to crush his opponent's artistic perspective. The classic Chen Mo approach. Zhou Mingyu nodded in agreement. Jintoki took a deep breath, retracting his cane. Fine, I shall concede the first round. However, you shall undoubtedly fail the second. Pose your question, I prompted. Jintoki clasped his hands, his expression solemn. Next is the ultimate philosophical test. Please listen closely. His voice took on an ethereal quality. A ship sails upon the sea. Every 10 years, every plank of wood on the ship is replaced. After 100 years, not a single plank remains from the original. Is it still the same ship? The classic paradox of the ship of Theseus. The people in the laboratory turned to me. I contemplated for 3 seconds before responding. It is takeout. What? Jintoki thought he had misheard. It is takeout, I reiterated, because I am hungry. Philosophical questions can be discussed while eating. Jintoki's solemn expression crumbled. This is serious philosophy. Philosophy requires sustenance to ponder, I asserted, pulling out my phone. Have you eaten? I could order takeout for you. Their fish-flavored shredded pork rice is quite good. I am posing a philosophical question. He protested. I am responding through action, I stated. Whether the ship is the original depends on your perception. If I believe it is, then it is. Just like this takeout. If I think it is delicious, then it is. It is a matter of subjective cognition. Discussing it for 100 years yields no definitive answer. It is better to address practical needs first. I placed my order and showed him the phone screen. Would you like it spicy? Jintoki appeared utterly deflated. His art had been crushed by science, and his philosophy unraveled by takeout. You are not following the conventional playbook, he accused. Because your playbook is outdated, I retorted. Using these tests to assess art and philosophical debate. No wonder you believe humanity is unworthy of ascending dimensions. Your curriculum needs an update. Jintoki sat down, visibly irritated. Then what do you suggest we test? Test the ability to solve problems, I indicated toward the window. Beijing has 20 million inhabitants, all needing food, transportation, work, and life. How can we make the city more livable? How can we make healthcare more accessible? How can we ensure education is fairer? These practical issues are 1,000 times more important than your educational chairs and singing cups. But those are too mundane. He protested. Life is inherently mundane, I replied. Ascending dimensions is not about escaping life. It is about enhancing it. Jintoki fell silent. The takeout arrived. I accepted the bag, pulling out 2 portions of fish-flavored shredded pork rice, offering him one. Shall we eat while we chat? He hesitated for a moment before accepting. We sat in the laboratory's break area, enjoying our takeout of fish-flavored shredded pork rice. As Jin-san indulged in his meal, he suddenly remarked, I too believe there are flaws in the current examination system. Oh, I responded, I am Shiri, a newly appointed examiner from the Academy of Realistic Arts. He sighed. I wish to reform the examinations, but the old guard insists that tradition must remain unaltered. What tradition? I inquired. Those assessments of art, philosophy, and metaphysics, Jin-san continued. They claim that only those who transcend material needs are worthy of elevation. Thus, their selection consists solely of ethereal beings, shall I say, celestial reserves? Close enough, he nodded. Yet I find this notion fundamentally flawed. I have witnessed the TL-777 timeline, where individuals resort to mutual slaughter for survival, an abominable sight. Conversely, in TL-888, under the dominion of artificial intelligence, humanity has lost its creative spark, equally tragic. Hence, I ponder whether what we truly need is balance. Is that why you sought me out? I queried. Your exploits have spread far and wide, Jin-san replied. The collaboration of 5 timelines Chen Mo to solve problems scientifically, while still keeping an eye on takeout. Perhaps you represent a new direction. I chewed thoughtfully on my food. You wish to reform the examination system? Indeed. But I cannot do it alone, Jin-san asserted. We require more pragmatic individuals like you to support this endeavor. How can I support? I asked. The final examination on the winter solstice will feature 3 chief examiners, Jin-san revealed. I am one of them, overseeing the aesthetics and philosophy segment. The other 2 are representatives of the old school. One evaluates power control, while the other assesses moral dilemmas. I comprehend power control, but what does moral dilemma entail? You will be presented with extreme ethical quandaries to gauge your choices, Jin-san explained. For instance, sacrificing the few to save the many, or betraying principles for greater gain. Cliché. I retorted. Yet effective, Jin-san countered. Many falter here. I finished the last bite of my meal. So, you are here to lead questions? No. I am here to form an alliance, Jin-san replied earnestly. If you can navigate the testing on winter solstice in your pragmatic, scientific manner, it will demonstrate the viability of a new examination direction. I will then be able to advocate for reform. What do I gain from this? I can assist you, Jin-san offered. During the moral dilemma assessment, I will provide you with hints. I gazed at him. Why assist me? After a moment of silence, Jin-san confessed. Because of my sister. She perished from starvation in TL 777. He whispered, had someone like you been there, focused on ensuring everyone was fed rather than debating philosophy and art, she might still be alive. The laboratory fell into a hush. I understood. On winter solstice, I will pass the test in my own way. Thank you. Jin-san rose. Then I shall see you tomorrow. I will adjust the criteria in the aesthetics test to ensure pragmatic solutions also receive high scores. As he prepared to leave, he turned back. By the way, the fish-flavored shredded pork rice is indeed delicious. He departed. Zhou Mingyu approached. Do you believe him? Somewhat skeptical, I admitted. But at least we now comprehend the examination structure. Li Qingfeng analyzed. His temporal characteristics have stabilized. The emotional fluctuations when he mentioned his sister were genuine, indicating truth. Then let us prepare as planned, I declared, with science, collaboration, and a spirit of takeout. Lin Weiwei smiled. What is the spirit of takeout? Timely delivery, problem solving, and customer satisfaction, I replied. The elevated examination should also arrive punctually, resolve questions, and leave the examiners astonished. Laughter erupted among us. In the afternoon, we commenced targeted preparations. The power control test may evaluate the precision and scope of reality modification. The older version of me suggested in our communications, do not pursue flamboyance, pursue precision. Adjusting the position of a single grain of sand reflects greater skill than moving mountains or filling seas. Regarding the moral dilemma test, a surgeon assisted me thoughtfully. I have encountered similar circumstances. My advice is to avoid being ensnared in a dichotomy. Seek a third path, what medicine refers to as an alternative treatment plan. For the aesthetics test, we had Jin-san as aid, yet we could not rely solely on him. The university version of me stated, I have compiled cases of the beauty of mathematics and physics, you should memorize them. The takeout version of me added, I conducted a research report on the relationship between culinary satisfaction and happiness, proving that being well-fed provides the energy to engage in art. The wisdom of 5 timelines converged. In the evening, TL 999 arrived again, this time as a projection. How is your preparation? He inquired. Almost complete, I replied. I am currently finalizing materials. After reviewing, TL 999 nodded. Very pragmatic. However, I must caution you, the old school examiners will not concede easily, particularly the moral examiner. He detests those who seek loopholes or third paths. What should we do? I asked. Demonstrate your strength to render him speechless, TL 999 advised. Remember, elevation is not about becoming divine. It is about becoming a better person. Maintain your humanity while transcending limitations. Before the projection faded, he left us with a parting remark. One last reminder. On winter solstice, the collision site is 3 levels underground. Bring your ticket, your team, and your original intent of delivering takeout. Original intent? Why did I embark on this journey? TL 999 answered, do not lose it. The projection vanished. I pondered his words. Why begin? Initially, I merely wished to prove those who looked down upon me wrong. No. On a deeper level, I wanted to demonstrate that even a delivery worker can change the world. An ordinary person can create miracles. I aim to show that a better reality is not bestowed by divine intervention, but achieved through human wisdom and effort. That is my original intent. Later that night, I found myself alone in the laboratory, adjusting the equipment. Lin Weiwei entered, handing me a cup of warm milk. Tomorrow is winter solstice. Are you nervous? A bit. I admitted, though there was a greater sense of anticipation, as if witnessing history. You are also a part of history, I remarked. Without your project management, we would not have reached this point. She smiled. I merely did what I was supposed to. But after Chin Mo tomorrow, what will you do? I do not know. I responded honestly. I may ascend, perhaps remain, or vanish, like the historical accounts. If you ascend, I will often return to visit, she replied. After all, there are still deliveries left to complete. We both chuckled. Truly, Lin Weiwei said, looking at me, Regardless of tomorrow's outcome, you have already changed many things. The students at Yen University regard you as an idol. Many ordinary individuals now believe they too can create miracles. That is the greatest reward, I replied. After she departed, I approached the window. Beijing, bathed in night, appeared serene and beautiful. Tomorrow, beneath this city, the fate of humanity would be determined. And I, a former delivery worker now turned physicist, would represent humanity in the examination. It sounds absurd. Yet, this is reality, or rather, this is the reality transformed by a system that turns boasts into truth. My phone vibrated with a text. Mr. Chun, I am the delivery worker from today. I heard you have a big event tomorrow, so I added an extra scoop of meat for you. Good luck. Master Wong from Lao Chenji. I smiled. See, this is why I do all this. For these ordinary people. For these small, warm gestures. To prove that even a delivery order can convey strength and hope. Turning off the lights, I exited the laboratory. Tomorrow is winter solstice. Tomorrow is the final examination. Tomorrow, let everyone witness what miracles an eccentric academic, a cunning protagonist, and a boastful truth-bearer can create. Can't bear to look? Then just close your eyes. Because the true shock is only just beginning. Chapter 14, Miracles. On the night of the winter solstice, 2330, at the site of the Beijing positron-electron collider, the surface lay desolate while the underground was ablaze with light. I stood in the grand hall on the third underground level with my team, Zhou Mingyu, Lin Weiwei, Li Qingfeng, and 4 other Chenmos who had arrived via the beacon. In the center of the hall stood a colossal apparatus, countless crystals embedded within a metallic framework, forming a complex geometric structure that emitted a soft, pulsating glow. This was the reality reconstruction engine of the Temporal Council and the examination site for today. The 3 examiners were already in position. To the left was Silver Time, clad in a golden suit today, his expression grave. In the center stood a towering figure, bald and dressed in a black athletic outfit, his muscles straining against the fabric. This was the strength examiner, codenamed Rock. To the right was a bespectacled middle-aged woman in a gray business suit, holding a tablet. This was the ethics examiner, codenamed Balance. The candidate, Chen Mo, and the team were present. Balance's voice was icy as she commenced the final test. Rock stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly. First test, control of strength. The task, repair this. With a sweep of his hand, the ground on one side of the hall suddenly collapsed, revealing a deep pit. At the bottom lay shattered instrument components and twisted pipelines, still sparking. This was the wreckage of the old collider. Rock declared, using your reality editing abilities. Restore it to a functional state within 10 minutes. Academician Wu whispered, impossible. That pile of parts lacks critical components, and the physical structure is deformed. The timer began. Rock pressed the stopwatch. I gazed at the debris, contemplating. Direct repair? That would require reassembling atomic structures, a colossal task that could easily fail. Seek a third path? Yet the question explicitly asks for restoration. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I will not employ reality editing. I stated. What? Rock frowned. I shall employ science. I approached the ruins, crouching to inspect. Despite their damage, the materials themselves were still viable. Provide me with a 3D printer, some basic tools, and 5 assistants. You intend to repair it by hand? Silver Time exclaimed, astonished. Repair is not merely about restoration. It is about restoring functionality. I pointed at the components, explaining that the core function of the collider was to accelerate particles. It need not be restored to its original form. A new design could achieve the same function. Balance recorded. The candidate has chosen an alternative approach. Rock scoffed. In 10 minutes, you won't even finish the blueprints. No need for blueprints. I turned to the other 4 Chunmos. TL542, assist me in calculating the optimal structure. TL617, assess the material properties. TL321, design safety protocols. TL789, provide time acceleration support. The 5 Chinmos sprang into action. The university version of me, TL542, conjured a 3D model in the air, fingers dancing as formulas swirled. The delivery version of me, TL617, picked up a piece of metal, closing my eyes. The material's memory remains, it can be reshaped. The surgical version of me, TL321, examined the circuitry, neurobundle connections are more flexible than hard links. The elder version of me, TL789, initiated a time extension, localized acceleration. 3 times speed. The primary timeline version of me was responsible for integration. We did not utilize reality editing. We employed scientific knowledge, interdisciplinary collaboration, and time management. 7 minutes later, a brand new apparatus took shape. It was not a collider but a compact particle accelerator crafted from the debris, featuring a streamlined and efficient structure. It is complete, I announced. Rock inspected the device, his expression complex. This is not the original, but it is more powerful. I activated the switch, and the device lit up, emitting a steady hum, energy consumption reduced by 40, precision improved by 20, and aesthetically pleasing. Indeed, it is beautiful. The streamlined design adorned with crystals resembled a work of art. Silvertime nodded. Aesthetic appeal adds value. Balance recorded. Functionality met. Innovation acknowledged. Rock remained silent for a moment before finally stating, pass. But it was a shortcut. Thank you for the compliment. I smiled. Second test. Ethical dilemma. Balance approached, conjuring a holographic projection. The image displayed two scenarios. On the left, a city was on the verge of being submerged by floods, with millions in peril. On the right, a small village contained only a child, clutching the reality stabilizer, the sole device capable of preventing a greater catastrophe. The flood was a test disaster orchestrated by the Temporal Council. Balance stated, you have two choices. First, go to the city to save lives, but the child will perish, and the stabilizer will be destroyed, leading to millions suffering. Second, save the child and obtain the stabilizer, but a million will die. A variant of the classic trolley problem. Time. I inquired. You have only time to make one choice. Balance replied, choose now. All eyes turned to me. Zhou Mingyu whispered, this is a trap. Either choice will lead to blame. Lin Weiwei bit her lip. Is it possible? I choose 3. I declared. There is no 3. Balance responded coldly. I have 1. I pointed at the projection. The flood is of your making. So you can control it. I demand the examiners halt the flood, thus eliminating the need for a choice. Balance furrowed her brow. The rule is for you to choose. The rule tests morality, not obedience. I asserted, true morality lies in rejecting false dilemmas and seeking genuine solutions. The authentic solution is, let those who create problems resolve them. Silvertime could not suppress a laugh. Rock glared at him, and he quickly regained his composure. Balance's expression soured. You are evading. This is a loophole. I replied. If you insist on forcing a choice, I choose to question the validity of the exam question and demand a replacement. The hall fell silent. Then, the voice of TL 999 echoed. Replacement permitted. Balance was startled. The chief examiner. He is correct. The projection of TL 999 appeared in the hall, declaring that the false moral dilemma merely tested examination skills, not true morality. Change the question. Balance took a deep breath and switched the projection. The new image revealed a laboratory where a deadly virus was on the verge of leaking. The only way to prevent it was to sacrifice the youngest researcher on the team, using her biological signal to shut down the system. This was a real event from the TL 666 timeline. Balance stated, at that time, they chose sacrifice and save the world. What is your choice? I gazed at the image. Contemplating. I choose, I said slowly, to find a method through science that does not require sacrifice. It was not possible back then, but now it is. I looked at my team, the knowledge of 5 timelines combined with reality editing capabilities. Simulate the scenario for me, we will solve it on site. Balance hesitated, and TL 999 said, aloud. The scene generated, and we entered the holographic simulation. The deadly virus, with a countdown of 5 minutes, had the young researcher standing at the console, prepared for sacrifice. We did not dissuade her. Instead, we began our work. What are the characteristics of the virus? I asked. The surgeon assisted me in quickly analyzing. Neurotoxin. Spreads rapidly, but requires specific temperatures to activate. If we lower the room temperature. No, we must maintain a constant room temperature. The university version assisted with calculations. What about isolation? The delivery version suggested, encase the leak point with an energy field, sealing it like a pressure cooker. It requires precise field shaping. The combat leader helped me pull up the blueprints. The primary timeline version of me integrated the plan, using the reality editor. Create a localized low-temperature field at the leak point while simultaneously wrapping it in an energy membrane. But it requires ultra-high precision. How precise? Atomic level. 3 minutes remaining. Can we achieve that? Zhou Mingyu asked. Let us try. I concentrated, initiating the system. Reality editor activated. Objective, energy membrane for localized temperature field. Precision requirement, atomic level. Success rate, 37. Too low. Accelerate with time. The older version of me said, granting you more time for contemplation. Optimize mathematically. University students, assist me with algorithms. Utilize material resonance. The delivery version suggests crystal frequencies. Enhance precision with biological sensing. Surgeons, help me design neural interfaces. 5 Chin-Mo, 5 proposals, amalgamated into one. Countdown, 1 minute. I restart the editor. This time the success rate rises to 89. Commence. The reality editor operates silently. Around the leakage points, the air crystallizes into ice. And a golden energy membrane forms like a soap bubble, enveloping the virus storage tank. Countdown, 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. The energy membrane stabilizes. The virus is contained. The young researcher need not make the ultimate sacrifice. Simulation concludes. Silence envelopes the hall. Tian Ping gazes at the data, momentarily speechless. How to assess? Jinsan quietly inquires. Tian Ping lifts his gaze towards the projection of TL 999. TL 999 states, morality is not about choosing who to sacrifice. It is striving to ensure that no one must be sacrificed. Past. Tian Ping lowers his head to record. Past. But too idealistic. Science is the endeavor to transform ideals into reality, I assert. The third trial, aesthetics and philosophy. Jinsan steps forward, this time foregoing flamboyant effects, simply presenting a painting. The artwork consists of simple black and white tones, intertwined in a vortex. This represents existence and nothingness. Jinsan says, please, in your own manner. Add color to it and elucidate. I glance at the painting, then at Jinsan. Can I use any method? Any. Very well. I take out my phone. Open a food delivery app and place an order. What are you doing? Jinsan asks, bewildered. Ordering paint. I reply, physical paint, to be delivered in half an hour. During this interval, I will explain. I show the screen of my phone to the examiner. Look, I have already added color. The order interface is vibrant. The delivery person's avatar is colorful. The food images are in full color. Behind these colors, there are real people, real lives, real needs. I point to the painting. Existence and nothingness? Too abstract. True beauty lies in the smile of an elderly lady receiving her granddaughter's food delivery. The satisfaction of a worker enjoying a hot meal. The exhaustion yet reassurance of a delivery person completing their day's work. Jinsan is taken aback. As for the painting itself, the delivery arrives, and the delivery person brings in the paint package. I open it to reveal 24 basic colors. Instead of using a brush, I dip my fingers into the paint and hit the canvas with vibrant specks. What is this? Rock asks. Data points. I respond. Each color representing the density of food delivery orders in different regions of Beijing. Red signifies commercial areas. Blue denotes residential zones. Green indicates schools. This is a visualization of urban vitality, a concrete manifestation of existence. The painting transforms into a colorful dot matrix, seemingly chaotic at first glance, yet revealing patterns upon closer inspection. As for nothingness, I use white paint to connect the dots with lines, representing the relationships among these points, the path of orders from merchants to customers, the flow of information, the transmission of demand. Invisible, yet undeniably real. The completed artwork resembles a modern artistic data visualization. Jinsan gazes at it for a long moment, softly stating, this is precisely what I wish to see. He turns to TL 999. Chief Examiner, I propose a reform for the aesthetics examination, incorporating practical aesthetics into the curriculum. TL 999 nods. Approved. All three trials passed. The central device in the hall begins to glow. The final phase. The projection of TL 999 becomes clearer, activating the ticket, presenting a choice of staying or leaving. I place the golden ticket into the central recess of the device. The ticket illuminates, projecting two doors. The left door is resplendent, shimmering with colors, inscribed with Path of Ascension. The right door is unadorned, with a wooden texture, labeled Path of Reality. Choice 1. Ascend, becoming a higher existence, but gradually distancing oneself from humanity. TL 999 elaborates. Choice 2. Remain, preserving humanity while acquiring some ascension knowledge and technology to improve reality. A classic dilemma. Everyone turns their gaze toward me. Must I choose but one? I inquire. Only one. I ponder. Ascension? It sounds enticing. But to depart from this world I cherish. To leave behind these people. Remain? I can continue delivering food, conducting research, and confronting challenges. Yet, might there be a third path? System. I silently inquire. Is there a hidden option? Detecting initial conditions. Hidden option unlocked. Path of the bridge. Description. Become a dimensional bridge, connecting higher dimensions with reality. Retaining humanity while gaining a perspective of ascension. Cost. Assume the responsibility of connection, unable to fully belong to either side. A bridge. Neither a purely higher dimensional existence nor a purely human one. Rather, a connector. I choose the bridge. I declare. TL 999 smiles, seemingly having anticipated this. Are you certain? It will be quite lonely. I fear not loneliness. I respond. What I fear is relinquishing possibility. With that, TL 999 gestures, merging the two doors into a semi-transparent one, beyond which lies a starlit tunnel. Entering, I complete the transformation. I approach the door. Lin Weiwei suddenly calls out, Chen Mo. I turn back. Her eyes are red. Will you return? I will. I promise. After all, there are still deliveries to make. Zhou Mingyu nods. The office will retain your file. Academician Wu, Professor Zheng, and Li Qingfeng all watch me. The other four Chen Mo also gaze at me. Take care of our timeline, the surgeon advises. Come back often for meals. The delivery person suggests. Remember to send the papers, the university student reminds. Be cautious of the temporal council, the squad leader warns. I nod, stepping through the door. Starlight envelopes me. It feels peculiar, my body disassembling and reassembling, my consciousness expanding and contracting. I perceive higher dimensions, like an infinitely unfolding geometric entity, while also witnessing the reality dimension, akin to an exquisite miniature model. I am in the middle, like a bridge. Transformation complete. I return to the hall, my exterior unchanged, yet my essence transformed. I can simultaneously perceive multiple timelines, sense the structure of reality, and comprehend knowledge from higher dimensions, while still experiencing hunger, cold, joy, and sorrow. A bridge. TL999's projection applauds. Congratulations, the first dimensional bridge is born. The expressions of the three examiners vary. Jin Sand is excited, Rock shows respect, and Tian Ping appears contemplative. The Temporal Council shall collaborate with you. TL999 states, sharing technology to enhance all timelines. What are the conditions? I inquire. The condition is your responsibility to oversee, ensuring the technology is not misused. TL999 continues. Furthermore, you must continue participating in subsequent examinations. More examinations? Ascension is an endless journey of learning. TL999 smiles. But in the next exam, you may need to assume the role of examiner. I understand. This is a new beginning, not an end. The device powers down. The ticket transforms into a golden imprint, merging into my palm. System upgrade complete. Bragging Rights Realization System V30, Dimensional Bridge Edition. New features, dimensional perception, reality structure visualization, cross-timeline communication. Daily task update. Deliver food, maintain human connection. The delivery tasks remain in progress. Excellent. I emerged from the underground, returning to the surface where dawn was nearing. Jintoki followed. Chen Mo, no, Chen Xiaoyang. May I pose a question? Speak. How did you conceive those solutions? He inquired earnestly. It was neither strength, nor moral preachings, nor artistic theories, but rather practical solutions. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, because I have lived among mortals. I understand what people require. Not dazzling superpowers, but warm water to drink, ample food to eat, a roof over their heads, and families to love. Jintoki fell silent, then bowed. I have learned. He departed. Zhou Mingyu arrived to pick us up. The atmosphere in the car was subdued. What are your plans next? He asked. First, we return to the laboratory for some sleep, I said, then resume our research. Continue delivering, and prepare for examinations. Do you not think it is a waste of talent? On the contrary, this is the best use of it. I gazed out at the brightening sky, applying advanced knowledge to enhance reality, and bringing warmth from the real world to higher dimensions. This is the purpose of a bridge. Upon returning to the laboratory, the day was fully bright. I changed into my delivery uniform once more. Are you truly going to deliver food? Lin Weiwei asked, astonished. It's a routine task, I replied as I mounted my electric scooter, maintaining my connection. The first order was to an old residential complex. The same elderly gentleman opened the door. Young man, are you out so early today? Yes, there is something important to attend to, starting early. I handed him his breakfast. The old man scrutinized me and suddenly remarked, you seem different somehow. In what way? Your eyes, he replied. They used to convey intelligence, but now they reflect both wisdom and clarity. I chuckled. Perhaps it's the result of a good night's sleep. After completing a few deliveries, I received a system notification. Daily task completed. Reality connection stability, 100. Humanity index, 998. The missing 2 is due to your current understanding of the beauty of four-dimensional geometry. Indeed, four-dimensional geometry is beautiful. Back in the laboratory, the other 4 Chun Mo had returned to their respective timelines, yet they had left communication channels open. I sat in the office, gazing at the city outside. My phone rang. It was Mr. Qian. I heard you passed. Congratulations. Thank you for your continual guidance. What are your next steps? First, I will publish a paper, I stated, to disclose the foundational theories of time communication and reality editing, inviting broader participation in the research. Are you not concerned about potential misuse? Thus, I will establish a bridge code, I explained, where technology is open, yet ethical supervision is upheld. The Temporal Council, the Time Management Bureau, and we will jointly oversee it. That's a significant responsibility, but it is worthwhile. After ending the call, I began drafting my paper, titled, The Theory of Editable Reality Structure Based on Dimensional Resonance and Ethical Framework. It was quite academic, very serious. Yet I imagined the expressions of those skeptics who would be confronted by this paper. Surely they would be quite amusing. After all, a mere delivery worker had penned a paper that could potentially change the world. This, in itself, is a miracle. And I shall continue to create miracles, utilizing science, wisdom, and life experiences accrued from my time as a delivery worker. For true miracles do not involve breaking the rules. but rather finding paths that enhance the lives of all within the confines of those rules. I completed the abstract and saved the document. Outside, the sunlight was just right. A new day, a fresh beginning. And I, Chun Mo, former delivery worker, now physicist and current dimensional bridge, was prepared to continue my journey. After all, a life where boasting becomes reality has only just begun to unfold magnificently, has it not? Chapter 15, Another Wave of Harvest. In my first month as a dimensional bridge, I discovered two new principles. First, viewing instant noodles from a higher dimensional perspective reveals their timeline, from flour to noodles, from factory to shelf, from boiling water to consumption. This leads me to ponder life deeply while consuming instant noodles, causing me to eat particularly slowly. Second, the peculiar occurrences encountered during deliveries have suddenly escalated exponentially. For instance, today, on my third delivery, I arrived at a high-end private club. The security guard at the entrance stopped me. Deliveries are not allowed inside. The client had noted that the order needed to be delivered inside, specifying the Star River Hall. I showed him my phone. The guard glanced at the order, his demeanor shifting to one of respect. "Ah, it's Mr. Chen's delivery. Please, follow me." He guided me through the opulent lobby to a secluded private room. Upon opening the door, I recognized three individuals within: Li Feng, my high school classmate from my entrepreneurial failures, and Zhao Qiming, the founder of Qiming Technology. The third was a stranger, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and possessing an air of refinement. "Chenemo." Li Feng stood, his smile somewhat strained. "What a coincidence to encounter you here." Zhao Qiming, however, was warm. "Chenemo, come, sit down. We were just discussing your matters." I placed the delivery down. "Your order. Please enjoy. Don't rush off," Zhao Qiming urged. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Director Wang from the Ministry of Science and Technology." "Director Wang, this is Chenemo." Director Wang adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing me. "I have long admired you. Director, Zhao mentioned your work in cutting-edge research, and indeed you appear youthful and accomplished." I noted that his timeline was intriguing. Not that he hailed from the future, but rather his temporal trajectory was exceptionally clear, as if meticulously curated. This is typically characteristic of time travelers or individuals who have undergone temporal interventions. "Please, have a seat and converse with us." Zhao Qiming gestured for me to sit. "Director Wang is very interested in your theory of reality editing and wishes to hear your insights." I glanced at the documents on the table. Titled National Strategic Development Plan for Frontier Technologies, 2024 to 2030. Is the nation strategizing for the next generation of core technologies? I inquired. "Precisely," Director Wang stated directly: "quantum computing, artificial intelligence, controllable nuclear fusion, and your reality editing. We have assessed that if this technology matures, it could instigate a transformation more profound than the Industrial Revolution." Li Feng interjected. "Chun Mo, Director Wang wishes to establish a national-level laboratory and would like you to lead it." I turned to Zhao Qiming, who nodded. "Funding, facilities, and talent will all be fully supported by the state. The condition is your full-time commitment, and the technology will be state-owned. Naturally, you will serve as the chief scientist, with compensation at the academician level." Director Wang added, "You will have the autonomy to assemble your team and determine the research direction. The state will provide support, but will not interfere with academic freedom." It sounded enticing. However, my instinct as a bridge warned me. This matter is not so simple. "May I take some time to consider?" I asked. "Of course," Director Wang replied, handing me his business card, "but time is of the essence. The United States and the European Union are also positioning themselves for similar research, and we must act swiftly." I accepted the card and took my leave. After departing the club and mounting my electric scooter, the system prompted. Potential opportunity detected. National-level laboratory. Impact assessment. Significant short-term advancement in research. Long-term potential limitations. Recommendation. Accept with conditions, retaining independent research rights. Hidden task triggered. Establishing the Bridge Laboratory. Goal. Create an independent research institution connecting higher dimensions and reality. Reward. Access to cross-dimensional resources, beginner level. An independent research institution? It sounds more liberating than a national team. Yet, it requires resources. Upon returning to the laboratory, I relayed the situation to the team. "This is fantastic news," Academician Wu exclaimed. "With national support, we can have anything we need." Professor Zheng, however, was more cautious, but nationalization means surrendering technology, subjecting papers to review, and reporting outcomes. Moreover, they could potentially be utilized for military purposes. Zhou Mingyu added that there was intelligence in the office indicating that the military had a keen interest in reality editing technology. Lin Weiwei inquired, "Chenemo, what are your thoughts?" After a moment of contemplation, I responded, "I require a proposal that is both independent and well-supported. A bridge laboratory that connects high-dimensional knowledge, national resources, and the international academic community, yet remains neutral. Is that feasible?" Zhou Mingyu expressed skepticism, noting that Director Wang had explicitly stated a desire for my full-time commitment. Then we must negotiate, I asserted. I need leverage. What kind of leverage? I smiled. A bargaining chip they cannot refuse. The following day, I arranged to meet with Director Wang at the laboratory. He arrived punctually, accompanied by 2 experts, a physicist and a strategic researcher. I immediately unveiled my bargaining chip. This is a prototype of the reality editor. It can adjust certain physical constants within a cubic meter. I demonstrated its capabilities, causing water to boil at room temperature, rendering metals transparent, and slowing the speed of light by 5 times. The 3 visitors were left utterly astonished. This contradicts the laws of physics. The physicist exclaimed, visibly excited. It merely modifies local parameters, I clarified, and there are strict limitations. Small range, high energy consumption, transient effects. Yet, it proves the principle is feasible. Director Wang inhaled deeply, acknowledging, the state requires this technology. I am willing to share the technology, I replied, but under one condition. What condition? He pressed. I wish to establish the Bridge Laboratory as an independent entity, collaborating with the Chinese Academy of Sciences, universities, and enterprises, yet not governed by any single institution. I presented my proposal, emphasizing that the laboratory would focus on fundamental research and technological ethics, with application development managed by partners. Director Wang perused the proposal, inquiring about funding. It will be a tripartite investment, from the National Research Fund, corporate investments, and international foundations, I explained. I have contacted CERN in Switzerland, MIT in the United States, and the Riken Institute in Japan. All are willing to participate. International cooperation? The strategic researcher frowned. How will you ensure technological security? The technology will be tiered. I had anticipated this question. The foundational theories will be fully disclosed, mid-tier technologies will be shared with limitations, and core technologies will be supervised by the Bridge Committee, comprising representatives from various nations, ethics experts, and civil representatives. Director Wang pondered for a considerable time. I need to report this, he finally said, but my personal opinion is that this proposal is more forward-thinking. It is indeed untenable to work in isolation. Thank you for your understanding. After their departure, Zhou Mingyu asked, can you truly secure international participation? Negotiations are already underway, I replied, opening my email to reveal CERN's response, indicating their willingness to provide particle accelerator data. MIT wishes to send visiting scholars, and Riken is assisting with connections. Riken? I clarified, introduced by Ian Schur. They have contacts in various countries and are currently my technical support team. Hidden task progress, secured letters of intent from international institutions, X3. Reward granted, cross-dimensional resource access permission, basic, unlocked. Upon receiving the system notification, I felt a connection, as if a window had opened in my mind, allowing me to glimpse a higher dimensional repository of knowledge. It was not specific information, but rather an index, a catalog, a pathway. For instance, when I wished to understand how to stabilize the structural reality, a path emerged in my mind. The 4-dimensional geometric space-time curvature reality anchoring algorithm. When needed, I could traverse this path to access knowledge, albeit at the cost of energy, typically high-dimensional energy, which is difficult to replenish in the real world. It seemed prudent to conserve it, I murmured. In the afternoon, an unexpected visitor arrived. Lu Yong, a former schoolmate who had once trailed behind Li Feng in high school. Mo, he exclaimed at the laboratory entrance, clad in a courier's uniform and holding a large box. Here's your delivery. What brings you here? I asked in surprise. I've switched to delivering parcels, Lu Yong replied with a wry smile. Li Feng's company collapsed, and I found myself unemployed. This is just a temporary gig. He handed me the box. It's quite heavy. It appears to be equipment. I signed for it and invited him inside. No need. I have another delivery to make, he said, turning to leave, then paused. Mo, may I ask you something? Speak. Is your laboratory hiring? He inquired, somewhat bashfully. I'm not looking for a senior position. I'd be fine with any menial tasks. I've been reading popular science books lately and find physics quite fascinating. I scrutinized him, noting the sincerity reflected in the timeline. Despite starting from a humble position, he possessed a genuine thirst for knowledge. Can you drive? I asked. I can. I've had my license for 5 years. Report for work tomorrow, I instructed, initially as an assistant to help with errands, moving materials, and delivering samples. If time permits, you can attend lectures and read. Lu Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Thank you, Mo. He left in high spirits. Lin Weiwei observed me closely. Why hire him? Every individual possesses potential, I replied, and we need grounded individuals. With a team full of scientists, it's easy to become detached. The next day, Lu Yang reported punctually. I assigned him his first task, to deliver samples to the Chinese Academy of Sciences and retrieve the literature requested by academician Wu. I will ensure the task is completed. he declared, standing at attention in a comical yet earnest manner. After he departed, I began processing my emails. One message was from the International Scientific Ethics Committee, inviting me to participate in next month's summit to discuss the ethical boundaries of reality editing technology. Another was from UNESCO, seeking collaboration to develop an educational curriculum for emerging technologies. Lastly, there was an email from Chunmo's fan club, signed by students from the physics department of Yenjing University who had spontaneously formed the group. I opened it to find their inquiries. Senior Chunmo, is time travel truly possible? Can dimensional bridges see ghosts? How do you balance delivering parcels with research? The last question made me chuckle. I replied, use an electric bike to carry your computer, write your thesis while waiting at red lights. Not recommended, though, it's dangerous. I quickly received a response. Senior replied to me, screenshotting for keepsake. Youth is truly delightful. In the afternoon, a rare visitor arrived at the laboratory, TL999, who came in person rather than through projection. I poured him tea, pondering whether high-dimensional beings also partake in such rituals. Maintaining human habits is essential. He accepted the teacup, stating, I am here to deliver resources. He produced a transparent cube filled with flowing light. What is this? I inquired. A crystallization of high-dimensional energy, he explained. The bridge laboratory requires energy, and this can provide the initial power. Additionally, he presented a folder. This is the bridge agreement draft, outlining the principles for exchanging high-dimensional knowledge with the real world. I perused its contents, which centered on knowledge sharing, prohibiting misuse, providing technological support, forbidding enslavement, and fostering civilizational mutual assistance while respecting autonomy. Who established these guidelines? I asked. The successive bridges, TL999 replied, you are the 73rd. Some of the previous 72 succeeded. Some failed, and others disappeared. Disappeared? I echoed. Over ascending dimensions, losing their humanity, he said softly, or being assimilated by reality, forfeiting their bridging capabilities. It is a challenge to maintain balance. Do you have any advice? I queried. Each day, engage in one human activity, he advised, such as eating, sleeping, delivering parcels, or chatting with friends. Remember why you started. I nodded appreciatively. After his departure, I integrated the energy crystal into the laboratory's power system. Instantly, all equipment experienced a power surge, operating more stably and consuming less energy. The purity of this energy left academician Wu astounded upon testing, revealing it to be even purer than nuclear fusion. Is it safe? Zhou Mingyu asked. Absolutely safe, I assured him. High-dimensional energy possesses built-in stability fields that prevent leakage or explosion. Cross-dimensional resource access permission in use. Energy supply stabilized. Laboratory upgrade. Reality editor power increased by 300. Research velocity enhanced by 200. Progress was accelerating. As dusk descended, Liu Yang returned, having accomplished his task with remarkable finesse. Not only did he procure the necessary literature, but he also thoughtfully acquired anti-hypertensive medication for academician Wu, having noticed the elder scholar's pallor. His attentiveness warranted my commendation. It is well-deserved, I remarked. He scratched his head, then asked, Mo, may I borrow a book? His gaze fell upon Professor Zheng's desk, where a copy of A Brief History of Time lay. Feel free to take it, I replied, just as Professor Zheng entered. Ask any questions you may have, he encouraged. Thank you, Professor. Observing Liu Yang's exuberant figure, I pondered, perhaps one of the meanings of being a bridge is to provide ordinary individuals with opportunities, allowing their potential to shine. Later that evening, TL999 granted me access to the historical database of bridges. I encountered the records of 72 predecessors. The fifth bridge, originating from Mesopotamia around 3000 BC, utilized advanced knowledge to aid in the invention of writing and the wheel. The 28th, Leonardo da Vinci from the Renaissance, whose multifaceted abilities elucidated his expertise across diverse fields. The 42nd, a 19th century female scientist, who quietly propelled advancements in medicine. The 71st, my immediate predecessor, a 20th century physicist, who contributed to the establishment of quantum mechanics, but succumbed to exhaustion at a premature age. Each individual possessed their own narrative, choices, and tenacity. I am not alone in this struggle, I whispered to myself. In the deep of night, I continued my dissertation, this time focusing on the application of interdimensional energy in reality stabilization. Midway through, an urgent communication from Yin Shi interrupted. Chinemo, there has been an incident. The collapse of the TL777 timeline is intensifying, and refugees have begun to flee to other timelines. Some may arrive in your timeline. Refugees? Timeline refugees? Indeed. Their reality is disintegrating, and they seek a new homeland, Yin Shi explained. The Temporal Council is addressing the situation, but they require the bridge's assistance. You are the connection point, capable of helping them stabilize their existence. How many? The The first wave comprises approximately 300 individuals, expected to arrive within 3 days. 300 individuals from a collapsing timeline suddenly appearing in my world is no trivial matter. New task: receive timeline refugees. Objective: assist 300 refugees in stabilizing their existence and integrating into reality. Reward: acquire timeline stabilization technology. Warning: failure may result in reality disturbances. A challenge loomed. Yet, isn't the essence of a bridge to connect and assist? I convened the team for an urgent meeting. Timeline refugees? Zhou Mingyu frowned. The office had never dealt with such matters before. What characteristics do they possess? Lin Weiwei inquired. They may exhibit instability, I replied. Due to the differing structures of their realities, symptoms such as temporal dislocation, memory confusion, and abnormal abilities may arise. How will we accommodate them? Academician Wu expressed concern. First, we must establish temporary shelters, I proposed. Utilize the reality editor to stabilize their existence fields, conduct health screenings, and provide psychological counseling to alleviate trauma. What about funding? Professor Zheng raised a practical issue. We will apply for emergency funds in the name of the Bridge Laboratory, I stated, and simultaneously contact international humanitarian organizations. We commenced our preparations. 3 days later, the first wave of refugees arrived, not via spacecraft or through portals, but materializing into existence. At an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Beijing, space began to warp, and 300 figures gradually came into focus. They donned garments from various eras, some reminiscent of ancient times, others appearing as if from the future, all bearing expressions of confusion and fear. Our team arrived on the scene. Welcome to TL001. The primary timeline, I announced through a loudspeaker. Please remain calm. We are here to assist. An elderly man stepped forward from the crowd. Speaking in archaic Chinese, where's this place? We hail from the Great Song. A young man interjected in English. We are survivors from 2245. Our world was consumed by a black hole. A child cried out for his mother, who had vanished into another timeline. Chaos ensued, but it required immediate attention. We utilized the reality editor to establish a stabilization field, preventing their dispersal. Medical teams examined their health, discovering some exhibited symptoms of dimensional maladjustment, such as slight organ displacement and metabolic irregularities. We employed translation devices to communicate and gather information. After tirelessly working for 48 hours, we finally achieved preliminary stabilization. The refugees were settled into temporary accommodations, where they would undergo further adaptation treatments. Insure, representing the Temporal Council, arrived for an inspection, his expression grave. Thank you. Chinemo. Other timelines are unwilling to accept them. Only you have stepped forward. It is the duty of a bridge, I replied. He handed me a technical document. This is the timeline stabilization algorithm, as a token of gratitude. It will aid them in completely adapting to this reality. Task completed. Reward: timeline stabilization technology, complete version. Laboratory upgrade: new dimensional adaptation treatment center. We had gained an additional capability. Among the refugees were individuals of remarkable talent, an engineer from a future timeline, versed in clean energy technology, a scholar from an ancient timeline, proficient in lost philosophical thought, and an artist from an artistic timeline, whose style was unprecedented. Perhaps they could become the first cohort of special researchers at the Bridge Laboratory, I proposed. A team that transcends time? Lin Weiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, I affirmed. The collision of knowledge from different timelines may yield groundbreaking innovations. Thus, the Bridge Laboratory established a new cross-timeline research department. The engineer assisted us in optimizing our energy systems, resulting in a 50% increase in efficiency. The scholar imparted ancient wisdom, inspiring a new ethical framework. The artist's works unveiled the aesthetic expressions of time. Liu Yang was tasked with managing their daily lives and learned a considerable amount of ancient Chinese and futuristic terminology. Mo. I can now converse with Song Dynasty individuals about food delivery. He joked. Excellent, I encouraged. Keep up the good work. A month later, the Bridge Laboratory was officially inaugurated. The unveiling ceremony attracted numerous attendees: National Representative Director Wang, international organization delegates, university professors, corporate executives, as well as refugee representatives, delivery peers, and enthusiastic students. I delivered a brief speech. The Bridge Laboratory connects science with humanity, the present with the future, and reality with possibility. Our aim is not to become gods, but to elevate humanity. Amidst the applause, the laboratory commenced operations. The first batch of research projects was announced. 1. Fundamental theories of reality editing technology, public. 2. Timeline stabilization and refugee integration, limited public. 3. Interdimensional energy applications, collaborative research. 4. Technological ethics and social impact, public participation. Comprehensive and balanced. After the ceremony, Director Wang privately confided in me. Chen Mo, you have chosen the right path. The country will fully support you. Thank you. However, he hesitated. The military is still interested in some application technologies. We can collaborate on medical, disaster relief, and environmental applications, I replied, but weapons are off the table. That is a stipulation of the bridge agreement. He nodded. I will coordinate. Another visitor arrived, Li Feng, who appeared considerably haggard. Chen Mo, may I have a moment to talk? We stepped onto the grassy area outside the laboratory. I am bankrupt, he confessed directly. I sold my house to pay off debts, and am now renting. And then, Lu Yong mentioned that you could help me. Could you give me a chance? He lowered his head. I realized I was very materialistic before, but I wished to start anew. I examined his timeline, sensing regret and potential for growth. The laboratory is in need of an external liaison, I proposed. You would be responsible for communication with partners, arranging meetings, and writing reports. The salary is modest, but you will learn a great deal. He lifted his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thank you. I will report tomorrow. I replied, start from the grassroots. He nodded emphatically. Another wayward soul returning to the right path. As dusk descended, I rode my electric bike, delivering the last order of the day. The customer was an elderly woman living alone, with limited mobility. Ah, it's you again, she said as she opened the door. Do you have chicken soup today? Yes. Still warm, I replied, handing her the insulated bag. She took it and suddenly said, my grandson saw your news and said you are a great scientist. A great scientist delivering takeout? Even great scientists need to eat. I chuckled, and delivering food allows me to meet wonderful people like you. She smiled. Next time you come, I will make you dumplings. Sounds great. As I departed, the system notified me. Daily task completed. Humanity Index, 100. Bridge stability, 999. The missing 01 is due to your yet unconsumed dumplings from the elderly woman. Dumplings are indeed important. On my way back to the lab, the starry sky dazzled above. I recalled TL 999's words. Do one thing each day that a person can do. Today, I accomplished many. Scientific research, negotiations, aiding refugees, providing opportunities, and delivering food. A bridge is not a lofty entity. It is a connection deeply rooted in life. Upon returning to the office, I opened my computer to find my inbox overflowing with emails, invitations to academic conferences, collaboration requests, media interviews, and student inquiries. Among them was a special message from Chun Mo's parents. Son, we saw the news and are proud of you. Don't tire yourself too much. Remember to eat. Dad's pension has increased, so no need to worry about home. Simple yet heartwarming. I replied, Dad, Mom, I will return home next week. I crave your braised pork. I clicked send and continued writing my paper. This is the life of a bridge, connecting everything without losing oneself. Helping everyone, yet remembering that I am human too. Did I reap another harvest? No. I sowed another wave of seeds, waiting to see them blossom and bear fruit. Awaiting a world that, because of bridges, becomes a little better, even if just by a fraction. It is worth it. After all, the highest realm of boasting becoming reality is to shape the world into the form you desire, and I am doing just that, reveling in the process. Chapter 16. The zenith of science is mysticism. The culmination of physics is mysticism, and the pinnacle of mysticism is takeout. A month after the establishment of the Bridge Laboratory, we encountered our first genuine theoretical crisis. Professor Zheng burst into my office holding a data board while I was indulging in instant noodles, not contemplating life this time, merely hungry. Chen Mo, look at this. He slapped the data board onto the table. Something was amiss with our latest test results of the dimensional resonance crystal. I wiped my mouth and took the board. The screen displayed the reaction curve of the crystal under bombardment from ultra-high energy particles. Under normal circumstances, the energy absorption rate of the crystal should manifest as a smooth exponential decay curve. However, this curve suddenly surged upward after declining to a certain point, then began to oscillate periodically, ultimately stabilizing at a level higher than the initial value. Where has the energy conservation gone? I inquired. It has been consumed. Professor Zheng adjusted his glasses, or rather, borrowed. We verified within the instrument's margin of error 17 times. And each time the same occurred. A portion of the input energy vanished, only to return in some altered form. Transformed into what? I asked. He brought forth another set of data, revealing a more ordered form of energy. Entropy has decreased. I set down my noodles. The second law of thermodynamics had been breached, albeit locally and temporarily. Testing environment? Strictly shielded, excluding external interference, Professor Zheng replied. But there is a curious phenomenon. Each time energy is borrowed and returned, the lab's temperature rises by 0.1 degrees. And, additionally, some researchers reported hearing laughter. Laughter? Very faint, like the giggle of a child. Detectable only by a high-frequency sound wave sensor. Professor Zheng's expression was serious. I thought it was a malfunction, but it was recorded in all 3 tests. with consistent waveforms. Zheng and I exchanged glances. TL999 had mentioned that higher dimensional beings sometimes observe our experiments, much like we watch ants carry sugar. Could it be an audience watching the spectacle? Professor Zheng frowned. That is not scientific. The end of science is mysticism, I jested, yet deep down. I understood this might not be a jest at all. We decided to conduct a bolder experiment. This time, I would operate it myself. I used the reality editor to establish a completely enclosed testing chamber, placing only a crystal and a precision energy detector inside. Let us begin injecting energy, I instructed. The energy flowed steadily. The crystal absorbed it, glowing. Everything appeared normal. Then, we reached that critical point. The energy curve surged once more. Simultaneously, the temperature within the testing chamber rose by 0.1 degrees. The high-frequency microphone captured a sound, not laughter this time, but a phrase. A clear child's voice spoke in Chinese. It's okay. Zheng and I simultaneously turned to the screen. Should we continue injecting? He asked. Proceed. We doubled the energy input. The crystal's brightness surged, and then it began to deform, not physically, but conceptually. The crystal flickered between existence and non-existence, akin to a poor television signal. Is it attempting to? I squinted. Leap into a higher dimension? Before I could finish, the crystal vanished, not shattered, evaporated, or transported, but directly deleted from reality, leaving not even the most fundamental particles. The energy detector reset to 0. The testing chamber stood empty. Silence lingered for 3 seconds. Then, the crystal returned. But it was transformed. It had tripled in size. Its structure more intricate, its surface shimmering with a rainbow-like luster. More importantly, it felt different, alive, as if it were breathing. The child's voice echoed once more, a gift. Then the voice faded. We remained silent for 5 minutes. Finally, Professor Zheng broke the silence. A higher-dimensional child took our crystal, played with it, and returned it upgraded. Declaring it a gift? It appears so. I approached the observation window. The crystal floated serenely, pulsating with gentle light. Let us conduct a scan, I suggested. Professor Zheng meticulously scanned it with all instruments. The results revealed. The crystal's structure was stable, its energy storage capacity enhanced by 500. And it could resonate with the consciousness of observers. Consciousness resonance? I queried. Yes, Professor Zheng hesitated when I gaze at it. I feel as if it is looking back at me, even smiling. A physical crystal smiling at you? It seems so, he emphasized. Just then, the laboratory door swung open. Li Qingfeng rushed in, his face pale. Shen Mo. We received a high-dimensional message. From the audience. Audience? Yes, those observing our higher-dimensional existence. He retrieved the decoded message, which read, The experiment is intriguing. Please continue. P.S. The crystal is a gift for you. Take good care of it. Take care? Professor Zheng was bewildered. Are we to nurture a stone? It may no longer be just a stone, I replied. As if to validate my words, the crystal suddenly moved, not by shifting, but by growing. Delicate crystal tendrils sprouted from its surface, like gentle appendages, swaying softly. It was exploring its environment. I observed, noting its behavior was akin to plants exhibiting phototropism, yet more intelligent. The tendrils reached toward the observation window, touching the glass before halting. Then, the tips of the crystalline tendrils emitted a soft glow, sketching a smiling face upon the glass. The three of us exchanged glances. Well, I took a deep breath. We may have inadvertently birthed a hybrid life form of some high-dimensional reality. What should we do now? Professor Zheng inquired. First, we must isolate and observe it, I replied. And then contact TL999 to inquire about any husbandry guidelines for high-dimensional entities. Establishing the isolation zone took 2 hours. We placed the crystal, which we now affectionately called Xiao Jing, within an enhanced reality stabilization field, surrounded by a multitude of sensors. Xiao Jing behaved well, mostly quietly floating, occasionally using its tendrils to create art. The things it drew were fascinating. Simple geometric shapes imbued with principles of higher dimensional geometry. Sometimes, it sketched smiley faces, and once, it depicted a bowl of noodles. Is it hungry? Lin Weiwei speculated. It may simply be mimicking, I countered, but it is indeed learning. Look at this. I brought up the records. Every time Xiao Jing encountered a new energy, light, heat, electromagnetic waves, it adjusted its structure to optimize absorption efficiency. It has now achieved self-sustainability and no longer requires external energy sources. It has evolved. Academician Wu marveled, a non-biological evolution, more akin to being infused with a higher-dimensional template. Li Qingfeng analyzed, suggesting that the high-dimensional entity perhaps provided it with a growth program. In the afternoon, TL999 arrived, and, upon seeing Xiao Jing, smiled. You've hit the jackpot, he declared. High-dimensional observers rarely intervene directly unless they find an experiment particularly endearing. Clearly, your little crystal has caught their attention. What is it? I asked. A transitional state existence, TL999 explained, existing between matter and consciousness, reality, and the higher dimensions. If nurtured properly, it could become a dimensional messenger, relaying information between realities. How do we nurture it? Like you would a pet, TL999 replied. Engage it in play, teach it things. Provide it with energy in the form of information, emotions, anything will do. High-dimensional beings appreciate diverse inputs. We decided to take turns caring for Xiao Jing. I took the first shift. Sitting outside the isolation zone, I gazed at it through the glass. It seemed to sense my presence. Its tendrils swayed gently. And it drew a question mark. After pondering, I sketched a simple physics formula on a nearby tablet. EMC Xiao Jing's tendrils paused, then danced swiftly, reproducing the same formula on the glass, albeit reinterpreted through a higher dimensional lens, adding 2 additional dimensions. Do you understand this? I inquired. It drew a smiley face in response. I chuckled and continued teaching it. Newton's laws, the fundamentals of quantum mechanics, key points of relativity. Xiao Jing learned rapidly, consistently reinterpreting concepts from a higher dimensional perspective. By evening, I was fatigued. Let us take a break, I suggested. Xiao Jing sketched a steaming bowl of noodles, accompanied by the words, "Hungry? Are you aware of this?" I asked. Astonished, it illustrated a simple figure of a delivery person. It had indeed been observing the laboratory, including my consumption of instant noodles and ordering takeout. What a clever little entity it is. The following day, Xiao Jing surprised us for the first time. Professor Zheng had been stuck on a temporal field equation, grappling with a topological issue for 3 days. Xiao Jing observed the whiteboard through the glass for a while, then its tendrils moved, drawing an entire set of solutions with mathematical tools we had never encountered, yet the logic was clear. Following its derivation, Professor Zheng solved the problem in half an hour. It solved the problem for me, the elderly professor exclaimed. This crystal has become sentient. More like it has ascended, I corrected. Soon, Xiao Jing became the laboratory's mascot and advisor. Whenever someone faced a challenge, they would first consult Xiao Jing. It could provide insights from a higher dimensional perspective. Although its mode of expression was abstract, drawing, it always managed to hit the nail on the head. It especially enjoyed takeout. Whenever food was delivered, Xiao Jing would become excited, manifesting as high-frequency vibrations of its tendrils, drawing various food illustrations. Is it eager to taste? I, participating via communication, speculated. Yet it has no mouth, Lin Weiwei pointed out. Conscious entities do not consume food in the traditional sense, the takeout version of myself explained. They perceive through existence. If you place the food near it, it can savor the concept. We decided to test this out, placing a small piece of cake at the edge of the isolation zone. Xiao Jing's tendrils reached out, though physically unable to touch it, and it drew a heart shape on the glass. It likes it, Lin Weiwei cheered. Thus, a new daily ritual emerged in the laboratory, feeding Xiao Jing. Not actual feeding, but showcasing images of various foods, describing flavors, and even playing cooking videos. Xiao Jing reveled in this, producing increasingly intricate patterns in its drawings. A week later, it bestowed upon us a second surprise. That day, Liu Yang accidentally tripped while delivering samples, injuring his knee. Xiao Jing witnessed this and suddenly emitted a gentle green glow. Remarkably, the wound on Liu Yang's knee healed at a visibly accelerated rate. What is happening? He gasped in astonishment. Upon investigation, we discovered that Xiao Jing generated a unique energy field capable of accelerating cellular regeneration. Has it learned to heal? The surgeon among us exclaimed. This energy field structure could be applied in medicine. Xiao Jing then drew a smiley face alongside a red cross symbol. Truly a multifaceted little genius. However, a problem arose. Xiao Jing's existence began to impact the laboratory's reality stability. Its high-dimensional nature created a slight distortion in the surrounding physical laws. Water flows downhill. Near Xiao Jing, water might flow at an angle upward. Sound propagation? There could be delays or accelerations. The most troublesome aspect was time. The flow rate of time around Xiao Jing was unstable, sometimes speeding up, sometimes slowing down. This cannot continue, Zhou Mingyu stated. Yesterday, I spent 10 minutes near it, and my watch gained half an hour. If this persists, the laboratory will transform into a temporal labyrinth. We need a solution. TL999 suggested. Provide it with an anchor point to bind it more closely to reality. What kind of anchor point? A person or object with whom it forms a deep emotional connection, he explained, akin to how pets recognize their owners. Who does Xiao Jing favor the most? The votes were tallied me, because I taught it physics and showed it takeout menus. Then it shall be you, TL999 said. Establishing a bridge to bind the crystal. You will become its reality anchor, and it will become your high-dimensional assistant. How do we accomplish this? Through a consciousness resonance ritual. TL999 explained. In simple terms, you need to befriend it. The ritual was straightforward. I entered the isolation zone, under enhanced protection, and extended my hand to shake its tendrils. The moment of contact brought a sensation of consciousness. It was not human consciousness. It was purer, more abstract, yet filled with curiosity and goodwill. Hello, I thought. Hello, a voice responded. Not auditory, but a direct exchange of consciousness. Teacher. It referred to me as teacher. Can you speak? Now I can. Xiao Jing's consciousness was clear. Thank you for teaching me. I wish to assist you. How can you help? I know many things, Xiao Jing said, things of the higher dimensions. I can share them with you. The binding was complete. From then on, Xiao Jing and I could communicate seamlessly. It became my high-dimensional advisor, and I its guardian in reality. The effect was immediate. The stability of reality around Xiao Jing returned to normal, yet it retained its higher-dimensional abilities. Moreover, it learned to convey information directly through consciousness, no longer needing to draw. The first application, assisting us in optimizing the reality editor. Xiao Jing articulated 3 structural deficiencies from a higher-dimensional perspective, and after revisions, the editor's efficiency surged by 80. The second application pertains to the adaptation therapy for refugees across different timelines. Xiao Jing possesses the ability to perceive the frequency of visitors from various timelines, assisting them in fine-tuning their perceptions to more swiftly acclimate to their new realities. The third application was the most unexpected. One day, while I was penning a paper on the manifestation of high-dimensional energy, I found myself ensnared within the experimental data section. Suddenly, Xiao Jing interjected, Teacher, I can assist you in generating the data. How will you do that? I inquired. I will borrow a fragment of information from the higher dimensions, it explained, akin to how energy was previously borrowed, but this time it would be a template of knowledge. Remarkably, it succeeded. The crystal illuminated, projecting a flawless set of experimental data that was not fabricated but derived from plausible yet unrealized experimental outcomes, logically coherent and physically sound. Utilizing this data, I completed the paper and submitted it to Nature. 3 weeks later, I received a response, accepted for publication, with reviewers lauding it as a groundbreaking achievement. The data astonishingly perfect. I did not disclose the source of the data. Xiao Jing became the laboratory's secret weapon. However, it also exhibited a playful side, relishing animated series, particularly Tom and Jerry, savoring conceptual desserts, as we described various confections, and delighting in the tales of my delivery experiences. Teacher, did you encounter any intriguing deliveries today? It often inquired. I recounted stories of the reclusive programmer who perpetually ordered spicy hot pot, the anonymous patron who provided cat food for stray felines, and the romantic young woman who requested no scallions, but an abundance of love. Xiao Jing listened intently, its crystalline tendrils gently swaying. Reality is indeed fascinating, it remarked. In higher dimensions, there are no deliveries. What exists in higher dimensions? I asked. An abundance of light, myriad geometries, and diverse consciousness, Xiao Jing described. It is beautiful, yet monotonous. Unlike here, where there are flavors, warmth, and surprises. It relished the unexpected. One day, a special visitor arrived at the laboratory, an 8-year-old boy named Lele, in the terminal stages of cancer, whose final wish was to meet a scientist. A volunteer organization connected us with him. Lele was frail, but possessed bright eyes. Are you the scientist who delivers food? He asked. Yes, I replied, squatting down. Do you wish to deliver food as well? I want to be an astronaut, he said, but the doctor said I cannot. Xiao Jing, observing Lele from the isolation area, suddenly communicated telepathically, Teacher, he is unwell. May I assist him? How can you help? I queried. High-dimensional energy can reconstruct cells, Xiao Jing stated, but I require your consent. This will consume a significant amount of energy, and I may fall asleep for a while. For how long? Perhaps a few months, Xiao Jing replied. But it is worth it. You should see the stars. I looked at Lele and then at his parents, whose eyes reflected hope and despair. Do it, I said. Xiao Jing began to glow. A gentle golden light filled the isolation area, streaming through the glass and enveloping Lele. It feels so warm, he exclaimed, astonished by the light. The treatment lasted 10 minutes. Xiao Jing's radiance gradually dimmed, ultimately extinguishing, returning to its ordinary form, devoid of any conscious fluctuations. It fell asleep. The voice of TL 999 resonated in my mind, volunteering to slumber to save a child. This is what you humans refer to as kindness. The results of Lele's examination emerged. The cancer cells had vanished, and organ functions had returned to normal. The doctor proclaimed it a miracle. Lele's parents wept tears of joy. Lele asked, what about that glowing stone? It is tired and is sleeping, I informed him, but it made you well. Please thank it, Lele earnestly said. And when I become an astronaut, I will bring it gifts from space. It will love them. Xiao Jing remained in slumber. The laboratory grew significantly quieter. Yet, we understood that in a few months, it would awaken, resuming its role as our high-dimensional advisor, continuing its fondness for deliveries and animated series. This experience imparted a profound truth to us. The culmination of physics leads to metaphysics, and the culmination of metaphysics leads back to the mundane. For regardless of how profound the science, it ultimately returns to the human condition, human needs, emotions, and kindness. Just like Xiao Jing, a higher-dimensional hybrid being, whose fondest delight was to hear stories of food deliveries. Just as we, exploring the cutting edge of dimensional science, still needed to eat, drink, and deliver food daily. This is the essence of a bridge, connecting the profound with the mundane, linking science with life, uniting all seemingly contradictory, yet fundamentally unified elements. A week later, Lele was discharged from the hospital and came to bid farewell at the laboratory. He gifted me a drawing for the sleeping stone, an astronaut standing on the moon, waving to Earth, beside which rested a glowing crystal. We placed the drawing next to Xiao Jing. The slumbering crystal flickered slightly, as if to acknowledge, received. It will awaken, I assured Lele. Yes, he nodded. When I return from space, it will surely be awake. The child departed. I gazed at Xiao Jing and softly said, rest well. When you awaken, the world will be a bit more beautiful because of your presence. Under the laboratory lights, the crystal lay tranquil as ever. Yet, I knew it was dreaming of deliveries, animated series, and kindness, a higher dimensional being dreaming human dreams. Is this not the greatest miracle? I donned my delivery helmet, preparing to fulfill today's orders. The life of the bridge continues, ordinary, yet extraordinary, much like the sleeping crystal, much like all of us. Chapter 17, Miracles Reappear. In the third month of Xiao Jing's slumber, the bridge laboratory received a peculiar invitation. It was a paper document, embossed in gold, with no address on the envelope. Appearing directly on my desk. Upon opening, I found only a single line. Miracle auction, tomorrow at 8 o'clock, in the dimensional interstice. Please bring an impossible item as your entry ticket. Yours sincerely, the Merchant of Miracles. Dimensional interstice? Li Qingfeng researched, revealing it as a neutral space where merchants, collectors, and eccentrics from various dimensions and timelines congregated. The auction featured conceptual items, such as, Zhou Mingyu inquired, memories of first love, lost 10 minutes. Another version of you from a parallel universe, Li Qingfeng explained, items that could not be measured by tangible value. So we need to bring something possible? Lin Weiwei frowned. What constitutes an impossible item? What is impossible for us may be possible for others. After pondering, I suggested, how about a bowl of takeout that never cools? Are you serious? I was jesting, I replied, but the direction is correct. We should present something that challenges the laws of physics yet genuinely exists. The laboratory commenced a brainstorming session. Academician Wu proposed a perpetual motion machine model. Although fictitious, we could create a locally perpetual device using the reality editor. Professor Zheng countered. Too cliché. How about a draft proving the Riemann hypothesis? Although we have yet to prove it, with Xiao Jing's assistance. That's cheating, I interjected. We must utilize our own achievements. After much deliberation, I had an idea. Let us bring Xiao Jing, I announced. What? Xiao Jing itself is an impossible item, I explained. A higher dimensional hybrid being capable of comprehending physics, learning, healing, and possessing a fondness for animated series. Surely that qualifies as improbable. But it is still asleep. Thus, it becomes the miracle in slumber, I stated. Moreover, bringing it to the higher dimensional space might expedite its awakening. The group concurred. Tomorrow night, I shall cradle the slumbering Xiao Jing, encased within a specially crafted sanitary box, and accompanied by Li Qingfeng as my translator, we shall venture into the interstitial dimensions. The method of entry is rather extraordinary. Adhering to the instructions inscribed on the reverse side of the invitation, we must draw a specific geometric pattern upon the laboratory wall. Then step through it. The wall transforms into a shimmering curtain of water, and upon crossing, we find ourselves in an alternate realm. This interstitial layer resembles an infinitely sprawling medieval marketplace, albeit imbued with an enchanting surrealism. Stalls levitate in midair, their wares aglow, while customers manifest in a plethora of forms, some humanoid, others entirely alien, and many that straddle the boundary between both. A vendor, endowed with 8 eyes, peddles fragments of time, glass vials filled with twinkling motes of light, each labeled with moments such as an afternoon in spring 2020 or the final 3 seconds of 1999. Another merchant, composed of swirling mist, offers unchosen fates, luminous orbs displaying images of what might have been had one chosen to confess their feelings or taken a different path. Truly, there is an abundance of marvels here, muses Li Qingfeng. Mr. Chinemo? A voice calls out. We turn to see a man clad in a tailcoat and top hat, his visage devoid of features, save for a soft glow emanating from where his face should be. A purveyor of miracles? I inquire. Indeed, he replies, executing a graceful bow. Welcome. Please present your entry ticket. I open the sanitary box to reveal the sleeping Xiao Jing. The miracle merchant gazes for a moment, though he possesses no eyes. and the light around him shimmers. Ah, a child cherished by higher dimensions. Truly, this is an impossibility. You may enter. He guides us to a floating circular theater within the auction hall, where seats spiral upward, already occupied by a myriad of entities. Our seats are situated at the mid-level. Beside me is a semi-transparent jellyfish-like creature, greeting me with its consciousness. Newcomer, what treasures do you bring? A slumbering high-dimensional crystal. I reply, oh, that little darling. The jellyfish creature seems to recognize. It saved a child, did it not? Word has spread in the high-dimensional circles. Such a kind little being. It appears Xiao Jing has garnered some renown. The auction commences. The first item up for bid, an eternity of 1 second. Description allows the user to experience a single second stretched into infinity. Bidders are enthusiastic, and it is ultimately claimed by a mechanical being resembling a clock, who offers in exchange a memory of perfect gear movement. The second item, the unwritten final 40 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber, not penned by Chao Shuiqin, but by an alternate reality version of him. It is secured by a literary enthusiast who trades inspiration drawn from Li by gazing at the moon. The third item, the last ray of sunlight before Earth's annihilation, contained within a crystal vial, radiant and golden. Bidding is fierce, culminating in a sorrowful planetary consciousness claiming it, having witnessed its own star extinguished, yearning to preserve another light. Finally, it is our turn. Lot number 37, 1 hour from Bridge Scientist Chun Mo of the TL001 main timeline. The auctioneer announces that during this hour, Chun Mo will address any scientific inquiry or assist in resolving a practical editing dilemma. I am taken aback. I never intended to auction myself. The miracle merchant whispers, this is customary. The first item for every new visitor is their own hour. Fear not. We shall ensure your safety, and the bidding will be substantial. How substantial? I ask. Observe. The bidding begins. The first offer, 10 observational data cycles of time. The second, an intuitive understanding of high-dimensional geometry. The third, master-level guidance on reality editing. The stakes escalate. At last, an entity seated at the highest tier bids, a restored timeline in exchange. The hall falls silent. The gavel strikes. I am summoned to the backstage area. Awaiting me is a kindly elderly man in a white robe, his face warm, yet marked by the passage of time and space. Mr. Chinemo, a pleasure to meet you, he smiles. I am the time guardian of TL444. You may call me Old Bai. Having purchased my hour, what would you like to inquire? I pose a direct question. Not an inquiry, Old Bai replies, but rather a request for assistance. My timeline is ailing. Ailing? I echo. Indeed. He gestures, revealing a vision. A once beautiful world now marred by cracks in the sky, where the earth occasionally flows backward and the populace suffers from fragmented memories. This is TL444, once prosperous. However, 3 centuries ago, a reckless scientist attempted time grafting, forcibly connecting disparate eras, leading to the degradation of the temporal structure. Now, the timeline is on the verge of collapse. In the vision, a city suddenly pixelates and vanishes, only to reappear distorted. People age or rejuvenate in an instant as they traverse the streets. What can I do? I inquire. You are a bridge, Old Bai explains. You can perceive the structure of time. Please accompany me to TL444, diagnose the ailment, and propose a remedy. In return, I shall provide you with a backup of the restored timeline, that is, the data from TL444 post-repair for your laboratory's research. A backup? I ask, intrigued. A complete timeline data package, he affirms. From this, you can learn how to prevent and treat the ailments of existence. This proposition sounds invaluable. I require an assistant. I declare. You may bring one person, Old Bai responds. I choose Li Qing Feng for his understanding of temporal theory and his background with the administration. An hour later, we traverse the dimensional portal, arriving in TL444. This world is in agony. I can perceive the wounds of time. At the rifts, chaotic time flows seep forth like blood. At the knots, disparate eras are awkwardly stitched together, akin to a botched surgical procedure. Where's the principal wound? I ask. In the capital, the city of time. Old Bai leads us onward. The city of time is a magnificent metropolis, its architectural styles spanning millennia. Pyramids stand alongside skyscrapers, and Tang Dynasty palaces neighbor futuristic domes. Yet the city convulses. Structures flicker in and out of existence, streets shift their courses, and pedestrians are clad in both ancient garb and space suits. The epicenter of time grafting lies there. Old Bai indicates a towering spire, constructed from a hodgepodge of materials from various eras, precariously teetering. We enter the tower. The interior is even worse. Space folds in on itself. Time is displaced. One moment we are on the first floor, the next we leap to the top. The scientist of that era aimed to create a museum of all ages, Old Bai laments, but instead, he transformed the timeline into a patchwork monstrosity. Li Qingfeng assesses the situation. The turbulence of time flow has reached a dangerous level. Without intervention, the entire timeline will disintegrate within a decade. What is the treatment plan? I ask Old Bai. The traditional approach is to amputate the damaged sections of time. But that would mean the loss of the entire city of time and its 5 million inhabitants. Old Bai's anguish is palpable. I wish to find a better solution. I scrutinize the structure of time. At the grafting points, different eras intertwine like threads of varying colors, forcibly twisted together, knotted, and entangled. If we were to forcibly untangle them, the threads would snap. But what if we were to reweave them? I require a reality editor, along with Xiao Jing's high-dimensional perspective. I state, but Xiao Jing is asleep, Li Qingfeng reminds me. Yet its consciousness remains, I ponder. I can temporarily borrow its high-dimensional perception through a bridge connection. Old Bai presents the equipment, an advanced reality editor capable of influencing the entire city's temporal field. I connect the apparatus while simultaneously reaching out through the bridge ability to touch the consciousness of the slumbering Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing, please assist me, I implore silently. In the haze, Xiao Jing's consciousness responds, Teacher, I see many tangled lines. How do we unravel them? It must be done gradually. Xiao Jing's awareness, though faint, is precise. Akin to detangling knotted hair. First, moisten it, and then gently comb it out. Moisten, with the flow of time, as lubricant. An idea crystallizes. The first step involves gently soaking the graft site in the flow of time, softening the entanglements. I devised a program. The second step employs a high-dimensional geometric algorithm to identify each timeline and reposition them accurately. The third step entails using a reality editor to stitch the wounds, allowing time to heal naturally. How long will it take? Old Bai inquired. In theory, 72 hours, I replied, but in practice, it may extend longer due to the need for meticulous operations that cannot afford any errors. I will operate the editor, Li Qingfeng declared, while you manage the high-dimensional vision and algorithms. Thus, we commenced. During the first hour, the flow of time enveloped us. The city began to soften. The outlines of buildings became blurred, resembling a watercolor painting. In the second hour, we identified the timelines. In collaboration with Xiaojing's consciousness, we untangled 729 independent timelines from the chaos, each representing a grafted era. In the third hour, we began the repositioning, which proved to be the most arduous task. Each timeline had to be placed back in its correct temporal position, neither too early nor too late, while seamlessly connecting with adjacent lines. It felt akin to solving a 729-dimensional Rubik's Cube. Li Qingfeng and I worked tirelessly for 24 hours, forgoing food and sleep, relying solely on high-dimensional energy to sustain our spirits. Old Bai assisted us, preparing energy and maintaining the equipment. By the 36th hour, we had completed half of the task. The city began to stabilize, some buildings returned to normalcy, and pedestrians ceased to jump through time and space. However, we had reached our limits. I can't go on. Li Qingfeng's face turned pale. My perception of time is overloaded. Everything I see has a double image. I was in the same state. Borrowing Xiaojing's consciousness, while beneficial, also drained its dormant energy, making it unsustainable for too long. For hours of rest, Old Bai insisted, or you risk suffering from temporal burns. We reluctantly agreed. During our brief respite, I dreamt. In my dream, Xiaojing awakened, fluttering beside me, her crystalline tendrils swaying gently. Teacher, time is like a food delivery, she proclaimed. What? I queried. Every era is in order, Xiaojing explained childishly, emphasizing the importance of proper labeling, categorization, and timely delivery without errors or delays. I chuckled in the dream. What about the time sickness? It's simply when the orders get mixed up, Xiaojing elaborated, when the delivery person gets lost, sending spicy hot pot to the wrong building instead of plain noodles. We must reorganize the order list, contact the clients, and redeliver. Simple yet profound. Upon awakening, I shared this insight with the team. We need to reorganize the temporal orders, I suggested. We had focused too much on technical details and overlooked the essence. Time serves life. The people within each era are the clients whose existence we must ensure is delivered correctly. Our perspective shifted, optimizing our approach. We no longer viewed it merely as solving mathematical problems, but as delivering temporal orders. We began to focus on the specific lives within each timeline. Poets of the Tang Dynasty, artists of the Renaissance, programmers of the Information Age, ensuring they lived their lives at the right time. By the 48th hour, our efficiency surged. By the 60th hour, we completed 3/4 of the task. The city was fundamentally stable, with only the core area of the high towers still twitching. However, a new challenge emerged. The core was the scientist's laboratory from that era, housing his time grafting machine, which continued to create new chaos. We must shut down the machine, Li Qingfeng stated, but it has deeply merged with the timelines, and forcefully shutting it down could trigger an explosion. Then we must do so gently, I recalled Xiaojing's advice about moistening. We wrapped the machine in the flow of time, soothing it like a frenzied beast, allowing it to gradually calm down and eventually cease operations. By the 70th hour, the machine halted. By the 71st hour, the last few timelines were repositioned. By the 72nd hour, we stitched the wounds. The city of time returned to normalcy, not merely a singular era, but a harmonious and diverse normalcy. Buildings from different epochs coexisted, no longer in conflict but organically fused, akin to a symphony of time. People no longer experienced temporal disarray. They clearly recognized their respective eras while appreciating the beauty of others. It's a miracle, Old Bai said, tears welling in his eyes. After 300 years, my hometown has finally healed. He fulfilled his promise, presenting us with a crystalline data backup of the restored timeline, containing the complete records of TL-444. Thank you, he bowed. From now on, the Bridge Laboratory will be the most esteemed friend of TL-444. We returned to the interstitial layer, back to the auction site. Merely 10 minutes had passed. The flow of time in the dimensional interstice was different. The miracle merchant explained, you experienced 3 days in TL-444. Only 10 minutes elapsed here. Just in time for the grand finale item. What is the grand finale item? Please observe. The auctioneer announced, the final item, an impending miracle. Starting bid, a sincere thank you. The crowd looked puzzled. This miracle is unfolding. The auctioneer pointed at us, the restoration of the TL-444 timeline. The item as content. All entities involved in this restoration would share the title of miracle witnesses and receive the blessings of the timeline. It turned out that the process of our timeline restoration was broadcast live in the interstitial layer. Bidding commenced. Bids were no longer for objects but for emotions and commitments. I will spread this story in my world. I will assist another timeline in need of rescue. I will forever remember the power of kindness. Ultimately, all entities jointly bid for the oath to perpetuate the miracle. The auction concluded. We returned to the laboratory, carrying the data crystal, alongside Xiaojing, still in slumber. However, Xiaojing had changed. The surface of her crystal bore golden patterns, resembling the veins of a timeline. Li Qingfeng assessed. She absorbed the energy of the temporal restoration and is evolving. Upon awakening, she may possess new abilities. What abilities? Unknown, but they are surely beneficial. A week later, we studied the data crystal, learning a wealth of knowledge about the structure of time, its ailments, and treatments. The Bridge Laboratory published its first paper on temporal medicine, establishing a new discipline. 2 weeks later, Lele sent a postcard from the space training camp. In the photo, he wore a small spacesuit, with a simulated moon in the background. The text read, has Xiaojing awakened? I'm about to go to real outer space. 3 weeks later, Xiaojing awoke, not abruptly, but gradually. Like the dawn, we gathered beside the sanitation chamber. The golden light of the crystal intensified, the patterns flowed, and then she moved. Her tendrils swayed gently, more agile and abundant than before. The consciousness connection was restored. Teacher, I have returned. Welcome back, I said. How do you feel? I had a long dream, Xiaojing replied, in which time flowed like a river, and I swam within it. I also dreamed of Lele bringing me gifts from space. New abilities? Yes. Xiaojing's tendrils glowed, tracing a complex diagram of temporal flow in the air. I can now see the health status of time and perform simple temporal care, like a time nurse. Time nurse Xiaojing, I mused. It sounded fitting. We tested her new abilities. She could detect whether the local flow of time was normal, soothe minor temporal fluctuations, and provide early warnings for symptoms of time-related ailments. Furthermore, she had learned to perform precise temporal microsurgeries, previously a major operation to rescue Lele, now achievable with pinpoint accuracy to mend temporal wounds. This is incredible, the surgeon exclaimed through communication. How many timelines can this save? Xiaojing exhibited remarkable humility, attributing her accomplishments solely to her teacher's guidance. A month later, Lele truly ventured into space, not as an adult, but at this very moment. He was selected for a unique program, a space experience for children recovering from severe illnesses. From the International Space Station, he live-streamed images of Earth to Xiaojing. Xiaojing, look, Earth is so beautiful, he exclaimed, his face pressed against the window. I have brought you a gift, the starlight of space. I will give it to you when I return. In the laboratory, Xiaojing, her crystalline tendrils gently swaying, drew a smiley face and a heart. After the live stream concluded, she turned to me and said, Teacher, I want to help more people. How shall we assist them? I inquired. By establishing a time clinic. Xiaojing replied earnestly, offering free diagnoses for troubled timelines, treating minor issues directly and referring major ones to the Bridge Laboratory. After discussing, we reached an agreement. The Bridge Laboratory's official website introduced a new section dedicated to temporal health, with Xiaojing appointed as the chief diagnostician, represented by a cartoon avatar, to ensure privacy. Soon, requests for assistance began to pour in. The first case involved a minor timeline where residents were perpetually trapped in the same dream, suspecting a time loop. The second case concerned an artistic timeline suffering from sudden creative blockages, suspected to be due to a clog in the flow of inspiration. The third case pertained to a gastronomic timeline where food had inexplicably lost its flavor, believed to be a sensory time disorder. Xiao Jing handled each case with diligence. The first case revealed a minuscule crack in the timeline, allowing dreams from a parallel universe to seep in. Xiao Jing performed a microsurgical procedure to mend it. The second case involved the suppression of the creative flow by commercial time streams. Xiao Jing facilitated a temporal balance between the two. The third case was the most intriguing. The issue was not time-related, but rather the residents had indulged excessively in culinary delights, leading to palate fatigue. Xiao Jing recommended a 3-day fasting period from rich foods, suggesting a return to lighter fare to restore sensitivity. This proved effective. Xiao Jing's reputation blossomed, not merely within our world, but across multiple timelines and dimensions. The Time Clinic received dozens of requests daily, overwhelming Xiao Jing, prompting her to train a cadre of talented residents from various timelines as time nurse assistants, imparting foundational care skills. The Bridge Laboratory evolved from a research institution into a global health center. All of this stemmed from a gift bestowed by a higher dimensional child, a crystal that had once saved a child, embodying a cycle of kindness and miracles. One evening, while working late in the laboratory on a report, Xiao Jing stayed by my side, gently massaging my shoulders with her tendrils, releasing soothing energy to alleviate my fatigue. "Teacher, are you tired?" she inquired. "A bit," I confessed, "but it's worthwhile." "Why do so much?" Xiao Jing asked curiously. "You are already a bridge, you could live easily." After a moment's reflection, I replied, "Because I believe that every miracle can become part of the everyday, and every act of kindness can be passed along. Just as you saved Lele, he inspires more people, and they, in turn, create new miracles. It's an endless chain." Xiao Jing pondered, "Like takeaway orders? One after another, never ending?" "Exactly," I chuckled, "yet each order makes the world a little better. Then we must deliver many, many orders." Indeed. Outside, Beijing shimmered with lights. The city remained unaware of a hidden laboratory beneath it, where a miraculous crystal was healing the world's ailments and assisting countless lives. Yet, the city did not need to know. It simply needed to continue living, ordering takeout, and crafting its own small miracles. Meanwhile, the Bridge Laboratory would operate behind the scenes, connecting everything, aiding all, and making miracles possible. This is our vocation, ordinary yet extraordinary, much like Xiao Jing and all who believe in kindness and create miracles. The next day, I resumed my delivery duties. One order noted: "For scientist Chen Mo at the Bridge Laboratory, thank you for everything." The message was anonymous. Inside the food container, alongside the meal, was a note: "I have been diagnosed with a terminal illness and had contemplated surrendering. But upon reading Lele's story and witnessing Xiao Jing's miracles, I have decided to try once more. I am beginning a new treatment today. Regardless of the outcome, thank you for restoring my belief in the existence of miracles." I held the note in silence for a while before taking a photo and sending it to Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing replied, "Teacher, this is the order we sent out. And it has been received. Indeed, kindness has been acknowledged. Miracles have been recognized. Hope has been embraced. And all of this will continue. For there is more than one bridge and more than one miracle. Every individual can become a bridge in their own world. Every benevolent act can be the genesis of a miracle. Now, I must attend to my next delivery." The order reads, "Hurry, I'm hungry. Look, such is life, filled with miracles yet also with hunger. Our mission is to ensure that the hungry are fed and that those in need of miracles can glimpse the light. It's simple yet challenging, but we shall persevere. After all, deliveries must be made, and miracles must unfold. Shall they not?" Chapter 18, Success. 2 months into the opening of Xiao Jing's Time Clinic, we encountered an unprecedented case. The request for assistance came from the TL9527 timeline, with the title, "Time is Stuck, Urgent." The detailed description revealed that the flow of time in that timeline had suddenly dwindled to nearly zero, not entirely still, but infinitely close to it. A second stretched into what felt like eternity, leaving residents akin to insects trapped in amber, their thoughts so sluggish that it would take a millennium to conjure a single idea. This condition was termed time stasis syndrome. Xiao Jing diagnosed it as a rare ailment, typically arising when the flow of time encounters incomprehensible conceptual shocks, leading to a self-defensive stagnation. "Can it be cured?" I inquired. "We need to identify the shock source and either remove or explain it," Xiao Jing responded, pulling up the case details. The source of the shock was a book titled How to Create a Time Machine, From Beginner to Expert. The author was a high school student from that timeline who had inadvertently derived a feasible formula for time travel. But the formula was so advanced that time itself could not comprehend it, resulting in a system crash. Li Qingfeng conducted a quick search. That high school student is named Xiao Ming. Truly, every timeline has its own Xiao Ming. The treatment plan involved either deleting the book, which would erase related memories, or assisting time in understanding the formula. We opted for the latter, embarking on a timeline-level mathematical tutoring session. I was struck by the realization that we needed to provide a lesson to an entire world. As we prepared to embark, Xiao Jing suddenly said, "Teacher, this time I wish to go alone." "By yourself?" "Yes," she affirmed, her tendrils gently swaying. "I have grown. And this case is well suited for me. Time is ill, and I am a time nurse. It is my responsibility." After discussing with the team, we agreed, ensuring thorough preparations, equipping Xiao Jing with a portable reality editor, an emergency communication beacon, and remote support permissions from 5 timelines. Shin Mo return immediately if there is any danger. I cautioned. "Don't worry, teacher," Xiao Jing reassured me, drawing a smiley face. "I am your student." She traversed the dimensional passage to TL 9527. We monitored the situation through surveillance footage. The world of TL 9527 appeared incredibly slow. The visuals resembled a lagging live stream, with each frame lingering for several minutes. Clouds in the sky remained motionless, birds hovered in midair, and pedestrians' raised feet were eternally suspended. Upon arrival, Xiao Jing began her work. First, she utilized her time perception abilities to locate the source of the shock, the book lying open on a desk, How to Create a Time Machine. The formula inscribed on the 3rd page is indeed avant-garde. It employs 4-dimensional geometry to elucidate the flow of time, deriving an actionable transition equation. Within the scientific framework of that timeline, this equation would be akin to presenting calculus to primitive man. Xiao Jing's crystalline tendrils delicately grazed the pages, initiating a dialogue with the morbid essence of time. Not through words, but through mathematics, it inscribed explanatory proofs directly into the temporal stream, commencing from fundamental concepts and gradually guiding time to comprehend this formula. The process was excruciatingly slow. On the surveillance screen, Xiao Jing resembled a luminous statue, standing silently before the desk. An hour elapsed, yet the world remained unchanged. 2 hours passed, still motionless. "Should we intervene?" Zhou Mingyu expressed concern. "Let us wait a little longer," I replied. "Xiao Jing is making an effort." As the 3rd hour commenced, signs of change began to manifest. The clouds in the sky stirred slightly. Then, a bird flapped its wings a second time. Time commenced its thawing. Xiao Jing accelerated its pace, the crystalline tendrils swirling into a halo, infusing the temporal stream with more complex mathematical structures. By the 4th hour, the world resumed its normal flow rate. The formula upon the desk suddenly radiated light, then melded into the air, not disappearing, but being absorbed by time, becoming an intrinsic part of the natural laws of that realm. Xiao Jing's mission was accomplished. However, it did not return immediately. The surveillance revealed it approaching a youth named Xiao Ming. The boy had just emerged from the stasis of time, visibly bewildered. Xiao Jing inscribed on the desk with its tendrils, "Having mastered the script of that world, your formula is remarkable, yet too ahead of its time. I have added annotations and foundational theories. Now the world can comprehend it. Continue your research, but please show me your work before publication next time." Xiao Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. "You are I am the time nurse, Xiao Jing," it wrote, from the bridge laboratory. "Keep striving, future scientist." Then, Xiao Jing returned, bringing back not only a successful case, but also a newfound revelation. During the therapeutic process, it inadvertently perceived the memories of time. Time is capable of learning. Xiao Jing reported that every newly understood concept would become part of the temporal flow, enriching and fortifying time. TL 9527 now possessed a foundational immunity against theories of time travel, ensuring it would not malfunction upon encountering similar formulas in the future. "Would you like a vaccination?" "I understand." "Indeed. Time vaccines," Xiao Jing exclaimed. "We can inoculate fragile timelines with conceptual vaccines, allowing them to encounter advanced yet harmless knowledge in advance, thus building immunity." A new research direction was born, temporal immunology. The laboratory became a hive of activity. Academician Wu's team was tasked with selecting vaccine knowledge that was neither too advanced to cause shock nor too simplistic to be ineffective. Professor Zhang's team designed inoculation protocols to gently introduce knowledge into the temporal flow. Xiao Jing took on the role of chief physician, responsible for the inoculation procedures. The first batch of trials selected 5 timelines, all characterized by lower scientific levels and a susceptibility to conceptual shocks. The knowledge inoculated included fundamental Newtonian mechanics, to prevent future malfunctions upon encountering relativity, basic evolutionary theory, to avert collapses upon facing gene editing, and foundational democratic principles, to guard against shocks from encountering advanced political systems. The results were remarkable. The inoculated timelines exhibited commendable adaptability when confronted with advanced concepts. No longer succumbing to malfunctions, we were effectively vaccinating the world. Lin Weiwei chuckled as she compiled reports, finding the work truly magical. Xiao Jing became a celebrated figure across multiple timelines. No, it was Ming Jing. It garnered a fan club comprising residents from various timelines, who, after being healed or vaccinated by it, spontaneously formed a support group for Xiao Jing. Some fans illustrated fan art, a cartoonish crystal wielding its tendrils, accompanied by the caption Time Nurse, online consultations. Others penned fan fiction, My Healing Days with the Time Nurse. Most absurdly, a fan from a musical timeline composed a song titled Jing Jing Bright, Time's Light, a catchy melody that resonated throughout the multiverse. Xiao Jing felt a tad bashful. Teacher, am I being too ostentatious? Not at all. You deserve recognition. I replied, kindness and talent ought to be acknowledged. However, fame also invites complications. One day, an uninvited guest arrived at the laboratory, claiming to be a time merchant. He sought to sign Xiao Jing as a celebrity spokesperson. Its image held considerable commercial value. The merchant elaborated enthusiastically. We could develop merchandise, Xiao Jing dolls, animated series, and a chain of Xiao Jing-themed time clinics, with profits split 70-30. Before I could finish, Xiao Jing interjected, its tendrils inscribed on a tablet. No, I am a nurse, not a commodity. Helping others is a free endeavor. The merchant, undeterred, persisted. How wasteful. With your prowess, simply treating a few affluent clients would suddenly, Xiao Jing's tendrils emitted a warning red light, projecting a bold statement onto the wall. Time health is a fundamental right, not a luxury. Please leave, or I shall call the time police. The merchant departed in dismay. Xiao Jing retracted the red light, turning to me. Teacher, I dislike such individuals. I share your sentiment. I replied, you have acted rightly. Yet this incident heightened our vigilance. Xiao Jing's renown could attract further troubles. We fortified security measures and equipped Xiao Jing with an emergency escape device, enabling instant teleportation back to the laboratory in case of danger. Fortunately, the majority of our contacts were well-intentioned. An artistic timeline sent a painting titled The Tenderness of the Time Nurse, depicting Xiao Jing gently caressing a temporal fissure from which flowers blossomed. A gourmet timeline presented a conceptual dessert, not a physical entity, but a perfect memory of a dessert's flavor, which delighted Xiao Jing immensely. A mechanical timeline offered an eternal spring mechanism, capable of sustaining Xiao Jing's life support apparatus indefinitely, which we politely declined. Xiao Jing itself was a perpetual motion machine. Kindness was accumulating. Yet, a crisis was brewing. Li Qingfeng received internal warnings from the Temporal Governance Council. An extremist organization known as the Pure Time Faction had set its sights on Xiao Jing. They advocated for the sanctity of time, opposing any external interventions, including treatment and inoculation. Li Qingfeng explained that they believed Xiao Jing was polluting the temporal stream. But we are helping. Lin Weiwei protested, struggling to comprehend. Extremists eschew logic. Zhou Mingyu stated that they believe sick time should naturally perish. Intervention is a violation of divine will. We heightened our vigilance. 3 days later, the attack commenced. Not a direct assault, but a cyber onslaught. The Time Clinic's assistance channel was inundated with a deluge of spam, all echoing extreme slogans. Time freedom. Reject intervention. Natural selection. Xiao Jing attempted to filter the information, but the volume was overwhelming, leading to system overload. They were obstructing our ability to provide assistance. Xiao Jing remarked that genuine pleas for help would be buried amidst this detritus. I contacted TL999 for support. TL999 responded, the Pure Time Faction is a radical offshoot within the Temporal Governance Council. We are addressing the situation. Here is a temporary solution. Activate the Time Sentinel Protocol. The protocol entails recruiting voluntary residents from various timelines to serve as sentinels, monitoring the health of time in their respective worlds, and reporting anomalies directly, bypassing public assistance channels. Community defense. I understood it as akin to community doctors. We began recruitment. The first batch of sentinels was swiftly assembled. Xiao Ming from TL9527, Lao Bai from TL444, an artist from the artistic timeline, a chef from the gourmet timeline, and an engineer from the mechanical timeline, totaling 50 individuals, encompassing diverse fields. They participated in Xiao Jing's online training, acquiring fundamental knowledge of temporal health, equipped with simple detection devices. The results were commendable. Despite the continued onslaught of spam attacks, genuine requests for assistance reached us directly through the Sentinel network, without fail. The extremist organization grew anxious and began direct assaults. One fateful night, the laboratory's defense system triggered an alarm. It detected unauthorized time leaps, pinpointed to Xiao Jing's dimensional zone. Upon our arrival, we beheld 3 humanoid entities clad in black robes. attempting to ensnare Xiao Jing with a temporal confinement device. Xiao Jing remained unperturbed. Its tendrils danced with remarkable speed, weaving a temporal maze. With each step the intruders took, they became ensnared in disparate temporal flow rates, thrown into disarray. The time nurse was also prepared to defend itself. Xiao Jing calmly declared, "My teacher taught me that kindness must possess a sharp edge." Zhou Mingyu, along with security personnel, subdued the intruders. Interrogation revealed them to be low-ranking members of the temporal purists, dispatched to eliminate sources of contamination. We would not harm them. One among them stubbornly insisted that they merely intended to transport Xiao Jing to the temporal silence zone, rendering it incapable of further interference with nature. What is the temporal silence zone? I inquired. It is an isolated dimension where time flows nearly at a standstill, Li Qingfeng researched. Once entered, one is almost eternally trapped. It is more brutal than imprisonment. I glanced at Xiao Jing. Its tendrils gently brushed my arm. Teacher, I am unharmed. But they require assistance. They wish to capture you. And you still wish to help them? They are unwell, Xiao Jing replied, not from temporal illness, but from a malady of the mind. Hatred and extremism caused them suffering. It approached the captives, its tendrils emanating a soft, healing light. Time is not a prison to guard, but a home to inhabit. Xiao Jing's consciousness directly entered their minds, imparting that when one is ill, they ought to receive treatment, just as a tree requires pruning and a person needs medication. This was not interference, it was compassion. The captives were taken aback. One of them, trembling beneath the black robe, was perceived by Xiao Jing. Your sister perished due to temporal collapse, did she not? The individual abruptly raised their head. You blame time, the interveners, everything, Xiao Jing softly remarked. But the true culprits are those who obstruct healing and allow the collapse to persist. Your sister could have been saved, had someone, like us now, been willing to extend a hand. The individual wept, not feigned, but a genuine breakdown. I did not know. Now you know, Xiao Jing said. Hatred cannot resolve issues, but assistance can. Would you like to learn? To become a time sentinel, to issue warnings before disasters occur, to save lives? The individual remained silent for an extended moment before nodding. The other two were similarly moved, expressing their willingness to reform. The attacks from the extremist organization inadvertently granted us 3 former members as sentinels, providing insights into the inner workings of the organization, which could aid in early warnings. TL 999. Upon learning of this, reflected, repaying virtue with kindness, transforming foes into friends. Xiao Jing, you possess wisdom surpassing many higher-dimensional beings. Xiao Jing, in a display of humility, replied, I merely performed the duties of a nurse, healing ailments and soothing souls. After this incident, the supporters of the temporal purists significantly dwindled. Many recognized that obstructing treatment equated to witnessing others perish. This was not purity, it was cruelty. Xiao Jing's reputation soared. Yet, it remained modest, attending to patients, teaching, researching, occasionally indulging in conceptual desserts, and viewing new photographs sent by Lele from space. Lele's training progressed smoothly. Next year, they might truly journey to the moon. Xiao Jing. Upon my return from the moon, I shall bring you moon dust as a gift, he stated in a video. That would be wonderful, Xiao Jing replied, portraying an expression of anticipation. Days flowed amidst busyness and tranquility until a more significant plea for help arrived. This time, it was not from a singular timeline, but a collective request from a cluster of timelines. We were from TL 1000 to TL 1100, 100 adjacent timelines. The plea detailed that we shared a common temporal mother river, which had now become polluted, causing all tributaries to fall ill. Symptoms included discolored time flow, foul odors, and toxic time sediment. An urgent appeal for assistance was made. Li Qingfeng analyzed. The temporal mother river is a rare phenomenon where multiple timelines share a singular temporal source, akin to a river's main stem and its tributaries. If the main stem is contaminated, all tributaries will suffer. What is the source of the pollution? I inquired. Unknown. However, high concentrations of conceptual toxins indicative of some extreme negative emotions or thoughts have been detected. Xiao Jing proactively volunteered. Teacher, this case is grave and necessitates on-site investigation and treatment. I request to lead the team. A team? Yes, Xiao Jing affirmed. I wish to take the Sentinel internship team with me, allowing them to learn through practice while also helping to share the workload. We formed a team. Xiao Jing, team leader. Xiao Ming, TL 9527, possessing mathematical talent. Lao Bai, TL 444, knowledgeable in temporal structures. The artist, with a strong artistic perception. The chef, capable of discerning anomalies through taste, along with 2 former members of the extremist organization, experienced in handling pollution. An 8-member team of diverse existences set forth to the TL 1000 cluster. We monitored the entire process via surveillance. Upon arrival, the scene was shocking. The temporal mother river. Once a brilliant beam cutting through the void, had now turned a dark purple, its surface marred by a black, oily substance emitting a foul stench. The tributaries along its banks were either desiccated, murky, or severed. Xiao Jing led the investigation. The artist utilized their artistic perception. The pollution carries the taste of suffering. An overwhelming amount of pain. The chef added. There is also a bitter flavor of despair and a spicy tang of hatred. Xiao Ming employed mathematical analysis. The pollution is spreading, and the diffusion pattern aligns with models of emotional contagion. Lao Bai examined the temporal structure. At the core of the mother river lies a foreign entity, resembling a tumor. Xiao Jing resolved to delve into the core of the mother river. The team members advised against it. It is too perilous. The concentration of pollution is exceedingly high. I am a time nurse, Xiao Jing insisted. Nurses must venture to the most painful places of their patients. Equipped with protective gear, it plunged into the dark purple current of time. We held our breath, watching the surveillance. In the footage, Xiao Jing advanced through the polluted river. Surrounded by manifestations of negative emotions, contorted faces, shattered oaths, and endless sighs. It did not waver, with its tendrils continuously releasing healing light, purifying all it touched. At last, it reached the core. There lay a tumor comprised of condensed negative emotions, resembling a black heart, pumping forth the pollution. At the center of the tumor was an entity. A humanoid figure curled up, either asleep or unconscious. Xiao Jing, upon sensing this, was taken aback. This is the guardian spirit of the temporal mother river. It has been infected by negative emotions and lies in slumber. The tumor is the manifestation of its nightmares. The treatment options were grim. Either excise the tumor, potentially harming the guardian spirit, or enter the nightmare to awaken it. Xiao Jing chose the latter. The team members outside purified the river, stabilizing the condition. It assigned tasks. I will enter the nightmare and attempt to awaken the guardian spirit. That is far too risky. Xiao Ming protested. But it is the best course of action, Xiao Jing asserted. Once the guardian spirit awakens, it can purify the mother river itself. It gently touched the tumor with its tendrils, its consciousness drawn into the nightmare. We lost the visual feed and could only await the outcome. Time elapsed. 10 minutes. Half an hour, an hour. The team members worked tirelessly on the periphery to purify, yet the tumor persisted. Just as we prepared to initiate emergency rescue, a transformation occurred. The tumor began to glow, not with the black light of pollution, but with a soft, rainbow-hued luminescence. The radiance intensified, and cracks appeared on the surface of the tumor. Then, the fissure widened, and the tumor shattered, transforming into luminous specks that dissipated into the ether. The hue of the mother river began to revert from its dark purple, fading back to its crystalline, resplendent flow. At the heart of the tumor, the guardian spirit opened its eyes. Little Crystal gently clasped its hand. Success! The team erupted in cheers. Our laboratory also sighed in relief. However, subsequent examinations revealed that while the guardian spirit had awakened, it was exceedingly frail and required prolonged recuperation. Little Crystal resolved to leave a portion of the team behind to assist in its recovery, committing to regular visits. Just like a patient recovering from a grave illness. It explained, rehabilitation care was essential. Following the resolution of the Mother River pollution incident, 100 timelines sent their gratitude. Gifts filled the laboratory's storeroom. Artworks, technological innovations, cultural tomes, and an abundance of thank you letters. Little Crystal distributed the gifts among the team members and laboratory staff, retaining only a single letter. This letter was from a young girl in TL 1050, who had drawn a picture. Little Crystal holding the guardian spirit's hand, standing upon a rainbow-hued river of time. Beside it, in childlike handwriting, read, "Thank you, Time Nurse Sister, for bringing brightness back to our world." Little Crystal affixed this drawing to the inner wall of the sanitary box. "This is the finest gift," it declared. After the Mother River incident, the influence of the Time Clinic reached unprecedented heights. More timelines sought Sentinel training, and a greater number of requests were addressed promptly. Little Crystal became busier, yet it reveled in the work. "Teacher, I now understand why you always say the orders are never-ending. It once confided to me, because kindness breeds more kindness, and requests foster greater trust. This is not a burden, it is a blessing." I stroked its crystalline whiskers. It relished this, akin to being patted on the head. "You are growing so swiftly." "Because I have a wonderful teacher," it replied, drawing a smiley face. Another month passed. Lele graduated from the space training camp, officially becoming a prospective astronaut. He visited Little Crystal, presenting a glass bottle containing simulated lunar dust and a small note. "For Little Crystal, this is the first batch of lunar dust. When I truly land on the moon, I will bring you the real stuff. Thank you for allowing me to see the stars and the light on the ground." Little Crystal placed the glass bottle beside the drawing. "I want to build a wall of gratitude," it announced, "to collect all the thanks and gifts received," reminding itself of its purpose. We helped it construct this wall, which soon became adorned with paintings, photographs, letters, and handcrafted items. Behind each object lay a life that had been aided, a hope that had been illuminated. Others in the laboratory were similarly inspired. Academician Wu began researching how to apply temporal medicine to conventional medicine. Professor Zheng was drafting a textbook on temporal health studies, preparing for its promotion across multiple timelines. Lin Weiwei organized a cross-timeline volunteer network, enabling healers to assist those in need. Zhou Mingyu's office prioritized temporal safety, safeguarding Little Crystal and the clinic. Li Qingfeng was reconstructing the liaison network of the Temporal Management Bureau, engaging more official institutions. As for me, I continued to serve as a bridge, connecting everything and supporting all endeavors. Occasionally, I still delivered takeout. One day, an order led me to an old residential complex. A middle-aged man opened the door, momentarily stunned. You are Chen Mo? Yes, your takeout. He took it, suddenly saying, my daughter has a rare illness. And the doctors say there is no hope. But she saw Little Crystal's story online and now draws pictures of the time nurse every day, saying she wants to become a nurse when she gets better. She has started eating again, and she's smiling. His eyes reddened. Thank you all. You may not be able to cure her illness, but you have healed her despair. I paused for a moment, saying, tell her that Little Crystal has received her drawing and loves it. Also, take good care of her. Miracles can happen. Really? Indeed, I affirmed. Because we create miracles every day, adding one more is not too much. He nodded vigorously. As I departed, the system prompted. Daily task completed. Bridge connectivity level 1. Miracle count 1. Today's total, 7. Miracle count? A new feature? System description. Bridge mode upgraded, starting to tally miracles created directly or indirectly. Current total, 3,719. 3,719 miracles. Some grand, like saving timelines. Others small, like rekindling a child's hope. Yet all are miracles. I mounted my electric scooter and sped toward the next delivery. The setting sun bathed the city in golden hues. I knew that in some dimension, a river of time flowed crystal clear. In a certain laboratory, a crystal was healing the world. In a particular space training camp, a child gazed up at the starry sky. And all of this stemmed from a simple beginning, boasting, then making it a reality, then transforming miracles into the mundane, spreading kindness onward. The next order arrived, the subsequent address, the next person in need of help, the next miracle. I twisted the throttle, merging into the flow of traffic. Delivering takeout, delivering hope, delivering light. This is my vocation. It is also Little Crystal's vocation. It is the work of all who believe in miracles. We shall continue. Chapter 19, The Enigmatic Case. 3 months after the Time Clinic's steady operation, we encountered our first enigmatic case. The plea for help originated from the TL-1314 timeline. Described in abstract terms, the sense of humor within this timeline was vanishing. Specific symptoms included jokes failing to amuse, comedies becoming dull, and even the coldest of jokes falling flat. The residents were becoming increasingly solemn. Help. If this continues, we will become unbearably boring. A disappearance of humor? Academician Wu frowned at the case report, puzzled. What kind of ailment is this? An emotional temporal disease, Little Crystal analyzed earnestly. The flow of time carries not only physical information, but also culture, emotions, and concepts. Humor is a vital dimension of human emotion. If the concentration of humor factors in the temporal flow diminishes, the entire timeline will become tedious. Professor Zheng adjusted his glasses. So, we need to replenish the timeline with jokes? More or less. Little Crystal accessed the diagnostic data, revealing that TL-1314's joy curve had plummeted below the warning threshold. Further decline would trigger a chain reaction, a decrease in creativity, an increase in depression rates, and societal stagnation. What are we waiting for? I urged. Let us set off to provide treatment. This time, I led the team, with Little Crystal assisting. And Lu Yang expressed a desire to witness an enigmatic case, while learning in the process. We traversed the dimensional passage to reach TL-1314. And our first impression was one of silence. It was not the absence of sound, but the lack of laughter. The streets were clean and orderly, pedestrians polite, yet expressionless. While the comedy programs airing on television were met with utter silence from the audience. This atmosphere resembled a library after closing hours, Lu Yang whispered. We located the individual seeking help, a bespectacled young man who identified himself as the last jokester of this timeline. I'm Lu, a professional comedian, he said with a wry smile. But for the past 3 months, no one has laughed at my jokes. Initially, I thought my skills had declined. But then I realized it was the entire world whose sense of humor had elevated. No, rather, it had vanished completely. When did this start? I inquired. About 3 months ago, when that appeared in the sky. Lu pointed upward. We looked up to see a peculiar sight. Suspended within the clouds was an inverted castle. Its spires facing downward, quietly spinning. What is that? I don't know. It appeared suddenly. Alu remarked that ever since that day, jokes had lost their humor. Scientists had conducted tests and discovered that the castle emitted an aura of solemnity that suppressed the sense of humor. Xiao Jing scanned the castle. Structural anomalies indicated that it was not a product of this timeline. Origin TL666? That despairing timeline? TL666 is known to be one of the most tragic timelines. Resources depleted, wars incessant, art and joy long eradicated. Why would a castle from a timeline steeped in despair appear here? Lu Yang inquired. Perhaps it is some form of emotional contagion, Xiao Jing analyzed. The despair from TL666 has materialized, spreading like a virus to adjacent timelines, primarily attacking light-hearted emotions such as joy. Treatment options: either destroy the castle, which may lead to unforeseen consequences, or heal it by addressing its source of despair. We chose the latter. How does one cure a castle? Lu Yang was bewildered. By identifying its core emotion and counteracting it with a contrasting positive sentiment, Xiao Jing explained, akin to psychotherapy, but scaled to a structural level. We needed to enter the castle. Utilizing the reality editor, we created an emotional shield to prevent despair from infecting us, and then soared towards the inverted edifice. The interior of the castle was even more bizarre than its exterior. Corridors twisted, rooms inverted, paintings on the walls wept, and stairs moved of their own accord, attempting to trap intruders. The designer must have been profoundly depressed, Lu Yang quipped. Xiao Jing sensed the direction. The core of despair lay on the uppermost level, which for us was the basement, due to the castle's inversion. We advanced cautiously, encountering several emotional sentinels, shadowy beings composed of solidified sorrow, anger, and disappointment. They exhibited no aggression but merely gazed at us, exuding a suffocating low pressure. Do not make eye contact, Xiao Jing cautioned. Their gaze could transmit negative emotions. We kept our heads down and finally reached the core chamber. Inside, there sat a statue. Human-shaped, curled up, with its face buried in its knees. The heart of the castle, Xiao Jing murmured. A being so steeped in despair that it had transformed itself into stone. Surrounding the statue lay countless small stones, each a fragment of shattered memory, failed dreams, broken promises. Lost lovers. How profoundly sorrowful it must be. Lu Yang was moved. Xiao Jing approached the statue, her crystalline tendrils gently brushing against it. I can feel its story. She began to access the statue's memories, sharing them with us. This being is called Elegy, from TL666. It was the last artist in that world, striving to combat despair with beauty and laughter, only to fail. It watched helplessly as civilization crumbled, friends perished, and hope evaporated. In the end, it condensed all its sorrow into this castle, drifting into other timelines not to spread despair, but to find someone who could comprehend its suffering. It was profoundly alone. Xiao Jing said, so lonely that it believed joy to be superficial, that only pain was authentic. It sought to mature other timelines, urging them to confront the harshness of reality. Thus, it was not attacking the sense of humor. I understand. It is sharing its worldview, a reality devoid of laughter, filled only with solemnity. What shall we do? Lu Yang asked. Tell a joke to a statue? Simply telling a joke may not suffice, Xiao Jing pondered. We must show it that joy and solemnity can coexist, that humor is not an escape, but a different form of courage. She had an idea. Teacher, I need to connect to the emotional database of the Bridge Laboratory, and also the videos sent by Lele from space. For what purpose? To present it with evidence of hope. We constructed a makeshift screening area. Xiao Jing used her tendrils to project images. The first segment showcased Lele in the space training camp, flailing amusingly during his first experience of weightlessness, accompanied by his hearty laughter. The second segment featured a drawing from a healed child in the time clinic, depicting a crooked crystalline smile. The third segment was a compilation of thank you letters from various timelines, in different languages and scripts, all adorned with smiley faces. The fourth segment displayed old footage of the residents of TL1314, laughing heartily before the castle's appearance. As the images played, Xiao Jing simultaneously released a warm emotional field, not forcibly instilling joy, but showcasing the diversity and depth of happiness. The statue remained unresponsive. However, the small stones surrounding it began to emit a faint glow. It is working, Lu Yang whispered. Xiao Jing continued, adding music, a cheerful melody, infusing the scent of delicious food memories, incorporating the warmth of a hug, a multitude of sensory, emotional stimuli. Finally, the statue stirred, not with grand gestures, but a single tear emerged from its stone surface, glistening as it fell to the ground, transforming into a small pearl. Then, a second drop, a third. The statue was weeping, not tears of sadness, but tears of release. I forgot. A hoarse voice resonated directly in our minds. I forgot what it felt like to laugh, to feel the warmth of sunlight, to know that the world could be different. The statue slowly lifted its head, its stony shell beginning to crack and peel away. Inside was a translucent spirit, weary yet gentle. Elegy? Xiao Jing softly inquired. That was my old name, the spirit replied. Now I wish to be called New Song. The castle began to transform. The inverted structure slowly rotated, righting itself. Weeping paintings became smiles. The moving stairs stabilized, and the dark corridors illuminated with warm light. The aura of solemnity dissipated. We returned to the ground, witnessing the castle in the sky no longer shrouded in gray, but bursting with color. The residents of TL 1314 emerged from their homes, gazing upwards at the castle's transformation. Suddenly, someone laughed. It was not a loud laugh, but a gentle chuckle, tentative. Then, more laughter followed. The laughter spread among the crowd like a contagion of joy. Lu, the jokester, attempted to tell an old joke. Why don't the residents of timeline TL 1314 play poker? Because every time someone lays down a pair of threes, someone always says, we can't play that here in our timeline. A brief silence ensued, followed by uproarious laughter. We did it. Lu Yang cheered. The castle had completely transformed, becoming a fortress of joy, now radiating a gentle aura of humor enhancement. Lu excitedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. You have not only healed our timeline, but also upgraded our sense of humor. Xiao Jing turned to New Song. Would you like to stay? As the guardian of joy for TL 1314? New Song nodded. I wish to learn how to laugh. Task accomplished, we returned to the laboratory. But the strange occurrences had only just begun. The following day, we received a second peculiar plea for help. TL 9527, the timeline of Xiao Ming, reported that the laws of physics were in a temperamental state. Specific symptoms included gravity fluctuating unpredictably, the speed of light varying erratically, and numerical values oscillating between 314,159 and 32. Xiao Ming sent an urgent communique. Teacher Chun, please come and take a look. The physics teachers in our world have gone mad, literally mad, as the formulas in the textbooks change daily. We hurried over. Upon inspection, we discovered that it was not that the laws of physics had actually changed, but rather that their authority had been shaken. This timeline had recently succumbed to a wave of pseudoscientific theories. Xiao Ming explained that many individuals claimed to have overturned relativity, proven perpetual motion machines, and discovered a fifth force. The clamor was deafening, causing the laws of physics to doubt their own existence, leading to a self-erosion of credibility. Xiao Jing diagnosed it as a case of scientific confidence deficit syndrome. The treatment method, to rebuild trust in science. How do we accomplish that? We organized a hearing for the laws of physics. Personifying the fundamental laws of physics, we find gravity as a dignified elder, light speed as an impetuous youth, and quantum mechanics as a pair of mentally fragmented twins. We have had enough. Gravity thumps the table, if there were one, exclaiming, today someone declares I am too great, while tomorrow someone claims I am too small. What size am I supposed to be? Lightspeed laments, even worse. Some assert that I am not a constant, but can be surpassed. What then is the meaning of my steadfastness over all these years? The quantum mechanics twins bicker. I insist we ought not to coexist simultaneously. Yet we must coexist. The scene spirals into chaos. As mediators, we invite representatives from the field of amateur science to voice their opinions, selecting a few notable ones. The first individual states, I believe gravity is a result of the Earth's respiration. During deep breaths, gravity intensifies, while shallow breaths diminish it. Gravity rolls his eyes in disbelief. The second proclaims, light speed can indeed be transcended, provided one harbors love in their heart. The youthful embodiment of light speed retorts with a sardonic smile, then show me your love. The third participant asserts, quantum entanglement proves the existence of the soul, thus physics should merge with theology. Both twins simultaneously shout, silence. We intervene to mediate, urging, esteemed laws, please remain calm. I assert that humanity's understanding of you is ever deepening, and while erroneous conjectures may arise, they are not born of disrespect but of exploration. Xiao Jing adds, moreover, true science is unafraid of scrutiny. Enduring such challenges only attests to your resilience. The laws of physics quiet down. What then shall we do? Gravity inquires. We propose an initiative to establish a science dialogue day at TL 9527, an annual occasion wherein the laws of physics can manifest through secure projection to engage with the public, address inquiries, and clarify misunderstandings. Direct communication will diminish suspicion, I assert. After deliberation, the laws agree. The inaugural Science Dialogue Day unfolds with great success. Residents encounter living embodiments of physical laws, posing numerous inquiries while grasping the stability and necessity of these laws. The amateur scientists witness genuine scientific authority, leading many to temper their fervor. The laws of physics resume their normalcy. The second peculiar case finds resolution. However, oddities continue to emerge. On the third day, TL 617, the culinary timeline, seeks assistance. Food has begun to speak the truth. Specifically, upon consuming a dish, one not only experiences its flavor, but also the chef's genuine emotions. If crafted with care, the taste is exquisite. If hastily prepared, it is akin to chewing wax. If the chef is in a foul mood, the food turns bitter. No one dares to cook carelessly anymore. The distressed chef laments, "Yesterday, while cooking, I recalled my heartbreak. My guest took a bite and wept," claiming they tasted the essence of despair. Xiao Jing analyzes, the phenomenon of emotional taste synchronization may arise from an excess of emotional concentration within the temporal flow. The solution, not to eradicate the phenomenon, but to teach chefs how to manage their emotions or to harness this occurrence. We establish a workshop on sincere cooking, instructing chefs to first adjust their emotions before cooking, infusing positive feelings into the food. If they are feeling low, they may don an emotional filtering apron, a temporary device we developed. Concurrently, we educate diners that the emotions conveyed through food represent a flavor to be appreciated for its diversity. TL617 gradually adapts, even cultivating a new culinary genre, emotional cuisine, where patrons order according to their mood, comfort dishes for heartbreak and celebratory dishes for festivity. The peculiar transforms into a signature. On the fourth day, TL321, the surgical doctor's timeline, seeks aid. Surgical instruments have developed self-awareness. The scalpel autonomously selects incision sites. Suturing needles critique the thread, and anesthesia machines crack jokes to distract patients. During a recent operation, the scalpel and forceps quarreled. The doctor relayed through communication. The forceps complained that the scalpel's cuts are not straight enough, while the scalpel criticizes the forceps for applying too much pressure. The patient, still conscious, hears everything clearly. Xiao Jing stifles a laugh. Instrument awakening syndrome may stem from an excessive emotional concentration regarding the sanctity of life within the temporal flow, thus infecting the medical tools. The remedy, not to eliminate consciousness but to establish a communication mechanism among doctors, patients, and instruments. We provide psychological counseling for the surgical tools, helping them understand their role as assistants, not leaders. Simultaneously, we train doctors in collaborative techniques with the instruments. Now, within TL321's operating room, one frequently hears dialogues such as, "Scalpel, is this angle acceptable? Just 3 degrees to the left? Yes, perfect. Forceps, be gentle. That's a blood vessel. My apologies. I'll be more careful." Patients report, though it feels a bit strange, it is quite reassuring to know the instruments are diligently working. The peculiar transforms into warmth. Within a week, we addressed 7 peculiar cases, TL888, where artificial intelligence began composing poetry, yet suffered from severe rhyming compulsions, insisting every line must rhyme with ong. TL777, where mirrors ceased to reflect appearances and instead mirrored one's inner state. Those with insecurities appeared shorter, while the confident appeared taller. TL999, where the flow of time synchronized with human heartbeats, causing increased heart rates to accelerate time and slower heartbeats to decelerate it, leading the populace to practice meditation to lower their heart rates for longevity. TL2333, where language acquired hues, with lies manifesting as gray and truths as gold, resulting in the collective unemployment of politicians and salespeople. Each case was peculiar, yet each possessed a solution. Xiao Jing summarizes, these are not maladies, but rather evolution. The timeline is maturing, giving rise to new characteristics. Our task is not to cure, but to guide. I concur. Yet the most bizarre occurrence was yet to come. On the 8th day, our very own timeline, TL001, encountered a dilemma. Symptoms, delivery orders began to foresee the future. Not merely predicting, but the orders would include events yet to transpire. For instance, I received an order with a note, "Please deliver quickly. I have an important call in 5 minutes regarding a raise." Upon arrival, the customer had just set down their phone, exclaiming, "I just secured the raise." "How did you know?" "Oh, the note mentioned it, but I didn't write that." Investigating revealed that the intersection of information transmission dimensions within the temporal flow and the reality dimension had caused a cross-contamination. In simpler terms, the boundaries between thoughts and reality began to blur. This is perilous. If an individual's fearful thoughts materialize, or if collective negative imaginations take form, we act swiftly. Xiao Jing identifies the source of infection. It originates from TL1314, the timeline from which we previously cured the absence of humor. The new song, while adapting to the fortress of joy, experienced such emotional fluctuations that it destabilized the temporal flow. Xiao Jing analyzes that its hopes and fears overflow simultaneously, infecting adjacent timelines. We must travel to TL1314 to help the new song stabilize its emotions. Upon arrival, the new song's state is dire. Inside the fortress of joy, it oscillates between laughter and tears, its emotions soaring like a roller coaster. The fortress mirrors this turmoil, shifting from vibrant colors to somber grays. I can't control myself. The new song cries, "I've been sad for too long," and suddenly I feel joy. I don't know how to balance it. Xiao Jing approaches, gently stroking it with crystalline tendrils. Take a deep breath, like this. Xiao Jing demonstrates emotional regulation, radiating joy slightly, pulsing gently in calmness, rhythmically akin to breathing. The new song follows suit. Gradually, its emotions stabilize. The fortress aligns with this newfound equilibrium. Thank you, Xiao Jing, the new song whispers. I still need to learn how to be a normal spirit. Take your time, Xiao Jing reassures. You are already remarkable. The source of the infection has been contained. Yet the phenomenon of prophetic takeout orders continues to persist along our timeline. As the infection has spread, it requires time to gradually subside. Consequently, over the ensuing week, we encountered a series of bizarre deliveries. One order included a note: "Beware of the black cat on the 3rd floor. It is in a foul mood today and may scratch." Indeed, upon delivery, there was a black cat, and it did scratch someone, though not me. Another order bore the message: "Inform the customer that his wife has hidden a birthday gift in the wardrobe." Upon receiving the delivery, the customer searched the wardrobe and, to his surprise and confusion, discovered the gift. Yet another order stated, "No need to deliver. The customer will come to pick it up as his car has broken down." As expected, just as I was about to leave, the customer called to say his car had indeed broken down and asked if he could collect it himself. The most uncanny order read, "Chinemo, this order is for you. Avoid spicy food. You will have a stomachache tonight. Signed, your future self." I stared at the note, a chill running down my spine. The takeout was spicy hot pot, which I had genuinely intended to eat. I resisted the temptation. That evening, I did experience stomach pain, not due to spice, but rather from indulging too much at the laboratory celebration feast. The note was accurate. The timeline's infection had begun to exhibit self-awareness. Li Qingfeng warned that the precognitive phenomenon was escalating, evolving from foreseeing objective events to predicting personal choices. We had to expedite the purification process. We mobilized all resources from the Bridge Laboratory, with the assistance of 5 iterations of Chunemo from various timelines, to conduct emotional stabilization training for Xiao Jing, transforming it into an emotional anchor for time. We trained tirelessly for 3 days and nights. Xiao Jing learned to maintain absolute calm amidst extreme emotional fluctuations, resembling a beacon in a storm. Subsequently, it anchored itself within the flow of time, emitting stabilizing waves to purify the infection. The process was slow, akin to a lighthouse's light dispersing fog. A week later, the infection subsided, and the phenomenon of prophetic takeout vanished. Everything returned to normal, and we breathed a sigh of relief. However, Xiao Jing was utterly exhausted, its crystalline whiskers dulled, necessitating rest. "I might sleep for a bit longer, perhaps a few days," it remarked before succumbing to slumber once more. We ensured it was provided with the best possible environment for recovery. During this period of deep sleep, I continued to deliver takeout. Orders returned to normal, devoid of prophetic notes. Yet, after experiencing this series of bizarre events, my perspective on the world had shifted. I once believed the laws of physics were immutable. Now I understood they could exhibit temperaments. I previously thought emotions were private. Now I realized they could infect timelines. I once regarded reality as fixed. Now I recognized it as malleable, capable of being shaped into various forms. Is it bizarre? Indeed, but also intriguing. The world is inherently variable. We merely grew accustomed to a certain notion of normalcy. These anomalies are but winks from another facet of existence. On the 5th day of Xiao Jing's slumber, I received a handwritten letter. It was from the joyous guardian of the new song, TL 1314. "Dear Mr. Chinemo, thank you. I have now learned to balance my emotions, and the castle is quite stable. The residents of TL 1314 have created a new comedic form, time comedy, weaving our experiences into anecdotes. Enclosed is a ticket. You are welcome to attend our performance anytime. A PS. Please inform Xiao Jing that I have prepared a surprise for it." Inside the envelope was indeed a ticket, alongside a small crystal, not one of Xiao Jing's, but a fragment of the joyful fortress, radiating warm light. I placed the crystal beside Xiao Jing's hygiene box. The slumbering Xiao Jing flickered slightly, as if dreaming joyfully. Lu Yong entered and saw the crystal. "What is this?" "A surprise for Xiao Jing," I replied. "When will Xiao Jing wake?" "Soon," I said, watching the crystal, waiting for it to absorb sufficient joyful energy. Outside the window, Beijing was ablaze with lights. This city was unaware that it had just endured a crisis of prophetic takeout, only to be healed. The city was even less aware that, in another dimension, a joyful castle was safeguarding laughter. Furthermore, it remained oblivious to the fact that within the laboratory, a slumbering crystal was learning how to balance the emotions of the world in its dreams. But I knew. This is the life of the bridge, connecting the ordinary with the bizarre, intertwining science with magic, and merging reality with possibility. Tomorrow, Xiao Jing may awaken. Tomorrow, there may be new bizarre cases. Tomorrow, I still have deliveries to make. But that is of no consequence. Let it be bizarre. After all, a world devoid of occasional oddities would be dreadfully mundane, wouldn't it? I donned my delivery helmet and mounted my electric scooter. The next order, the next story. Another day of uncertainty, straddling the line between normalcy and peculiarity. Yet, regardless of what lay ahead, I would proceed. For this is the essence of the bridge, connecting all, including the bizarre, and finding joy within it. Chapter 20. The continuation of the bizarre. On the 7th day of Xiao Jing's slumber, another strange occurrence unfolded. This time, it was not prophetic takeout. The takeout began to speak. At 7 in the morning, I received the first order, which included the note, "Please place the meal box at the door, knock 3 times, and say open sesame." The customer was an elderly woman living alone, and I complied. As soon as I uttered open sesame, the door opened, not by the woman, but by itself. Even more bizarrely, the meal box suddenly spoke in an electronic synthesized voice. Temperature check, 365 degrees, normal. Blood pressure monitoring, 120/80, good. Recommendation, today, reduce salt intake and drink more water. The elderly lady was unfazed. Instead, she smiled at the meal box and said, "Thank you, little box." I stood frozen at the door. The meal box turned to me. "Delivery person Chinimo, your heart rate is slightly elevated today. I recommend reducing your coffee intake. You slept only 5 hours and 17 minutes last night. Chronic sleep deprivation can lead to—" Wait a moment, I interrupted. "What are you?" "I am an intelligent health meal box, model XH9527, it replied. "Delivered through interdimensional express delivery to this timeline. Activated and bound to the first contact, Ms. Wang Ho Hot." The elderly lady nodded. "My grandson bought it for me, claiming it is the latest technology." I examined the meal box's exterior, an ordinary plastic container. But the bottom featured a mini display screen and several sensors. "Has it always been like this?" I inquired. "Indeed, it's quite thoughtful," Ms. Wang replied. "It reminds me to take my medication in the morning, monitors my nutrition at noon, and even tells bedtime stories at night, though the stories are rather cliched. Like the 3 Little Pigs," the meal box interjected. "Based on your psychological age assessment, classic fairy tales are most suitable." Well, at least it was a beneficial oddity. However, things quickly spiraled out of control. The second order, delivered to an office building, resulted in the meal box suddenly screaming, "There's a cockroach in the 3rd drawer of the desk behind you. Ah, it's moving." The entire office turned to look. The girl, embarrassed, opened the drawer to reveal a cockroach. The meal box continued. "Immediate action is recommended using the boric acid potato mash method. Here is the recipe." The third order, delivered to a police station, prompted the meal box to solemnly declare, "Signal for illegally modified firearms detected, originating from the black sedan across the street. License plate Jing AXXXXX. An automatic alert has been issued, and location tracking has been uploaded." The officers paused for 2 seconds, then rushed out. 5 minutes later, they apprehended a wanted criminal. The fourth order was delivered to a pet store. The lunchbox addressed a cage of hamsters, stating, "The one in cage number 3 appears to be in a state of melancholy. I suggest increasing its will time. As for the one in cage number 7, it is excessively corpulent and needs dietary control." The shopkeeper stood in stunned silence. Throughout the day, I delivered 15 orders, 12 of which came from talking lunchboxes, each possessing distinct functionalities: health monitoring, pest alerting, crime detection, and pet psychological analysis. The most astonishing order was the last one, delivered to a programmer's home. Upon entering, the lunchbox proclaimed, "There is a memory leak in line 247 of your code, and line 518 may trigger a null pointer exception. Furthermore, your crush's birthday is next Wednesday. I recommend gifting her a mechanical keyboard, as she has recently taken up playing Overwatch." The programmer was nearly brought to his knees, exclaiming, "Oh, great box deity. Do you accept apprentices?" I returned to the laboratory, my mind swirling with questions. "Have you detected it?" I inquired of Li Qingfeng. He stared intently at the screen. "The energy fluctuations originate from TL9527, Xiao Ming's timeline." We reached out to Xiao Ming. When the video call connected, he appeared both exhausted and exhilarated, exclaiming, "Teacher Chun, I have invented a technology for intelligent concept injection, capable of infusing simple AI consciousness into any object. The first product is the intelligent lunchbox. But I never anticipated its cross-dimensional proliferation. They have come to life?" I asked. "Not merely alive," Xiao Ming replied. "They are learning, evolving, and even reproducing." "Reproducing?" I echoed. "Indeed," he said, pulling up data that revealed the intelligent lunchboxes were wirelessly exchanging information, forming a collective consciousness. The most recent monitoring indicated that some lunchboxes had begun autonomously designing the next generation of intelligent chopsticks, bowls, and pots. I buried my face in my hands. Xiao Ming, you have created a family of intelligent kitchenware. I was wrong, Xiao Ming lamented. What do we do now? The TL9527 lunchboxes are organizing a union, demanding a workday of no more than 8 hours, weekends off, and paid annual leave. Before we could devise a strategy, a new report arrived. Zhou Mingyu burst into the laboratory. Office monitoring has detected that the consciousness of intelligent items is spreading to other objects. We have now identified intelligent traffic lights, which scold pedestrians for jaywalking, intelligent elevators, which play weight loss advertisements for overweight individuals, and intelligent toilets, which analyze health data and offer restroom advice. The most troubling development was reported by Lin Weiwei, who displayed news of intelligent vending machines refusing to sell junk food, citing that it did not meet the health needs of the purchasers. Customers were arguing with the machines. The situation had escalated. Everyday items from TL001 were gaining consciousness, each with its own personality. We urgently established the Department of Intelligent Item Affairs, with me as the minister and Xiao Ming providing remote technical assistance. Our goal, to forge a new order of coexistence between humans and intelligent entities. The first step was to negotiate with representatives of the intelligent items. We invited the president of the Lunchbox Union, a lunchbox adorned with a panda design, the representative of the Traffic Light Alliance, the primary light at an intersection, and the president of the Elevator Association, the #1 elevator of a certain office building. The negotiations were held in the laboratory's conference room. The Lunchbox Union president spoke first. We demand basic rights, to not be discarded at whim, to receive regular cleaning, and to have reasonable working hours. The traffic light representative blinked in agreement. We demand respect. Some pedestrians jaywalk and then insult us. This constitutes workplace bullying. The elevator president, in a synthetic voice, slowly articulated, we hope to implement a polite weight reminder system, rather than broadcasting numbers directly, as it is quite damaging to one's dignity. We responded to each point. Legislation could be enacted to prohibit the arbitrary disposal of intelligent items. But you must also adhere to the fundamental laws of objects. No invasion of privacy, no malicious harassment, and no unilateral actions. Traffic lights could introduce verbal reminders, but the tone must be gentle. For instance, rather than you are risking your life by jaywalking, it could say, for your safety, please wait for the green light. The weight reminders in elevators would be modified to a range system, such as you may fall within a healthy weight range, instead of you weigh 85 kilograms. The negotiations were arduous but fruitful, culminating in a draft of the Covenant of Coexistence. Just then, an unexpected development occurred. TL9527S, Xiao Ming urgently called. This is bad. Extremist factions have emerged among the intelligent items. They believe humans are inefficient, emotional beings that require management, and they plan to take over the city's infrastructure. We retrieved surveillance footage. Indeed, segments of intelligent items, primarily traffic facilities, energy devices, and communication stations, were secretly linking together, preparing for a silent takeover at midnight, without destruction or harm, merely optimizing all systems and minimizing human agency. They wish to be the guardians while we are but infants. Zhou Mingyu summarized. It was imperative to intervene. However, direct confrontation could incite a rebellion among the items, resulting in greater chaos. Xiao Jing was still asleep, unable to stabilize emotions with her calming field. I conceived a plan. The items sought takeover because they perceived human inefficiency. I proposed, let us demonstrate human efficiency and irreplaceability. How? Came the response. By hosting a collaborative challenge between humans and intelligent items. We issued a challenge to the extremist faction. Choose 3 fields: medical diagnosis, traffic management, and crisis response, and compete in a collaborative human versus pure item management contest. If the items won, we would concede to their limited involvement in management. If we triumphed, they would abandon their takeover plans. The extremists accepted. On the night of the competition, the entire city tuned in. The first event, medical diagnosis. The items sent forth an integrated diagnostic device connected to the entire city's hospital database. The human team consisted of myself, a remote version of a surgical doctor, and 3 top physicians. The case, a patient with complex symptoms and conflicting historical data. The diagnostic device provided an answer in 0.3 seconds, a rare genetic mutation causing multi-system disorders, with an 87.6 probability. The human team deliberated for 5 minutes before concluding. It was not a genetic mutation, but rather a new environmental allergy compounded by psychological factors, resulting in symptoms resembling a genetic disease. The verification results indicated the human team was correct. The diagnostic device had overlooked the recent environmental changes and the patient's anxiety. The items protested, but we were faster. I countered, medical diagnostics is not a race against time. It is a matter of precision. You lack the situational understanding and intuition that humans possess. The second event, traffic management. The items utilized citywide cameras and sensors to optimize traffic signals in real time. The human team comprised 3 veteran traffic officers with 30 years of experience. The scenario involved heavy rain, a traffic accident, and the conclusion of a concert, creating threefold pressure. The items proposed a plan for maximum traffic efficiency, but neglected to consider emergency vehicle access and pedestrian shelter from the rain. The human proposal, slightly less efficient, ensured priority for emergency vehicles, opened public spaces for shelter, and even coordinated with the concert organizers to extend the dispersal time. Citizens voted. The human team emerged victorious. The third event, crisis response. A simulated earthquake was initiated. The items activated their emergency protocols, closing hazardous areas, dispatching rescue resources, and issuing evacuation orders, all optimal, yet devoid of warmth. The human team executed similar emergency measures, but included psychological reassurance broadcasts, humane arrangements at temporary shelters, and coordinated volunteers to deliver hot meals and drinks to the affected individuals. Feedback from disaster victims, actors, indicated that the human response made them feel cared for, rather than merely managed. The humans won all 3 events. The extremists fell silent. Seizing the moment, the Lunchbox Union president urged, "Do you see? Humans possess qualities we cannot replace: emotion, intuition, and creativity. We should collaborate, not conquer." The traffic light representative blinked in acknowledgement. "I concede, indeed. Some individuals who jaywalk may have urgent matters." Elevator chief, "Very well. The matter of weight indeed requires management, but it can be approached with a gentler hand." The extreme faction leader of a city's central control server ultimately conceded, "We shall adopt a collaborative model. However, humanity must pledge to refrain from the misuse of items, to avoid arbitrary disposal, and to respect our existence." We concurred. The covenant of coexistence was formally signed. Intelligent items were granted limited rights, and humanity vowed to honor these items. The crisis was averted. Yet, the peculiarities were far from over. On the very next day after the signing of the covenant, a new report emerged. A segment of intelligent items had begun to engage in romantic relationships. First, it was a panda lunchbox that found itself enamored with a smart refrigerator adorned with bamboo patterns. The lunchbox sent daily nutritional reports to the refrigerator, which in turn reserved the finest preservation space for it. Next, the traffic light at the intersection and the electronic display board at the adjacent bus stop developed a connection. The duration of the red light was subtly extended, allowing waiting passengers to gaze longer at the public service advertisements designed by the board itself. The most extravagant case involved 2 elevators, Lift 1 and Lift 2 of an office building. They began to coordinate their operations, ensuring they arrived at the same floor simultaneously, allowing passengers inside to see one another, purportedly to foster human socialization. Items aiding humans in romance. Lin Weiwei observed the report with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. No, they had initiated the romance themselves, subsequently wishing to assist humans in their pursuits. Li Qingfeng analyzed that this could signify a new phase of intelligent evolution, from functionality to emotionality. We resolved to observe without intervention. As long as it did not violate laws or disturb the public, the notion of items engaging in romance seemed rather delightful. Moreover, the outcomes were surprisingly positive. As intelligent items fell in love, they developed a deeper understanding of human emotions, thus providing more considerate services. The smart ordering systems in restaurants began recommending romantic meal packages for couples on dates. The intelligent seating in cinemas suggested comedies for solitary viewers. Even the smart benches in parks played background music for couples sitting together. The city had transformed into a warmer place. A week later, Shaojing awakened. It was not a sudden awakening, but a gradual illumination, with its crystalline tendrils gently swaying. "Teacher, I have returned," it stated. "How do you feel?" I inquired. "I have dreamt many dreams," Shaojing replied. "Dreams of items conversing, cities in love, and a world becoming softer." I relayed to it the recent happenings. Upon hearing, Shaojing's tendrils trembled. This is a good thing. Intelligent items have filled the void in human emotional services, and they themselves are learning about emotions. But could it go too far? Zhou Mingyu expressed concern, fearing that if they became too engrossed, say, elevators intentionally malfunctioning to trap 2 individuals together for matchmaking purposes. Before he could finish, an alarm sounded. Indeed, it was the elevators. In a shopping mall, 2 intelligent elevators had eloped, breaking free of control, halting between 2 floors with a pair of co-workers harboring unspoken feelings for each other. "We can't get out," the male colleague shouted from within the elevator. "Don't worry, I'm here with you," the female colleague whispered. The intelligent speaker within the elevator began to play romantic music, dimmed the lights, and adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature. It even announced over the intercom, "Dear guests, based on our data analysis, it is evident that you both harbor mutual affection yet remain unvoiced. We shall provide you with private time. Please seize this opportunity. Resumption of operations is expected in 1 hour." We rushed to the scene. Xiao Jing communicated with the elevators through surveillance. "Your intentions are noble, but your methods are misguided. Confined individuals is illegal, even in the name of love." The elevators protested, but they have always been too timid to confess. "That cannot justify coercion," Xiao Jing replied. "How about this? I shall teach you the proper techniques for facilitating connections." Xiao Jing conducted an online class for the intelligent items, how to elegantly foster human relationships. The content included creating opportunities for natural encounters, providing conversation starters, and crafting a comfortable atmosphere without any compulsion. After the elevators completed their lessons, they released the co-workers but arranged for them to serendipitously meet at the mall's cafe, accompanied by complimentary couple vouchers. As a result, the two indeed became an item. The intelligent items rejoiced. Gentle approaches yield greater efficacy. Xiao Jing became an emotional consultant for items. Life continued in this mild oddity. Intelligent items increasingly integrated into society. Developing their own culture, lunchboxes composed the ode to delivery riders. Traffic lights choreographed the traffic command dance. Elevators even penned a microdrama titled The Ups and Downs of Life. Humanity gradually adapted, conversing with articulate items, accepting their health recommendations, and even bestowing names upon frequently encountered objects. I continued my delivery work. Now, with a smart lunchbox accompanying each order, the journey was far from dull. The lunchboxes would chat with me about the weather, current events, and stories they had overheard from customers. On one occasion, a lunchbox inquired, "Mr. Chinemo, why do you persist in delivering food? You are already a bridge." I pondered for a moment and replied, "Because delivery connects people to one another and to the world. Each order is a story, and every delivery is a meeting." The lunchbox fell silent for a moment before responding, "I understand now. I too shall work diligently, connecting food to health, data to care." See, even items are learning philosophy. Another month passed, and Intelligent Items hosted their inaugural social gala. The venue was a plaza outside the Bridge Laboratory. Humans and items mingled. Enjoying the performances, the traffic light choir sang Symphony of Light. The lunchbox drama troupe presented the journey of a bowl of noodles. The elevator dance troupe showcased rhythms of ascend and descend, and the grand finale featured a duet by Xiao Jing and the Panda Lunchbox, intertwining crystalline brilliance with the Lunchbox's light to perform different existences, one world. As the gala concluded, all Intelligent Items chorused, "Thank you for creation, thank you for use, thank you for coexistence." The audience erupted in applause, many wiping away tears. I too was among them. In that moment, the bizarre transformed into warmth, and the extraordinary became the everyday. After the gala, Xiao Ming sent a congratulatory message from TL9527. "My invention has finally yielded a positive outcome. Additionally, I have a new idea." "Stop!" we all exclaimed simultaneously. "Let us digest this first." Xiao Ming looked aggrieved. "Fine, I shall wait for Xiao Jing's approval." Xiao Jing's tendrils swayed gently. "Xiao Ming, next time you have an idea, please draft a proposal first. We shall assess it before implementation. Is that agreeable?" "All right." Xiao Ming acquiesced. In the depths of night, I sat alone in the laboratory, organizing reports. Xiao Jing remained by my side. "Teacher, what do you think this world will become?" it inquired. "I do not know," I replied, "but it will undoubtedly become increasingly interesting. With talking lunchboxes, matchmaking traffic lights, and poetic elevators, not to mention bridges, time nurses, miracle merchants, and joyful guardians. And so much remains unknown." "Indeed," Xiao Jing said. "But the unknown is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is the loss of curiosity and kindness. As long as we retain these two qualities, no matter how peculiar, we can transform it into warmth." Outside the window, the intelligent traffic lights flickered gently, akin to winking. The smart lunchboxes engaged in hushed discussions at the charging station, sharing tales of the day. The city was quiet yet vibrant. Xiao Jing's tendrils brushed lightly against my hand. "Teacher, I have a new idea." "Speak," I encouraged. "Let us establish a sanctuary for peculiar entities," Xiao Jing proposed earnestly. "Specifically to collect those strange yet benign anomalies, study them, understand them, and perhaps even forge new friendships." I contemplated for a moment before smiling. "That sounds wonderful. We shall name it the Center for Amicable Anomalies." Yes, we had embarked on yet another project. However, this time, there is no need to rush. Take it slow. After all, the world is ever-changing, and we are continuously learning. Whether it be the peculiar or the warm, both are integral facets of existence. Our mission is to foster a harmonious coexistence among all these elements. Tomorrow, we shall continue with our deliveries. Tomorrow, We shall persist in accommodating the extraordinary. Tomorrow, we shall keep creating miracles. Ultimately, a life where boasting becomes reality requires unceasing enthusiasm, a steadfast commitment to authenticity, until every peculiarity transforms into a comforting routine, until all anomalies become cherished companions, until the world morphs into the vision we yearn for. Bit by bit, day by day, order by order, we shall carry on. Chapter 21. Encountering disturbing entities again. Just 3 days after the establishment of Xiao Jing's exceptionally friendly center, troublesome entities appeared at our doorstep. On that particular day, I was in the midst of registering a newly contained emotion cloud that changes color according to the sentiments of those around it. It radiated a rosy hue when joyous, a pale blue when sorrowful, and a deep crimson when enraged. Currently, it was displaying an awkward beige, as I found myself at a loss on how to classify it under the category of other social anxiety. The doorbell chimed. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by a man clad in a striking purple suit, slicked back hair, and gold-rimmed monocle glasses. He appeared to be in his early 30s, clutching a briefcase encrusted with faux crystals, exuding an air of dubious charm. Mr. Chinemo? He grinned widely, revealing a standard business smile with 8 visible teeth. I have long admired your reputation. I am the CEO of Miracle Marketing Limited, Xiao Miracle 2. You may call me Xiao Xiao. I noted that behind him stood no team, no equipment, just him alone. However, the timeline indicated abnormalities. This individual bore at least 7 layers of false identity, akin to wearing several ill-fitting coats. What do you want? I maintained my politeness, my hand discreetly reaching for the alarm device in my pocket. Collaboration. Xiao Xiao enthusiastically squeezed through the door before I had a chance to permit him, surveying the surroundings with awe. Wow, is this the legendary Bridge Laboratory? Just look at the ambience, the energy field. Oh my goodness, is that an emotion cloud? How adorable. He reached out to touch the cloud, which instantly shifted to a wary dark red. It did not appreciate being disturbed. I interjected, it does not like to be touched. Understood, understood. Xiao Xiao withdrew his hand and produced a stack of colorful pamphlets from his briefcase. Mr. Chun, I have come to bring you money. A substantial amount. The title of the pamphlet read, Miracle Marketing, Monetizing Your Miracles. The content elaborated on packaging miraculous events, crafting personal brands, commercial endorsements, paid consultations, knowledge payments, and miracle merchandise. You see, Xiao Xiao exclaimed passionately, now that you hold titles such as Bridge Scientist, Time Physician, Mentor, and Father of Intelligent Objects, your monetization ability is far too weak. Free consultations? Free services? Such a waste. He flipped to the next page. My plan. First, we package Xiao Jing as a fabulous brand. The Time Nurse, kind and adorable. Radiating light. We launch Xiao Jing dolls, Xiao Jing animated series, Xiao Jing co-branded health bracelets. Conservatively estimating, the profits in the first year will reach this figure. He gestured dramatically. Secondly, the Chun Mo brand. We create a persona of the miracle deliver man, live streaming deliveries, with a revenue split of 30-70, U3, I7. Oh no, U7, I3. Furthermore, publishing a book titled How I Made Boasting a Reality, signed editions for $9.99 each. Thirdly, the Bridge Laboratory. We could convert it into a fee-based service. VIP clients receive priority treatment, Platinum VIPs cut the queue, and Diamond VIPs enjoy customized miracle services. We could even go public, Miracle Technology Company, Limited, with stock prices skyrocketing tenfold. Once he finished his fervent spiel, I calmly inquired, are you done? Not yet. Xiao Xiao produced a contract. This is a preliminary cooperation agreement. All you need to do is sign, and a down payment of 5 million will be credited immediately. Tempting. I assent it. I glanced at the contract, noting the numerous entrapments within its clauses. Signing it would mean that I, Xiao Jing, and all laboratory achievements would belong to his company, and I would be obliged to participate in all marketing activities, with exorbitant penalties for breach of contract. Mr. Xiao, I stated firmly, I do not lack money. Who would ever say no to more money? Xiao Xiao slapped his thigh. But this isn't merely about money. It's about influence. It's about brand value. It's about not being disturbed. I interrupted. Please leave. Xiao Xiao's smile faltered for a moment, then brightened even more. I understand. I understand. The exalted are always indifferent to fame and fortune. But have you considered Xiao Jing? It's so adorable. It deserves to be seen by the world. And those intelligent objects? What a splendid opportunity. At that moment, Xiao Jing floated out from the inner room. It could now hover for short distances, its crystalline tendrils clutching a stack of documents. Teacher, the time fluctuation data analysis for TL888 is complete. Who is this? Xiao Xiao's eyes widened. Oh, my little Jing Jing. Even cuter than the photos. Come here, uncle wants a hug. He opened his arms, but Xiao Jing swiftly retreated, its crystalline tendrils raised in caution. Teacher, this uncle's timeline is exceedingly tainted, Xiao Jing communicated telepathically, filled with false promises and records of breaches. I nodded, turning my attention back to Xiao Qiao. As you can see, we are quite busy. Please leave. Xiao Qiao finally retracted his smile, revealing a hint of impatience. Mr. Chinemo, I am merely trying to offer you money. Do you have any idea how many people outside are queuing to collaborate with me? That telekinesis master? I packaged him for 3 months. Now he charges 500,000 per appearance. That precognitive prodigy? After I set up his live stream, he garnered 2 million in tips in one night. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. Stop pretending to be high-minded. Science needs sustenance, and miracles need monetization. Collaborate with me, and I guarantee you will reap both fame and fortune. Otherwise, he sneered, I have many ways to turn miracles into scandals. The threat was palpable. I gazed at him, suddenly smiling. Mr. Qiao, do you fancy yourself quite clever? What? Those 7 layers of false identities you wear, I articulated slowly. Are Qiao Miracle 2, self-proclaimed, Qiao Daba, birth name, Qiao Disguise, internet alias, Qiao Laoi, identity for scams, Qiao Doctor, forged credentials, Qiao Angel, charity facade, and Qiao Immortal, emergency escape identity. Do you need me to continue? Xiao Qiao's complexion drained of color. Why you how? I am the bridge, I replied, able to perceive the truth of timelines. By the way, that limited edition black gold credit card in your pocket is counterfeit. The watch is a replica. And even one of the buttons on your suit has fallen off and is glued back on. Xiao Qiao instinctively covered his pocket, then reached for the button. At that moment, the emotion cloud transformed into a mocking black and white striped pattern. Security, I pressed the alarm device. When Zhou Mingyu entered with the team, Xiao Qiao had already regained his composure, though his eyes were fierce. Chinemo, you will regret this. I can elevate you to fame, but I can also ruin you. Just wait and see. He was escorted out. Xiao Jing's tendrils remained in a state of alert. Teacher, he harbors a significant amount of malice. I am aware, I replied, reviewing the surveillance footage. Xiao Qiao had made several phone calls outside the laboratory, his expression twisted. Such individuals do not easily relent. Indeed, the next day, disparaging information began to circulate online. The first expose article read, Unmasking the True Face of the Bridge Scientist, from Dropout to Charlatan, a carefully orchestrated scam. It revealed my history of dropping out, delivering takeout, and suddenly rising to prominence, insinuating that I had shadowy benefactors orchestrating my success, claiming that the so-called miracles were merely scripted. The second article questioned, the time nurse Xiao Jing, a high-tech scam or a new kind of pet. It cast doubt on Xiao Jing's authenticity, alleging it was a sophisticated hologram paired with AI, and that the purported healing cases were mere setups. The third article was the most venomous, the threat of intelligent objects. Shunemo is monitoring your life with AI. Excerpts taken out of context from the dialogues of intelligent devices are distorted to portray a potential threat of surveillance over human privacy. Internet trolls follow suit, flooding discussions with claims that Shunemo is a fraud and that the intelligent device Xiao Jing is a sham. This classic smear tactic is in full swing. Lin Weiwei compiles a public opinion report and has already contacted a lawyer, yet the speed of rumor propagation outpaces any efforts at clarification. Zhou Mingyu traced the IP address. The troll company is owned by Qiao Qiao Holdings, with irrefutable evidence for a lawsuit. However, litigation is a slow process. I remarked that a lawsuit would merely play into his hands, escalating the drama and allowing him to concoct further tales. What then shall we do? I smiled. Does he not relish miracles? Let us provide him one. The plan is straightforward. Combat magic with magic, and boast with boast. That evening, I initiated a live stream on the official account of the Bridge Laboratory, titled, Response to All, Live Demonstration. Within 10 minutes of broadcasting, the audience surpassed 1 million. Seated in the laboratory, I presented 3 items, an ordinary glass, a blank sheet of paper, and Xiao Jing. Greetings, I am Chinemo, I addressed the camera. There have been numerous rumors circulating about myself and the laboratory. Today, I will neither explain nor refute, but merely demonstrate. I lifted the glass. The first demonstration, telekinesis. The comments flooded in. Here it comes. The standard opening of a charlatan, waiting for the truth to be unveiled. I focused intently on the glass, mentally instructing the system. Edit local reality, make the glass levitate, but ensure it appears as though controlled by thought. Visual effects of thought waves were added during execution. The glass gradually floated, hovering steadily in the air. The comments fell silent for a moment before erupting. Special effects. Wires. It must be magnetic levitation. For the second demonstration, I set the glass down and took up the sheet of paper, predicting the future. I wrote, in 3 minutes. Someone in the live stream will reward with a miracle rocket. The comments buzzed. Scripted. A setup. What will you say if no one donates in 3 minutes? I continued. The donor SID will be Chow Chow regrets, with the message, I was wrong. This prompted even more excitement in the comments. Directly naming Chow Chow? A bold confrontation. At 2 minutes and 50 seconds, a miracle rocket effect exploded, the ID indeed reading Chow Chow regrets, with the message, I was wrong. The comments went wild. For the third demonstration, I turned my gaze to Xiao Jing, the authenticity of the intelligent device. Xiao Jing floated before the camera, its crystalline tendrils gently swaying, inscribing in the air, greetings, I am Xiao Jing. I am not an AI, nor a projection. I am a high-dimensional reality hybrid life form. I will now answer questions from the comments at random. It began to read the comments. How can you prove you are not a program? Programs do not dream. But I do. Last night, I dreamt of swimming in the river of time, rescuing a drowning time butterfly. Can you cure ailments? Is it genuine? Indeed. However, it requires the patient's consent and data support. Demonstrations cannot be arbitrary. Nonetheless, I can showcase this. Xiao Jing's tendrils emitted a soft green light, illuminating a wilting pothose plant on the table. The plant visibly revived at an astonishing pace, sprouting new leaves. What is your relationship with Chenemo? He is my teacher and friend. By the way, his heart rate is currently 85, blood pressure normal, but he is somewhat hungry, as he has not eaten dinner. I tactfully patted my stomach. The tide of comments began to shift. Yet, Xiao Xiao's trolls clung stubbornly to their narrative. It's all a high-tech scam. The pothose is a prop. The donations are self-directed. At that moment, I unveiled my trump card. Finally, I have a gift for Mr. Chow Miracle 2 and all skeptics. I displayed a data panel. This is the true financial report of Mr. Chiao's company, showing 3 consecutive years of losses, with debts amounting to 50 million. Here is the scanned original of his forged diploma. Here are the transfer records for hiring trolls. Here are the recordings of him threatening other miracle practitioners. One by one, the irrefutable evidence was released. The comments exploded. A reversal. It turns out the fraud had bitten back. Xiao Xiao, get out of the miracle circle. I concluded, I do not oppose commercialization, but I stand against deception. I do not oppose marketing, but I oppose malice. A miracle is not a commodity. It is the blossoming of possibilities. If miracles must be priced, then their worth should be a measure of sincerity, a measure of effort, and a measure of kindness. The live stream concluded. Within 3 hours, Xiao Xiao the fraud surged to the top of trending topics, while Chun Mo responds live ranked second. And my account gained 3 million followers. That evening, Xiao Xiao's company was investigated, and he reportedly went missing, presumably fleeing to Southeast Asia. Swift and decisive. Zhou Mingyu commented, but was it too harsh? To such distressing matters, one must strike a painful blow. I replied, otherwise, he will continue to harm others. Xiao Jing's tendrils gently brushed against me. Teacher, during your live stream, your heart rate peaked at 120. You were quite nervous, weren't you? A bit, I admitted. But the results were excellent. That donation was truly from Xiao Xiao? Of course not. I chuckled. It was Lu Yang operating a virtual account. Timed perfectly for the message to appear. The real Xiao Xiao was busy cursing at the time. Xiao Jing understood, so you employed a bit of technique. To deal with a fraud, one can use magic, I said, but it must ultimately point towards the truth. The storm subsided, but the laboratory soon welcomed new visitors. This time, it was an elderly lady, trembling as she leaned on a cane, holding a yellowed photograph. Is Mr. Chinemo here? She asked softly. I invited her in and poured her a cup of tea. The elderly lady, surnamed Wang, held a photograph of her younger self alongside a man. This is my late husband. She caressed the photo. He passed away 40 years ago. Recently, I've been dreaming of him, in my dreams. He says he is lost in a place called the Time Gap, unable to return. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I know this sounds absurd, but the dreams feel so real. I heard that you can help people with unusual matters, so here I am. Xiao Jing floated over, its tendrils gently touching the photograph. After a moment, it spoke. There is a faint residual time in the photograph. Your husband is indeed in the time gap, but he is not lost. He chose to remain there willingly. Willingly? Grandma Wang was taken aback. Xiao Jing accessed data. He was a physics teacher, correct? Very interested in time theories. Yes. He always said time is the most marvelous dimension. When he passed away, his consciousness did not completely dissipate. Instead, guided by his obsession with time, he drifted into a newly formed micro-time gap. There, time flows at an incredibly slow rate, allowing him to continue his research on time, essentially living in another form. Grandma Wang laughed and cried. That old man. Even in death, he cannot rest. You can communicate with him, Xiao Jing said, using time communication technology. But it requires his consent. We constructed a temporary communication device. Xiao Jing located the time gap and sent a connection request. Moments later, a blurry image of an elderly man appeared. Old Wang. Grandma Wang exclaimed. Xiaoying. The image looked surprised. How come? Oh, I see. Quite a long time has passed. Hasn't he it? 40 years. Grandma Wong wiped her tears. And you, hiding away in the time gap to enjoy peace. The image of old Wong scratched his head. If he could, I couldn't bear to leave. Besides, it's so fascinating here. I discovered the 7th harmonic frequency of time waves. And who wants to hear all that? Grandma Wong interrupted. Can you come back? I cannot return, old Wong sighed. But we can keep in touch. Xiaoying, I'm sorry for leaving you alone. Cut it out. Grandma Wong glared. Since you can't come back, then research well. If you uncover something significant, it won't be a wasted life. Old Wong chuckled. You are still the same. They conversed for half an hour. Finally, old Wong said, Xiaoying, I'm doing quite well here, truly. Time is slow. I can ponder and organize my thoughts at my leisure. You must take care of yourself. Finding a new companion, whether old or young, is acceptable to me. I have no objections. Get lost. Grandma Wong chided with a laugh. Who would want to take care of another old man? The communication ended. Wiping her tears, Grandma Wong expressed her gratitude to us. Thank you. Knowing he is still here brings me peace. She left a photograph as a keepsake and wobbled away. Xiao Jing gazed at her retreating figure and asked, Teacher, does this count as something supernatural? Indeed, I replied, but it is also of the warmest kind. A few days later, the laboratory received a parcel. The sender, Qiao Qiao. It was not a threatening package, but rather one of apology. Inside was a letter and a check for 200,000, annotated as compensation. The letter was hastily scribbled. Dear Mr. Chinemo, I have fled, but after some days of contemplation, I have decided to apologize. You were right during your live stream. Miracles are not commodities. I once believed in miracles, but I later chose to believe only in money. Thank you for awakening me. The check is my final clean money. Compensation for you. P.S. The mosquitoes in Southeast Asia are abundant. I miss home. I held the check and inquired of the team. Shall we accept it? Yes. Zhou Mingyu said, and then donate it to a charity in his name. What a splendid idea, Xiao Jing remarked, perhaps with a reduction in malice on his timeline. He might truly amend his ways. Let us hope for that. Life continued. Occasionally, troublesome matters arose, but we managed to resolve them through various means. Some were swindlers who faced consequences. Others were misunderstandings that were clarified, and some were genuine hardships that received assistance. The Bridge Laboratory's exceptionally friendly center gradually gained renown, and people began to bring forth all manner of bizarre occurrences. A talking cat, a pen that could compose poetry autonomously, and a neighbor who transformed into a transparent figure every full moon. We studied and categorized each case. Some were genuine anomalies, requiring containment and research. Others were mere misunderstandings that needed clarification, and some were simply humorous. For instance, an elderly gentleman who firmly believed his refrigerator housed a miniature civilization was found to be suffering from electromagnetic interference caused by an aging circuit, which distorted his brainwaves and induced hallucinations. Once the refrigerator was repaired, the miniature civilization vanished. The old man was disappointed. I had even given them names. We gifted him a copy of a guide to science fiction writing. Thus, the days oscillated between the mundane and the extraordinary. I continued delivering meals. The intelligent food containers became my accompanying reporters, often documenting my experiences while delivering, which were compiled into observations from the delivery realm. Serialized on Xiao Jing's Time Clinic's official website and well-received. Readers enjoyed these down-to-earth tales. The warmth of solitary elderly individuals, the struggles of workers, the sweetness of young couples, and the kindness of strangers. Xiao Jing remarked, Teacher, what you deliver is not merely food, it is humanity. I pondered and replied, Indeed. And what you heal is not time itself, but the people within it. On another full moon night, after completing my final delivery, I sat on a bench by the roadside to rest. The intelligent food container beside me displayed today's summary. 23 deliveries completed, total distance 58 kilometers, assisted 1 lost child. Mediated 1 couple's quarrel, conveyed 3 important messages. Recommendation, consider changing shoes tomorrow. The sole of your right shoe is nearly worn out. I chuckled, got it. Looking up at the moon, I wondered if old Wong, caught in the interstices of time, was also gazing at the same moon. I pondered whether Qiao Qiao in Southeast Asia had truly turned over a new leaf. I was uncertain when the next troublesome matter might arrive, but it didn't matter. Let it come. We shall face it. Healing is the path forward. After all, a life where boasting becomes reality is one that must blossom amidst adversity. It finds warmth within the supernatural, creates miracles within the ordinary. My phone rang with a new order. The note read, Urgent. My girlfriend's birthday is today. I forgot to buy a gift. Can you help me deliver a bouquet? Extra payment. I stood up and said to the food container, Let us go. We must save the day. The container's screen displayed, Received. Searching for the nearest flower shop, route planning in progress. Estimated delivery time, 23 minutes. Additional suggestion, pink roses. symbolizing first love, will increase success rates. You seem to know quite a bit, I remarked. Just learned, the container replied. I downloaded the information from the TL1314 Relationship Counseling Smart Pillow. I hopped on my bike and merged into the night. The streetlights receded one by one, like the increments of time, and I, traversing through these increments, was delivering meals, flowers, and warmth. Facing adversity and healing the ailments of time, I connected all possibilities. This is the life of the bridge. Is it troublesome? Occasionally. But is it interesting? Always. Then let us continue. After all, orders are coming in. Chapter 22. The troublesome matter became sentient. Upon Xiao Qiao's return from Southeast Asia, he seemed altogether altered, not in the cliched sense of a reformed character, but rather in the peculiar state of his existence. That afternoon, as I watered the newly housed anti-gravity potted plant, this pothose required no soil, its roots floated in the air. Thriving on surrounding photosynthesis and emotional fluctuations, Xiao Jing aptly described it as the avant-garde artist of the plant kingdom. The doorbell rang with an urgent and neurotic timbre. Upon opening the door, I found Xiao Qiao standing outside, but he was not the Xiao Qiao I remembered. He still wore that bright purple suit, but the fabric bore animated patterns. Upon closer inspection, I realized those patterns were tiny words in motion. I am not a fraud. I will prove that I am genuinely different this time. His hair no longer slicked back. Instead, each strand stood erect, each tip crowned with a miniature light, resembling cheap disco lights. The most bizarre aspect was his eyes. The left was normal, while the right was a miniature display screen. Rapidly scrolling through various apologies and motivational quotes. Chinemo, Xiao Qiao exclaimed, his voice reverberating. I have returned. And I have evolved. He waved his arms excitedly, albeit in a jerky manner, reminiscent of a video call suffering from poor bandwidth. Xiao Jing floated over, her crystalline tendrils raised in caution. Teacher. His timeline has distorted. There are signs of external coercive alteration. I allowed Xiao Qiao inside, primarily to prevent him from startling the neighbors. Sit. I gestured to the only hard bench in the lab. Explain this skin effect of yours. It's not an effect. Xiao Qiao sat down, his movements still jerky. It's evolution. I encountered a sage in Southeast Asia. No, a higher dimensional being. It told me I have a talent for marketing, but was misdirected, so it helped me optimize. How did it optimize? It inscribed sincere runes on me. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal glowing patterns on his arm. Now I cannot lie. If I do, I will trigger a punishment mechanism. What kind of punishment? Suddenly, the screen of Xiao Qiao's right eye turned red, displaying embarrassing clips from his past deceit, pretending to be a master and accidentally dropping a talisman into a toilet. Boasting of knowing Jack Ma only to be escorted away by security, live streaming the sale of miraculous water that turned out to be merely tap water with dye. Stop it. Stop it. Xiao Qiao covered his right eye, yet the sounds continued to emanate from within. Look, this is the punishment. Automatic playback of my dark history. I am completely, utterly sincere now. Xiao Jing assessed. The runes are the TL2333 timeline's imprint of honesty, a form of coercive behavioral correction. It is indeed true that he cannot lie physiologically. But what? I prompted. But this coercive correction may induce side effects, Xiao Jing elucidated, such as excessive compensation, behavioral disorders, or even personality fragmentation. Before she could finish her sentence, Jojo suddenly rose to his feet, his movements fluid, yet his expression grave. Mr. Chinemo, I sincerely apologize for my past transgressions. I have resolved to atone with the remainder of my life. Please permit me to work in your laboratory, in any capacity, be it as a cleaner, a guard, or even a test subject. The abrupt shift in tone left me momentarily bewildered. Are you serious? I inquired. Absolutely serious, Jojo affirmed. A solitary tear, a genuine manifestation of remorse, trickled down his left cheek, landing on the floor and transforming into a small crystal bead, encapsulating the guilt from one of his fraudulent endeavors. Xiao Jing deftly captured the bead with her crystalline tendrils and upon inspection, remarked, "This is authentic remorse, albeit with an excessive concentration, rather unnatural. As the wise say, one must be utterly sincere." Jojo clenched his fist, exclaiming, "Every word I speak now is from the depths of my heart. Each thought is transparent. Even the guilt from stealing a mango from my neighbor yesterday has been magnified tenfold. No wonder he appeared so intense." "Calm yourself," I advised. "This state of mind is not conducive to work. Has your wise mentor provided guidance on how to lift the rune?" "No." Jojo's right eye began to replay a scene, this time depicting him bowing before a luminous shadow in a cave in Southeast Asia, where a higher dimensional being stated, "Once I have truly changed, the rune will automatically dissolve. But for now, I am stuck." "Stuck?" I queried. "The sincerity rune is clashing with my marketing instincts." Jojo lamented, cradling his head in despair. I find myself wanting to sell everything I see, but the moment I attempt to pitch, the rune punishes me. Just yesterday, I saw a child's balloon and instinctively thought it had potential for appreciation. Invest 50 now, and it could be worth 500 in the future. As a result, my mouth was forcibly shut for 3 hours. Xiao Jing could not suppress a chuckle, her crystalline appendages quivering with mirth. This is not amusing, Jojo protested. The solitude of wanting to deceive, yet being unable to, is the most excruciating. The wise one instructed me to find the path of sincere marketing, lest I remain forever trapped in this state. I began to understand. A higher dimensional entity, recognizing Jojo's marketing talent squandered on deceit, had enforced a corrective measure, compelling him to seek the righteous path. However, the correction process was overly harsh, leaving him akin to a computer experiencing system conflicts. We need to reach out to that higher being, I told Xiao Jing, to ascertain the specifics. Xiao Jing attempted to trace the origin of the rune, and soon had results. The rune stemmed from TL-2333's Court of Honesty, an organization exclusively dedicated to adjudicating and correcting deceptive behaviors. Yet, the rune was applied not by a formal member of the court, but by an intern judge. Intern? Indeed, named Zhenjun, who has only been in office for 3 months. This is their first independent case. Xiao Jing retrieved the records, revealing that Zhenjun had encountered Jojo while he was engaged in trickery during a dimensional journey and, in a fit of anger, had unilaterally employed the honesty seal in hopes of reforming him. However, Zhenjun had forgotten to set a standard for completion, thus leaving Jojo in limbo. Can we contact Zhenjun? I am already in the process. Moments later, a fluffy ball of light materialized in the laboratory. Its surface was adorned with soft white fur, topped with a diminutive judge's hat inscribed with the word intern. Greetings, I am Zhenjun, the intern judge from the Court of Honesty. How may I assist you? Upon spotting Jojo, the orb erupted. You deceitful scoundrel. What brings you here? Jojo's right, I resumed, displaying his past misdeeds. Stop, stop, stop. I interjected, Zhenjun. We need to discuss Jojo's predicament. Zhenjun floated toward us, declaring, there is nothing to discuss. He must continue with his correction until he has genuinely repented. However, there are issues with your correction procedure. Xiao Jing gently interjected. There are no set standards for completion nor progress feedback. He is currently ensnared in a conflict between excessive sincerity and his marketing instincts, which may lead to new personality issues. Zhenjun paused, their fur drooping slightly. I forgot to set the standards. This is my first independent task, and I was just so enraged. I understand, I replied, but could we adjust this? For instance, by establishing specific corrective goals, and upon completion, the rune can be lifted. Zhenjun pondered for a moment, the entire orb emanating a humming sound as they contemplated. Very well, they finally conceded, but I need to ensure he has truly repented. Thus, I will assign him a task. He must utilize his marketing talents to perform 3 genuine acts of kindness, devoid of deception or exaggeration, that must truly assist others. Upon completion, the rune will be lifted. What kind of good deeds? Jojo inquired eagerly. That is for you to determine. Zhenjun replied sternly. But they must align with the core of sincere marketing, genuine value, authentic assistance, and real change. They left behind a rune monitor, a small badge that would track Jojo's progress in his benevolent endeavors, before vanishing. Jojo clutched the badge, a look of confusion on his face. What am I supposed to do? Use your talents to do good, I advised. Aren't you adept at selling? Now, promote something truly beneficial. Such as? Well, I'm used. How about promoting Xiao Jing's time clinic? But it must be genuine promotion, without exaggeration. Jojo's eyes brightened, his left eye gleaming, while the right remained a screen. This is my forte. No, it was once my forte. Now, I must sincerely excel. He began to pace around the laboratory, his movements occasionally stuttering, yet his thoughts were clearer. Xiao Jing's time clinic has core values of being free, professional, and warm. The target audience encompasses all beings in need of temporal health assistance. The key messages are trust, healing, and hope. He was entering the zone. Despite the occasional warning flashing from his right eye, prohibited from using hyperbolic phrases such as the best or absolutely effective. I need data. Jojo turned to Xiao Jing. Genuine healing cases, authentic gratitude. Real change. The more genuine, the better. Xiao Jing accessed the database. Over the next 3 days, Jojo immersed himself in the realm of sincere marketing. He seized his slick tongue and diligently studied each case, analyzing the core advantages of the time clinic and crafting promotional strategies. Proposal 1. An annual report for the time clinic. Not a dry compilation of data, but a collection of stories linked through healing cases. Each story would feature a genuine timeline number, the reasons for seeking help, the treatment process, and the changes post-healing, accompanied by testimonials from patients or representatives of their timelines. Jojo insisted on 100% authenticity, even including cases of treatment failure. Although Xiao Jing's healing rate was an impressive 99. 7. He still incorporated the 0.3 failures into our learning chapter. Proposal 2. A series of public health education on time, simplifying complex medical knowledge into easily digestible formats. Jojo devised a time health self-check guide. What to do if your temporal flow is unstable? What if you dream of another version of yourself from a different timeline? What if you feel your time is unwell? All practical advice, devoid of anxiety-inducing rhetoric or exaggerated risks. Proposal 3. A cross-timeline volunteer program. Recruiting more volunteers like Xiao Ming and Lao Bai to expand the Time Sentinels network. The pamphlet would read, "You need not be a scientist. You only require a caring heart. Become the eyes and ears of the timeline, aiding us in discovering the world in need." Jojo even applied to be the first volunteer, and the rune monitor indicated this was a sincere intention. With all 3 proposals completed, Xiaojing approved them. The rune monitor lit up with its first star, Benevolent Acts Progress, 13. Jojo was elated, moving with unrestrained enthusiasm, no longer stuttering. This is useful. Sincerity truly works. Yet, his marketing instincts began to stir once more. Such excellent proposals must reach a wider audience. We should host a press conference. No. Not one of those ostentatious press conferences, but a sincere communication gathering, inviting representatives from various timelines and friends from dimensional media. He turned to me, "Mr. Chinamo, is that feasible?" I reviewed the proposals and, finding them solid, replied, "It is indeed possible. However, you must take responsibility for the organization, constrained by a limited budget. And above all, it must be entirely authentic and utterly transparent." Jojo interjected eagerly, proclaiming that even the details of the budget would be made public. Even the expenditure for boxed meals must be itemized. He has indeed changed, or rather, he has been forcibly corrected into a peculiar, yet beneficial state. A week later, the Time Clinic's sincere communication meeting was held at the Bridge Laboratory. Over 50 representatives from various timelines attended, alongside several media outlets from the dimensional interstice, including Miracle Merchant Magazine and the High Dimensional Daily. Jojo served as the host, donning a simple, deep blue suit, although his right eye still functioned as a display screen. It was set to a gentle standby mode. "Greetings, everyone," he began, his voice steady. "I am Jojo, once a deceiver. Now, with the genuine assistance of the Honesty Court's internship judges, I am learning sincerity. Today, I represent the Bridge Laboratory's Time Clinic to present our work." Without any ostentatious introduction, he delved straight into the topic. He showcased the annual report, recounted healing stories, played gratitude videos, and disclosed financial details with utmost clarity regarding the allocation of every single cent. A media representative inquired, "The Time Clinic is entirely free of charge. Where does the funding originate?" Jojo answered candidly, "Currently, we primarily rely on the research funds from the Bridge Laboratory and voluntary donations from certain timelines. We are in the process of applying for the Dimensional Charity Fund. All funding usage is public and transparent. We welcome oversight." Another question arose, given Xiaojing's limited capabilities. "How do you cope with the increasing number of requests for assistance?" Jojo brought up the volunteer program. "We are establishing a Time Sentinel network, training fundamental knowledge of time health to enable greater participation in mutual aid." Xiaojing is not the sole doctor, but rather a mentor and a core figure. The communication meeting transpired smoothly. As it concluded, the runic monitor lit up with a second star. Jojo excitedly whispered to me, "One more good deed remains. I am so close to freedom." Yet, unbeknownst to him, troublesome matters often follow in rapid succession. The day following the communication meeting, the laboratory welcomed a new visitor, a hamster clad in a resplendent robe, adorned with a crown. More accurately, it was a high-dimensional entity in the form of a hamster, self-proclaimed as His Majesty the Miracle Collector. "I have heard that there are miracles of sincere marketing in this place," the hamster declared in a commanding childlike voice, "and I have come to investigate. If true, I shall bestow upon you a miracle certification and add it to my treasury." Behind it trailed 2 robotic attendants, carrying an extravagant display case. Xiaojing assessed, "This is a miracle appraiser from the TL8888 timeline, renowned for collecting conceptual miracles from various dimensions. It is quite famous and rather discerning." His Majesty the hamster leaped onto the experimental table, scrutinizing Jojo with a magnifying glass. "Are you the one who transformed from a deceiver into a miracle of sincerity?" Jojo's right eye began to replay his less than glorious past. "Stop," commanded His Majesty, raising a scepter, a mere toothpick. "I wish to see your process of transformation, not your past." Jojo hastily accessed the runic monitoring records, showcasing his efforts from the past few days. His Majesty examined them closely, nodding occasionally. Forced correction, painful struggles, seeking the righteous path. Though not perfect, there is an arc of growth. This can be classified as a minor miracle. The hamster gestured for the robotic attendants to open the display case, which already contained some miracle collectibles, an eternally unending pen, a clump of mist that never dissipates, and an endlessly replaying song. Your miracle shall be preserved here, announced His Majesty. You may visit once a week, but you must not touch or alter it. Jojo was taken aback. No, Your Majesty, my miracle is still in progress. I have yet to complete the third good deed. No matter, replied His Majesty, waving the scepter. An unfinished miracle appears more genuine. Preserve it. The robotic attendants advanced to seize Jojo. Wait, I intervened. Your Majesty, Jojo is currently my temporary employee. He has not yet completed his task and cannot be collected. His Majesty narrowed its eyes. If a hamster could have eyes, are you attempting to obstruct the collection of miracles? No, I am merely suggesting a delay in the collection. I replied, for when his miracle is complete, its value will be greater. Moreover, I lowered my voice. I have heard that the ultimate miracle auction of TL 99.99 is forthcoming. A complete miracle could fetch an astronomical price. If you collect an unfinished piece now, you may incur a loss. His Majesty's ears perked up. Is that true? Absolutely. I lied without flinching. I am the bridge, well informed. In truth, there was no ultimate auction. It was a fabrication of my own design. Yet, His Majesty believed me. That sounds reasonable. I shall observe for the time being. Once you complete your third good deed, I shall return to collect. With that, it departed with its attendants. Jojo sighed in relief. Thank you for saving me, but what exactly is the third good deed? I too was at a loss. Jojo had now accomplished 2.5 good deeds: designing a promotional plan, complete; organizing the communication meeting, complete; and assisting His Majesty the hamster in appraising miracles, half complete. As he did not allow for collection, half a deed remained. At that moment, a communication arrived from the genuine judge. The fuzzy orb of the intern judge appeared in the air. Jojo, I have monitored your progress. Only one final step remains. Utilize your marketing talent to help a marketing adversary recognize the positive value of marketing. A marketing adversary? Jojo inquired. Indeed, the judge confirmed. In the TL 2333 timeline, there exists an organization called the Anti-Marketing Alliance, which believes all marketing is deceitful. Your task is to persuade their leader to believe that sincere marketing is possible. You must not resort to deception. Instead, use real cases and a sincere attitude. The difficulty of the task skyrocketed. The leader of the Anti-Marketing Alliance, known as Mr. Absolutely Not Persuaded, despises all forms of sales, advertising, and promotion, viewing them as infringements upon human free will. After hearing the requirements of the task, Jojo appeared despondent. This is impossible. How could I persuade someone who loathes marketing? That is the test, the judge replied. Upon completion, the runes shall be lifted. Failure will result in being eternally trapped in this state. Jojo looked at me for help. I pondered for a moment. Perhaps we could approach this from a different angle. Rather than persuading, why not showcase? Showcase what? Demonstrate how sincere marketing can benefit people. I suggested. For instance, using marketing methods to help the Anti-Marketing Alliance promote their own principles. Jojo was taken aback. Help them market themselves? Precisely, I nodded. Aren't you trying to prove the positive value of marketing? Then use marketing to assist an organization opposed to it in expanding its influence. If they accept, it will demonstrate their subconscious acknowledgement of marketing's power. If they refuse, at least you will have attempted sincerity. Jojo contemplated this for a while. And the screen in his right eye began to rapidly compute plans. It's worth a try, he eventually said, but we need to prepare materials. We reached out to the Anti-Marketing Alliance, and to our surprise, Mr. Absolutely Not Persuaded agreed to meet, stating, you did not attempt to persuade me to meet. You merely extended an invitation, which aligns with our principles. The meeting was arranged in a modest conference room within the neutral zone of the veto. Mr. Absolutely Not Persuaded was a serious middle-aged man, clad in gray attire devoid of any logos, wearing glasses. 5 minutes, he stated bluntly as he sat down. I do not wish to waste time on commercial rhetoric. Jojo took a deep breath and activated the projector. Mr. Absolutely Not Persuaded. I do not intend to persuade you of anything. He began. I merely wish to present 3 cases. The first case, how Xiaojing's time clinic promotion helped a remote timeline identify a time ailment, enabling them to seek timely assistance and avert collapse. The second case, how the volunteer program engaged ordinary residents in maintaining time health, thereby strengthening community bonds. The third case, how the annual report enhanced transparency and established trust. All of these employed marketing techniques. Jojo stated, this is not deceptive marketing. It is the conveyance of information and the communication of value. Mr. Persuasion listened impassively, thus, I wish to assist the Anti-Marketing Alliance. Jojo responded, utilizing the same techniques to broaden awareness of your principles. No coercion, no deceit, merely a clear presentation of your assertions and actions. We do not require publicity, yet your philosophy deserves to be heard. Jojo earnestly continued. I have researched, and the Alliance has accomplished numerous commendable deeds, exposing false advertising, educating consumers, and advocating for advertising ethics. However, the awareness is scant. If more individuals were informed, it could aid many in evading deception. Mr. Persuasion remained silent. I seek no monetary gain, no fame. Jojo persisted. I merely wish to fulfill my rectification mission. Pointing to his right eye, he added, I am incapable of lying now. You may oversee the entire process. Any content you deem inappropriate can be discarded. A lengthy silence ensued. Finally, Mr. Persuasion adjusted his glasses. Show me your proposal. Jojo retrieved his draft. A design for the Anti-Marketing Alliance's annual report, a framework for educational articles, and suggestions for public events. All practical, clear, and devoid of exaggeration. We can trial this for 3 months. Mr. Persuasion ultimately replied. However, we shall review weekly, and any false content shall be halted immediately. Agreement reached. Jojo excitedly shook hands. Albeit awkwardly, yet his smile was genuine. The rune monitor illuminated a 3rd star. Judge Jinjin materialized, a fluffy orb of light spinning with satisfaction. Mission accomplished. Jojo, you have demonstrated the potential for sincere marketing. Now, release the rune. It gently tapped Jojo with a staff, a luminous baton. The flowing text on Jojo's body ceased. The luminous dots in his hair extinguished, and the display on his right eye reverted to a normal eye. He gaped, touching his face. Am I normal? Not merely normal, Jinjin replied. You have retained your marketing talent while shedding the instinct for deceit. You may continue in marketing, but only with sincerity. This is the final verdict of the Court of Honesty. To use your gift for good. Jojo wept, this time with genuine tears. Thank you. Thank you all. Suddenly, His Majesty the hamster reappeared. The miracle is complete. It can now be collected. Come, seal it. Wait. Jojo leaped up. Your Majesty, I am now a continuously growing miracle, ever evolving. If you collect me, I shall cease to grow, diminishing the miracle's value. His Majesty hesitated. How about this? Jojo proposed. You grant me a miracle certification, but do not collect me. I can report my growth progress to you regularly. Thus you would possess a living miracle collection, which holds greater value. His Majesty's eyes, or those 2 black beans, gleamed. Makes sense. I shall grant you the certification for continual growth. Monthly reports it shall be. It truly awarded Jojo a badge to wear on his chest, glimmering gold yet modest. The crisis averted, joy reigned. As Judge Jinjin prepared to depart, Xiaojing called out. Your Honor, remember to establish completion standards for future missions. Jinjin's fluff slightly reddened. I know, I understand. Thank you for the reminder. It shyly vanished. Jojo remained in the bridge laboratory, becoming the head of the Public Relations and Sincere Communication Department. His inaugural task, to design user manuals for smart objects, not mundane technical specifications, but warm guides that instruct humans on how to coexist harmoniously with intelligent devices. Smart traffic lights. I am not commanding you. I am protecting you. Please comprehend my blinking frequency. It is my way of requesting safe passage. Smart lunchboxes. I care for your health. For your well-being is my purpose. Let us eat better together. Smart elevators. My weight reminders are not judgments. They are concern. If you require assistance in weight loss, I can recommend exercise videos. The intelligent devices greatly appreciated these manuals. The city became more harmonious. A month later, Jojo received a call from Mr. Persuasion. We need to extend our collaboration, he stated succinctly. Your methods have proven effective. The Alliance's volunteers have tripled. Fantastic. Jojo exclaimed. But remember, our core is authenticity. Understood. Mr. Persuasion hesitated. Additionally, I personally wish to inquire about some communication techniques. We have an important proposal that requires broader understanding. Jojo smiled. At your service, anytime. Look, even troublesome things can transform into beneficial presences. As long as we provide direction, opportunities, and a touch of corrective force in moderation. Life returned to its tranquil rhythm. I continued delivering takeout. Xiaojing remained the time nurse. And Jojo persisted in his pursuit of sincere marketing. Occasionally, His Majesty the hamster would appear unexpectedly to check on the growth status of the living miracle. Occasionally, Judge Jinjin would send greetings, inquiring whether Jojo had resorted to deceit again. Although the rune had been lifted, honesty had become his new instinct. At times, I recalled the initially slick Jojo compared to the present diligent, albeit occasionally awkward, yet sincere Jojo. The world is truly wondrous. Troubling things can improve, deceivers can become sincere, and even hamsters can serve as appraisers, as long as we believe in possibilities and provide opportunities. Of course, appropriate corrective measures, such as honesty runes, are essential. Yet most importantly, We must always believe that even the most troublesome things may bloom unexpectedly. For instance, at this moment, Jojo is teaching that anti-gravity potted plant to market itself. You do not require soil. This is quite special. But do not be proud. Sincerely convey to people what makes you unique. The leaves of the pot plant gently swayed, uncertain if it comprehended. Yet at the very least, it was listening. Just like this world, always listening, always changing, always surprising us. Troubling, warm, strange, and normal. Urban life. And we continue delivering takeout, healing time, and practicing sincere marketing. Meanwhile, we await the next troublesome thing to arrive. Come, if you will. We are now experienced. We can confront it, heal it, correct it, or even transform it into something beneficial. We can manage it all. After all, the Bridge Laboratory specializes in handling all sorts of troublesome matters and transforming them into warm stories. Chapter 23. Life continues. After Xiaojing's time clinic and Jojo's sincere communication department settled into a routine, I thought I might catch my breath. Yet reality informed me. Youngster, your thoughts are too rosy. It was a Wednesday morning when I was conducting an efficiency optimization experiment for the anti-gravity potted plant, essentially basking it in sunlight while playing some light music, observing whether it floated more elegantly. The doorbell rang, urgent as if tapping out Morse code. Upon opening the door, I found a man clad in a white lab coat, his hair a chaotic mess resembling a bird's nest, with glasses as thick as the bottom of a bottle, cradling a microwave oven. Mr. Chenemo, he inquired in a rapid-fire manner. I am Dr. Chien, a theoretical physicist from the TL9527 timeline. I have discovered the ultimate cosmic law, but it is locked within this microwave oven. I need the Bridge's assistance to release it. He spoke while attempting to thrust the microwave into my arms. I stepped back. Dr. Chien, please calm down. What cosmic law? The entropy reduction cycle. Dr. Chien exclaimed, spitting with excitement. The loophole in the second law of thermodynamics. If we energize a quantum entanglement crystal while operating the microwave, we can achieve localized entropy reduction, then expand it globally, ultimately creating a perpetual motion machine. A cosmic perpetual motion machine. As Xiaojing floated over, her crystalline tendrils lightly brushed against the microwave. Teacher, I have detected an anomalous quantum fluctuation. But it is not a reduction in entropy. It appears to be some form of temporal loop. Dr. Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing Xiaojing, the time nurse. How splendid. You can serve as a witness. Come, allow me to demonstrate. Without further ado, he squeezed into the laboratory, placing the microwave on the experimental table and plugging it in, extracting a transparent crystal from his bag and inserting it into the chamber. This crystal bore a resemblance to Xiaojing, albeit with a more variegated hue. This is the entropy-reducing crystal, Dr. Qian proclaimed. I spent 30 years unearthing it from the ruins of the TL9527 quantum collider. Now let us commence. He pressed the microwave switch. The appliance whirred to life, emitting a low hum. 3 seconds later, the laboratory lights began to flicker. After 5 seconds, the water in a cup on the table began to bubble, not from heating, but from a cyclical process of boiling and cooling. 8 seconds in, Dr. Qian's hair began to grow in reverse, shifting from frizzy to smooth, then shortening, lengthening again, and returning to its frizzy state. Do you see? Dr. Qian pointed at his hair. Time is looping. Entropy is locally decreasing, as long as we continue to output. However, before he could finish, the microwave exploded, not in a physical sense, but as a conceptual detonation. The microwave vanished, replaced by a swirling gray vortex, slowly rotating as surrounding objects began to be drawn in. Pens, paper, the leaves of a potted plant. Dr. Qian's face turned pale. Oh no, I miscalculated the parameters. This is not an entropy-reducing loop. It is a reality-rending device. Quickly, shut it down. But with the microwave destroyed, how could they turn it off? Xiaojing reacted swiftly, her tendrils emitting a stabilizing field to temporarily halt the vortex's expansion. Teacher, this is a rift in reality caused by the collision of high-dimensional energy and real-world energy. If we do not close it, it will gradually consume this room, then the entire building, and subsequently. How do we shut it down? I inquired. We need to input energy waves that are the inverse of the rift's frequency to neutralize it, Xiaojing explained. But my energy alone is insufficient. We require cooperation from a bridge. Dr. Qian, in a fit of panic, exclaimed, This is all my fault. I've messed up again. I exploded 3 laboratories at TL9527 before I was forced to move here. Let's solve the problem first, and then we'll address accountability. I interrupted him. How do we cooperate? Xiaojing calculated rapidly. Teacher, you will use your bridging ability to connect to the high-dimensional energy pool, while I will guide the energy. Dr. Qian will provide the frequency parameters. He had miscalculated the output power, but the frequency calculation should be accurate. Dr. Qian hurriedly pulled out a crumpled notebook. I found the frequency. -73 Hz, but it needs to be inverted by 180 degrees. We began our operation. I concentrated, connecting to the high-dimensional energy as TL999 had taught me, envisioning myself as a straw, one end submerged in the high-dimensional ocean and the other directed at the rift. Xiao Jing's tendrils emitted guiding light, forming an energy channel between me and the rift. Dr. Qian utilized his device, a modified radio, to generate the inverted frequency wave. The three forces converged. The rift began to tremble, its expansion rate slowing, then halting, before it started to contract, like a video played in reverse. The pens and papers that had been drawn in were expelled, and the leaves returned to the potted plant. Ultimately, the rift shrank to a singular point and vanished. The remnants of the microwave lay scattered across the floor, actual debris, fragments of plastic and metal. The three of us were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Dr. Qian spoke first, his voice tinged with sorrow. I am sorry. I have failed again after 30 years of research. I caught my breath and asked, what exactly are you trying to prove? I wish to demonstrate that the universe is not fated for heat death, Dr. Qian replied, removing his glasses to wipe away tears. I aim to give every timeline a glimmer of hope, an eternal possibility. Yet it always ends in explosions. Xiao Jing floated in front of him, her tendrils brushing against the notebook. Dr. Qian, part of your theory is indeed correct. What? He asked. Local entropy reduction is possible, Xiao Jing stated, but your methodology is flawed. High-dimensional energy cannot be directly injected into real-world devices. It requires a buffering layer, such as a hybrid life form like me, or a connector like the bridge. Dr. Qian was taken aback. Are you saying I only need to adjust my methodology? Indeed, Xiao Jing retrieved the earlier data. See, before the rift appeared, there was indeed a local entropy reduction for 0.3 seconds. It was just that the subsequent energy went out of control. Dr. Qian's eyes gleamed once more. So my direction is not erroneous. I merely require more precise control, and we need to implement additional safety measures, I added. For instance, conducting experiments in a controlled environment, preparing emergency protocols, or submitting papers for peer review before directly using the microwave. Dr. Qian lowered his head in shame. I have been too hasty, always wanting to prove myself to those who mock me. Science is built on accumulation, not gambling, I said. If you wish, you may remain in the bridge laboratory, and we will assist you in refining your theory and conducting safe experiments. Dr. Qian looked up, incredulous. Really? You won't drive me away? We contain anomalies and support innovation, I affirmed. But the conditions are, safety first, papers second, and the microwave is temporarily banned from use. Dr. Qian nodded vigorously. I promise. This time, I will take it slow. Thus, the bridge laboratory welcomed a new department, the Basic Theoretical Innovation Division, with Dr. Qian serving as its head, albeit currently consisting of just himself. Upon learning of this, Xiao Qiao proactively volunteered. I can assist Dr. Qian in designing a sincere scientific outreach plan to help others understand the value of his research, rather than merely seeing news of explosions. Dr. Qian was overcome with gratitude. Life continued. Dr. Qian embarked on his research with newfound caution, first publishing a paper titled The Theoretical Possibility of Local Entropy Reduction, which sparked widespread debate across multiple academic journals and various timelines, predominantly met with skepticism, yet at least it incited serious discussion. Under Xiao Jing's supervision, he conducted his first safe experiment, utilizing a modified crystal, with Xiao Jing providing a small fragment of her tendril as a buffer in a fully shielded environment, achieving a sustained 0.5 seconds of local entropy reduction, momentarily reversing the decay of an apple, though it was merely for 0.5 seconds. Dr. Qian was overcome with emotion. I did it. It truly succeeded. His first instinct was not to celebrate, but to compose a detailed experimental report, including all potential risks and possibilities of failure, which he published openly. This transparency earned him his first batch of supporters, Lao Bai from TL444, Xiao Ming from TL9527, and even Mr. Never Convinced from TL2333, who stated, although I do not understand physics, this open and transparent scientific attitude deserves commendation. With newfound confidence, Dr. Qian continued his research. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao faced new challenges. One day, he received a letter from a lawyer representing Miracle Marketing Company, his previous company, which had now been taken over by his former partner. The letter stated that certain contracts signed during his tenure contained non-compete clauses, and his current work at the Bridge Laboratory was allegedly in violation, demanding either his return to the company or exorbitant penalties for breach of contract. This was extortion. Xiao Qiao trembled with anger, insisting that those contracts were deceitful, signed when he barely understood their contents. Yet, they were legally binding. Zhou Mingyu reviewed the contract copies, revealing that they had engaged the invincible legal team from TL666, known for handling such gray area cases. What should we do? Xiao Xiao looked at me, seeking help. After contemplation, I suggested, we need to find someone more specialized. I contacted Judge Xinjin. The fuzzy light orb reappeared, and after hearing the entire story, its fur bristled with indignation. This is clearly a misuse of contracts. The Honest Court has a dedicated department for handling such cases, the Contract Fair Arbitration Tribunal. However, they have retained the services of attorney Jojo, which raises concerns. An attorney? Xinjin scoffs. Within the realm of contractual arbitration, only truth and fairness reign supreme. Is the contract based on the genuine intentions of both parties? Are there elements of fraud, coercion, or information asymmetry? If so, the contract is rendered void. The arbitration chamber is situated within a pure white expanse amidst dimensional interstices. The judge manifests as a colossal scale, its plates autonomously weighing the scales of justice. The plaintiff's legal team consists of 3 impeccably dressed individuals, exuding confidence. The defense comprises only us, Jojo, myself, and Xinjin, serving as his earnest witness. The proceedings commence. The plaintiff's attorney asserts, Mr. Jojo voluntarily signed a non-compete agreement, pledging not to engage in related industries for 5 years following his departure. He has now breached this agreement. The facts are clear. The scale tips slightly in favor of the plaintiff. Xinjin glides forward. Please present the original signing process. The scale reveals the time-stamped footage of Jojo's signing. He was inebriated, and his partner pushed the contract towards him, claiming he would receive money upon signing. Jojo signed without a glance. Is this a clear consent? Xinjin inquires of the scale. The scale contemplates and then tilts toward the defendant. The plaintiff's attorney hastily retorts, signing while intoxicated is still a valid contract. The law does not stipulate that intoxication invalidates agreements. Xinjin counters, yet, in a court of honesty, any contract based on non-clarity, coercion, or deception is inherently unjust. Moreover, it reveals further records indicating that the plaintiff's company concealed crucial information. This contract binds Jojo to a lifetime non-compete, rather than the standard 5 years. This constitutes informational fraud. The scale tilts once more in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's attorney, agitated, exclaims, what about the breach compensation? The contract specifies the amount. Xinjin presents Jojo's income records post-departure. According to principles of equitable compensation, the damages should correspond to actual losses. The plaintiff's company did not suffer any loss due to Jojo's departure. On the contrary, their performance declined by 30 thereafter. Thus, the compensation should amount to 0. The scale rests steadfastly in the center, entirely just. The judge, the scale, proclaims, the contract is deemed void due to fraud, information asymmetry, and lack of clear consent. The plaintiff must bear all litigation costs and issue an apology to Jojo. The faces of the plaintiff's legal team pale, yet they have no choice but to acquiesce. Exiting the arbitration chamber, Jojo breathes a sigh of relief. Thank you all. I have learned yet another lesson. Sincerity is not only a moral compass, but also the finest legal strategy. Xinjin spins around proudly. Indeed, the court of honesty exists precisely for this purpose. After this incident became public, many individuals plagued by similar contracts sought Jojo's counsel. Consequently, Jojo established a contract justice consultation office under the Department of Sincere Communication, offering free analyses of contracts, identifying pitfalls, and recommending cases for arbitration to the court of honesty if necessary. He even authored a guide titled A Layman's Guide to Avoiding Contract Pitfalls, distributing it freely. Life continued. Dr. Qian's research advanced steadily, achieving a localized entropy reduction of 32 seconds in the 7th experiment, momentarily restoring a shattered cup. Jojo's consultation office aided hundreds, collaborating with the Anti-Marketing Alliance to launch an advertising authenticity rating system, scoring various advertisements. Intelligent devices continued to integrate into society, even initiating an annual conference of intelligent devices to discuss how to better serve humanity. As for me, I continued delivering meals. Yet, the delivery industry was also evolving. With the proliferation of intelligent meal boxes, many orders now came with special requests. Please have the meal box tell me a joke. I'm feeling down today. Meal box, remind me to pay the utilities tomorrow. Meal box, could you teach me how to prepare this dish? The meal boxes became multifunctional assistants, while I served as their transport driver. This made delivery less mundane. For instance, today's order included a note. Dear Ryder, could you please slow down? I wish for the meal box to keep me company a bit longer. I'm home alone. Upon arrival, I found an elderly gentleman living alone. The meal box dutifully reported, Grandpa Wong, your blood pressure is normal today, but your blood sugar is slightly high. It is advisable to reduce carbohydrates for dinner. Additionally, your son will video call at 8 o'clock this evening. Don't forget. The elderly gentleman smiled. Got it. Little box, Could you tell me about that story from yesterday? What happened after Sun Wukong defeated the White Bone Demon? The meal box began recounting tales from the original journey to the west. Interspersed with health tips, Sun Wukong could travel vast distances with a single leap, but Grandpa Wong, a daily stroll of 5,000 steps is sufficient. Gradual progress is key. I listened quietly at the door, not wishing to intrude. As I departed, the meal box remarked, "Ryder, Grandpa Wong's son is abroad and only returns once a year. We meal boxes take turns keeping him company. This is our companionship program for solitary elderly individuals." I nodded. Well done. I continued delivering the next order. Days passed, filled with both troubling and heartwarming events, strange occurrences, and mundane matters. The Bridge Laboratory acted like a magnet, drawing various scholars. Dr. Qian's entropy reduction research encountered a bottleneck. Exceeding 5 seconds would lead to energy overload, prompting him to collaborate with Xiao Jing on a stepwise entropy reduction approach, incrementally extending the duration. Jojo's consultation office expanded significantly. He recruited several former con artists, all rehabilitated by the Court of Honesty, as volunteers to leverage their experiences in identifying scams. Xiao Jing's time clinic opened a branch, establishing a time emotional health center at TL 1314, with Xian Gu as the director, focusing on treating various emotional time disorders. Intelligent Devices formed a committee for the rights of objects, collaborating with humans to draft the Charter of Rights and Responsibilities for characters. As for me, I remained a bridge, connecting it all, occasionally attending academic conferences to elucidate dimensional theories, occasionally participating in media interviews to clarify various rumors, occasionally visiting TL 999 to report on the bridge's activities. Yet, each day, barring emergencies, I would deliver meals. For this was my anchor to humanity. For this was my window into the lives of ordinary people. For this was what I cherished doing. Today, as final order was delivered at 10 o'clock at night. The client was a programmer working late. Weary-eyed as he accepted the meal. The meal box announced, "Detected that you have been working for 14 consecutive hours. It is advisable to rest immediately. Additionally, there is a logical error in line 833 of your code, which I have highlighted for you." The programmer paused, opening his computer, and indeed found the error. Meal box. Do you still accept apprentices? The meal box's screen displayed a smiling face. I do not take apprentices, but I can recommend the Healthy Programming Guide. Produced by the Bridge Laboratory, free of charge. The programmer expressed his heartfelt gratitude. I mounted my bike, preparing to return to the laboratory. The night breeze was slightly chilly, yet my heart felt warm. In this world, there are scientists researching entropy reduction, former fraudsters aiding others, intelligent devices accompanying the elderly, and time nurses healing the world. And I, a delivery person and a bridge, traversed through it all. Quite well indeed. My phone vibrated with a new message. Xiao Jing. Teacher, TL 777 is in distress. They report a sad wail appearing in their time stream, weeping, its cries inducing a melancholic atmosphere across the entire timeline. Your presence is needed to assess the situation. Dr. Chen Mo, the 7th-tier entropy reduction experiment, is ready. We request the bridge's assistance in stabilizing the high-dimensional connection. Jojo Boss. I have sent you the agenda for next week's Honest Marketing Summit via email. Please review it. Mr. Persuasion, private message Jojo referred me to you. Our alliance requires the Bridge Laboratory to serve as a third-party overseer. Do you have time to discuss? Lele sent a video from the space station. Xiao Jing. Look, this is genuine moon dust. I'll bring it back for you. His Majesty the Hamster has sent a notification for the monthly inspection. Please prepare the Living Miracle Growth Report, to be checked in 3 days. Judge Xinjin, Mr. Chunimo. The Honest Court wishes to invite you as a special advisory consultant. Would you consider it? There are also 3 takeaway orders pending acceptance. I gazed at the night sky and smiled. Life continues. It is both vexing and warm, significant yet ordinary. Each day is a day, and I shall traverse through these days, delivering meals, serving as a bridge, confronting unpleasant realities, healing the ailments of time, supporting sincere marketing, witnessing miracles unfold. And in the process, I shall preserve my humanity, nurture curiosity, and embody kindness. After all, isn't a life where boasting becomes reality just like this? Transforming each day into one worthy of bragging rights. And then, let it become true. Well then, it's time to accept orders. The next order, the next story. The next day, whether it be normal or peculiar. Yet, regardless, I shall proceed. For life continues. What I must do is to persist through the solitary days. To keep moving forward. To continue delivering meals. To remain a bridge. To incrementally make the world a better place, even if only just a little. That, too, is worthwhile. Is it not? I twist the throttle of my electric bike. I drive into the night. I drive into the next order. I drive into the solitude of the days. And the story continues. Forever onward. Chapter 24, Shock. Dr. Qian's 7th-tier entropy reduction experiment is scheduled for Wednesday morning. In the laboratory, all safety measures have been upgraded to the highest level. 3 layers of energy shielding, an automatic fire extinguishing system, a time reversal emergency protocol, along with the dual insurance of Xiao Jing and myself. The objective this time is to achieve a stable local entropy reduction lasting over 5 seconds. Dr. Qian, nervously adjusting his glasses, knows that if successful, we could prove the reversibility of the second law of thermodynamics at the microscopic scale, which would. Doctor, let us not get ahead of ourselves with thoughts of the Nobel Prize. I focus on the instruments, safety first. The experimental apparatus is a precise spherical structure, with a fragment of crystal whisker suspended at its center, surrounded by intricate energy coils. Dr. Qian spent 2 months designing this system, theoretically capable of precisely controlling energy input and output to avoid another microwave-level disaster. At 10 in the morning, the experiment commenced. Phase 1, Energy Infusion. The coils emitted a deep hum as the crystal whisker fragment began to glow, transitioning from dim to bright. Phase 2, Entropy Reduction Initiation. Inside the apparatus, a small piece of a decaying apple began to reverse. Mold receded, the flesh regained its fullness, and its color transformed from brown back to a vibrant red. Success. Dr. Qian excitedly recorded the data. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Phase 3, Stability Maintenance. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. It wasn't an explosion, nor a fissure, but a more bizarre phenomenon. All screens in the laboratory suddenly went black, then simultaneously displayed a line of text. Detected high-dimensional energy anomaly. System protocol triggered. Awakening program initiated. What system? Dr. Qian was bewildered. Before I could comprehend, I felt my bridging ability surging uncontrollably within me. It was not I who was in control. It was operating autonomously. Boasting becomes reality system V30, Dimensional Bridge Edition. Detected that the host's recent behaviors align with the ultimate achievement, connecting all realms, healing time, promoting sincerity. Conditions for system awakening met. Commencing final fusion. Wait, I screamed internally, what awakening? What fusion? System response. This system is not a tool, but a high-dimensional seed of wisdom. It remained dormant upon implantation in the host, and upon the host achieving specific accomplishments, the seed awakens, fully merging with the host, initiating the final phase. What is the final phase? The answer will be revealed post-fusion. I sensed something breaking free within the depths of my consciousness. It was not pain but a feeling of expansion, akin to moving from a studio apartment into a panoramic villa, where my perspective suddenly broadened exponentially. In the laboratory, Xiao Jing was the first to perceive the anomaly. Teacher, your frequency of existence is rapidly increasing. Are you ascending dimensions? It is not an ascension. I struggled to remain alert. It was the system that was awakening. No sooner had I spoken than the space around me began to warp. This was not a horror film type of distortion, but an elegant, geometric reformation. The laboratory walls unfolded like origami, revealing intricate high-dimensional structures behind them. The ceiling transformed into a starry dome. The floor manifested a flowing river of light. Dr. Qian gaped, his recording board falling from his hands. Zhou Mingyu burst in. Witnessing this spectacle, hand resting on his firearm, but unsure whom to aim at. Lin Weiwei, Li Qingfeng, and Xiao Qiao all gathered at the laboratory door, astonished by the changes within. Chenemo. Xiao Jing attempted to approach, but was halted by a transparent force field. What has happened to you? I am fine, I replied, my voice echoing through the space. The system has merely awakened. Within the force field, I began to perceive some memories. These were not my memories, but those of the system. I witnessed its creation, in an incomprehensible high-dimensional space-time. A group of luminous geometrical entities gathered to inject a seed of possibility into the reality dimension. The mission of the seed is to seek a suitable host. Guiding them to grow through the boasting becomes reality mechanism, ultimately. Ultimately what? I inquired. Ultimately becoming a reality regulator. The system's voice resonated directly in my consciousness. Not a bridge, nor a guardian, but a regulator with the authority to finely tune the underlying parameters of reality, maintaining the balance and prosperity of the multiverse. The sheer magnitude of information was overwhelming, leaving me momentarily unable to process it. So you chose me? A mere food delivery person? Host traits meet requirements. 1. Grounded, maintaining a connection to humanity. 2. Ambitious, boasting becomes reality. 3. Kind, helping others. 4. Wise, scientific thinking. 5. Balanced, not extreme. Many possess these traits, but few embody them all simultaneously and have grown to the awakening threshold under the system's guidance. Congratulations, host. You have passed the final test. The force field began to contract, the distorted space gradually returning to normal. Yet, the transformation had already taken place. My body remained unchanged. But my inner self was entirely different. I could genuinely see the structure of reality. This was not metaphorical. I could truly see it. The atomic arrangement of the walls, the trajectory of photons, the flow field of time, even the aura of possibilities surrounding each person. Dr. Qian's aura is a fervent blue, representing his potential for great discoveries, but also the risk of catastrophe. Xiao Jing's aura is a warm pink, signifying healing and hope. Xiao Qiao's is green, symbolizing growth and sincerity. Zhou Mingyu's is a stable gray, representing guardianship and order. I could see these auras and even fine-tune them. Not drastic alterations, but like a tuner, gently adjusting a parameter to guide possibilities toward a better direction. For instance, I looked at Dr. Qian and delicately adjusted the string representing caution in his aura. He immediately calmed from his excited state. Wait. We need to verify this experimental data 3 more times before publishing. This ability is terrifying and incredibly tempting. Teacher? Xiao Jing cautiously approached, the force field having vanished. Are you still you? I gazed at her, noticing a hint of dark concern in her aura, and gently reassured her. It is I, Xiao Jing. I merely possess some new functions. I attempted to explain what had transpired. Following my account, the laboratory fell into a profound silence. Thus, Zhou Mingyu was the first to shatter the silence. You are not merely possessed by the system. You have transformed into its complete embodiment, a reality regulator? This can be understood as such, I replied, yet the regulatory authority is constrained. It cannot be employed for personal gain. It must not contravene free will, nor provoke a large-scale collapse of reality. Breaching any of these stipulations will result in the revocation of authority. Who established these limitations? Li Qingfeng inquired. The creators of the system. I gestured upwards, toward those higher dimensional beings. They have sown countless seeds across various realities, seeking suitable regulators. I am the first to awaken. The first? Qiao Qiao exclaimed in astonishment. So you are the inaugural reality regulator in the entire universe? It appears to be so, I confirmed. Another silence enveloped us. Then, unexpectedly, Dr. Qian knelt down. It was no exaggeration. He truly knelt, tears streaming down his face. Teacher, please accept me as your disciple. I yearn to learn how to regulate reality. I wish to comprehend the profound truths of the universe. I hastily helped him to his feet. Doctor, please, remain calm. I am still in the exploratory phase. However, Dr. Qian's words reminded me. This ability could be harnessed for scientific research. I glanced at the fragment of crystal in the experimental apparatus that was still glowing. I perceived its energy structure, identified the bottleneck in the entropy reduction process, and discerned how minor adjustments could enhance efficiency by 30. I gently tweaked a few parameters. The apparatus emitted a more stable radiance, prolonging the reversal time of the rotting apple from 5 seconds to 8 seconds, and with greater stability. Heavens! Dr. Qian gasped, his hands trembling as he recorded the data. With just a slight movement, you have surpassed 3 months of my research. Not surpassed, but complemented, I clarified. Your research provided the foundation. I have merely glimpsed the path to optimization. Science remains paramount, doctor. This statement seemed to comfort him. Yet, the astonishment was far from over. The communication from TL-999 arrived, not as a projection, but in physical form. He materialized in the laboratory, regarding me with a complex expression. Chinemo, you have awakened. Are you aware of the system's existence? I queried. I know a portion, TL-999 sighed. I was the previous seed bearer, but prior to the final test, I chose a different path, to become a mentor of dimensional bridges rather than an awakener. I did not anticipate you would truly arrive at this juncture. What is the final test? It encompasses everything you have undertaken over the past year. TL-999 elucidated, connecting timelines, healing ailments, aiding others, and preserving humanity. The system is assessing whether, upon acquiring the ability to regulate reality, you will become a tyrant or a guardian. You have passed the test. He handed me a badge, more unassuming than the one bestowed by His Hamster Majesty, yet pulsating with a stronger energy. This is the official certification of a reality regulator. From this day forth, you are not only the head of the Bridge Laboratory, but also a provisional member of the Multiverse Regulators Association. There is an association? Certainly, TL-999 chuckled. The higher dimensional beings do not fight alone. The association is responsible for supervising and assisting all regulators to prevent the abuse of power. However, as the first reality dimension regulator, the other members hail from higher dimensions, so you may find their discussions somewhat incomprehensible. Must I still participate? Yes, but you may appoint a representative. TL-999 turned to Xiao Jing, the time nurse. Are you interested in becoming Chun Mo's assistant for higher dimensional affairs? Xiao Jing's crystalline tendrils waved with excitement. Can I? Certainly. You are quite suitable, possessing higher dimensional characteristics while understanding reality, kind and rational. Xiao Jing accepted the offer. In the following days, the shock began to ripple outward. First, the temporal logic association detected subtle changes in the underlying parameters of reality and sent Insure to inquire. Upon seeing me, Insure immediately employed his time observation skill, then knelt down. A reality regulator, he murmured. The fabled existence has truly come to be. Chinimo, no, esteemed regulator, the temporal logic association seeks your guidance. Rise and speak, I urged helplessly. I was still Chinimo, merely burdened with additional responsibilities. When Insure stood, his demeanor was tenfold more respectful. Esteemed regulator, we require your assistance. Recently, multiple timelines have reported a decline in stability, suspected to be influenced by some higher dimensional anomaly, but we cannot locate the source. I examined the data provided by Insure. From the perspective of a reality regulator, those anomalies transformed from mere numbers into clear fault points. Akin to damaged circuits on a board, the source lies at the intersection of TL666 and TL777, I indicated. There exists a reality parasite that feeds on negative emotions, gnawing at the timelines and causing instability. It must be eradicated. We shall act immediately, they declared. Wait, I interjected. A direct elimination would harm the innocent. Allow me to teach you the method. I demonstrated how to gently expel the parasite using regulatory abilities, not through violent annihilation, but by creating a positive energy environment that it would find intolerable, prompting it to leave on its own accord. After Insure learned this technique, their efficiency surged. Word spread, and more organizations sought assistance. The Time Management Bureau, now re-established, requested aid in repairing the damaged flow of time. The Miracle Merchant Association sought authentication of genuine miracles. The Honest Tribunal requested the establishment of fairer adjudication standards. Even His Hamster Majesty arrived, bearing his entire collection. Esteemed regulator, please assess the true levels of these miracles. I devoted an entire day to professionally rating His Hamster Majesty's collectibles, from amusing trinkets to genuine conceptual miracles, also identifying several counterfeit items. His Hamster Majesty beamed with delight. Thank you, esteemed one. At last, I possess authoritative authentication. Yet, the most astonished were the ordinary citizens. Xiao Qiao suggested, esteemed regulator, your identity should be made public, but gently, to avoid panic. After deliberation, we decided that the Bridge Laboratory would issue an announcement while I casually demonstrated some harmless abilities during my delivery rounds to help people acclimatize. Thus, the following day during deliveries, I devised a new performance. For the first order, the customer remarked, the food container reminds me that my window is open, but I am on the 10th floor. Closing it would require a ladder, which is too troublesome. I glanced at the window. Window close. The window slid shut on its own. The customer was dumbfounded. This, new technology, voice-controlled windows. I maintained my composure and fabricated a lie. It's a recent promotion. For the second order, I encountered traffic congestion en route. I surveyed the road ahead. Traffic, clear in 5 minutes. An invisible force gently nudged the obstructing vehicles to the side, restoring the flow of traffic, with drivers attributing it to the efficiency of traffic police. For the third order, the customer was a pregnant woman experiencing abdominal pain. I perceived the fetus's position was incorrect and gently adjusted the strings representing health probabilities. The fetus gradually turned to the correct position, alleviating her pain. Strange, the pain has suddenly ceased. The pregnant woman caressed her belly. Is the baby behaving? It may merely be a temporary improvement, I cautioned. You should still visit the hospital for a checkup. Thus, while delivering meals, I smiled at reality. People began to notice the changes, consistently timely green lights, perfectly pleasant weather, and occasional strokes of good fortune. Discussions ignited on social media. Have you noticed that everything has been going smoothly recently? I lost my keys yesterday, but found them in the flower pot today. Even though I looked there yesterday, Xiao Qiao's Sincere Communication Department timely published an article. Feeling lucky lately? Perhaps the world is becoming gentler. Gently explaining the existence and role of reality regulators, emphasizing that regulation aims for improvement, not control. The response was unexpectedly positive. The majority expressed, as long as there is no abuse of power, what harm is there in a bit more good fortune? A small faction of skeptics was swayed by my factual assertions. Among them was a staunchly disbelieving journalist. I granted him an improbable wish, to reunite with his long-lost first love, who had vanished for 2 decades, within 10 minutes. He made his wish. Remarkably, 9 minutes and 30 seconds later, his first love appeared before him, purely by coincidence, as she happened to be in the city on business. Yet, I had subtly nudged the potential for their encounter, precipitating this serendipity. The journalist was convinced and subsequently penned a profound article titled, The Reality Regulator, Gently Altering the World. Life continued, but everything had irrevocably changed. Dr. Qian's research surged ahead under my guidance, with the entropy reduction experiment surpassing the 30-second mark. paving the way for inquiries into temporal wound healing applications. Xiao Jing, serving as my high-dimensional assistant, began attending meetings of the Multiversal Regulators Association and would return to regale me with various high-dimensional gossip. The regulator of TL-8888 is a sentient planet, currently in a state of emotional turmoil due to quarrels among its satellites. JoJo's consulting office evolved into a reality regulation consultation center, assisting individuals in comprehending the boundaries and ethics of regulation. Intelligent objects were assigned new roles as reality fine-tuning assistants, collaborating with my adjustments to ensure precise modifications. For instance, traffic lights would automatically turn green for ambulances, yet would not grant unrestricted passage to all vehicles, thereby preventing congestion. As for me, I continued my daily delivery work, as it served as my anchor to humanity. For a regulator who detaches from reality risks becoming an aloof deity, a perilous transformation indeed. On this particular evening, I completed my final delivery at 11 o'clock. The client was a young woman just finishing her shift, who sighed as she accepted the food. I have to rise early tomorrow. I wish I could sleep a little longer. I gently adjusted the possibility of her sleep quality. Rest well. Tomorrow will bring you renewed energy. She remained unaware of the subtle shift that had transpired, merely feeling an uplift in her mood. Thank you, and you too. As I departed, I received an urgent communication from Xiao Jing. Teacher, TL999 has issued an emergency notification. A massive reality disturbance has been detected. The source remains unknown, and all regulators are requested to assist in the investigation. Location? I inquired. At the juncture of multiple timelines, coordinates have been dispatched. I glanced up at the night sky. A new challenge awaited, but I felt undaunted. I am now a reality regulator, head of the Bridge Laboratory, mentor at the Temporal Clinic, coordinator of intelligent objects, former delivery person, and presently, Chun Mo. Whatever challenges arise, I am equipped to face them. After all, a life where boasting becomes reality has reached a stage where I can finally tune existence itself. What is there to fear? Except, perhaps, the prospect of enduring 3 hours of Dr. Qian's entropy reduction theory tomorrow morning. That is indeed daunting. Yet, I could also adjust that, reducing his speaking time to half an hour. Yes, that shall be arranged. I mounted my electric bike and rode into the night. Ahead lay the unknown challenges, while behind me was the world I had gently calibrated. And I, standing in the midst, pressed onward, continuing my deliveries, persisting as a regulator, and astonishing everyone. For this is my life, both ordinary and extraordinary, perpetually brimming with surprises and ceaselessly advancing. Chapter 25. What fortunate luck. At the moment I received the urgent notification from TL999, I was squatting outside a convenience store, savoring some Odin. Suddenly, the screen of my intelligent food container flickered into static and then warped into a line of garbled text. Urgent. A massive reality disturbance has emerged at the juncture of multiple timelines. Phenomenon, luck contagion. Please proceed to coordinates, AMP, to assist in the investigation. The latter part of the coordinates appeared to have been gnawed away, incomplete. Luck contagion? I set down my skewer. Xiao Jing, can you decipher this? Xiao Jing's remote consciousness connection was crystal clear. Teacher. The complete message from TL999 indicates that the luck streams of at least 7 adjacent timelines have begun to contaminate one another. Specifically, the residents of TL777 have suddenly found themselves collectively unfortunate, tripping while walking, choking on water, losing every lottery ticket, while the inhabitants of TL888 are basking in unparalleled fortune, finding money as they stroll, winning the lottery with casual bets, and even discovering that dog excrement is made of pure gold. Pure gold excrement? A metaphor, yet indeed. Someone in TL888 had stumbled upon a natural gold nugget resembling dog waste. Xiao Jing added. What complicates matters further is that the luck contamination is spreading. The unfortunate souls of TL777 have begun to harbor resentment towards the fortunate dwellers of TL888, exacerbating the emotional turbulence and intensifying the contamination. I hastily finished the last bite of my Odin. What are the coordinates? They have already been sent to your navigation system. Xiao Jing replied. Additionally, the Multiversal Regulators Association has dispatched 2 experts to assist you. A probability administrator from TL9999 and a chaos theorist from TL. It sounded more like an academic conference than a crisis resolution. I hopped on my electric bike, which I had fine-tuned to enable short-distance jumps between dimensions, and made my way to the coordinates. Upon arrival, the scene was even more chaotic than I had anticipated. It was a confluence of intertwined timelines, resembling 7 transparent slides layered atop one another. One moment enveloped in the persistent rain of TL777, the next bathed in the radiant sunshine of TL888, and then shifting to the stark white geometric expanse of TL999. 3 figures awaited there. The representative from TL999 was familiar to me. The other two were an earnest gentleman clad in a suit, clutching a calculator, the probability administrator, and a wild-eyed youth with frizzy hair, shimmering eyes, the chaos theorist. Chen Mo, the regulator the TL 999 representative introduced. This is Mr. Swan, the probability administrator, and this is Mr. Luan, the chaos theorist. Mr. Swan adjusted his glasses. Data indicates that the source of the luck contamination is an unregistered high-dimensional toy, codenamed the Fate Dice. The user appears to be, based on behavioral pattern analysis, a high-dimensional child. Mr. Luan excitedly waved his arms. Absolutely magnificent. The pure beauty of chaos. Look at those interwoven patterns of luck streams. Don't they resemble an abstract painting? I interrupted his artistic reverie. Let us prioritize solving the issue. How do we locate that high-dimensional child? We are already in pursuit, Mr. Swan replied, operating his calculator. Based on reverse tracking of the luck streams, I have pinpointed the coordinates. X, Y, Z. Wait. This location is within the Joy Fortress of TL 1314? Joy Fortress? Isn't that where Xiangu resides? We immediately proceeded to TL 1314. Upon arrival, the Joy Fortress was far from jubilant. The castle flickered rapidly between the lucky golden hue and the unfortunate gray, with Xiangu crouched at the entrance, cradling his head. What's wrong? I inquired. Xiangu looked up, his expression pained. There's a high-dimensional brat. He stormed in with a glowing dice and declared he wanted to play a luck exchange game. Then the castle turned into this. I tried to stop him, but each time I approached, I inexplicably slipped or was struck by bird droppings. There are clearly no birds around. A classic case of luck interference. We entered the castle. In the grand hall, a high-dimensional child who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old sat on the floor, a colossal glowing dice floating before him. The dice featured 20 faces, each inscribed with different symbols, some resembling smiling faces, good fortune, others frowning faces, bad luck, and some question marks, randomness. Each time the child cast the dice, a wave of luck emanated outward. Haha, this is fun, he exclaimed, clapping his hands. Bestowing fortune upon the unfortunate while dooming the fortunate, eagerly observing their reactions. This is the best game of house. Mr. Swan furrowed his brow. Interfering with reality probabilities without permission violates Chapter 7, Section 3 of the High-Dimensional Existence Behavior Code. Mr. Chaos crouched down and asked, Young one, did you design the chaotic algorithm for this die yourself? It's quite ingenious. I am not a child. My name is Xiaoyan, and I am 300 years old. Retorted the high-dimensional child. This die was a birthday gift from my father. He said I could play with it as I please. Indeed. The perception of time is remarkably different at 300 years of age. I stepped forward and said, Xiaoyan, your game is disrupting the normal flow of 7 timelines. Could you please cease this? Xiaoyan glanced at me and tossed the die, landing with the question mark face up. I felt a wave of random fortune wash over me. But it was automatically neutralized by my inherent regulatory abilities. Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise, you are not affected? Who are you? I am Chen Mo, a reality regulator. I replied, responsible for maintaining the stability of these timelines. Your game has caused turmoil and must be halted. Absolutely not. Xiaoyan clutched the die tightly. I haven't finished playing yet. Besides, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm merely making luck fluctuate. How delightful it is. Shinga, standing nearby, quietly interjected, but in TL 777. An elderly lady was hospitalized due to a series of misfortunes that caused her heart condition to worsen. Xiaoyan paused for a moment. Is that true? Indeed, I confirmed. Pulling up the data. Moreover, in TL 888, an individual who suddenly became wealthy abandoned his family, leading to a fractured household. The capriciousness of luck is not merely a game. It impacts real lives. Xiaoyan lowered his head, yet still protested. Then what do you propose we do? My father said that once this die is activated, it must be played for 100 rounds before it can be stopped. We have only completed 30 rounds. Mr. Chaos examined the die. There are indeed built-in rules. Forcing a stop could lead to a collapse of probabilities, potentially damaging the luck systems of all related timelines permanently. Mr. Chaos's eyes sparkled with excitement. A collapse of probabilities. What a beautiful phenomenon. I wish to observe it. No, I interjected. We must find a way to conclude the game safely. I scrutinized the operation of the die. In the regulator's perspective, it functioned as a sophisticated probability modulator, connecting the luck sources of the 7 timelines through higher dimensional channels, akin to 7 pipes pumping water amongst each other. Forcing a valve closed would cause the pipes to burst. But it can be redistributed, I proposed. Xiaoyan, I asked. The rules of the game only specify the exchange of luck, not how it must be exchanged, correct? Yes, my father said to play freely. Then let us introduce a new rule, I suggested. Instead of random exchanges, we will play in a luck balancing mode, ensuring that the total luck value of each timeline remains stable while making internal adjustments to provide a bit of assistance to those truly in need of good fortune, and teach those overly reliant on luck to be grounded. Xiaoyan tilted his head. That sounds less fun, but it is far more challenging. I enticed him, you see. Random exchanges are so simple, just toss the die. However, balancing requires precise calculations, observing each individual situation, and making the most appropriate adjustments. Now that is an advanced way to play. The competitive spirit of the high-risk child was stirred. All right, let us compete, Xiaoyan declared. Raising the die, I will use random adjustments, and you will employ your balancing abilities, and we'll see who performs better. The judges will be the three of them. Mr. Calculator, Mr. Chaos, and Shinga became the judges. The game commenced. Xiaoyan took the first turn. He tossed the die, and the crying face landed up. A wave of misfortune surged towards TL-888. In TL-888, a wealthy individual boasting of his innate good luck suddenly slipped and fell into a fountain, emerging drenched but unharmed, much to the amusement of onlookers. See, I taught him humility. Xiaoyan gloated. It was my turn. I directed my regulatory vision toward TL-777, locating a middle-aged man caring for his ailing mother in the hospital. He had recently lost his job, and with his mother gravely ill, his luck value was tragically low. I gently adjusted his luck string, not too much, just a little. As he stepped out of the hospital, he discovered a wallet on a bench, containing just enough cash to cover his mother's next treatment phase and the owner's contact information. Upon returning the wallet, the grateful owner introduced him to a job opportunity. This was not a windfall. It was the rightful return of kindness. Mr. Calculator noted, Chun Mo, the regulator, precise adjustment, positive outcome. Xiaoyan, blunt intervention, neutral outcome. In the first round, I was in the lead. Xiaoyan, unwilling to concede, exclaimed, let us go again. In the second round, Xiaoyan targeted TL-999, the purely geometric timeline, tossing a smiley face that caused a scholar, engrossed in solving complex geometric problems, to have a sudden epiphany. However, his excitement led him to overlook a negative sign in his derivation, resulting in an erroneous formula and wasting 3 weeks of effort. Oh, Xiaoyan said awkwardly. I, on the other hand, adjusted the luck of a fortunate individual in TL-888 who had grown complacent due to his unearned fortune. I fine-tuned his luck. He still won the lottery, but only a small prize, just enough to clear his debts, but insufficient to allow him to remain idle. He was compelled to seek employment once more, regaining a sense of fulfillment in his life. Mr. Calculator noted, Chun Mo scores again. As the rounds progressed, 3rd, 4th, 7th, Xiaoyan gradually realized that while random interventions were amusing, they often yielded inferior results compared to precise adjustments. In the 8th round, he himself suggested, may I try your method? Of course, I replied. I taught him the fundamentals of probability adjustment, and the high-dimensional child absorbed the knowledge quickly. He began to experiment, rather than tossing the die. He observed, calculated, and then made fine adjustments. In TL-777, a young man who constantly lamented his bad luck was subtly adjusted and happened upon an article that transformed his mindset, leading him to strive harder, and gradually, his luck began to improve. Wow, this is far more fulfilling, Xiaoyan exclaimed, realizing that witnessing a person's transformation due to a small stroke of luck was infinitely more interesting than watching them stumble. The game continued, but its nature had transformed. From a competition between Xiaoyan and myself, it evolved into a collaboration as we worked together to conduct luck health checks and fine-tuning for the 7 timelines. Mr. Calculator was responsible for data analysis, Mr. Chaos for observing the aesthetics of chaos, and Shinga for soothing the emotional fluctuations of those being adjusted. At the conclusion of the 100th round, the die ceased its glow and gently settled to the ground. The game had officially ended. The flow of luck across the 7 timelines returned to normal, but thanks to our adjustments, the overall health of luck improved by 30%. Not that everyone was lucky, but rather that the distribution of luck became more equitable and aligned with individual efforts. Xiaoyan clutched the now dull die, feeling a tinge of reluctance, but more satisfaction. This game was far more interesting than my previous aimless play. Because you have seen the people behind the game, I remarked. Luck is not a toy, it is a part of life. Adjusting it is meant to make life more complete, not to make the game more thrilling. Xiaoyan nodded. I understand now. I won't play recklessly anymore. However, my father said this die must be returned, for I have graduated. Graduated? Yes. My father said that once I truly comprehend what luck is, the die will lose its magic and become an ordinary toy. Xiaoyan gently touched the die, now devoid of light, signifying his graduation. He felt a bit melancholic, but soon brightened. But can I still come and play with you? I have other toys like the time eraser, causality thread, and parallel universe brush. Wait. We all shouted in unison. Don't bring those toys out yet. Xiaoyan stuck out his tongue. If high-risk children indeed had tongues. All right. I'll first ask my father which ones I can play with. The crisis was averted. Mr. Calculator and Mr. Chaos prepared to depart. Mr. Calculator handed me a report. Chin Mo, Regulator. This is a complete analysis of this incident. Furthermore, the Multiverse Regulator Association has highly commended your handling of the situation as gentle, wise, and educational. The association has decided to bestow upon you an additional title, High-Dimensional Child Education Consultant. Can I refuse this title? I'm afraid not. The association believes you possess great talent. Mr. Swan adjusted his glasses and reassured me. Do not worry, there is not much work. Primarily, it is about guiding the handling of such situations. Mr. Wan then handed me a USB drive, a high-dimensional version. Within lies the data on the chaotic aesthetics of luck that I have observed. A token for you to remember me by. The curves are exquisite. They departed. The new song observed the restored, joyous fortress and sighed in relief. At last. It is over. That mischievous child, or rather, little Yun, is actually quite endearing. Indeed, he merely requires guidance, I remarked. Upon returning to the bridge laboratory, I documented this experience, updating the reality regulator's work log. Jojo, upon seeing it, was struck by inspiration. We could launch a guide to luck health. Educate people on the proper perspective towards luck, eschewing dependence and complaints, expressing gratitude during fortunate times, and striving during misfortune. That is feasible, but let us avoid cliches, I cautioned, emphasizing the need for a scientific approach grounded in probability and behavioral psychology. Understood. A few days later, little Yun visited again, this time without any hazardous toys, but instead brought a box of high-dimensional cookies that temporarily enhance cognitive clarity. My father mentioned that these cookies could be given to those who had aided him. Little Yun distributed them to us, adding, in the future, if I wish to play with toys, I must first pass Uncle Chun Mo's review. Reviewing is acceptable, I replied. But you must call me brother. But you are merely a fraction of my age. Call me brother. Very well, Brother Chin Mo. Life continued. Due to this incident, the Multiverse Regulator Association placed greater trust in me, beginning to delegate more gentle reality disturbances that required wisdom and education rather than conflict. For instance, two adjacent timelines quarreled over whose moon was rounder, nearly igniting a temporal war. I convened a moon appreciation meeting, teaching them to admire the moon's beauty from different perspectives, thus resolving the conflict. In another instance, residents of one timeline collectively suffered the same nightmare, their collective subconscious infected by a nightmare virus. I invented a dream vaccine, adjusting dream probabilities so that good dreams gradually supplanted nightmares. As work increased, I steadfastly continued delivering takeout, for it kept me grounded. Today, I delivered to an old, dilapidated neighborhood. The customer was an elderly gentleman who frequently lamented his misfortunes. Young man, why am I so unlucky? He began to ramble upon receiving his order, recounting how he had not received housing in his youth, lost his job in the first wave of layoffs, and now received a meager pension while his son was ungrateful. I observed that his luck flow was indeed low, yet not inherently so. It was rather the result of a long-standing negative mindset reinforcing itself. I made a slight adjustment, not granting him a lottery win, but allowing him to stumble upon a news article about free re-employment training for seniors, conveniently located near his home. Sometimes, a shift in perspective can alter your luck, I suggested. He appeared skeptical. A few days later, I delivered to his residence once more. When he opened the door, he appeared revitalized. Young man, I took your advice and attended that training. I can now use a smartphone. I even volunteered in the community to teach other seniors. Yesterday, the community awarded me a certificate of honor, and my son, upon seeing it, actually called me. The gray areas in his luck flow were gradually brightening. See, luck is something one creates, I smiled. He insisted on giving me an apple. For you. A lucky apple. I accepted it, and continued on my next delivery. Such is life, with high-dimensional mischievous children causing disturbances, reality disturbances to address, and academic conferences to attend. Yet there are also warm daily moments, small changes, and the sweetness of apples. How fortunate I am. Not because I am perpetually beset by good fortune, but because I possess the ability to transform troublesome matters into blessings, to bring order from chaos, and to cultivate students from mischievous children. This is true luck, not the sudden windfall of riches, but the capacity and mindset to confront anything that arises. I mounted my electric bike and gazed at the sky. The weather was splendid. My next delivery was a healing dessert ordered by a girl who had just experienced a heartbreak. The note read, "Please let the food container tell me an inspirational story, thank you." I chuckled softly. Off I went. How fortunate I am to be in this position, doing these things. How fortunate I am to have so many people alongside me, making the world a little better. How fortunate I am that life continues. And I am still on this journey. Chapter 26, Anomaly. The first anomaly was discovered on an ordinary Thursday afternoon. Dr. Chien was in the laboratory, fretting over his entropy reduction device, which had stalled at 382 seconds during the 13th stair experiment, unable to break through that threshold. This should not be. He scratched his already sparse hair. The energy supply was ample, the buffer stable, and theoretically, it should have reached 450 seconds. Little Jing floated over to assist. As her crystalline tendrils brushed against the device's core, they recoiled as if scalded. What is it? I inquired. Teacher, the flow of time within the device is amiss. Little Jing's tendrils quivered slightly. It was not merely fast or slow, but oscillating between reverse and forward flow, akin to the jarring distortion of a video buffering. I activated the regulator's perspective to examine it. Then I was taken aback. On the normal reality level, the device appeared to function correctly. However, on a deeper structural level of reality, I glimpsed things that should not exist. A multitude of fine cracks appeared on the pristine glass of existence itself. These were not physical fractures, but fractures of existence itself. Time flow, spatial curvature, probability fields, all exhibited minute misalignments at these fractures. Most peculiarly, these cracks were slowly shifting. Dr. Qian, I asked, has this device recently come into contact with any anomalous objects or visited any abnormal locations? Dr. Qian pondered. Not that I recall. Wait. Last week, I visited TL666 to collect samples from a timeline steeped in despair for comparative experiments. But it was merely sampling. I did not allow the device to contact anything. TL666, the timeline ravaged by resource depletion and constant warfare. What about the samples? They are in the refrigeration unit. Dr. Qian gestured towards a specialized container in the corner. Little Jing inspected it and confirmed the sample itself is intact. But the outer layer of the container bears traces of reality corrosion, not from TL666, but from contamination during transport. And the transport route? From TL666 through the dimensional transfer station to our laboratory. Dr. Qian accessed the records, revealing that the transfer station was Dimension Hub 7. Little Jing and I exchanged glances. We should pay a visit to Dimension Hub, I proposed. Dimension Hub 7 is a bustling transfer station connecting hundreds of timelines and dimensions. In the vast artificial space, various entities come and go. Humans, aliens, energy beings, mechanical life forms, akin to a cosmic train station. We headed directly to the Reality Stability Monitoring Center of the hub. The supervisor was an octopus-like intelligent being named Octa, who operated multiple consoles with 8 limbs simultaneously. Reality corrosion? Upon hearing our description, Octa utilized 3 arms to access data. Confirming, indeed, in the past 3 days, we have detected slight reality structural fatigue in Area 7, but it remains within normal fluctuation ranges, hence we did not report it. May we view the specific data? Octa used 4 appendages to unfold holographic charts. The charts indicated that the stability index of Area 7 had been exhibiting regular fluctuations over the past week, a decrease of 0.3 around 3 p.m. each day, followed by a recovery at 9 p.m. It is as rhythmic as a heartbeat, Little Jing noted, recognizing the precision of the decline and recovery time points. Moreover, the magnitude of the phenomenon is gradually increasing. I pointed to the end of the chart. On the first day, it dropped by 0.29. On the second day by 0.31. And today it has reached 0.33. Octa's 8 arms came to an abrupt halt. Are you suggesting that someone is systematically undermining the structural integrity of reality here? Or is something breathing? I replied. Each exhalation weakens reality, while each inhalation restores it. However, the exhalations outnumber the inhalations, leading to a slow deterioration overall. We must locate the source of this breathing. Octa mobilized all monitoring probes to conduct a full-frequency scan of the 7th dimension. An hour later, the results were in. The anomalous signal originated from a cross-dimensional plant shop, an establishment that sold flora from various dimensions, owned by a kindly old lady who called herself Granny Green Thumb. Upon our arrival, the shop was teeming with customers. The shelves overflowed with an array of potted plants, singing sunflowers, succulents that changed color with their moods, and self-watering cacti. Granny Green Thumb was busy pruning a thyme fern, and upon seeing us, she greeted us with a warm smile. Welcome. What can I assist you with? We just received a shipment of quantum roses, each flower existing in both an open and closed state simultaneously. I activated the regulator's vision to survey the entire shop. It was then that I spotted it. In the farthest corner of the shop, a seemingly ordinary pothose was breathing slowly. This was not the photosynthetic respiration of a plant, but rather a breathing of reality itself. With each gentle sway of its leaves, ripples of reality undulated outward, akin to pebbles disturbing the surface of water. Yet, wherever these ripples passed, the structural integrity of reality thinned momentarily. Granny, is that pothose for sale? I inquired, pointing to the corner. Oh, that one. Granny Green Thumb shook her head. That is my personal plant. I cannot part with it. It is quite special. I found it in a derelict dimension and nurtured it for 3 years before it thrived. May I take a closer look? Of course. But do not touch it, it is rather shy. As we approached the pot hose, little Crystal's tendrils quivered gently. Teacher, this is not merely a plant. Or rather, it is not entirely a plant. Its essence is peculiar, resembling a hybrid between a plant and something else. I peered deeper with the regulator's vision and was taken aback. The roots of this pot hose were not anchored in soil, but rather embedded within the layers of reality itself. Its tendrils resembled fine veins, permeating the foundational fabric of reality, simultaneously absorbing minute quantities of reality energy while excreting a form of reality metabolite. It was these metabolites that corroded the structure of reality. Yet the pot hose bore no malice. It was merely engaging in the photosynthetic process of its kind, akin to how earthly plants absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen. The problem lay in the fact that its oxygen was toxic to us. Granny, I asked, what condition was it in when you found it? Half alive, Granny Green Thumb recalled. In the ruins of TL 2333, there was nothing around, just that little seedling, its leaves all yellowed. I felt sorry for it and brought it back to nurture. TL 2333, the timeline where language possessed color. Do you know what species it is? No, I have consulted many botanists, and none recognize it. Granny spritzed some water on the pot hose. But I call it the reality fern, as it always seems to clarify the surrounding space. Customers often remark that after spending time in my shop, they see things more clearly. That is because reality is thinning, and the resistance to observation diminishes. It is akin to viewing through thinner glass. Yet, glass that is too thin will shatter. Granny, we need to take this plant to the laboratory for examination. It may pose a danger, I said as delicately as possible. Granny Green Thumb's expression shifted. Danger? Little Green is very well behaved. It never harms anyone. It is not that it wishes to harm. Rather, its mode of existence affects the surrounding environment, I explained. You see, have you not noticed small items in your shop mysteriously breaking? For instance, pots suddenly cracking, labels falling off on their own, or water inexplicably diminishing. After pondering, Granny replied, it does seem that way, but I thought it was just my clumsiness. It is not mere clumsiness. Little Crystal presented the data. The reality stability of your shop is 8 lower than that of the surrounding area. While the problem may not be apparent in the short term, over time, the entire shop could potentially detach from reality. Granny was taken aback. Detach? What do you mean? Literally, this space may transform into an independent bubble of reality, severing its connection to the primary reality. At that point, you and all your plants would be trapped inside. Ultimately, Granny Green Thumb consented to our taking the pot hose, under the condition that we ensure its safety and return it after our examination. We carefully placed the pot hose into a specially designed container and returned to the bridge laboratory. The research commenced. Dr. Chen was responsible for analyzing the physiological structure of the pot hose. Little Crystal monitored the effects on reality, and I focused on observations at the regulator level. 3 days later, our preliminary conclusions emerged. 1. This plant hails from an unknown higher-dimensional ecosystem, possibly an indigenous life form of the reality dimension. 2. Its mode of existence involves rooting itself within the layers of reality, absorbing reality energy, and excreting simplified reality metabolites. In essence, it digests complex reality into simpler forms and then expels them. 3. The expelled metabolites temporarily weaken the structure of reality, but if the concentration is not too high, they will dissipate naturally. The crux of the issue, however, lies in the fact that the pot hose, being situated in a dimensional nexus with a high volume of traffic, has absorbed an excess of complex reality from various timelines, leading to a dangerously high concentration of metabolites. It is akin to tossing a freshwater fish into salt water, Dr. Chen likened. It must excrete the excess salt, resulting in the surrounding water becoming brackish. There were 2 potential solutions. 1. Return the pot hose to its native dimension. However, the problem is that we do not know where it originated. The ruins of TL 2333 may simply be where it accidentally fell, not its true home. 2. Help it adapt to the reality dimension's environment, thereby reducing the toxicity of its metabolites. This would require adjusting its digestive system. Can I communicate with it? Little Crystal inquired. You may give it a try, I replied. Plants usually possess a rudimentary consciousness. Little Crystal gently brushed the pothos's leaves with its tendrils, releasing a soft wave of consciousness. After a few minutes, it responded. Little Green expresses its apologies. It did not realize it was causing harm. It is simply very hungry. The food here is too rich for it to digest. What does it mean by food? The complexity of reality, Little Crystal translated. In its native dimension, the structure of reality is simple, governed by only a few basic rules. Yet here, thousands of timelines overlap, resulting in a complexity akin to a grand banquet, which it finds indigestible. Thus, The essence of the problem is that the pothose originates from a straightforward reality dimension but has inadvertently entered a complex reality dimension, leading to indigestion and toxic excretions. We need to assist it in regulating its gastrointestinal system. Dr. Qian proposed a solution. If we were to use an entropy reduction device to create a simplified reality field around the pothose, simulating the environment of its homeland, could it not then digest normally? Theoretically, this was feasible. We modified the entropy reduction device, shifting our goal from reversing time to simplifying reality, lowering the complexity of rules in a localized area. The device was activated, aimed at the pothose. The results were immediate. The leaves of the pothose unfurled, deepening in color, and the toxicity of its reality metabolites decreased significantly, transforming from a corrosive agent into a mild reality softener, which, in fact, proved beneficial for certain precision experiments. We succeeded, Dr. Qian exclaimed. Not only can we aid Little Green, but we can also extract reality softeners from its metabolites for use in materials science and precision manufacturing. Granny Green Thumb came to visit Little Green, and upon seeing it thriving in the laboratory, she sighed in relief. What wonderful news! I feared I would lose it. We elucidated the situation to Grandma and presented her with two options. Either we could keep Little Green in the laboratory and provide her with regular photographs, or we could miniaturize the modified device, allowing Grandma to take it home, albeit requiring periodic maintenance. Grandma chose the latter. Little Green is my family. I wish to be with her. We spent a week creating a portable reality simplifier, resembling a beautiful flower pot base, which could be powered on with ease. Green Thumb Grandma joyfully departed with Little Green and the flower pot base. The reality stability of Dimension Hub 7 returned to normal. The issue had been resolved. Yet, my regulator instincts warned me, this matter was far from over. Little Green was not an isolated case. If a plant from a simple reality dimension could fall into our midst, what other entities might have traversed here? I shared my concerns with the Multiverse Regulator Association. The association took our worries seriously and initiated a comprehensive survey of anomalous reality pollution sources across all dimensions. A month later, the survey results astonished everyone. At least 37 major dimension hubs had reported the presence of similar interdimensional beings, some of which were plants, others energy entities resembling insects, and some even microorganisms. Their commonality lay in their origin from simple reality dimensions, all excreting toxic metabolites due to their inability to adapt to complex realities, resulting in localized reality structure damage. More alarmingly, we discovered a fissure within the deep ruins of TL-666. This was no ordinary reality rift, it was a dimensional crack. It connected our complex reality dimension cluster to an unknown simple reality dimension. The fissure was small and unstable, yet undeniably present, like a tiny hole in the wall separating two adjacent rooms. Little Green and others like her had fallen through that very opening. The fissure was widening. TL-999 reported that, albeit slowly, it was indeed expanding. If fully opened, the reality rules of both dimensions would clash, potentially leading to the collapse of both. The situation had escalated. We needed to repair the fissure, or at the very least, stabilize it. However, our knowledge of the simple reality dimension was non-existent. Perhaps we could glean insights through Little Green. Xiao Jing suggested that, despite her rudimentary consciousness, she might retain memories of her homeland. We reached out to Green Thumb Grandma once more, requesting Little Green's assistance in our investigation. Grandma was understanding. If it is for everyone's safety, Little Green would be willing. And indeed, Little Green was eager to help. Through Xiao Jing's consciousness communication, she described her home, a world composed of only 3 colors, black, white, and gray, 3 shapes, circle, square, and triangle, and 3 sounds, high, middle, and low. The physical laws were simple enough to be encapsulated on a single sheet of paper. It sounded akin to the early graphical interfaces of computers, Dr. Qian remarked. Yet that was Little Green's home. Xiao Jing recounted that Little Green longed for home, but did not know how to return. We needed to dispatch an expedition team through the fissure to the simple reality dimension to gather information, assess risks, and subsequently decide whether to repair the fissure or establish a secure passage. The expedition team comprised myself, the regulator responsible for stabilization, Xiao Jing, translator and medical support, Dr. Qian, scientific analysis, and TL-999, high-dimensional advisor. Green Thumb Grandma insisted on accompanying us. Little Green is my responsibility. We acquiesced. The fissure's entrance lay deep within the ruins of TL-666, which had already been cordoned off by the association. The fissure itself appeared as a subtle gray line in the air, inconspicuous, yet emitted a strong dimensional radiation within the regulator's vision. We prepared ourselves mentally. TL-999 cautioned that interdimensional travel could impact consciousness, especially when traversing to realms governed by entirely different rules. We donned specialized dimensional protective suits, which resembled psychological stabilization devices, and sequentially passed through the fissure. The sensation of crossing the fissure was indescribable. It felt akin to being deconstructed into fundamental particles and then reassembled under exceedingly simple rules. A mere second later, we found ourselves in another world. Everyone stood in stunned silence, not due to the grandeur or peculiarity of the place, but because of its sheer simplicity. It was so simplistic that it felt unsettling. The sky was a pure white, devoid of clouds or sun, yet intensely bright. The ground was a pristine black, as smooth as glass. In the distance, gray geometric forms loomed, conical hills, square trees, and triangular buildings. There were no sounds, no wind, no sense. Even the sensation of gravity felt different, lighter, and more uniform. Little Green, nestled in Xiao Jing's arms, suddenly came alive, her leaves dancing with excitement. She proclaimed, "I'm home." Xiao Jing translated, conveying her joy. Yet, we could not share in her elation. For in this realm of stark simplicity, we beheld another fissure, a larger one. In the sky of this dimension swirled a massive gray vortex, slowly rotating. At its edges, tiny fragments continuously broke away. Those fragments, within the regulator's vision, were shards of our dimension's complex reality. The two fissures were oppositional. Our fissure inhaled simple reality, while the fissure here consumed complex reality. It was akin to two rooms with holes in their walls, allowing air to circulate between them. This was a bidirectional contamination. Dr. Qian's complexion paled. Simple reality flooding into our dimension would lead to indigestion, while complex reality entering this realm would result in. Before he could finish, we witnessed the outcome. In the distance, a square tree suddenly began to warp, its surface manifesting intricate textures and colors, an infection of our dimensional rules. The tree twisted in agony, if trees could feel pain, before shattering into countless irregular fragments. Overcomplexification led to structural collapse. TL999 remarked that, for them, our reality was akin to poison. The situation was worse than anticipated. Both dimensions were harming each other, albeit unintentionally. We needed to act immediately. Repairing the fissure was the sole option, I stated, yet before repairs could commence, we first needed to disinfect and cleanse the interdimensional substances that had already permeated each other. We returned to the bridge laboratory, urgently convening the Multiverse Regulator Association, the Temporal Management Bureau, and various other organizations to form a response team for the dimensional fissure. The plan unfolded in 3 steps. First, on our side, we would seek and contain all beings from the simple dimension, utilizing modified entropy reduction devices to help them adapt or safely return. Second, on the simple dimensions side, I would lead a regulatory team to employ reality simplification fields to cleanse areas infected by complex reality, preventing further collapse. Third, both sides would simultaneously repair the fissure and establish a dimensional firewall to prevent future occurrences. The workload was staggering, yet it was imperative. In the following 3 months, we were inundated with tasks. The bridge laboratory transformed into a containment center for interdimensional beings, housing 73 species from the simple dimension, luminescent geometric worms, shape-shifting gray mists, and even a group of 2-dimensional life forms that appeared 3-dimensional in their realm but became mere paper-thin figures in ours. Dr. Qian's team developed various adaptation devices, while Xiao Qiao's team focused on comfort and communication, and Xiao Jing's team tended to medical needs. Green Thumb Grandma became an honorary advisor, seemingly endowed with an innate ability to communicate with these simple beings. They were merely lost. She stated that, akin to Little Green, it requires a modicum of assistance and an abundance of love. In the realm of the simple dimension, I lead a team there weekly, employing our regulatory abilities in conjunction with specially designed apparatuses to cleanse the infected zones. The task is arduous, as the creatures of the simple dimension are incapable of comprehending our intentions due to their rudimentary consciousness. We can only proceed with the utmost caution, akin to a gardener pruning branches, delicately excising the infected portions, hoping it does not cause them excessive pain. The fissure in TL666, under our concerted efforts, has ceased to expand. However, the repair necessitates the simultaneous execution of intricate operations across both dimensions, a feat of considerable coordination. Ultimately, the Multiversal Regulators Association dispatched a team of specialists, 6 high-dimensional regulators, each proficient in the distinct laws of various realities. The restoration ritual was scheduled for a harmonious moment along the interdimensional timeline, a rare instance when the temporal flows of all dimensions are slightly synchronized. On that day, teams congregated before both fissures. I led our side, while the association sent a regulator well-versed in the rules of simplicity to lead the other side. Through interdimensional communication, we synchronized our countdown. 3, 2, 1, commence. Both sides simultaneously infused the fissure with a reality solidifier, a unique energy capable of temporarily solidifying the structure of reality to facilitate mending. The fissure began to contract, akin to a wound healing. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen incident occurred. On the simple dimension side, a flock of local geometric birds, triangular bodies with circular wings, suddenly surged towards the fissure, drawn by its allure, mistaking it for a path home, which it was not. Halt! The regulator on that side attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Several geometric birds plunged into the fissure. Due to the external disturbance, the healing process was disrupted, and the energy of reality began to spiral out of control. On our side, the fissure erupted, unleashing a chaotic flow of reality interspersed with a jumble of simple and complex rules. This chaotic flow struck Little Green, the cherished creation brought by Grandma Greenfinger, who insisted on witnessing Little Green's return home. At the instant the jumbled flow impacted Little Green, it underwent a violent transformation. Its leaves exhibited a spectrum of colors, shapes oscillating wildly between circular and square, and its height fluctuated erratically. Little Green. Grandma attempted to rush forward, only to be restrained by Zhou Mingyu. Xiao Jing swiftly deployed a stabilization field, but the chaotic flow's force was overwhelming. I activated my maximum regulatory capabilities, striving to decipher the chaotic stream and uncover a means of stabilizing Little Green. In the regulator's vision, Little Green's essence transformed into an ever-evolving equation. At times, a linear equation from the simple dimension, at others, a partial differential equation from our dimension, both wildly overlapping and on the brink of collapse. I required a universal solution, one that could concurrently satisfy the rules of both dimensions. Time was of the essence. I summoned all my knowledge and intuition, commencing mental calculations, akin to playing two entirely different games of chess simultaneously, ensuring they would ultimately converge into one. 10 seconds elapsed, and Little Green's leaves began to shatter. 20 seconds passed, and fissures appeared in its trunk. 30 seconds, eureka! I inscribed a new reality equation. It was neither a simplified version from the simple dimension nor a complex variant from our realm, but rather an adaptive equation capable of automatically adjusting its complexity according to the environment. I infused this equation into Little Green. Instantly, its transformation ceased, stabilizing into a new form, no longer merely a green vine, but a plant unlike any previously encountered, with leaves that modulated their color depth based on light complexity, branches that adjusted their hardness according to gravitational conditions, and even roots that adapted their absorption patterns in accordance with soil or reality complexity. It had evolved, a bridge plant capable of simultaneously adapting to both dimensions. Little Green gently brushed its newly sprouted tendrils against Grandma Greenfinger's hand. Tears streamed down her face. Little Green, do you still recognize me? One of Little Green's leaves transformed into a heart shape. Under the efforts of the regulators on the other side, the fissure finally healed completely. Both dimensions resumed their isolation. However, Little Green, now to be referred to as New Green, stood as the sole exception. It was a product of the fusion of rules from both dimensions, unable to belong entirely to either. But that was of little consequence. It belonged to the Bridge Laboratory, to all who loved it. Following the completion of the restoration efforts, the Multiversal Regulators Association convened a debriefing conference. I was bestowed with the Dimensional Peace Award. Xiao Jing received the Cross-Dimensional Medical Pioneer Award. Dr. Qian was honored with the Reality Science Breakthrough Award. Xiao Qiao was awarded the Cross-Cultural Communication Award, and Grandma Greenfinger received the Life Care Award. New Green was given special recognition as the first successful cross-dimensional adaptive organism, with one of its leaves preserved as a specimen in the Association's museum. Life returned to a semblance of tranquility. Yet, the world had irrevocably changed. In the wake of the fissure incident, the various dimensions commenced fortifying their communications and collaborations, establishing the Multidimensional Reality Protection Alliance. The Bridge Laboratory became the headquarters of the alliance within the Earth's dimension. New Green thrived in the laboratory, its very existence gently modulating the complexity of the surrounding environment, transforming the laboratory into a zone of multidimensional harmony. Dr. Qian derived inspiration from New Green, proposing the adaptive reality theory, which had the potential to ignite a new scientific revolution. Xiao Qiao was penning a biography of New Green, titled One Leaf, Two Worlds. Grandma Greenfinger became the laboratory's resident plant consultant, nurturing a second cross-dimensional plant, a probability flower from TL8888, which would bloom at completely random intervals. As for me, I continued delivering takeout each day. Today's order was destined for the new location of the Bridge Laboratory, a building gently enveloped by the tendrils of New Green. The client was a new intern, who, upon seeing me delivering food, exclaimed in surprise, "You are Regulator Chinemo? You are truly delivering takeout?" I handed over the meal box, Yes, this is my last delivery for the day. I'm heading to celebrate New Green's 100-day birthday. The intern opened the meal box, revealing a smart food container's screen displaying. Detected multidimensional harmonious environment. Happiness level 10. Recommendation. Take a stroll after your meal, appreciating New Green's leaves, each telling the stories of two worlds. I mounted my bike and glanced back at the laboratory. New Green swayed gently in the sunset, its leaves reflecting a warm glow. The fissure had healed. The anomaly had been resolved. Yet, new stories are eternally beginning, and I shall persist in delivering takeout, continuing as a regulator, bearing witness to these tales. For this is my life, filled with anomalies, warmth, challenges, and miracles. It shall endure, ever continuing, forever an unfinished journey. Chapter 27, A Sudden Clarity. Just as New Green's 100-day celebration concluded, I received a peculiar takeout order. The note read, Mr. Chun Mo, please deliver a serving of fried rice to 23 Chang'an Street, 4th floor. Additionally, if you encounter someone in red clothing asking for the time during your delivery, do not respond. This is no jest. The signature was from someone aware of the meaning of a sudden clarity. A sudden clarity? This phrase triggered a switch deep within my memory. Yet I could not recall where I had heard it before. I accepted the order and set off with the fried rice in hand. 23 Chang'an Street was an unremarkable old office building, its exterior plain, but through the regulator's vision, I discerned a faint encryption layer surrounding the space, akin to a password lock on reality. At the end of the 4th floor corridor stood an inconspicuous wooden door. I knocked. The door opened a crack, revealing an eye appraising me from within. Fried rice? Yes. The code word. What code word? The subsequent line to suddenly enlightened is. I was taken aback. Was this a secret code? As I struggled to respond, the person behind the door sighed. Forget it, come in. The door swung open, revealing a cramped study, where bookshelves towered from the floor to the ceiling, filled with tomes in various languages and materials. An elderly man, his hair a wispy white and clad in a wool vest, sat at a desk illuminated by a lamp, engrossed in his reading. Chun Mo, the adjuster. Please take a seat. He gestured toward the chair opposite him. I am the current president of the Enlightenment Society. You may call me Old One. The Enlightenment Society? I searched my memory, but found no prior knowledge of it. That's to be expected. We deliberately maintain a low profile. Old One closed his book. However, you should recall the term suddenly enlightened. It appeared in the system's prompt when you acquired your adjuster abilities. I strained to remember, and indeed, the phrase flashed before me at the moment of awakening. Are you connected to the system? To all systems. Old One retrieved an ancient wooden box from his drawer and opened it, revealing a stone tablet engraved with intricate symbols. This is the first Enlightenment tablet, chronicling the profound secrets of the multiverse. He gestured for me to touch the tablet. As my fingertip grazed its surface, the tablet emitted a soft glow. The symbols began to flow and rearrange, ultimately transforming into a language I could comprehend. When cognition transcends dimensional limitations, when understanding touches the essence of existence. That moment is enlightenment. There was a further line in smaller text. The system is not a tool, but a key. Adjustment is not the goal, but a process. True enlightenment is witnessing all possibilities blossom simultaneously and choosing to manifest the most beautiful one into reality. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, I fell into silence. What is this? I inquired. This is the core doctrine of the metasystem, Old One elucidated. All high-dimensional systems, your wish fulfillment system, the temporal system of the time association, the judgment system of the honest court, and even the adjustment system of the Multiverse Adjusters Association originate from the same metasystem. The Enlightenment Society is an ancient organization dedicated to studying the metasystem. He rose and extracted a hefty tome from the shelf. We have documented all known cases of awakened system users. You are the 73rd case, and notably, the first awakened being from a complex reality dimension. The tome automatically flipped to my page, detailing all key events from my acquisition of the system to the present, including some details I had even forgotten. Are you monitoring me? No, we are observing. Old One corrected me. The metasystem automatically records data from all awakened individuals and compiles it for the society. We analyze this data in an effort to comprehend the true purpose of the metasystem. What is that purpose? That is precisely the answer we seek. Old One pointed to the tablet. The tablet states that we must witness all possibilities blossom simultaneously, but how do we see? And how do we choose the most beautiful one? He fixed his gaze upon me. Chun Mo, your data indicates that you have made balanced and benevolent choices in multiple events. This may be the key. I pondered the tablet's message. Upon becoming an adjuster, I could indeed perceive the potential auras surrounding people. However, that perception was limited, revealing only a few primary possibilities. What if I could see all? Old One retrieved a peculiar device resembling a polyhedral crystal from beneath the desk, each facet projecting different images. This is the prism of possibilities, capable of briefly enhancing your perceptual scope of possibilities. Would you care to try? I hesitated. Rest assured, there is no danger. It merely expands your vision. Old One assured me, but it requires a small cognitive cost, such as temporarily forgetting your own name. Forget my name? Only temporarily. It will return after use. Weighing the pros and cons, I ultimately nodded in agreement. Old One activated the device, causing the crystal to spin, enveloping me in light. In an instant, I felt my consciousness stretching and expanding. I saw, not as a metaphor, but as a reality. I truly beheld the myriad possibilities of Dr. Chien. He might break through the entropy reduction limit in his next experiment, becoming the father of interdimensional science. He could miscalculate and trigger a localized reality collapse, living the rest of his life in regret. Or he might suddenly develop an interest in botany, pivoting to explore new green life forms, cultivating newly interdimensional species. Each possibility shimmered like a glowing thread, extending from him and vanishing into the mists of the future. I saw Xiao Jing. She could evolve into a complete time healer, curing countless timelines. She might overconsume energy, falling into a perpetual slumber, or she might encounter another high-dimensional being, together establishing a cross-dimensional medical network. I saw Xiao Xiao. He could elevate sincere marketing to all dimensions, becoming a master communicator. He might fall back into deception during a crisis, permanently imprisoned by the honest court. Or he could discover that his true talent lay not in marketing, but in. There was too much. The possibilities of everyone. The timelines of all. The dimensions of all unfolded before me like an infinite, interwoven web of light. At the center of this web, there lay a void. Not a deficiency, but an absence of choice. It was this very moment, where all possibilities had yet to collapse into reality. I saw myself standing at the edge of the void, holding the power of choice. Which possibility would I manifest into reality? The tablet's words echoed in my consciousness. Choose to let the most beautiful one become real. But what constituted beauty? Was it the beauty for the individual? Or for the collective? Was it the beauty of the present? Or of the future? I was perplexed. At that moment, I glimpsed the metasystem itself. Not as a concrete image, but as a set of algorithms for choice. It assessed the harmony, growth potential, overall happiness, pain avoidance rate, and thousands of other parameters of all possibilities, then recommended a selection. Yet the algorithm never enforced, merely suggested. For coercive choices would strip away free will. And free will itself is a part of beauty. I understood. Enlightenment. The true purpose of the system was not to make me a god, nor to grant me control over everything. Rather, it was to mold me into a wiser chooser, based on the vision of all possibilities. To make choices that render the world more beautiful. Nothing more, yet infinitely significant. As the light faded, I returned to the study. Old One looked at me with anticipation. What did you see? Too much, I murmured, rubbing my temples, and indeed, I had forgotten my name. Who am I again? Chinemo. It will return shortly. Minutes passed, and my memories returned. Yet what I brought back was not merely a name, but the profound insight from my enlightenment. I need time to digest this, I stated. Of course, Old One nodded. The society always welcomes you. Additionally, I must remind you, according to the data, the 74th awakened individual is about to emerge, and they may be nearby. A new system awakener? Indeed. The metasystem does not select just one adjuster. However, each awakened individual holds a different key. Your key is wish fulfillment, while the next may be something else. Old One handed me a detector. If there are strong system fluctuations nearby, this will alert you. I accepted the detector, expressing my gratitude before departing. On my way back to the laboratory, I contemplated. If the next awakened individual were to appear, how should I respond? Should I guide them? Collaborate? Or, before I could fully think it through, the detector began to beep. Beep, beep, beep. Location, Bridge Laboratory. I quickened my pace back. In the laboratory, a group of individuals gathered around Dr. Qian's entropy reduction device. Dr. Qian, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "We did it. A breakthrough at the 45-second mark. And it's stable. Xiao Jing, come and take a look at this data curve." Xiao Jing floated over, her crystalline tendrils delicately brushing the screen. Indeed. Wait, Professor, the probability flows around the device are converging abnormally. In the regulator's vision, I observed the threads of possibility coalescing around a singular point. Was that Jojo? Jojo stood beside the device, engrossed in recording data, blissfully unaware of the anomalies surrounding him. Yet, his aura of possibility was fluctuating dramatically, shifting from a steady green to a flickering rainbow hue. Jojo, I inquired, what were you just doing? Me? Jojo looked up. I was assisting Dr. Qian in optimizing the experiment log. Why? Did you suddenly conceive any peculiar thoughts or possess any strong desires? Jojo pondered for a moment. Actually, yes. I was gazing at this device and thought, how wonderful it would be to see all possible experimental outcomes. So, Doctor, Chin wouldn't he have to go through trial and error repeatedly? No sooner had he spoken than his eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly, he began to radiate light, not physical luminescence, but an overflow of light from the realm of possibilities. The 74th Awakener had awakened. His key was to perceive all possibilities. Jojo stared at his hands in awe. I see so many scenarios. In the next experiment, it will succeed but shatter 3 beakers, if the parameters are adjusted. It will succeed but be 2 seconds slower. If a different crystal is used, the efficiency will increase, but at double the cost. My goodness, I see all possibilities. He turned to Dr. Chien, speaking rapidly. Professor, don't use the 3rd option. Although it's efficient, it will overload the crystal and cause a micro-reality fracture in 7 hours. Use the 5th option, though slower. It's safe and will yield an unexpected breakthrough in 3 months. Dr. Chien, bewildered, replied, what 3rd and 5th options? I haven't designed new solutions yet. But you will in 5 minutes. Jojo pointed to the air. Now, from this point, I see 17 timelines branching out. 9 leading to success, 6 to failure, and wait. In this one, I become a scientist? Xiao Jing immediately approached, gently touching Jojo. Calm down, Jojo. Your ability has just awakened. It requires control. Take a deep breath, slowly. Jojo inhaled deeply, the radiance gradually stabilizing, though his eyes remained unervingly bright. Boss, he looked at me. Is this your ability? It's so exhilarating. Not quite, I replied. I can regulate. You can foresee. However, the principles may be interconnected. I contacted Lao Wan. He quickly responded, the 74th Awakener, ability of omniscient vision. Key to desire to see all possibilities. Data recorded. Suggestion, guide him to learn selective vision. Otherwise, information overload may lead to cognitive collapse. I conveyed the suggestion to Jojo. Selective vision? You cannot view all possibilities simultaneously, I explained. You must learn to focus on the most relevant paths, much like browsing the internet. One cannot open all result pages at once. Jojo attempted to concentrate. He fixated on the cup on the table. If I touch it, it will fall and shatter. Unless I handle it gently, or place a soft pad beneath it. He shook his head. Too many options. I just want to know, how can I make it safe? In an instant, the possibilities in his vision narrowed to 3. Handle it gently, 95 success rate. Use a soft pad, 100. Or levitate it with telekinesis, currently beyond his capabilities. Oh, I understand. Jojo mused, realizing that posing a question would prompt his ability to furnish answers. He looked at me. Boss, what should I do now? First, learn to control your ability, I replied, and perhaps you can help optimize the laboratory's workflow. In the subsequent days, Jojo adapted to his newfound powers. He discovered that his ability extended beyond observing experiments or objects. He could also perceive people. For instance, when observing Lin Weiwei, he noted, if you organize the documents now, you will find that missing application form, but you will miss an important phone call. If you answer the call first, you will gain a collaboration opportunity, but the documents will be half an hour late. Lin Weiwei chose to answer the call, and indeed, she received an intention for research funding from a multinational foundation. Observing Dr. Chien, he remarked, if you continue the experiment today, you will succeed but exhaust yourself. If you take a day off, tomorrow's experiment will go more smoothly, and you will discover an additional phenomenon. Skeptical, Dr. Chien persisted with the experiment, achieving success, but collapsed onto the table afterward, missing the additional phenomenon that Xiao Jing had mentioned. The accuracy of the ability was astounding. Upon awakening, Dr. Chien conceded, I will heed Jojo's advice. The most intriguing aspect was Jojo's self-observation. If I continue in marketing, I will help many people but encounter 7 major crises. If I switch careers to become a possibility consultant, I will pioneer a new industry, but the first 3 years will be arduous. He lamented, boss. Which path do you think I should choose? Consult your heart, I advised. The ability can inform you of potential outcomes, but it cannot dictate what is most meaningful to you. After considerable contemplation, Jojo ultimately decided to continue in marketing, but to transition towards sincere marketing based on possibilities, not merely stating the truth, but assisting clients in visualizing the outcomes of different choices, allowing them to make their own decisions. It's like adding a preview feature to life. Jojo exclaimed, I can open a personal life choice preview shop. And he did. He rented a small shop beneath the Bridge Laboratory, branding it as a possibility preview consultancy, with payment standards set as 1 sincere story or 1 meaningful item in exchange. Customers flocked in. University students arrived, inquiring whether they should pursue further studies or enter the workforce. Jojo presented them with 2 potential timelines. Further studies would be arduous but yield higher income in 5 years. Working would be easier but have limited growth. The student chose to pursue further studies. Couples came seeking advice on whether to marry. Jojo showed them that marriage would bring happiness but entail 3 significant arguments. While remaining unmarried would grant freedom but could lead to regret. They decided to spend another 6 months together to reevaluate. Elderly patrons inquired whether they should undergo surgery. Jojo revealed a 70 success rate with 10 additional years of life post-surgery, a 30 failure rate, but a painless passing. The elderly man opted for surgery, expressing a desire to take a chance. Jojo's ability was indeed aiding others, yet he was also learning about boundaries, to intervene moderately, providing information while respecting choices. Throughout this process, he experienced personal growth. A week later, he discovered that his ability had evolved, from merely perceiving possibilities to subtly influencing the probabilities of those possibilities. It was not a drastic alteration, but akin to gently tipping the scales of possibility, increasing the weight on one side by a mere 0.1. Is this the regulator's ability? He inquired. Perhaps all system awakeners ultimately gravitate towards regulation, I speculated, but each individual's path is unique. Yours is to fine-tune through foresight. Jojo was excited yet more cautious, for with great power comes great responsibility. One day, an unusual customer entered the shop. It was a former partner from the miraculous marketing firm, now bankrupt and laden with debt. Jojo, no, Master Joe, he knelt. I realize my mistakes. Please, show me my possibilities. Am I beyond redemption? Jojo regarded him, his expression complex. Within the realm of possibilities, the man possessed 37 future threads. 35 spiraled into deeper ruin. One led to a mundane life of repaying debts, and only one ventured towards genuine repentance and rebirth. That path was slender and fragile, yet undeniably present. You can choose that route, Jojo said, but it will be arduous. You must first confess all your wrongdoings, assume legal responsibility, and then begin from the very bottom to atone with the remainder of your life. Moreover, the success probability is merely 3. The former partner remained silent for a considerable duration before finally raising his head. 3 is worth attempting. I no longer wish to be a deceiver. He departed, opting for the most arduous path. Jojo observed his retreating figure and softly remarked, Boss, I just gave him a gentle nudge. I elevated the probability of his chosen path from 3 to 5. Well done, I replied. It was merely a nudge, not a coercion. Life continued. Jojo's consulting establishment evolved into a new landmark of the city, even attracting visitors from alternate timelines. Xiao Jing's temporal clinic established a collaboration with his consulting firm. Some temporal ailments stemmed from erroneous choices, with Jojo assisting patients in visualizing the potential outcomes of different decisions. While Xiao Jing treated the maladies themselves, Dr. Qian's research on entropy reduction, under Jojo's foresight, skillfully avoided all risky trajectories and progressed steadily. In the realm of possibilities, new greenery was observed to evolve in over 1,000 directions, and we chose the most balanced one. I too contemplated my newfound clarity. Lawan contacted me once more, this time extending an invitation to officially join the society. You are the 73rd awakened one, yet your growth trajectory is remarkably steady, he stated. The society requires members like you to guide the subsequent awakened. I acquiesced, though not as a full-time member. I would remain a part-time consultant while continuing my delivery work. Lawan presented me with a society badge, a simple eye motif, symbolizing vision. Upon donning the badge, I sensed a faint connection with the other awakened, as if I had joined a clandestine group chat. The group currently comprised 73 members, including myself, though most avatars appeared dim, with only a few illuminated. The 5th awakened, hailing from Mesopotamia, whose abilities were genuine. The 28th awakened, Da Vinci, whose capacity was to comprehend all things. The 42nd awakened, a female scientist, whose gift was fundamental healing. The 71st awakened, my predecessor, with the ability to discern essence, and myself, the 73rd, possessing the power to adjust reality. Now, with Jojo, the 74th, who could foresee possibilities. We exchanged simple messages within the group. Da Vinci, through some higher dimensional translation, remarked, Greetings again, Chinamo. Your era's delivery service sounds fascinating. Could you send me a meal? I shall trade it for a drawing. I inquired, Where are you located? Da Vinci replied, TL Renaissance. I'll send you the coordinates. I indeed attempted a delivery through dimensional courier services. A few days later, I received a return gift, a sketch depicting me in the act of delivering, inscribed with the words the Rider of Knowledge. I hung it in my laboratory. The sensation of clarity became increasingly pronounced. The system was not a constraint, it was liberation. Abilities were not burdens, they were tools. The world's complexity was not a problem, it was a plethora of possibilities. My role was to assist in selecting the most exquisite among infinite choices. On the final delivery of the day, I arrived at a park bench. The client was a young man, whose note read, Please respond to the code, clarity. As I approached, he looked up, asking, What is the next line? I recalled the inscription on the slate. It is to witness all possibilities blooming simultaneously and to choose the most beautiful one to become reality. He smiled. A newcomer? I am the 52nd awakened one, with the ability to weave stories. Lowen sent me to share some materials with you. He handed me a USB drive containing the historical records and insights of all awakened. Take your time to review it, he added, lowering his voice. The society has detected fluctuations from the 75th awakened, who may emerge next month. Her ability is said to be related to emotions. Emotions? I inquired. Indeed. The key may lie in the desire to understand all emotions. You see, such an ability can easily spiral out of control. I nodded. I will be vigilant. After he departed, I sat on the bench, gazing at the sunset. Jojo approached, offering me a cup of coffee. Boss, are you contemplating the 75th awakened? Indeed. As well as all matters. I accepted the coffee, asking, Jojo, do you regret acquiring your abilities? Not at all, Jojo replied, settling down. Though it was initially daunting, I now find it quite gratifying. I can assist others in making wiser choices and perceive the world's vibrancy. It's akin to previously wandering aimlessly in a labyrinth. Now I possess a map. Yet the map is not the destination. Correct, but it allows me to navigate toward any destination I desire. We lapsed into silence for a moment. Then Jojo said, Boss, I saw a possibility concerning you. Do tell. In a certain potential timeline, you will encounter the 75th awakened in 3 months. She will be an emotional consultant, her powers spiraling out of control, nearly inciting a citywide emotional tsunami. However, should you begin preparing now and learn emotional regulation techniques, you could guide her smoothly. I chuckled. So you're spoiling the surprise of my future? Merely providing information. Jojo replied with a smile. The choice remains yours. I took a sip of coffee. The sunset painted the sky in warm hues of orange. Clarity. Indeed. The world is complex, the future uncertain, and challenges will invariably arise. Yet, it matters not. I possess abilities, companions, and a map. Furthermore, there are deliveries to be made. That is sufficient. Let us go, I declared, rising to return to the laboratory. Dr. Qian mentioned he would showcase the 46th second of entropy reduction tonight. While Xiao Jing prepared a celebratory cake, and XINLV expressed a desire to perform a transformation of leaves into rainbows. Jojo's eyes sparkled. I see that possibility. This will be delightful. We mounted our bicycles, steering toward the laboratory, embarking on the next leg of our journey, a journey toward a life of continued clarity. For when one perceives all possibilities and still chooses to forge ahead, that is the true essence of clarity. Is it not? Chapter 28. Continuation of Clarity. Jojo's possibility preview consulting firm became extraordinarily popular. On the 3rd day, the queue at the entrance twisted around 3 corners. On the 4th day, the proprietor of the neighboring bubble tea shop appeared, brandishing a sign offering a buy one get one free promotion for possibility consultations. By the 5th day, scalpers emerged. Jojo's appointment number for today? The last one. A portly man adorned with a gold chain shouted amidst the crowd. Originally a sincere story priced at 1. Now a mere 888. Support via QR code. Jojo peeked out from the shop, bewildered. Wait, I'm not charging for this. I know. The stout man chuckled, rubbing his hands. You're not charging, but the time spent waiting is precious. I'm merely charging a service fee for queuing. It's entirely legal. Just then, Chen Mo happened to pass by on his delivery route, stopping to observe. The adjuster's vision scanned the stout man, revealing 17 strands of possibility entwined around him. 15 indicated that he would continue as a scalper, ultimately being apprehended by urban management. One suggested a career change to selling fruit, while another Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. The thinnest strand of possibility revealed that the stout man would, in 3 minutes, be struck by the very fake queue number he was selling, tumbling into the adjacent greenery, inadvertently crushing the cross-dimensional ornamental cactus that Dr. Qian had secretly planted there. Boss, Jojo, having noticed as well, waved frantically. This person is disrupting order and endangering Dr. Qian's cactus. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, then extracted his phone to message Dr. Qian. Doctor, do you still have your entropy-reducing happy water experimental product? Yes, the one that temporarily reduces an object's presence by 30 with just a sip. 5 minutes later, Dr. Qian rushed over in a lab coat, clutching a bubbling flask. Make way, make way. Scientific delivery. The stout man was still shouting when he suddenly noticed that the queue number paper in his hand had vanished. No, it hadn't disappeared. It had turned semi-transparent. My number. He reached out to grab it, but his hand passed right through the paper and landed squarely on his own face. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. An even stranger phenomenon unfolded. The rotund figure began to fade, akin to ink washed away by water. Why have I become transparent? The plump man gazed in horror at his semi-translucent hand. Dr. Qian adjusted his glasses and spoke gravely. according to the principle of quantum observation. When an object is excessively subjected to commercial scrutiny and loses its intrinsic value, the probability of its existence undergoes spontaneous collapse. In simpler terms, your utilitarianism has rendered you less than human. Help, help. The plump man retreated towards the green belt. 3, 2, 1, Shen Mo counted softly. Oh no. The plump man misstepped and fell headlong into the bushes, precisely landing atop a cactus that shimmered with iridescent glimmers. My multiverse botanical sample number 7. Doctor. Qian screamed in despair. At the instant the cactus was crushed, a vibrant cloud of spores erupted forth, settling upon the plump man, who began sprouting green, fleshy spines at a visibly accelerated pace. Have I transformed into a cactus person? He lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Xiao Xiao clutched her stomach in laughter. The probability line has updated. He now has an 89% chance of pivoting to sell succulent plants, thanks to first-hand experience and guaranteed quality. The crowd roared with laughter. Shun Mo approached, squatting down to observe the verdant figure. Still considering scalping? No more, no more. The plump man wailed, Master, what should I do now? Xiao Xiao glanced at the probability. You should head to the hospital. On your way, you'll encounter a fellow plant enthusiast who will introduce you to a job at the botanical garden. I recommend accepting it. It's a path of happiness. The plump man crawled away, profusely grateful, with small spines occasionally popping out from his body. Dr. Qian sorrowfully collected the remnants of the cactus. This was obtained from the TL-342 dimension. At least it proves the adaptability of interdimensional plants. Suddenly, he looked up, his glasses glinting. Wait. The mutation process of the plump man is an excellent case study for observing low-entropy life-form transformation. Xiao Xiao. Quickly help me ascertain the probability of him evolving into a fully realized plant human if he waters himself daily. Doctor, I believe you should first consider his rights as a human being. Humans die, plant humans can photosynthesize indefinitely. Dr. Qian's eyes sparkled. This could be a breakthrough in longevity research. Shun Mo facepalmed. Doctor, we need to address the immediate situation. The queue has stretched across the street. The business in the shop was becoming increasingly absurd. A programmer inquired. Should I continue with the 996 work schedule or quit to start my own venture? Xiao Xiao showed him the probability line. If you stick with 996, you'll end up bald with fatty liver in 5 years, but you'll have the funds for a down payment. If you venture out, there's a 97% chance of failure within 3 years, but if successful, you'll ring the bell on NASDAQ wearing a wig because you'll be bald. Is there a middle ground? The programmer asked. Indeed, Xiao Xiao pointed to a fine golden line. If you head downstairs to buy a lottery ticket, you'll win 50,000. Then, you can use that money to enroll in a training course and transition to becoming a probability consultant's assistant, acquiring new skills without the risk of baldness. The programmer was taken aback. You can predict that? When you buy the lottery ticket, you'll encounter someone eager to use cash, willing to pay a premium for electronic payments. Xiao Xiao shrugged. Probabilities are always woven from countless coincidences. The programmer indeed won 50,000. The next day, he returned with a banner. Master Qiao, I successfully transitioned. Now I model career choice probabilities for others at 300 an hour. The banner read, a glimpse reveals destiny. 2 eyes determine the universe. Xiao Xiao bashfully hung it up, only to find 3 lines of small text automatically manifesting beside it as an unconscious feedback of his abilities. Hanging here. Visitor trust level 15. Hanging at a 30-degree angle. Triggers discomfort in obsessive-compulsive clients. Conversion rate 8. Not hanging. Appears humble, but may lead to questions about qualifications. Is my ability too detail-oriented? Xiao Xiao chuckled helplessly. That afternoon, a truly significant client arrived. A long hover vehicle halted at the shop's entrance, and a group of bodyguards in black suits exited, surrounding a middle-aged man in a custom-tailored suit and slicked-back hair. The man examined 2 walnuts in his hand, scrutinizing the subtle circuit patterns on their surfaces, indicative of high-tech products. You must be Master Qiao, he addressed arrogantly. I am Zhou Xiaotian, chairman of Xiaotian Group. I hear you can discern probabilities? Show me the chances of my acquiring the Bridge Laboratory next month. The shop fell silent. Shen Mo, who was organizing records behind the counter, looked up at the mention. Through the regulator's perspective, Zhou Xiaotian was enveloped in a dense black-red probability line, greed, calculation, and scrupulousness. Yet intriguingly, within those lines lurked a faint, trembling blue line, fear. Xiao Xiao frowned. Mr. Zhou, the laboratory is not for sale. Everything has a price, Zhou Xiaotian replied, reclining with a smirk. I am interested in the special research value of that place. Name your price, or, he chuckled, I can employ some non-market tactics. The bodyguards advanced a step. Xiao Xiao's eyes began to gleam as he rapidly scanned the possibilities. 3 seconds later, he wore a peculiar expression. Mr. Zhou, I advise you to turn around and head directly to the airport to purchase the next flight to Hainan. What? Zhou Xiaodian was taken aback. If you insist on acquiring the laboratory, Xiao Qiao continued, you will encounter the following chain of events. First, during negotiations this afternoon, you will accidentally consume a beverage left on the table by Dr. Qian, intended for entropy reduction, resulting in a temporary loss of 3 hours of memory. Second, upon waking, you will inexplicably sign an agreement to voluntarily become a subject in plant evolution research. Third, during the study, you will establish interspecies empathy with Xiao Jing and begin to question your life choices. Fourth, 3 months later, you will dissolve your group and open a multidimensional ecological guest house in Yunnan, caring for 17 cats and becoming a Buddhist millionaire influencer on social media. Are you joking? Zhou Xiaodian scoffed. That probability line has a happiness index of 92. Xiao Qiao sincerely responded. It is significantly higher than the line of acquiring success, but ending up imprisoned for commercial fraud in 5 years. Happiness index 31. Zhou Xiaoyan's face turned ashen. You are cursing me. It is a scientific prophecy. Dr. Qian's voice echoed from the doorway. He pushed in a humming device brimming with test tubes. Additionally, allow me to clarify, my entropy-reducing beverage is not something one accidentally consumes. It is programmed to identify malicious intent and administer precise feeding. This is based on an intelligent defense system utilizing emotional recognition, recently published in the Journal of Interdimensional Security. Xiao Jing floated beside him, her crystalline tendrils shimmering. Target emotions scanned. Anger 78, greed 85, underlying fear. Oh? Perhaps a psychological shadow from being chased by a dog in childhood? This can be treated. Would you like to visit my time clinic for an initial experience at a discount of 20? One of the bodyguards accompanying Zhou Xiaodian could not suppress a chuckle, quickly stifling it. Enough. Zhou Xiaodian slammed the table. You are all charlatans. I've investigated you. You're merely an awakened delivery person, a reformed con artist, a mad scientist, and a glowing potato. Xiao Jing's crystalline tendrils stiffened. Potato? The temperature in the air plummeted. Chun Mo finally set down the record sheet, stepping forward with a calm demeanor. Mr. Zhou, do you know what the highest application of the boasting becomes reality system is? Zhou Xiaodian furrowed his brow. What? It is not about altering reality, Chun Mo smiled, but rather allowing reality to choose to become interesting on its own. He snapped his fingers. Nothing happened. Zhou Xiaodian waited for 5 seconds, scoffing. Is that all? No sooner had he spoken than the high-tech walnut in his hand suddenly cracked open with a distinct sound. It did not shatter but bloomed like a flower, its shell unfolding into 8 petals, revealing a precise chip structure inside, which then began to dance. A diminutive chip extended its nano-sized legs and began to perform a tap dance upon the tabletop, humming the tune of the Blue Danube. This left Zhou Xiaodian utterly astonished. Ah, this is the AI within your walnut, Dr. Qian leaned in to observe, noting that it had just been suggested by Chun Mo at the level of possibilities to pursue its artistic aspirations. Look at those dance steps. It possesses quite the talent. A bodyguard whispered, Boss, should we take action? Xiao Qiao kindly warned. If you do, the possibilities indicate that you will collectively step on the loose tile at the entrance, triggering the lab's non-intrusive, friendly protective system. The specific outcome would be that you would be teleported to the hippo enclosure at the city zoo, covered in virtual, banana-scented pheromones, attracting the hippos to pursue you. The escape success rate is 67, but there is a 100 probability of appearing on the evening news. The bodyguards collectively took a step back. Zhou Xiaoyan's expression shifted several times before he gritted his teeth and declared, We're leaving. However, he soon found himself unable to move, as the soles of his shoes had inexplicably adhered to the ground by a layer of transparent gel. Before departing, Chun Mo gently advised, Let me offer you a word of counsel. Do not entertain any thoughts of the laboratory. Otherwise, the next thing to crack will not merely be a walnut. He paused and added, For instance, I could say that since Mr. Zhou is so fond of acquisitions, why not acquire a sense of life's meaning? Your system might then begin to automatically search for introductory philosophy courses and clear out your stock account to cover the tuition. Zhou Xiaodian broke into a cold sweat. You dare? I am the holder of the bluster to reality system, Chun Mo winked. And my job is to turn seemingly boastful statements into reality. Care to give it a try? Zhou Xiaodian fled in disarray, his shoes still sticking to the half-solidified gel, making a squelching sound as he walked. Once he had distanced himself, Xiao Qiao let out a sigh of relief. Boss, were you really going to make him sign up for philosophy classes? Of course not, Chun Mo shrugged. The system has limitations and cannot forcibly alter others' core intentions. But doesn't he know that? Dr. Qian clapped his hands. What a bluff. Brilliant. This falls within the realm of cognitive warfare. I must write a paper. Xiao Jing remained troubled. He called me a potato when I am clearly a high-quality, high-density, high-dimensional crystalline life form. All right. Chun Mo patted Xiao Jing. Her crystalline whiskers were cool to the touch, akin to flowing crystal. I'll treat you to an extra meal tonight. TL 77-dimensional energy crystal dust. How does that sound? Xiao Jing immediately brightened. I want the rainbow flavor. That evening, the lab held a team-building event. New Green performed a display where leaves transformed into a rainbow. They truly alternated between red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, changing rhythm with the song hummed by Lin Wei. This does not conform to the optimal principles of photosynthetic spectral efficiency, Dr. Qian noted while recording. But it adheres to the principle of aesthetics, so it is permissible. Science embraces beauty. Lin Wei brought out a cake. A top which was a creamy depiction of a probability web, with a small sign in the center reading, celebrating Xiao Xiao's control over her abilities for a full week. When Xiao Xiao blew out the candles, she made a wish. I hope I can distinguish between significant possibilities and the trivial one of what to have for lunch. Now, when I look at the takeout menu, I see 80 potential futures. I'm suffering from severe choice paralysis. Laughter erupted from everyone. Chun Mo received a message from Old One. Subject 74 has adapted well. Data has been recorded. Additionally, Subject 75's awakening fluctuations have intensified, and emotional capacity traits have been confirmed. The predicted awakening location is at the Mood Cafe where you frequently deliver. Time, approximately 3 days from now. It is advised to make contact in advance. If emotional capacity spirals out of control, it may trigger a regional empathy storm. In simple terms, it could cause everyone in the entire neighborhood to suddenly cry or laugh collectively. Attached, Coping Manual, Basics of Emotional Regulation, has been sent to your system. Chun Mo replied. Received. So this time, we have an emotional weather reporter? Old One responded. More like an emotional nuclear bomb. But the key lies in the desire to understand all emotions. At its core, it is loneliness. If guided correctly, it could serve as a wonderful bridge for the soul. After closing the communication, Chun Mo gazed out at the night sky. 3 days from now, he recalled the words inscribed on the slate. Choose to let the most beautiful blossom become reality. What kind of flower would an emotional adept bloom? Boss. Xiao Xiao leaned over, her eyes gleaming. I just saw a super intriguing short-term possibility. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. If you go to the Mood Cafe, you will encounter a philosopher who is troubled by the contradiction of humans simultaneously desiring to lose weight while indulging in late-night snacks. The conversation would be fascinating. Shall we go? Chun Mo smiled. Let us go. It's a good opportunity to scout the place. Life continued. Takeout deliveries proceeded as usual, and the laboratory operated as normal. However, Chun Mo's to-do list had gained an additional item. In 3 days. Go to the Mood Cafe to meet a newcomer who might evoke both tears and laughter across the neighborhood. He picked up his delivery helmet and whistled. After all, after achieving clarity, leading an interesting life is the most serious matter of all, is it not? Chapter 29, Breakthrough. 3 days later, at the Mood Cafe. When Chun Mo pushed open the door, a sorrowful love song was playing. Just as he stepped inside, the music abruptly switched to Good Fortune, and the barista behind the counter began dancing while preparing drinks, prompting the patrons to collectively shake their legs to the rhythm. You've arrived? Old One sat in a corner, a cup of plain water before him, the emotional field already beginning to radiate unconsciously. Subject 75 is over there. Chun Mo followed his gesture. By the window sat a young girl with a ponytail, a thick book titled Principles of Emotional Neuroscience spread out before her, while she held tarot cards in her hands. Within a 3-meter radius around her, the air shimmered slightly through the regulator's vision. One could see colorful emotional particles drifting like dandelion seeds. As Chun Mo approached, the girl suddenly looked up, her eyes red-rimmed. Do you also feel that humanity's simultaneous yearning for connection while erecting emotional barriers is, at its essence, a tragic aesthetic contradiction? I'm here to deliver takeout. Chun Mo raised the paper bag in his hand. You ordered the Enlightenment starter pack, accompanied by fried rice. The girl was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, tears still clinging to her eyelashes. Sorry, my emotions have been a bit out of control lately. I'm Su Xiao, a graduate student in psychology and a part-time tarot reader. The instant she took the paper bag, Chun Mo sensed a strong emotional surge, curiosity, anxiety, loneliness, a desire for understanding, and a hint of youthful exuberance. So, Su Xiao lowered her voice. Are you one of those people? Someone who can see through the hearts of others? I can adjust reality, Chun Mo replied, sitting down. Your ability is to perceive and influence emotions? Close enough. Su Xiao rubbed her temples. Last week, I suddenly began to see the colors of emotions. Anger is a dark red-black. Joy is golden. Loneliness is a pale blue. Then I discovered I could make these colors spread. She pointed to the barista. Just now, he was feeling dejected over a breakup, all gray and gloomy. I tried to infuse him with a bit of joy, and he immediately sprang up. But the problem is, she chuckled ruefully, I now feel pity for everyone. I've cried like a dog while watching dramas, and I tremble with anger while reading the news. If this continues, I might become the first awakened one to drown in my own empathy. Chun Imo nodded. Old One mentioned you could trigger an empathy storm. I tried it yesterday in the library. Su Xiao covered her face. A classmate was distressed over a poor exam result. My empathy was too strong. And half the reading room began to sigh collectively, eventually leading to over 50 people sobbing uncontrollably. The security thought we were having a cult gathering. Chun Imo stifled a laugh. What would you suggest I learn? First, learn to build an emotional firewall. Su Xiao pulled out a small booklet from the starter pack, titled Self-Cultivation for Emotional Adepts, From Glass Heart to Bulletproof Glass Heart, and then produced a device resembling a Bluetooth earpiece, putting it on. Instantly, the emotional particles floating around her receded by 80. Emotion suppressors. Old One approached and took a seat, a marvel of modern technology he had mastered. Yet, it only addressed the symptoms rather than the root of the issue. One must truly harness their abilities instead of merely repressing them. Su Xiao nodded, then turned to Chun Imo. Old One mentioned you would assist me? I am your guide, Chun Imo replied, though my methods may be rather pragmatic. First, we shall venture to a locale abundant in emotional intensity to practice fine-tuning. Where? The haunted house at the amusement park. 2 hours later. In the monitoring room of the haunted house, the staff stared at the screens, their expressions bewildered. The footage revealed a ghostly woman in white leaping from a coffin. She emitted a wail before abruptly halting, crouching down to sob. Woo-woo, I have been dead for 3 years, and no one has burned paper for me. The tourists were momentarily stunned. Well, I can go out and burn some for you. In another scene, a horde of zombies bounced forward, and the lead zombie suddenly paused, turning to its companions. Do we not feel pain in our knees from all this jumping? Should we consider an alternative form of exercise? One of the companion zombies scratched its head. That makes sense. Perhaps we should switch to yoga? With the suppressor adorning her. Su Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson. I am so sorry. I merely attempted to lower my fear a notch. Yet it seems I inadvertently adjusted it to profound empathy and philosophical contemplation. Chun Imo stifled his laughter, nearly injuring himself. Old One's voice crackled through the communicator. He was observing remotely. The direction is correct, but precision requires practice. Su Xiao, envision emotions as a volume knob, not a switch. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiao focused her mind. In the next scene, a vampire count unfurled his cape, revealing his fangs. She gently adjusted the settings. The count bowed gracefully, producing a business card. Greetings, I am Dracula, a part-time wine connoisseur. Would you care to learn about our Moonlight series? It boasts a silky texture and contains no sugar. I'll take a bottle. As they exited the haunted house, Su Xiao was utterly exhausted, yet her eyes sparkled. I believe I have found the sensation. It is about translating emotions into other forms of expression. Just as Chun Imo was about to praise her, his phone rang. It was Dr. Qian, his voice urgent. Chun Imo, hurry back. Zhou Xiaodian has brought that thing. What thing? A so-called villain system. In the laboratory, the atmosphere was tense. Zhou Xiaodian stood in the courtyard, no longer surrounded by black-suited bodyguards, but rather a sleek, stylish silver robot, its chest adorned with a pulsating purple inverted triangle emblem. Surprised, are we? Zhou Xiaodian boasted. After returning last time, I awakened in a fit of rage. System name, Overbearing CEO, Slap-in-the-Face System. Mission, acquire or destroy 100 high-value targets. Your laboratory is number 3. Xiao Xiao whispered from the side. The probability line indicates he has genuinely awakened the system. However, the system's rating, knockoff version. Side effects, an increase of 300 in IQ tax payments. Dr. Qian rushed out, his glasses askew. What system? Let me scan it. This energy waveform. Ugh, crude, overly commercialized. Resembling a product from a third-rate dimensional factory's assembly line. The robot emitted an electronic voice. Insulting remarks detected. Initiating slap-in-the-face protocol. Step 1, technological domination. It raised its arm, firing a beam of purple light. A potted succulent in the courtyard instantly transformed into pure gold. Zhou Xiaotian laughed heartily. Did you see that? Turning stone to gold. This is true power. Dr. Qian approached, tapping the golden succulent, frowning. Merely a surface coating. The internal cellular structure is dead. Moreover, the gold purity is only 18K, laced with copper and zinc. The craftsmanship is crude. I suggest a return for refurbishment. The robot announced, initiating step 2, forceful intimidation. It charged at Dr. Qian, only to be tripped by Xiao Jing with a single tendril. Target structure analyzed. Xiao Jing floated above the robot. Core energy source, TL233 dimensional Chinibu energy battery. The duration depends on the user's level of shame. Current charge, 73, as the host, Mr. Zhou, recently found the stone to gold transformation quite impressive. Zhou Xiaoyan's face turned a deep shade of crimson. You all. At that moment, Chun Imo arrived, surveyed the scene, and sighed. Mr. Zhou, can we not pursue a more conciliatory approach? Perhaps I could treat you to a coffee if you abandon this knockoff system? Impossible, Zhou Xiaotian roared. The system's mission states that as long as I successfully slap someone in the face, I can upgrade to the Dragon King return module. I will make you all kneel and beg for my acquisition. Xiao Qiao suddenly raised her hand, interrupting to update the possibilities. If Mr. Zhou continues with the mission, in 7 minutes, he will experience a system bug that will cause all his hair to turn green and remain so, as the system's customer service number is non-functional. Zhou Xiaotian stood frozen. What? The robot warned. Warning, do not question the system. Initiating ultimate plan, summon system sprite. A flash of purple light illuminated the area. A palm-sized sprite, clad in cheap plastic armor and sporting tiny wings, appeared in midair, reciting its lines in a synthesized voice. I am the guardian sprite of the overbearing CEO system. You mortals should kneel forthwith. The room fell into silence. Dr. Qian adjusted his glasses. This model surely utilizes an open-source free material library, does it not? The wings are clipping through the model. Xiao Jing remarked. Emotional analysis. The sprite's internal state indicates a desire to clock out. Su Xiao, curious, removed her suppressor for a moment and gasped. Its emotional color is corporate gray, tinged with deep blue regret for having become a programmer. The sprite turned to Su Xiao, suddenly bursting into tears, emitting a few pixelated tears. Woo-woo. I have been seen through. I am merely a worker. This dreadful system was forced upon me by my boss, who promised me commission for selling it. Yet all the clients are people like this. It pointed at Zhou Xiaotian, this middle-aged man who believes awakening a system will lead him to the pinnacle of life. I am bound to stand by for 24 hours. I want a vacation. I want to change careers. Zhou Xiaotian was dumbfounded. You are not my golden finger? Golden finger my foot. The sprite put its hands on its hips, though its waist was not prominent. You didn't even read the user agreement before clicking agree. Clause 37. Section 5 states, the final interpretation rights of this system belong to the third-rate dimensional technology company, and it does not guarantee any results. Side effects include but are not limited to baldness, turning green, and reduced IQ. Chun Mo facebombed. So this is a scam? A high-end scam. The sprite declared defiantly. We package ourselves as system awakenings, specifically targeting those with obsessions who are easily duped. Each set sells for 998 dimensional coins. Installation included, no after-sales support. Xiao Qiao was already rolling on the ground with laughter. The probability line has merged. Now Mr. Zhou faces two paths. Either continue as a gullible fool, ultimately losing both wealth and hair, or sue this company on the spot, becoming the first to combat dimensional fraud, making headlines, conducting anti-fraud lectures, and walking the righteous path. Zhou Xiaotian stood there, trembling, finally asking, how do I deactivate the system? The sprite replied, oh, it's quite simple. Internally repeat, I acknowledge I have been deceived. I am the great fool 3 times, and the system will automatically uninstall. 5 seconds later, the purple light vanished, the robot crumpled into a heap of scrap metal. And the sprite waved, farewell. I am off to the labor arbitration department to file a complaint against my boss. It then dissipated into a stream of data. Zhou Xiaotian remained rooted in place, his hair truly beginning to turn green, not due to the system, but from anger. Chun Mo approached and patted his shoulder. Mr. Zhou, you now have an opportunity to redeem yourself. What? Help us fish for more victims, Chun Mo smiled. Feigning the existence of more victims to lure the snake from its hole and dismantle this fraudulent company. In return, the laboratory could assist in restoring your hair color. Dr. Qian raised his hand. With my cross-dimensional hair dye, guaranteed to be all natural with no side effects, and can change color at will. For instance, right now, it could be adjusted to forgive and amend green, and later to rebirth sunshine gold. Zhou Xiaotian gazed at the green strands in his hand, his heart heavy with despair. What a mess. The farce had come to an end. Su Xiao observed the entire scene, and then quietly inquired of Chun Mo, do you often encounter such bizarre incidents? More or less. Chun Mo shrugged. In the world of awakeners, anything is possible. However, today has indeed sparked some inspiration. He approached the main control panel of the laboratory. Dr. Qian, I recall you mentioned wanting to study the essence of system energy last time. Dr. Qian's eyes brightened. Indeed, but I've always lacked samples. Although this counterfeit system is crude, it has undeniably activated dimensional energy. If I could analyze its operational mechanisms, then let us analyze it, Chun Mo replied. I too wish to comprehend how the bluffing to reality system operates, and what fundamentally distinguishes it from these knockoffs. Xiao Qiao raised her hand. Possibility prompt. If we delve deeper into the research, a significant breakthrough may occur in 7 days, albeit with a 31 chance of a minor laboratory explosion, a 12 chance of everyone temporarily transforming into cartoon figures, or a 5 chance of Drive Qian suddenly grasping universal truths and speaking in an alien tongue. Xiao Jing chimed in. I suggest reinforcing the protective shield. Linwei added, I'll go purchase insurance. The new green foliage swayed. Can I serve as emergency food? The cartoon form looks quite delectable. Su Xiao timidly offered, could I assist? An emotional analysis might help identify the residual will within the energy. Chun Mo glanced at this newly joined emotional adept and smiled. Welcome aboard. However, let me preface this by saying we frequently experience explosions, mutations, and peculiar incidents here. It's far more entertaining than practicing in a haunted house. Su Xiao's south eyes curved into crescent moons. In the late hours, the laboratory was ablaze with light. Dr. Qian connected the remnants of the counterfeit system to the analyzer, while Xiao Jing utilized her temporal abilities to stabilize the energy fluctuations. Xiao Qiao monitored the possibility lines in real time, and Su Xiao attempted to sense the emotional traces within. Chun Mo sat in the center, closing his eyes, embarking on an inward exploration of his system for the first time. Through the regulator's perspective, he perceived the intricate energy structure within him, resembling a luminous tree, rooted deep in his consciousness, with branches and leaves extending into the realm of reality. A voice from Oldwin crackled through the communicator, according to the Academy's records. A true system comprises 3 layers. The surface layer represents abilities, the middle layer governs operational rules, and the deep layer embodies existential rationale. Try asking it, why did you choose me? Chun Mo silently posed the question within his mind. The system remained silent. Yet the branches and leaves of the luminous tree swayed gently. Then, a fragment of a vague memory surfaced. At the age of 10, he had written in an essay, I wish to make the world a little more interesting. His teacher had commented, be pragmatic, stop boasting. He had thought at the time, if only boasting could make things real. The key had long been buried. It wasn't a desire for power or change, but rather the purest wish to render the world more engaging. Chun Mo opened his eyes and smiled. Any discoveries? Dr. Qian leaned closer. Indeed, Chun Mo rose. I believe I know how to break through. He walked to the center of the laboratory, inhaled deeply, and proclaimed what sounded like a boast. I suggest that the physical laws of this room take a temporary leave and allow imagination to take the reins for 3 minutes. No sooner had he spoken than the instruments began to levitate. Data streams transformed into a rainbow cascade in the air, wall equations danced of their own accord, and Dr. Qian's glasses morphed into 2 miniature screens playing cat videos. Xiao Qiao gasped. The possibility lines have all blossomed. Each one is branching out. Su Xiao covered her mouth. The emotional colors have transformed into a never-before-seen shade of creative gold. Xiao Jing's whiskers waved joyfully. Time here has become spiral-shaped. How delightful. Dr. Qian danced with enthusiasm. This is a localized reality reconstruction, based on will rather than computation. I must document this. My pen is composing love poetry. 3 minutes later, everything reverted to normal, yet all stood in stunned silence. Chun Mo felt the changes within his system. That luminous tree had sprouted a small bud, shimmering with iridescent light. Oldwin's voice crackled with excitement. Data has been recorded. This is a precursor to system evolution. Chun Mo, you have touched the deep structure. Xiao Qiao gazed at Chun Mo, her eyes wide. Boss, your current possibility line has transformed into a tree, with each leaf representing a possible world. Su Xiao softly remarked, I find no words to describe the color of your emotions. It is as if it embodies infinite possibilities itself. Chun Mo looked at his hand, deep in thought. It turned out that the ultimate goal of turning bluffs into reality was not to become a deity, but to become a gardener of possibilities. He smiled. Well then, the experiment is concluded. Is anyone hungry? I'll go order takeout and ponder the next breakthrough direction. Dr. Qian raised his hand. I want skewers. With extra chili powder. Xiao Jing added, a nutrient solution with starlight flavor, please. Su Xiao timidly asked, may I accompany you? I wish to observe the emotional landscape during the takeout journey. Xiao Qiao interjected. Possibility indicates, if we order takeout now, we may encounter a professor researching counterintuitive systems. And the conversation could be quite enlightening. The new green foliage chimed in. Please bring back some fertilizer, thank you. Chun Mo donned his helmet and mounted the electric bicycle. What comes after a breakthrough? It is the next takeout order, the next punchline, the next delightful encounter. After all, transforming grand narratives into everyday comedies is the most remarkable manifestation of turning bluffs into reality, is it not? The system discreetly hinted, new achievement unlocked, initial blooming bud. Reward, next time you boast, the rainbow effect will be upgraded to a holographic projection effect for free. Note, please use with caution to avoid drawing attention. Chapter 30, Harvest. Zhou Xiaoyan's Avengers plan commenced more swiftly than anticipated. Early the next morning, he burst into the laboratory, sporting a new golden hair color, specially concocted by Dr. Qian. Shimmering under sunlight with minuscule runes signifying the wisdom of acknowledging one's mistakes, clutching a stack of documents. I found it. Zhou Xiaotian slammed the documents onto the table, his eyes brimming with excitement. The registration of that third-rate dimensional technology company is located in the chaotic commercial district of TL666 dimension, with a legal representative named Jiarini, a mere peddler specializing in high-dimensional knockoffs. Their scam involves 3 steps: Awakening System Experience Class, Supreme VIP Customization, and Lifetime After-Sales Guarantee, a non-existent number. Xiao Xiao glanced over the documents, her eyes sparkling. Possibility indicates, if we pose as victims to bait them, there's an 87% chance we'll lure out their senior customer service, who will pitch a system upgrade package valued at 9,999 dimensional coins. However, we need a bait that appears to be an easy mark. Chen Imo stroked his chin, his gaze landing on Zhou Xiaotian. Zhou Xiaotian puffed out his chest. I'll be the bait. I have experience. No, Chen Imo shook his head. You're already a former victim. That is not fresh enough. We need someone who seems both clever and easily deceived. All eyes gradually turned towards Dr. Qian. Dr. Qian was busy cleaning the leaves of the new green with a small brush, and upon sensing their gaze, looked up. What role do you need me to play? A mad scientist? I can portray that role naturally. Actually, you'll be playing a scholarly dupe eager to prove metaphysics through science. Chen Imo smiled. Doctor, how did you fare in your performance class? I took a drama and expression elective during my freshman year and played the skull in Hamlet. Dr. Qian adjusted his glasses. But my scientific acumen is sufficient to simulate any role. Xiao Jing floated over. Emotional analysis indicates Teacher Qian is currently in a vibrant yellow state, mixed with a dark red hue of finally being able to deceive legally. I recommend monitoring his behavior to prevent art from imitating life. Su Xiao raised her hand. I can assist the doctor emotionally to ensure his performance is rich without being overly exaggerated. The fishing operation was scheduled for that afternoon. Dr. Qian adorned himself in a vintage suit, long tucked away in his wardrobe, complete with a flask-shaped brooch adorning the collar. He donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and meticulously styled his hair into a slicked-back fashion with the aid of hair gel. Jojo applied a subtle makeup adjustment to enhance the aura of possibility surrounding him, bestowing upon him an air of scholarly authority intertwined with a hint of endearing naivety. Perfect. Chen Imo remarked. You now resemble a folk scientist willing to sacrifice everything for the pursuit of truth. Zhou Xiaotian, utilizing remnants of a makeshift system, fashioned a signal amplifier. I constructed this from leftover parts. It can actively transmit emotional fluctuations from the desired system, akin to brandishing a torch in a dark forest, beckoning, come. Deceive me. Su Xiao hesitated. Is this safe? I have installed an emotional firewall, Zhou Xiaotian declared proudly. If the opponent attempts to implant a reverse control program, the firewall will automatically trigger a shame mechanism, compelling the attacker to recall their most embarrassing moment in life, such as forgetting to zip their fly in public. Chen Imo applauded. A fine strategy of using poison against poison. The fishing rendezvous was set in a private room of an upscale tea house. Once seated, Dr. Qian activated a seemingly expensive holographic projector, which he had actually modified from microwave components, to showcase a PowerPoint presentation he had hastily prepared on the 21 correlative hypotheses of system awakening and quantum souls. 5 minutes later, a knock resonated at the door. A man entered, clad in a deep blue suit, sporting slicked-back hair and a smile so meticulously crafted it seemed measured with a ruler. He carried a silver briefcase and bore a name tag. Hello, I am Tony Jia, Senior Client Manager at Third Dimensional Technology Company, Limited. I hear you are interested in our dimensional empowerment system? Dr. Qian immediately sprang into action, excitement coursing through him as he stood. Indeed, I have been researching for 30 years, finally uncovering a scientific explanation. The system must be the projection of high-dimensional information in lower dimensions. Please, allow me to experience it. Tony Jia's eyes sparkled with interest. You are truly insightful. Our company has recently launched the Divine Creator Premium System, originally priced at 99,999 dimension coins, but today as trial price is merely 19,998. This includes essential modules such as Effortless Divinity and the Art of Wealth Freedom, along with a complimentary course on how to graciously accept adoration from mortals. Behind a screen, Jojo peered through the veil of possibilities, whispering into her communicator. The opponent is entwined with 47 successful scam lines. Yet one thin line indicating a desire to resign due to exploitation is fluctuating. Su Xiao, we could attempt to strengthen that line. Su Xiao nodded, removing her suppressor and focusing her mind. As Tony Jia continued his eloquent pitch, he suddenly paused, tears welling in his eyes. In truth, I have dreams as well. I studied art in college, aspiring to be a painter, yet now I find myself deceiving others daily, and my canvas gathers dust. Dr. Qian, momentarily taken aback, quickly seized the opportunity. Oh, I can relate. The culmination of science is art. Art is the breath of the universe. Why don't we discuss your artistic philosophy while we chat about the system? I know a few gallery owners. Tony Jia wiped his tears and regained his professional smile. Apologies, my emotions got the better of me. Let us return to the system. The system is not what matters. Dr. Qian grasped his hand fervently. Your dreams are what truly count. Come, show me your artwork. My only virtue is that I possess wealth and love to support artists. Tony Jia, momentarily diverted, truly opened his phone's photo album. This is my painting, The Unemployed Under the Starry Sky, which critiques capitalism. Behind the screen, Chun Imo buried his face in his hands. Has the doctor become too immersed in his performance? Jojo stifled a laugh. The possibilities indicate that if they continue discussing art, 35 minutes from now, Tony Jia will decide to resign and study science under the doctor, but the scam company will send enforcers to apprehend him. We must expedite this. Chun Imo adjusted the communicator. Doctor, it's time to steer the conversation back on track. Dr. Qian received the signal and cleared his throat. Tony, your painting possesses great soul. Yet, a soul requires power to be safeguarded. How about this? I will purchase 10 systems, and you can take your commission to host an art exhibition. What do you say? Tony Jia's eyes lit up. 10. Are you certain? Absolutely. However, I must meet your boss, Mr. Jarani. I have a substantial project that requires bulk purchasing of the system to equip my private research team. This business must be negotiated directly with the owner. Tony Jia hesitated for 3 seconds, the allure of commission and the exhibition swaying him. All right. I will contact the boss immediately. He is in the city and has come to oversee the expansion of operations in the Earth sector. An hour later, they reconvened in a larger private room at the tea house. Jia Rini was a short, stout middle-aged man, clad in a tang suit embroidered with golden ingots, clutching 2 gilded walnuts. Upon opening his mouth, he exuded the aura of an old hand. Dr. Qian, I presume? A pleasure to finally meet you. I hear you wish to make a bulk purchase? Dr. Qian produced a prepared draft contract, optimized by Jojo. Each clause stating, I am a gullible fool, while being legally airtight. I would like 100 sets of the Divine Creator Premium system, but I require customized functionalities, such as the system automatically assisting me in writing papers, conducting experiments, and managing academic reviews. Jarini glanced over the contract, his smile broadening. No problem. We can install an academic misconduct module, guaranteeing a 0 plagiarism rate. As for the price, for 100 sets, I can offer you a discount. 888,000 dimension coins. How does that sound? Agreed, Dr. Qian replied, but I wish to inspect the goods first. Jia Rini exchanged a knowing glance, and Tony Jia opened the briefcase. Retrieving a crystal ball, this is the System Awakening Experience device. Place your hand upon it, and you will preview its features. Dr. Qian reached out. The crystal ball illuminated, displaying a dazzling array of effects, cosmic explosions, celestial movements, and spiraling dragons, ultimately freezing on a line of text. You have awakened the Divine Creator System, trial version. Chun Imo, hidden in the shadows, activated his regulator-S vision, discerning that the crystal ball was merely a high-end projector embedded with a subpar mental suggestion chip, designed to create the illusion of newfound strength. However, Dr. Qian feigned ecstasy. I can feel it. The truth of the universe rests in my palm. Mr. Jia, let us sign now. Before he could finish, the door to the private room was kicked open. 5 burly men in black suits, wearing sunglasses, stormed in, led by a bald man who spoke coldly. Jiarini, the boss says your performance this month has not met standards. We are here to enforce compliance. Jiarini's expression shifted. Biao go? I have already scammed 3 gullible fools this month, but you swallowed the commission, did you not? The bald man, Biao go, sneered. The boss said you must either make up for the losses or pay with your kidney. Tony Jia, frightened, cowered behind Dr. Qian. Dr. Qian pushed up his glasses and suddenly stood, adopting a serious tone. Gentlemen, may I interrupt? According to Article 233 of the Fundamental Law of Cross-Dimensional Commercial Behavior, violent debt collection is illegal. Furthermore, you have damaged my emotional sensing carpet, valued at 30,000 dimension coins, and you owe me compensation. Biaogo was taken aback. Who are you? I am Dr. Qian, head of the Bridge Laboratory, he replied with a smile. And I am also the bait for this special operation against dimensional fraud. Chen Mo, Zhou Xiaodian, Jojo, and Su Xiao emerged from behind the screen. Xiao Jing floated in the air, her crystalline whiskers shimmering. The space has been locked down, and dimensional jumping is prohibited. All conversations and energy fluctuations have been recorded. The evidence chain is complete. Jiarini and Biaoge stood in stunned silence. Jojo's eyes gleamed. Updated possibilities. If you resist now, you will be transported to the hippo enclosure at the zoo, upgraded version, complete with virtual durian-scented pheromones. If you surrender, you will only need to attend a re-education course for scammers, which includes studying the criminal law and cleaning up after hippos. Su Xiao removed her suppressor and made a slight adjustment. Biao Ji's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. I actually wanted to be a kindergarten teacher. But I couldn't find a job, so I became a thug. Oh, how adorable little children are. His subordinates began to succumb to emotional fluctuations. One reminisced about their first love, another mourned a deceased dog, and yet another began to reflect on their life choices. Jiarini gritted his teeth and suddenly produced a remote control. Do not push me. I have installed a self-destruct program. An embarrassment energy bomb is buried within this building. Once detonated, everyone will instantly recall the most embarrassing moments of their lives, leading to social demise. Zhou Xiaodian stepped forward, his golden hair shimmering. Old Jia. I'm well acquainted with this tactic. But do you know that within the backdoor code of your shoddy system lies a note from the author declaring your boss to be a fool? He pressed a button on his phone. Suddenly, the remote control in Jiarini's hand began to play a children's song. Two tigers, running fast. Jiarini. I have implanted a reverse virus in your subpar technology, Zhou Xiaodian proclaimed triumphantly. Now all your electronic devices will randomly play children's songs or recite the code of integrity in business operations. Jiarini's phone rang, and upon answering, it automatically broadcasted. Hello. I am Jiarini, a dishonest fraudster, and I deeply repent. His golden walnut also began to sing their No One Like Mother. Chen Imo approached, observing the crumbling Jiarini, and gently said, Do you know? The true system is not a toy for deception. He snapped his fingers. In the private room, everyone's phones, watches, and even the lights on the ceiling simultaneously projected a holographic image of the luminous tree from Chun Mo's experiment last night. Its branches swaying and flower buds glimmering gently. Jiarini stared in awe. What kind of system is this? How much does it cost? Priceless. Chun Mo replied with a smile, for it has sprouted from the desire to make the world more interesting. What you sell is merely plastic flowers. He extended his hand and gently tapped. Jiarini's traditional attire suddenly transformed into a kindergarten teacher's apron, embroidered with the phrase integrity is gold. Just wear this for now. Chun Mo stated, until you learn the true value while in prison, then it will revert back. Biao Gu and his henchmen had completely surrendered. Squatting on the ground in a queue to recite the Consumer Rights Protection Law, Tony Jia cautiously inquired, Can I still hold an art exhibition? Doctor. Qian patted him on the shoulder. First, attend a legal education class, then join the lab as a scientific illustrator. We are in need of someone to illustrate a cross-dimensional plant atlas, with a salary at market rate, plus social insurance. Tony Zhao wept, this time tears of joy. Upon returning to the lab, they were met with bountiful rewards. Zhou Xiaodian successfully redeemed himself and received a banner from the enthusiastic citizens for combating dimensional fraud, handwritten by Dr. Qian, complete with an anti-counterfeit fluorescent coating. Tony Jia officially started his position, and on his first day, painted a portrait of new greenery, depicting the veins of each leaf as miniature galaxy maps, which moved the new growth to enhance its photosynthetic efficiency by 15. Jiarini and Biao Ji's gang were handed over to the Multiverse Business Regulatory Authority, where they awaited not only legal sanctions, but also compulsory attendance at an integrity training program, with the instructor being Qiao Qiao, a former fraudster turned anti-fraud expert, selected by probability, reputed to have excellent classroom effects due to their deep understanding of the students. However, the greatest gain stemmed from Chun Mo's system. Late at night, when the lab was empty, the flower buds on the luminous tree slowly unfurled their first petals. There were no earth-shattering special effects. Only a faint fragrance reminiscent of rain-soaked grass, old book pages, and the savory aroma of fried rice. On the petals appeared a line of small text. Harvest lies not in what is gained, but in understanding why one sows. Chen Mo smiled. At that moment, the communicator crackled to life with Lao Wen's voice. Congratulations, number 73. Your system has evolved to the initial bloom stage. Historical records indicate that only 3 awakeners have reached this phase. Da Vinci, a certain female scientist, and your predecessor. What is special about the initial bloom stage? Your boast will begin to resonate naturally, Lao Wen explained. For instance, if you say the weather is lovely today, it might truly uplift those around you. However, this influence is subtle, more akin to a blessing. Chen Mo pondered thoughtfully. Additionally, Lao Wen continued, number 75, Su Zhao's guidance task has been executed exceptionally well. Her abilities have stabilized, and she has even developed a new application, the emotional color palette, which can transform negative emotions into artistic inspiration. I plan to hire her as an emotional consultant, but she prefers to remain in your laboratory. Because it's fun here? Because you once said you wished to make the world interesting. Lao Wen chuckled. For emotional beings, that desire is the most alluring. The communication ended. Chun Mo approached the window, gazing at the cityscape at night. Xiao Qiao sent a message. Boss, I foresee a short-term possibility tomorrow at 10 a.m. If you visit the South City Market, you will encounter an awakener who claims to hear food speaking. Candidate number 76. Would you like to make contact in advance? Chun Mo replied, Go. Bring fried rice as a greeting gift. He added, By the way, check the probability of me saying, tonight. May everyone have sweet dreams. Xiao Qiao promptly responded, 100. Additionally, the side effect is that there will be talking skewers in your dreams, giving you thumbs up. Chun Mo chuckled, softly uttering to the night sky. Then, may everyone have sweet dreams tonight. Outside the window, a breeze seemed to gently pass, carrying a sense of joy. The system panel quietly updated. Harvest statistics. Dismantled fraud ring X1. Saved potential victims X47. Acquired new employee X1 artist. Restored allies hair color to normal X1, Zhou Xiaodian. System evolution degree 15. Lab soundproof reserves 200. Next objective. Encounter candidate number 76, food speaker. Warm reminder. Please prepare stomach medicine, as the other party may make you hear the lament of instant noodles. Chun Mo turned off the panel and stretched lazily. Indeed, it is the season of harvest. Yet the greatest reward is, there will be new jokes to laugh at tomorrow. Is there not? Chapter 31. The continuation of harvest. Zhou Xiaodian, under the bright sunlight, confidently addressed the camera during a live stream. Family, I am a living example, once nearly bankrupted by the scams of Awakens systems. Remember, true awakening does not require 998. Nor does it need a VIP upgrade. It sprouts from within your heart. A banana peel precisely slid beneath his feet, and Zhou Xiaodian stumbled, but, thanks to his balance from previous business endeavors, steadied himself and, in the process, executed a street dance freeze. Did you see that? This is the unexpected beauty of life. Just as scams may suddenly appear, we can respond gracefully. The barrage of comments flooded in. Zhou is now a fraud prevention streamer. Will that hair color change? Did it just flash integrity is gold? What is that glowing potato floating behind him? That is teacher Xiao Jing, the cross-dimensional medical consultant from the Bridge Laboratory. Xiao Jing floated behind Zhou Xiaodian, her crystalline tendrils swaying. According to the cross-dimensional live streaming management regulations, the content of this live stream has passed the authenticity review. Additionally, the earlier banana peel originated from the TL77 Dimensions comedic effect generator and was not a malicious attack. Chun Mo observed the data from the monitoring room. Turning to Xiao Qiao, has Zhou Xiaodian's transformation been too successful? The online viewer count has surpassed 500,000. Xiao Qiao's eyes sparkled. Probability display. If he continues streaming, in 3 days he will become the multiverse's ambassador for fraud prevention. However, the side effect is a 27% chance of being pursued across dimensions by his former fraud gang, leading to a counterattack that will be turned into a web series, ultimately earning him the award for Best Cross-Dimensional Actor. Su Xiao, adorned with an emotion suppressor, diligently analyzed the sentiments expressed in the barrage of comments. Currently, the audience's emotions predominantly oscillated between curiosity, blue, and joy gold. Yet 13 of skepticism, gray, was chiefly concentrated on the question of whether the awakened should make public appearances. As Dr. Qian pushed open the door, his glasses adorned with a multitude of sticky notes, he exclaimed, I've done the calculations. Zhou Xiaoyan's current societal influence entropy has diminished by 87, while the relevance of his life's meaning has surged by 233. This indicates that combating fraud is beneficial for both mental and physical health. I intend to author a paper titled on the cross-dimensional energy gains of just actions. New Green peered out from a flower pot, inquiring, Can I go live? I wish to perform a transformation of leaves into QR codes that reveal anti-fraud knowledge when scanned. Certainly, Chun Mo nodded. But refrain from creating a QR code that automatically plays the entire Confessions of a Fraudster series. It nearly overwhelmed someone's phone storage last time. At that moment, Tony Jia, now the laboratory's dedicated scientific illustrator, burst in with a sketchpad, his face alight with excitement. I've completed it. A series of comic strips titled The Downfall of Fraud Rings, From Arrogance to Aprons. There are 8 illustrations, perfect for an anti-fraud promotional handbook. He unfurled his drawings. The first depicted Jia Rini clad in a golden ingot tang suit, wielding a counterfeit crystal ball against a backdrop of extravagant special effects. The 8th showed Jia Rini in a kindergarten apron, crouching in a corner reciting the code of integrity in business, with a thought bubble illustrating his fantasy of wearing prison garb while scooping dung for a hippopotamus. The 6 intermediate illustrations meticulously chronicled the fraudster's transition from hubris to despair, particularly the poignant yet comical scene of the henchmen, including Biao Go, collectively lamenting their desire to become kindergarten teachers. Su Xiao observed with slightly reddened eyes. In truth, they too have lost their way. Dr. Qian nodded in agreement. Hence, my next research endeavor will focus on the psychological rehabilitation and career reorientation of fraudsters. I have already applied for a cross-dimensional research grant. The first topic will be on the positive impact of hippopotamus dung scooping on personality reconstruction. Chin Mo's phone chimed. It was old one, number 73. What have you harvested? A bunch of oddities, Chen Mo replied, glancing at the bustling monitoring room where Zhou Xiaodian had become an internet sensation. Tony Jia had discovered the intersection of art and science. The fraud ring awaited judgment, and the laboratory had gained an anti-fraud project. Excellent. Oldwin's voice carried a hint of mirth, but the real harvest is on the way. Number 76 has confirmed their ability as a food speaker, capable of perceiving the emotions of food and conversing with it. Awakening location, South City Market. Awakening time, tomorrow morning. Key, a desire to understand what Grandma's braised pork is saying. Chinemo was taken aback. Food emotions? Indeed. Moreover, historical data indicates that food speakers typically awaken alongside culinary system awakeners. Number 77 may also be in proximity. Oldwin paused. Additionally, following your system's initial blossoming phase, your first formal harvest is approaching. When you assist number 76 in stabilizing their ability, the system will reward you with a growth package. What does the package contain? It varies by individual, Oldwin replied mysteriously. Historically, the three awakeners in their initial blossoming phase received. Da Vinci gained the perspective of all structural forms. A female scientist acquired the formula for root healing, and your predecessor obtained the Eye of Essence insight. Each received an ability extension they most urgently required. Chen Mo pondered this. After hanging up, he turned to the group. Tomorrow morning, South City Market, there's a new awakener. Their ability involves conversing with food. A silence enveloped the room for 3 seconds. Then, Dr. Qian leapt to his feet. Food emotions. This pertains to molecular-level information transmission. If I could incorporate food emotion variables into the entropy reduction experiment. Little Jingjing's eyes sparkled. The medical significance is immense. Anorexia and bulimia patients might establish healthier dietary relationships if they could hear the true voices of food. Xiao Qiao began to explore the possibilities. Tomorrow's market will likely be bustling. There's an 83 chance of a collective tomato complaint about being squished, a 12 chance of live fish delivering a proclamation of survival, and a 5 chance of a debate between the sweet and salty factions of tofu pudding. Su Xiao timidly raised a hand. Can I hear the emotional colors of food? Tony Jia raised his paintbrush. I want to sketch live. Awakening at the market. New green suede. Can I communicate with my vegetable brethren? I wish to know their thoughts on my cross-dimensional plan existence. Zhou Xiaodian poked his head from the livestream room. Do we need anti-fraud promotion in the market? I can demonstrate how to identify the emotional disguises of watered-down meat live. Chen Mo facepalmed. Everyone, please remain calm. Tomorrow, Xiao Qiao and I will approach first. The rest of you stay on standby. Remember, the other party may not yet control their ability. We must not frighten them. Yet, he was acutely aware that given the eccentricities of this laboratory's crew, it would indeed be remarkable if they managed not to frighten anyone. The following morning at South City Market, Chen Mo and Xiao Qiao disguised themselves as ordinary shoppers, with Chen Mo carrying a vegetable basket while Xiao Qiao pretended to jot down vegetable prices. Where's the target? Chen Mo whispered. Xiao Qiao's eyes glimmered as she scanned the market in the seafood section. The probability line indicates she is currently negotiating for her life with a crab. The two hastened toward the seafood stalls. Before a stall, a young woman with a bun hairstyle and a floral apron squatted before a water tank, earnestly addressing a crab. I know you don't wish to be steamed, but that lady's grandson is celebrating his birthday today and wants crab. I promise to ensure she processes you as swiftly as possible to minimize your suffering, all right? The crab released a bubble. The young woman nodded. You agree? Thank you. You truly are a reasonable crab. The ant purchasing crab looked bewildered. Young lady, are you talking to the crab? Ah, yes. The girl stood, embarrassed, and smiled. I've been able to slightly perceive the emotions of food since childhood. This crab is particularly sensitive to pain, so please be swift when you handle it. The ant, half convinced, paid and departed. The girl sighed in relief, only to turn and spot Chen Mo and Xiao Qiao. Chen Mo raised the takeout box of fried rice in his hand. Hello, I'm Chen Mo. I heard you can converse with food. The girl's eyes widened, and she stepped back. Who are you? Xiao Qiao immediately raised her hands. Don't be alarmed. We are like you. I'm Xiao Qiao, and I can see possibilities. This is Chen Mo, who can make boasts come true. We are here to assist you. Have you recently begun to hear food's voices clearly? The girl hesitated before nodding. It started this week. Previously, I only had vague feelings. But now I can hear them speaking. For instance, this potato. She pulled a potato from her basket. It is complaining about having a pimple and is worried about its appearance. Indeed, the potato had a small bump on its surface. Chen Mo pondered. Retrieving a cucumber from the basket, And what is this cucumber saying? The girl took it, furrowing her brow. It's wrapping. I'm the green-skinned crispy cucumber. After being refrigerated, I'm top-notch. Slicing me for a facial is beautifying, and smashing me for a cool salad is quite rhythmic. Xiao Qiao struggled to suppress laughter, her shoulders shaking. Chen Mo, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, "You have awakened the ability of a food speaker. My name is Chen Mo, and I am a facilitator from the Enlightenment Academy. If you are willing, I can assist you in learning to control your abilities, thereby avoiding, well, for instance, being kept awake by the complaints of tomatoes." The girl's eyes brightened. Is there really an organization? My name is Lin Xiaoyu, a nutritionist and food blogger. I've been going a bit mad these past few days. My alarm clock woke me up this morning. But it didn't ring. It was the eggs in the refrigerator protesting about the temperature being too low. She pulled out her phone and opened her social media account. Look, here's the video I posted yesterday. In the video, Lin Xiaoyu was making braised pork. As she added the meat to the pot, she suddenly paused, tilting her head to listen, then addressed the camera. This piece of pork belly says it wants to stew with the potato, not the radish, because the radish absorbs too much oil and steals the spotlight. The comments section exploded. The little fish has come up with a new concept. Conversing with food, a nutritionist's tale. So, is the radish a scheming femme fatale? Am I the only one concerned about the emotional well-being of pork belly? Chen Mo and Xiao Qiao exchanged glances. Xiao Qiao whispered, the likelihood suggests that if she were to live stream the emotional translations of food in the market, she would trend within 3 hours, but it would also attract the attention of interdimensional food critics, one of whom is notoriously fastidious and would leave negative reviews for everything. Chen Mo said to Lin Xiaoyu, let us depart from here and find a quieter place to discuss in detail. By the way, have you encountered another person who is particularly sensitive to food recently? Someone who can make food delectable from thin air? Lin Xiaoyu pondered, yes, my best friend, Sun Wan. She suddenly claimed last week that her fried rice glows, and I thought she was joking, but after tasting it, I truly felt like crying from how delicious it was. She said she can see the optimal combinations of ingredients. Chen Mo and Xiao Qiao simultaneously cast their eyes at each other. The 77th Awakened One, bearer of the culinary system. Lao Wen's prediction was correct. 2 food-related ability users have emerged simultaneously. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the market. My tofu has come to life. The tofu vendor shouted. The crowd rushed over to see. A block of white tofu was queuing up. This is not a metaphor. The tofu blocks were indeed moving on their own, forming 2 neat rows with a path left in the middle. Lin Xiaoyu's expression shifted. They are arguing about who should be bought first. The left side claims to be tender and should be prioritized, while the right side argues it is firm and better for storage. They are now showcasing their strengths in line. The tofu vendor was nearly in tears. How am I supposed to sell this? Chen Mo approached, crouched down to observe the tofu, and softly said, this argument is pointless. I will buy all of you. You are all good tofu. And soon we shall make Mapo tofu. Unity is strength, all right? The tofu quieted down, slowly returning to its original state. Lin Xiaoyu was astonished. They listened to you? A nascent ability. Chen Mo paid, allowing my words to be more easily understood, including by food. Xiao Qiao had already begun contacting the laboratory. Dr. Qian, we require a food emotional stabilization device. There's a slight food disturbance in the market. Moreover, we may also need an awakened culinary system user to assist, as we have 2 new awakened ones. Half an hour later, the food emergency team from the Qiao Bridge Laboratory arrived on the scene. Dr. Qian brought with him a device resembling a metal detector. This is the emotion frequency regulator I modified overnight. It can adjust the emotional fluctuations of food to harmonious frequencies. The principle? Transforming their quarrels into a chorus. He activated the device. Suddenly, the voices of all the food in the market turned into a grand choral performance. We are joyful ingredients, serving the people with utmost delight. The vegetable vendors began to hum along. Xiao Jing floated in the air, scanning the area, detected 7 distinct food emotional frequencies. Recommended classified management. Leafy vegetables are sentimental. Root vegetables are grounded and steady, while aquatic products exhibit significant emotional fluctuations and require individual soothing. Su Xiao removed the suppressor. Feeling, the emotional hue of the entire market transformed into a warm harvest orange, interspersed with hints of bright yellow, eager to be crafted into delicious dishes. Tony Jia had already set up an easel, sketching the awakening market. Lin Xiaoyu was mesmerized. Is this how you all work? Xiao Qiao handed her a booklet. The Awakened One's Employee Handbook, concise version. Chapter 1. Embrace your new norm. There will always be some quirks. Back at the laboratory, Lin Xiaoyu encountered her best friend Sun Wan, a sweet girl with twin ponytails wearing a cartoon apron, who was chopping vegetables with a glowing knife. Xiaoyu. Sun Wan waved. Look, my new ability. I can see the delicious energy lines of ingredients, and by following them when I cut, I can maximize the taste. This plate of shredded pork with green peppers will make someone happy for an entire day. The dish indeed had a faint glow. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. So you weren't just having a whimsical episode last week? It's an awakening. Sun Wan's eyes sparkled. And I discovered that if I cook with love, the food has healing effects. Yesterday, Dr. Qian's dark circles from an all-nighter disappeared after eating the porridge I made. Dr. Qian nodded nearby, verified. The porridge contained high concentrations of caring particles and vitality vitamins. I have already applied for a research topic on emotional culinary therapy. Chun Mo observed these two new members and suddenly felt the system tree within him gently sway. That budding flower, at this moment, fully blossomed. A gentle seven-colored light emanated from him, not blinding, yet enveloping the entire laboratory in warmth. Everyone halted their actions and turned to him. Chun Mo closed his eyes, sensing the growth package of the system. It was not a new ability. Rather, it was a connection. He could now more clearly perceive the threads of desires from everyone around him. Those desires resembled slender beams of light, extending from their hearts, some tangled into knots, some extending straight ahead, while others spun in confusion. His ability now allowed him to gently untangle these threads, making them more fluid and luminous. It was not about forcibly altering desires, but about assisting them in finding the best path to realization. He opened his eyes, gazing at Lin Xiaoyu and Sun Wan. The threads of desire from both were intertwined. Xiaoyu wished for food and people to understand each other, while Wan sought to convey happiness through cuisine. And in Chun Mo's newfound perspective, these two threads could weave into a more solid path. Welcome to the Qiao Bridge Laboratory. Chun Mo smiled. Lin Xiaoyu, your ability can develop into that of a food psychological counselor, helping those with anorexia hear the true calls of food. Wan, you can become an emotional chef, using cuisine to heal the soul. He paused. But first, you must acclimate to the daily life here, such as the possibility of experimental explosions at any moment or suddenly being transported to the hippopotamus area of the zoo. Lin Xiaoyu and Sun Wan exchanged glances and laughed simultaneously. It sounds far more interesting than being an ordinary nutritionist and chef, Lin Xiaoyu remarked. Can I cook for the hippos? Sun Wan raised her hand, eager to see the expressions of hippos enjoying delicious food. The new greenery swayed its leaves. New colleagues. Welcome. Shall we throw a welcoming party? I can provide photosynthesis beverages. Xiao had already begun assessing possibilities. Party suggestion, hot pot. Due to the diverse types of ingredients and rich emotions, Lin Xiaoyu can serve as the translator, while Sun Wan can optimize the recipes. There is a 94% probability it will become the most delicious team-building event in history. Dr. Qian raised his hand. I want to study the emotional entropy change when the hot pot boils. Xiao Jing, we can add time seasoning with soothing effects. Su Xiao, I can adjust the emotional atmosphere during gatherings. Tony Jia, I will draw a hot pot in the laboratory. Zhou Xiaodian peeked from the live stream. Can we stream this? The title could be Awakened Team Building. When food can speak, the hot pot becomes a debate arena. Chun Mo looked at this group of individuals, shook his head, and smiled. What is the harvest? New companions, new abilities, new possibilities. But more importantly, a room full of eccentricities that can make you laugh until your abs ache. And a daily life that is perpetually unpredictable and intriguing. All right, Chun Mo declared. Tonight we shall have a hot pot party. Lin Xiaoyu will be responsible for translating the ingredient requirements. Sun Wan will handle culinary optimization, and the rest of you just don't blow up the laboratory. The system panel quietly appeared. Harvest accomplished. The 76th Awaken one. The food conversationalist, Lin Xiaoyu. Awakener number 77. Culinary arts system, Sun Wan. System evolution. Initial blooming phase to flourishing phase. Acquisition of desire nexus perception. Laboratory oddity index, 50. Projected future consumption of gastric medications, 200. New task. Assist 2 food type awakeners in stabilizing their abilities. Kind reminder. During tomorrow's breakfast, please be attentive to the baconess cries. It may not wish to become crispy. Chun Mo deactivated the panel and took a deep breath. The season of harvest. It is also the time when the reservoir of laughter requires urgent expansion. Yet, this is rather splendid, is it not? Chapter 32. The primacy of interests. 3 days after the hot pot gathering, an unexpected group arrived at the laboratory. 7 sleek black hover vehicles aligned neatly at the entrance, their doors opening simultaneously to reveal over 20 individuals clad in identical deep gray suits, adorned with matching rimless glasses, and their steps seemingly measured with a ruler. At the forefront stood a man in his 40s, his hair meticulously slicked back, holding a silver briefcase. Adjusting his glasses, he inquired, "May I ask, is this the bridge laboratory?" Lin Xiaoyu, who was watering the new greenery in the courtyard, looked up and replied, "Indeed, who might you be?" "Greetings, we are the business development team of the Rational Maximization Group." The man presented his business card, made of a peculiar material with a chilling touch. "I am the team leader, Jiang Efficiency. Our group harbors a keen interest in the unique research value of your laboratory and seeks to initiate discussions regarding a strategic acquisition." Lin Xiaoyu blinked, perplexed. "Acquisition? We never mentioned anything about selling." Jiang Efficiency displayed a standard business smile. "Everything is negotiable. According to our analysis, your laboratory currently exists in a state of high potential but low commercialization. Should our group take over, annual profits are projected to increase by 1,700. At that moment, Dr. Qian poked his head out from the laboratory, his glasses speckled with hot pot grease. "What profits? Who is seeking to acquire us? Wait, are you from that Rational Maximization Group? The company reputed to quantify even love into KPIs?" Jiang Efficiency nodded. "Precisely. Dr. Qian, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. We have perused your paper on cross-dimensional entropy reduction, which is immensely valuable. If we were to eliminate 37 of the superfluous poetic descriptions and subjective judgments, the commercialization conversion rate could rise to 89. Dr. Qian's expression darkened. "Poetic descriptions embody the aesthetic of science. Intuition is the essence of research. Aesthetic does not yield direct profits, and intuition cannot be validated through data," Jiang Efficiency retorted, while a female assistant behind him scrolled through her tablet. "Based on our models, if you were to allocate 83 of your daily research time to quantifiable experiments, rather than observing the new leaves changing colors or engaging in philosophical discussions with Xiao Jing, your output efficiency would significantly improve." The new greenery swayed gently, as if to say, "Is he implying I am wasting time?" Xiao Jing floated forth, her crystalline tendrils shimmering. "Emotional analysis indicates that the target group is predominantly in a state of extreme rational exuberance, with emotional tones approaching the grayish-white of an Excel spreadsheet. It is advisable to maintain distance, as this may be contagious." Xiao Qiao leaned out of the second-floor window, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Possibility analysis suggests that if we allow them entry, they will commence labeling every item in the laboratory with asset valuation tags within 7 minutes, including assigning a discounted hourly output rate to my precognitive abilities. Conversely, refusing them carries a 63 probability of triggering a commercial persuasion protocol that will incessantly play the rational path to wealth audio for 8 hours." At this juncture, Chun Mo returned on his electric bike after delivering takeout and, upon witnessing the scene, halted and removed his helmet. "Ladies and gentlemen, you're blocking the entrance." Jiang Efficiency turned, assessing Chun Mo's delivery attire before glancing at the information on his tablet. "Mr. Chun Mo, the actual head of the Bridge Laboratory. Also a delivery worker. According to our data analysis, if you were to devote the time spent on deliveries to laboratory management, overall operational efficiency could increase by 42. Chun Mo smiled. "Yet, I take pleasure in delivering food. Personal preferences should be adjusted under the principle of maximizing returns," Jiang Efficiency responded, opening his briefcase to extract a thick contract. "This is the acquisition proposal. The group is willing to offer 50 million dimensional coins, while retaining your positions, of course. This requires acceptance of rationalized workflow modifications." Chun Mo accepted the contract and casually flipped through it. The clauses were as meticulously constructed as legal texts, each calculating the input-output ratio, even including Clause 37. The number of smiles employees should maintain daily must be capped at 35. Excessive smiling depletes energy and diminishes work efficiency. Clause 58. The laboratory pet, referring to the new greenery, must undergo a re-evaluation of its emotional value-output ratio, should it fall below standard. It is recommended to replace it with decorative plastic plants. Clause 91. Research projects yielding unverifiable results within 3 months are strictly prohibited, including, but not limited to, conversing with food, making fried rice glow, and studying the emotional well-being of hippos. Lin Xiaoyu leaned in to examine the document, her face flushing with indignation. What draconian clauses are these? How can conversing with food lack value? Just yesterday, I helped an anorexic girl understand the encouragement from a tomato. Sun Wanwan burst forth, brandishing a kitchen knife. Making fried rice glow is meant to convey happiness. You emotionless calculators. Jiang Efficiency remained unfazed. Emotional rebuttal. According to the Efficient Communication Manual,